My desk partner and I, the campus beauty, had been secretly in love with each other for 6 years. But just as I'd finally gathered the courage to confess my feelings, she told me something unexpected had happened to her family. She was leaving the city soon. That night, I watched helplessly as she cried through a torrential downpour, devastated and alone. "I'm leaving. You have to take care of yourself from now on, okay?" From that day forward, she vanished completely from my life for 6 years. Until one evening after work, I stopped by the convenience store nearby to grab a few things. That's when a girl in rather bold clothing walked toward me from the opposite direction. And I couldn't help but look twice. I had to admit, she was stunning. But the moment we passed each other, the image of my old desk partner and the girl before me suddenly overlapped perfectly in my mind. I called out her name, uncertain. "Sophia Hayes?" She stopped in her tracks. Her eyes turned toward me. She blinked once, looking me up and down. After confirming she hadn't mistaken me for someone else, her face broke into a radiant smile. Her eyes filled with joy. "Ethan Carter?" I smiled back. "It really is you. You've changed so much. I thought I had the wrong person." When she heard, "changed so much," Sophia's expression faltered. Her smile slowly stiffened. She lowered her head, her voice indescribable. She could only use her small hand to tug at her skirt, which was far too short. "Yeah, you haven't changed much at all, though." I noticed her small gesture, but kept my composure, smiling. "It's been a while." Her eyes stole a glance at me, searching. But she could only hold it for a few seconds before looking away, head down. I was about to say something more, but that fleeting eye contact left me speechless. The girl standing before me bore no resemblance to the one in my memories. The girl I remembered always radiated brightness and energy, like she had stars in her eyes. But now, even the light in her eyes had disappeared. Years apart, sure, there'd be some distance. But not to the point where seeing me again made her instinctively retreat like this. I didn't know what she'd been through all these years. But I knew she shouldn't have become this person. Even if the worst had happened. Even if she'd lost her way. With her natural grace and poise. With her striking beauty. She shouldn't have ended up like this. I snapped out of it. And broke the silence. "Do you live around here? What are you doing out alone this late?" She lowered her head. Her voice trembled slightly. "I live near South Hill High School. Not this neighborhood," she answered like a student being reprimanded. Carefully responding to each question. Glancing up at me between answers. As if trying to read my expression. I had the feeling that if I asked one more thing, she might burst into tears. This was supposed to be a normal conversation. But it felt like I was interrogating some frightened girl. So I softened my tone, trying to steer things back to normal. "Are you heading home now?" She nodded and hummed in acknowledgement. I asked again, "You're walking?" She nodded once more. It went on like that. I'd ask a question, she'd give a one-word answer. Combined with her cautious expression, it was starting to feel like I was some thug harassing an innocent girl. So I glanced toward the apartment complex beside us. And said, "I live right here. How about I drive you home? It's pretty far from here to South Hill High, anyway." She followed my gaze toward the complex, silently taking note of something. But when she heard I'd drive her home, she looked surprised and flustered. No, that's too much trouble. I can walk back, really." I saw the panic on her face, and felt a little tangled up myself. So I joked, "Why so formal? You're not afraid I have bad intentions, are you?" She tried to protest, but because she was so tense, her words came out jumbled and incoherent. She stammered helplessly. I smiled. "It's just one drive. Not a big deal at all. Wait here, I'll grab my car." I didn't give her a chance to refuse. I turned and jogged off. She watched me go, started to say something, then stopped. I didn't know what was going through her mind. Her eyes had become distant, hollow. Moments later, an old, beat-up car pulled up in front of her. She timidly climbed into the passenger seat. After a moment of silence, she asked, voice full of anxiety, "Letting someone like me sit here? Your girlfriend won't mind, will she?" She asked with quiet worry, her voice growing smaller, as if she herself was too insignificant to even exist. I gripped the steering wheel and answered plainly. I don't have a girlfriend. She lowered her head, silent, as if she hadn't heard me at all. The car was so quiet it felt almost awkward. It was like a massive bridge had formed between us. After we merged onto the main road, I finally started paying attention to the girl beside me. So she could be this quiet, too. If this were the old days, she would have been like a little bird chattering away nonstop, talking endlessly. So I spoke up. I just got back to Riverside this afternoon. She picked up the thread naturally. Oh, really? Were you studying in New York before? Yeah, and I found work there too. I kept the conversation going, stretching out the dialogue. After that, we talked more and more. My demeanor was easy and approachable. When I mentioned familiar places, I'd give Sophia the floor to speak. She didn't even realize that her own words were gradually flowing more freely. The awkwardness of our reunion slowly melted away. As we talked, I quietly observed her. I'd thought that the girl with the sparkling eyes from years ago was gone. But in this casual conversation with her, I still caught glimpses of that light with my sharp instincts. She was sitting right there in the passenger seat. And she hadn't changed at all. The person from back then had never disappeared. She'd just been sealed away, deep inside. You used to copy my homework all the time, remember? I was so worried you'd bomb the exams. But thankfully, you were smart. Your grades were always solid. Sophia spoke, and a faint smile I hadn't seen in ages appeared on her face. Speaking of school, I remember your scores were even higher than mine. So where did you end up going to college? I couldn't get in touch with you after you left. But my question seemed to hit a nerve. Her body tensed slightly. The smile on her face vanished in an instant. I didn't go to college. I was caught off guard. But noticing her emotions, I didn't press further. Because from her tone, I could easily tell that saying those words made her deeply uncomfortable. The atmosphere in the car suddenly became suffocating. I was about to change the subject when Sophia glanced out the window and said softly, "Can you pull over up ahead? I live near there." I checked the traffic ahead, then slowed down and pulled over. After the car came to a full stop, Sophia sat in silence for a moment, then said, "I'll go now." Her words were so quiet they were almost inaudible. Light as a snowflake, she unbuckled her seatbelt and looked at me. It was the first time all evening she dared to look me in the eye. Her pupils flickered with anxious light, and within them were tiny shards of heartbreak. In the end, she couldn't bear to leave. She raised her hand to her chest and gave a small, hesitant wave goodbye. "I'll go now." Watching the girl in the passenger seat slowly stand up, I found I couldn't say goodbye. I could only stare at her, frozen. Was she really saying goodbye to me? Suddenly, I remembered all the little moments with that desk partner from years ago. That classmate with the tattoo. He hasn't changed at all after all these years. Never grew up, not even a little. Everything's written all over his face. What was that look in your eyes? Like you were pleading for help? And that voice of yours, so final and resolved. What was that about? Looking like that, how could I possibly let you go with peace of mind? I came to my senses instantly. And right then, I spoke up to stop her. "I haven't eaten yet. Want to grab food with me?" Sophia placed her hand on the door handle, pushing it open. Her voice broke. "I'm sorry. I already ate." Then she stepped one foot out. "Then let me treat you. How about it?" She shook her head. Her emotions seemed on the verge of collapse. She couldn't even speak anymore. "How about Napoleon cake?" Just as she was about to leave the seat, she froze as if someone had cast a spell on her. She went still for a moment, then sniffled. "It's so late. The bakery's probably closed by now." As she spoke, she gently pulled herself back in, then slowly closed the car door with her small hand. "There probably aren't any in this area. But there's one downtown. They're probably doing discounts right now." Sophia pressed her lips together. "Okay, I'll go with you for a bit, then." She turned her face away, occasionally lifting her hand to wipe away tears. I kept my eyes on the road, pretending not to notice. Close to midnight, downtown was still downtown, after all. Far more lively than the school district. We sat by the window in the bakery, where we could still see people passing by outside. This place hadn't changed at all. Everything was just like before. You should eat too. Sophia realized she was the only one eating, and couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. So she pushed a piece of cake toward me. All right, I pulled my gaze back from the window, picked up the small spoon, and ate slowly. Truth be told, I wasn't really into sweets. After 2 bites, I looked up at her. Sophia had her head down, focused on her cake. Her hair was still as beautiful as ever, and she'd grown even more stunning. I hadn't gotten a good look before, but now, in the bright light of the shop, I could see her clearly. Her delicate face had been touched up with subtle makeup. When she opened her mouth to take a bite, I could faintly see a small pink jewel piercing on her tongue. Even on her slender, pale wrist, there was a tattoo. Just a temporary one. I don't know when exactly. But Sophia noticed my gaze. She stopped eating, and used one hand to cover the tattoo on her wrist. Caught staring, I felt a little awkward too. I didn't know where to look. Reflexively, I glanced at her earrings. She looked like she was about to cry. She yanked the earrings off forcefully. They were clip-ons. The rims of her eyes were already red. Seeing that, I flinched slightly, quietly taking a cold breath. Unintentionally, I glanced toward her mouth. She tensed up and opened her lips, raising her hand. But just as her fingers were about to touch her mouth, she realized the gesture wasn't appropriate. She stopped. It's magnetic. I can take it out. I'll get rid of it when I get home. She lowered her head and explained softly. Tears streamed down her cheeks. I panicked for a moment. I hadn't even said anything. Sophia turned away, wiping her tears carelessly. She didn't even care that her light makeup had smudged. She looked like a child who'd just done something wrong. Head down, hands on her lap. You're not eating anymore? The question was completely random. I look terrible right now, don't I? She was anxious, twisting the hem of her skirt, not daring to look up. Yeah, you kind of do. Hearing that, she lowered her head even further. Wasting food isn't a good habit, you know. Sophia froze, then looked up. Her reddened eyes met mine. Hurry up and eat. There's too much here. I can't finish it all. I laughed. Didn't you say you didn't like it? I remember you loved this stuff before. Back in 10th grade, you brought me here. To this exact shop. Sophia hesitated slightly, tucking her hair behind her ear. Then picked up her spoon again. You still remember that? How could I forget? We'd just been assigned to sit together in 10th grade. You said you wanted to celebrate and treat me to something good. You were so mysterious about it. I thought it was going to be some big feast. It was a scorching afternoon. And I stupidly rode bikes with you all the way downtown. Turns out we just bought one Napoleon cake. And split it in half. So stingy it was almost funny. Hearing me recount it all with such gentle nostalgia. Sophia smiled. She looked down at the cake on the table. And gently cut into it with her spoon. I didn't have any spending money back then. I had to save for so long just to buy that cake. I didn't think much of it at the time. I just thought it tasted good. And wanted to share it with you. I'm sorry. She took a spoonful and put it in her mouth. The sweetness melted on her tongue. Then she said softly, I'm really sorry. Sorry for what? Sophia held the spoon in her mouth and looked up, her eyes full of confusion as she looked at me. I said seriously, people are always haunted by the things they couldn't have when they were young. When I saw you looking at that cake and worrying about the money, I told myself that one day, I'd make sure you could eat as much as you wanted. So today, don't waste it. You have to finish it all. You're still just as funny as before. Sophia smiled faintly, looking down and saying softly, I'll listen to you. I'll finish everything. And I really am sorry about back then. That warm, gentle feeling felt so familiar to me. She really hadn't changed at all. But what about me? Sophia's eyes gradually grew melancholy. Each small piece of cake was lifted to her mouth. After a few more bites, her mood seemed noticeably better. Soft, soothing music played in the shop. I chatted with her while listening, casually asking about her life now. She hadn't gone to college. She didn't have a stable job either. The economy had been rough in recent years. So she'd been staying home creating content online. She lived in a cheap rental room. She said all of this lightly, but it radiated discomfort. I could sense she didn't want to talk much about it. So after just a few exchanges, I changed the subject. Instead of talking about life, I shifted to hobbies. When it came to hobbies, Sophia had always loved poetry. Back in middle school, she'd been the literature class representative. Her voice was beautiful. The teacher would often call on her to read aloud. I still remembered how, just to buy a poetry collection, she'd skipped breakfast for several days straight. I'd told her she was being ridiculous, teasing her that she'd waste money on something she wouldn't even read. But as if to prove me wrong, every single night, before bed, she'd use voice messages to read me a passage. She'd read with such passion, while I'd get sleepy after just a little while. She was the kind of girl who felt everything deeply. Sometimes she'd get so absorbed she'd cry. I couldn't believe how fast the years had passed. That kid from back then had become an adult, taking advantage of the moment. I joked, "Don't tell me you still have that poetry book?" Sophia tilted her head and smiled at me. Of course I threw it away. After saying that, her eyes unconsciously dropped. She added softly, "Since there's no one left who needs to hear it anymore." She lowered her head, eating the cake as if she were being force-fed. I didn't know if it was because she was hungry or because she was obediently following my orders. But she ended up finishing every last bite. By the time she was done, we hadn't said much more. I could genuinely feel that she was terrified of me, deliberately avoiding something, but at least she wasn't showing clear resistance. "Full yet?" I asked. She held her juice cup, nodded, then asked back. "You said we were eating together. But I was the only one eating. So how much was it? Let me pay you back. I invited you out and then made you pay? That'd be weird." But she blushed, looking at the stack of empty plates beside her. I joked, "What were you thinking back then? How many chances do you get to treat me? Just call me and I'll be there. I'm always ready. Oh, and add me on Instagram." Back in middle school and high school, I only had her messaging app. I didn't even have her phone number. After we graduated high school, I tried reaching out a few times. But she probably stopped using that app, so I couldn't get through. Eventually, we just lost touch completely. The two of us left the bakery. The night breeze blew gently, slightly chilly. Streetlights cast long shadows behind us. We walked side by side, not really talking. The air felt a little awkward. Sophia kept her head down, not daring to look at me. Her heart was a tangled mess. I really hadn't changed at all. But she no longer had the right to like me. Still, getting to see me one more time before leaving this world, she already felt incredibly lucky. Thinking about it, the corners of her mouth lifted into a faint smile. Before leaving this world, getting to walk quietly beside me like this, she was already content. But she was still a little greedy. If only she could hold my hand, how wonderful would that be? Her downcast eyes unconsciously glanced at the hand beside her. She wanted to reach out and take it. But after thinking for a moment, she realized she was being too greedy. Her cheeks flushed slightly. She quickly looked away. But almost at the same moment, without any warning, I suddenly reached out and grabbed her wrist. Her heart seized. Her body jolted like she'd been shocked. She widened her eyes, turning her head to look at me. I wasn't looking at her. I just pulled her to a stop, frowning as I looked. Across the street, a group of punks on motorcycles roared past us, engines screaming. The deafening sound made everyone jump. Those idiots have a death wish. I watched their taillights disappear quickly, muttering a curse under my breath. Then I turned to Sophia. "Walking without watching where you're going. Always looking down. You almost got hit. They don't care about their lives. Do you not care about yours either?" She snapped back to attention, apologizing repeatedly. I'm sorry. But seeing how panicked she looked, I realized I'd been too harsh. So I softened my tone. "I'm not blaming you. Just pay attention to the road, okay? I'm sorry. I know I was wrong. I'm sorry." Her voice trembled. I knew she was holding back tears. So I just cleared my throat softly and didn't bring it up again. Then I took her hand and crossed to the other side of the street. When we reached the car and I pulled out my keys, I realized I was still holding her hand. Still holding it, just like that. And I'd forgotten. Sophia hadn't pulled away either. I quietly let go of her hand. After getting in the car, without me saying anything, she proactively fastened her seatbelt. sat up straight, and placed her hands on her skirt. She looked exactly like a child who'd just been scolded, and wanted to behave to earn back some points. Seeing this, I couldn't help but laugh internally. I bet when she was little, every time she upset her dad and got scolded, she'd immediately start wiping tables and sweeping floors. Her dad probably felt exactly like I did right now. That particular joy only adults understand. Thinking about it, she really was like a child. I patted my pockets, searching around, but realized my phone was nowhere to be found. I tapped my forehead lightly, suddenly remembering that back at the bakery, after scanning the code to add each other on Instagram, I'd left it on the table. The car still hadn't moved. Sophia glanced at me. Wait in the car for a bit, okay? I left my phone at the bakery. I'll just run back and grab it. I was about to open the door and get out, when she quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, also preparing to follow me out. I turned back to her. Just wait here in the car. I'll be right back. Come back soon, okay? I'm a little scared. Seeing the worry in her eyes, I froze for a moment. A strange sense of familiarity washed over me. It was like being a kid out with adults, standing in the checkout line at the supermarket, or getting ready to board at the bus station. Adults always had to step away for something, leaving you with, "Stay here and wait. We'll be right back." Back then, your heart would fill with anxiety. That fear was unbearably suffocating. And at that age, you had no ability to handle any risks. Being left behind in a situation like that felt no different from being abandoned. That feeling was awful, so I casually tried asking, "It's so dark out, I'm kind of scared to go alone. Want to come with me?" Sophia's face lit up instantly. She nodded repeatedly. "Yeah, I can do that." I shook my head with a slight smile, an indescribable emotion rising in my chest. I didn't know if it was just my imagination, but after all these years, her body had matured, her figure had gotten better, and she'd grown more beautiful. But psychologically, she was still exactly like that middle school and high school girl from back then. After getting out of the car, as we walked toward the bakery, I found myself thinking, maybe because I really did see her as a child. When we crossed the street, I unconsciously took her hand again. I felt her body tremble slightly, but she didn't resist at all. She just let me hold her hand like that. I didn't mean anything by it. At first, I was going to let go, but seeing how compliant she was, I just pretended not to notice. I had to admit, her hand was really soft. Held in my palm, it was slightly cool. Very pleasant. After retrieving my phone and returning to the car, I finally released her small hand. On the drive back, the car was very quiet, but it no longer felt awkward like before. There was even a hint of that youthful blush as a backdrop, and the atmosphere felt much warmer. When we stopped at an intersection for a red light, Sophia suddenly spoke up. "I've always been alone." I glanced at her. She had her head down, fidgeting with the hem of her skirt, hesitating. Then she continued, "I don't have a boyfriend. Never have." I knew what she was implying. I thought for a moment. Just as the car started moving again, I said plainly, "If you like me, we could try dating and see how it goes. We're adults now, no need to beat around the bush." I almost blurted out, "I like you." But when it reached my lips, it came out as, "Is this car yours?" I froze slightly. Actually, there was no need to be that sensitive about it. In a serious relationship, learning about each other's financial situation was perfectly normal. So I answered honestly, "No. It's my dad's car. This Chevy Cruze is something my dad really treasures. Even the door trim is almost completely worn out. Last year, I was planning to buy him a new car." Sophia didn't really know much about cars, but in her mind, all cars were expensive. She wasn't stupid. My driving skills were so practiced, this had to be a personal vehicle. The reason she suddenly grew cautious was because she genuinely wanted to get a rough sense of my living situation. But unlike most people, who hope the other person is well off, I was hoping his situation would be a little worse. In reality, whether his circumstances were good or bad didn't really matter. Almost the moment I asked that question, I regretted it. Because no matter what Ethan's situation was, I could never love him back. And yet, despite that, The gentleness he'd shown me since we reunited still made someone carrying such pain harbor unrealistic illusions. In that moment of heated impulse, I thought maybe there was still a chance for us. So I thought, if Ethan wasn't doing well, maybe I'd still have a shot at keeping up with him. That's why I asked about his finances. But after calming down a little, I quickly faced reality again. Completely disconnected from society, surviving by filming suggestive videos. I no longer had any right to talk about love. I'd already decided I was going to die. Now, after fully regaining my composure, I lowered my head and whispered an apology. I shouldn't have asked. Just pretend I didn't say anything. I slowed the car down a bit. Half joking, half serious. It's not that. You haven't even asked what I do or how much I have saved. And you're already writing me off? Sophia's eyes widened, her reaction somewhat agitated. My voice rose slightly in urgency. No, that's not it. How could I ever look down on you? I smiled. Then why didn't you keep asking? Sophia hesitated, wanting to speak but stopping herself. After a moment, she finally said softly, because there's no need to ask anymore. I'm going to die soon. But the second half of that sentence dissolved into my forced smile. Never spoken aloud. I didn't ask anything more either. I just cracked the window open slightly, letting the cold air pour into the car, helping me sober up a little. I thought love was about to begin. But it turned out to be false hope. The small town wasn't very big. From downtown to the school district was less than 10 minutes by car. The car came to a smooth stop by the curb. I watched the person in the passenger seat prepare to leave, and reminded her, be careful when you get home, okay? As soon as I said it, I realized I really had started treating you like a child. But Sophia didn't seem to notice. She hesitated for a moment before speaking up. Honestly, this feels kind of strange. With a simple goodbye, I drove off into the distance. Sophia stood by the roadside, staring blankly in the direction the car had disappeared. The streetlight was dim, but still she couldn't bear to leave. A plastic bag tumbled past her, carried by the wind, containing nothing but aimless air. Just like me, standing under the light watching him leave. My body holding nothing but a soul no one needed. Both just garbage. When Sophia returned to her rented room, it was already 1 a.m. But she didn't go to sleep right away. Instead, she squeezed into the cramped bathroom. The bathroom in a rental was never properly functional. The water was somewhat cold. But none of that mattered to her at all. While showering, she vented, scrubbing hard at her wrist. Then at her lower abdomen, where she'd stuck temporary tattoos for filming suggestive videos. Her skin turned red from the scrubbing. While drying her hair, her emotions completely collapsed. Tears streamed down without stopping. But she didn't dare cry out loud. She just covered her mouth with the heel of her palm, leaning against the wall. Then slid weakly down to the floor, letting out small, broken sobs. She cried with such heartbreak. All these years, she'd never cried over her difficult life. But in this moment, tears poured out from deep within her heart. Impossible to hold back. Sophia came from a single-parent home. When she was very young, her parents divorced. She lived with her father. Growing up, though their family was poor, life was fairly stable. Her father treated her well. At least she never had to worry about food or clothes. Those days stretched on until the night she graduated from high school. Her father came home, pulled out all the savings cards in the house, and even while speaking, choked back tears, confessing he was drowning in gambling debts. By the time Sophia found out, it was already too late. There really was no other way. Her father said he was going to die. But the debt wasn't so hopeless that it couldn't be repaid. How could Sophia just stand by and watch her father kill himself? Her father said if she helped, they could get through this. Of course she agreed without hesitation. After that, her father used her personal information to take out online loans, borrowing everything he possibly could. Looking back now, it was all just the performance of a gambling addict. An addict will always be an addict. There's no such thing as repentance or starting over. Everything went exactly as expected. Her father didn't use that money to pay off the debt. Instead, he held onto the hope of winning it all back one more time. The result was predictable. The summer after she graduated high school. While everyone else was enjoying their break, she had become an orphan. She had no living relatives left in this world. The last connection between her and her father was the mountain of debt crushing her. After that, life became impossibly difficult. She couldn't go to college. She could only work odd jobs to pay off the debt. When you have someone to lean on, beauty is a ticket to society's favor. But when you're all alone, beauty becomes a death sentence. She ran into countless problems just because of her face. While washing dishes at a restaurant, the owner harassed her. She'd rather die than submit, so she switched to working at an electronics factory. But there, groups of punks with bad intentions constantly lurked. So during those days working away from home, her dorm room always had multiple locks. After 8 at night, she didn't dare go outside. She couldn't attend any gatherings. Everywhere was hell. After wandering from place to place and still unable to survive on menial work, she returned to Riverside. She came back to the familiar old school district and rented the cheapest room she could find. A series of incidents like these made her completely shut herself off, withdrawing from everything belonging to the outside world. All she had left was a phone and a few $100s worth of food. Monthly rent, utilities, and debt collection calls. All of it made every step a struggle. Severe psychological disorders left her without the courage to step outside her door. Life had pushed her to the very edge of the cliff, like a rat cowering in a stinking gutter. But life has no such thing as rock bottom. Once you fall, you just keep falling, until you're shattered to pieces. When she no longer had the ability to interact with people, she naturally fell into the trap of the internet. The so-called internet trap is something designed specifically for people wanting to escape society. People desperate enough to reach the absolute extreme. She fit that description perfectly. She fell into that trap without missing a single step. Drawing, writing web novels, editing videos, live streaming, anything she could learn, she learned it all. Every day, she studied from morning to night. The workload was even heavier than working odd jobs. But despite investing so much time, the money she made wasn't even enough to cover electricity. She took another step closer to the abyss. The final turning point came during one of her live streams. Someone suggested she try creating suggestive content. She was a traditional person, very conservative. Deep down, she was utterly repulsed by the idea. But the debt kept piling up. The rent was overdue, and she was so poor she had to ration every sip of water. She hesitated for a very long time. In the end, she chose to try it once. But in reality, this path was just another dead end. There were always people younger and prettier. The boundaries she didn't dare cross, countless others were willing to trample. But she couldn't do it. Everything she did stayed within what the platform allowed. That was my limit. In her videos, she wore revealing clothes, performed suggestive movements, and included vague, implicit captions. Her beauty was striking enough to attract quite a few viewers. Though growth was slow and the money wasn't much, at least she was starting to earn something. She understood perfectly well what she was doing, for someone as traditional and conservative as her. From that moment on, her heart had died. She decided that once she paid off all her debts, she'd end her own life. In a flash, several years had passed. The intention to die grew clearer with each day. Tonight, after filming her last suggestive video, she recalculated the numbers. Tomorrow, when the money hit her account, she'd pay off the final debt. Finally, she would be free. So she didn't even bother changing out of her revealing outfit. She ran across 2 streets to buy the little pastry she'd been craving for so long. But because it was so late, the shop had already closed. She didn't really care anymore. She figured she was about to die anyway. If people saw her looking like this, so what? But she never expected that on her way home, she'd run into Ethan Carter. All these years, even during the hardest times, she'd often recalled the time they spent in school together. Those memories were the light that helped her survive through those dark years. She'd imagined how wonderful it would be if she could see him one more time before she died. She never expected that fantasy to become reality, leaving her completely unprepared. She'd imagined countless scenarios of reuniting with him, but absolutely not like tonight. Wearing clothes that were a bit too revealing, She didn't know how long she'd been crying. When she was exhausted from crying, she crawled into bed and curled up tightly. Ding! A notification sound rang out. The phone screen beside her pillow lit up. She wiped the corners of her eyes. Her tear-filled eyes glanced at the message. Eating cake with you tonight. I had a really good time. The last time I texted a girl at night was to send work documents to the tech team. I lay in bed feeling somewhat anxious, wondering if she'd already gone to sleep. I really should have waited until morning to send it. Late at night really isn't the time to be making any decisions. Just as I was about to put my phone down, a message came back from the other side. The cake was delicious. Thank you. I let out a quiet sigh of relief. I was about to type a message asking if we could have dinner together next time, when she sent an invitation first. Are you free tomorrow? I froze. A flash of confusion crossed my mind. When we said goodbye in the car, I'd asked about something important. She'd said she didn't want to date. Now she was proactively asking to meet up. What did this mean? While I was still thinking, another message arrived. You treated me to cake today. Tomorrow, I'd like to treat you to a meal. Would that be okay? I immediately understood. I quickly typed a short reply. Sure. Back in her rental room, Sophia clutched her phone to her chest. Her heart raced uncontrollably. Ever since her mental state had become unstable, just meeting people terrified her. Yet this time, she'd proactively invited someone to dinner. That took every ounce of courage she could muster. Every last bit. Most importantly, tomorrow she was going to die. She just wanted to leave a better impression in the heart of the person she loved. Just a little better, that would be enough. At least not like tonight. That was her final wish before death. Early morning in the rental room. Sophia sat by the window, meticulously cross-checking every old debt collection message, verifying each payment, confirming there were no errors. She whispered, finally paid off the last one. A weary smile appeared at the corners of her mouth. She'd barely slept all night, waiting for the money to come into her account. As soon as it did, she immediately paid off the remaining debt. No more debts. She opened her account balance to check. Just over $1,000 left. That's enough. After dinner tonight, I'll leave him with a slightly better impression of me. Then I can die. Honestly speaking, Sophia felt she suffered from severe procrastination. In reality, she should have died right after graduating high school that summer. Yet she dragged it out until now to finally make the decision. Thinking about it, she laughed softly. Her friends who'd already passed away would probably understand that choosing how to die was genuinely a headache she'd been preparing for a long time. Under the bed was a small charcoal brazier. Then she tidied up the room, packing away all the revealing outfits and those videos into a box. She'd probably never need them again. She knew dying here would wrong the landlord, but she still wanted to minimize the negative impact as much as possible. At the same time, 2 streets away from the rental, in the old residential complex. When I woke up again, it was already past noon, nearly 12. So I'd completely missed breakfast. I opened a food delivery app and ordered some chicken rice. I ate a quick lunch. Since tonight I had dinner plans with Sophia, I casually scrolled through my phone, checking random news. But while scrolling, I reopened last night's text conversation between us. The more I looked at it, the more something felt off. If this were the old days, her proactively asking me to dinner wouldn't be strange at all. But given her state last night, avoidant eyes, timid behavior, she didn't seem like the type to proactively invite anyone out. I felt like something was wrong. Time passed so quickly. Outside the window, the sky had gradually darkened. Truth be told, I'd been feeling restless all along. Images from last night kept appearing in my mind. Sophia's avoidant eyes, and the sight of her standing under the streetlight in my rearview mirror as I drove away. She'd stood there for so long, refusing to leave. The more I thought about it, the more tonight's dinner felt abnormal. Like it was some kind of farewell meal. Unease rose in my chest. I checked my watch and saw it was about time. I grabbed my phone and opened Instagram, typing out a message. Where are we eating tonight? Let me come pick you up. She replied almost immediately. You choose. I'm fine with anything. I tapped on the keyboard, planning to find a small restaurant downtown. Then during the meal, I'd subtly ask some questions. Because I had this feeling she was hiding something deep inside. If I didn't ask, I'd still feel worried. Speaking of what's hidden inside, I also knew she had a secret. I suddenly remembered something and typed out another message. How about we get barbecue? Sound good? Sure. That barbecue place is close by too. I won't drive this time. I'll come to your place in a bit. Then we'll walk to the barbecue place together. After finishing the conversation, I put my phone away, changed my shoes, and headed out. If she was still like she was in high school, there was one surefire way to get her secret out. I remembered it happened in senior year. My 18th birthday. I'd never liked throwing loud birthday parties or inviting a bunch of people to celebrate. My parents knew I didn't like cake, so they just gave me some spending money. No candle blowing or gift receiving required. None of those tedious ceremonies. But still, it was my 18th birthday. After this, I'd officially be an adult. I wanted to do a few things only adults could do. Mark the milestone, so to speak. That night, I asked Sophia to meet up, saying I wanted to do some adult things. That was the first time I'd ever seen her look so tense around me. She stammered, "Ethan, I'm not old enough yet. Doing that wouldn't be right." She'd started school early, exactly 1 year younger than me. But technically, she was already of age. I patiently convinced her, and in the end, I got her to have a little drink with me. She couldn't hold her liquor well and got drunk quickly. Afterward, she completely blacked out. That's when I discovered her secret, truth serum after drinking. Whatever was in her heart, she'd say it all without holding back. She said, "You're such a pain. You don't like receiving birthday gifts. But then you ask me to come out. I didn't even know if I should prepare something or not. Then in your text, you said you wanted to do things that only adults can do, with me. I thought you wanted to sleep with me. I genuinely didn't know if I should come or not. It's not that I didn't want to. I just felt it was too soon, you know? On the way there, I overthought everything. Turns out when I got there, it was just drinking. You jerk, couldn't you just say we were drinking? Saying things that could be so easily misunderstood. I was anxious and stressed the whole way there. Ethan, you know what? I've always really liked you. Always." At the same time, Sophia had been ready since early on. She sat on the edge of her bed, clutching her phone and waiting blankly for a message. The screen lit up. A chat window from me appeared. "I'm downstairs at your place now." She immediately shot up reflexively, rushing to the window, pulling back the curtain to look down. She texted back while heading to the door. I stood by the street, mentally calculating the specific plan, thinking girls would need extra time to get ready when going out. But to my surprise, right after I sent the text, she replied immediately, "Coming down right now." I was about to reply, "No rush." But before I could finish typing, footsteps already echoed from the stairwell. I turned to look, and there she was, appearing with a radiant smile. Compared to last night, today she was dressed much more simply. A blouse, light makeup, no accessories on her face or ears. Overall, she looked very clean and neat. It felt like being back in high school. She already had an innocent appearance. And combined with this outfit, she radiated that pure first love energy. She ran up to me, carrying a gentle fragrance. Her chest rose and fell slightly. Her breathing was a bit chaotic. "I made you wait a long time, didn't I?" But the moment she looked at me, she quickly averted her eyes, lowering her head. If it weren't for that avoidant gaze and those small, shy gestures, I really would have thought she'd just stepped out of high school. I looked at the girl before me and said slowly, "I just got here too. Let's go." Then I glanced at her. She was nervously fidgeting with the hem of her shirt. I let out a quiet sigh, trying to hide it. I really didn't know what she'd been through these past years to end up like this. After walking for a bit, she suddenly spoke up. "Today, like this, do I look better than yesterday?" After saying it, she anxiously waited for an answer. Hearing that, I turned to look at her, gave her a once-over, and offered my assessment. "You looked pretty yesterday too. But today's outfit suits you better." Then I added casually, "You look exactly like you did in high school." Hearing my comment, the corners of her mouth curved into a soft smile. She relaxed a little inside. Like high school. Those were the words she'd wanted to hear most. That was enough. I took the opportunity to start chatting with her in scattered bits. But the more we talked, the more I noticed something unusual. Last night, I hadn't paid much attention. But now I felt it clearly. She seemed to struggle with communication. Not in a way that rejected others, but with a very obvious distance and wariness. She seemed to always be in a state of fear, wanting to avoid contact, more accurately, wanting to escape. I got the feeling she was terrified of interacting with people. I wasn't certain, but it felt very strange. I turned to ask her, "Let's go to the old place, yeah?" She nodded. Smiling, she replied, "I'll follow your lead." Back in high school, as desk partners, she'd often tutor me as a way of saying thanks. After evening study hall, I'd often take her to the barbecue place near school for a few skewers. Thinking back on it still felt nostalgic. I said, "How about I treat you today?" She turned to look at me, surprised. "Why?" I smiled. "No reason. I just want to treat you to a meal." She waved her hand. "No way. You already treated me yesterday." It was rare to see her so serious. Then she continued, "This time, I have to treat you." Now it was my turn to be confused. I asked, "Why?" "Because I'm going to die soon." She almost said it out loud. She caught herself in time. And changed it too. "Because after this, there won't be another chance to treat you." "It's nothing. I just want to treat you to a meal." I laughed. "Who taught you to copy the way I talk?" She laughed too. This playful atmosphere really felt like old times. She was still the same girl from back then. Thinking about it, her eyes dimmed slightly. We both sat down at a folding table outside the restaurant. We could hear the sizzling of oil on the grill, and smell the fragrant smoke drifting by occasionally. I suggested, "How about we have a little drink?" After all my calculations, I still chose the direct approach. She hesitated. She'd only drunk alcohol once before. She remembered it very clearly. It was my birthday in senior year. She drank with me to celebrate, got drunk, and blacked out completely. She couldn't remember anything. For days after that, she kept asking me what she'd been like. I didn't say anything too wild. But I always dodged the question vaguely, deliberately making her feel worried. Maybe because she thought she'd embarrassed herself drunk. From then on, she didn't dare touch alcohol. She didn't want me to dislike her. Tonight, all she wanted was to leave a good impression on me. If she ended up making a fool of herself, that wouldn't work. She said, "You can drink. I'll pour for you." It'd be weird if I drank alone. I said, "Have a little with me." She pressed her lips together. "I'm terrible at drinking," I said, half joking, half serious. "Are you afraid I'll take advantage of you when you're drunk?" Then I swear. "No, I didn't mean it like that." Seeing me raise my hand to swear, she panicked and reached out to stop me, wrapping her palm around my fingers. That sudden touch made both of us freeze. Only then did she realize what she'd just done. She immediately pulled back as if shocked, turning her face away. Even her toes curled tightly. "I'll drink with you. Just don't swear so casually. It's not good for you." After a few drinks, we were almost done eating. The beer can in front of her was already empty. Watching the girl before me sway unsteadily, I probed, "Are you drunk?" She slowly lifted her head. Her eyes were wide and glassy, looking at the person across from her. Her gaze was unfocused. Her tongue was a little loose. "Why are there two Ethans? Can you give me one?" "Just one?" She even laughed foolishly afterward, hearing her talk nonsense. Those drunken words were exactly like I remembered. Whenever she got drunk, she'd shift into a completely different state. Her gestures would become more exaggerated. She'd love talking nonsense. And whatever was in her heart, she'd say it out loud. I laughed. "No can do. That's not something you can split in half." Sophia's little mouth immediately pouted. She complained, "Stingy." I was about to say something, when she suddenly shot up from her seat. Her swaying body knocked over the plastic chair, slamming into the edge of the table. Empty bottles clattered and rolled onto the ground. Seeing her unable to stand steady, I quickly got up to catch her. After steadying herself, she gently pushed me away, then said, "Don't touch me." I hurriedly pulled my hands back, about to apologize. When she continued, "I'm dirty. I'll make you dirty too. Don't touch me anymore." I froze. Dirty? What heartbreak. She turned her head, looking up, trying hard to focus her wandering gaze on me. She nodded with pent-up emotion. She asked softly, "I'm really dirty. I'm sorry." Looking at the girl before me, her gaze unfocused, but still trying hard to look straight at me. I asked with a faint smile, "Why do you say you're dirty?" Sophia shook her head, unwilling to explain further. "Either way, I'm dirty." She tilted her head. "You don't despise me?" I was about to say something, when she suddenly turned away. "Whatever. Whether you despise me or not, it doesn't matter. I have to go home now." Seeing her stumbling along the sidewalk, I quickly grabbed her phone, hurrying to walk beside her, staying close to protect her and keep her from falling. She was completely different from when we arrived, no longer timid. Her speech was loose and natural. She even turned to thank the person walking her home. "You're so kind. Thank you for walking me home." I laughed. "That's what I should do." She continued, "Since you're so nice, I'll tell you a secret. But you can't tell anyone, okay?" Sophia looked around on both sides, then gestured for me to come closer, signaling me to lean in. Then she pursed her lips, her voice small and mysterious. "Last night, I saw the person I like." I froze for a moment, then tried asking, "Ethan Carter?" Sophia's eyes went wide with surprise, as if to say, "How did you know?" I laughed softly, asking back, "Then why don't you date him?" Sophia shook her head. "I want to, but I don't have the right to love him anymore. I'm terrible." As she spoke, her voice started to choke up, like she was about to cry. She really was the type who told the truth when drunk. Everything she said came out vague and unclear. I was thinking about how to ask more, when she suddenly spread her arms out in the air, as if letting go of something, and said, "I want to go crazy." Like humoring a child, I did the same, randomly going crazy on the empty street with no one around. Sophia turned around, puffed out her cheeks, and blew 2 puffs of air at me. "This kind of crazy." I immediately understood. In this whole world, all the wind is yours. No one's going to compete with you for it. Hearing that, she smiled brightly, then turned again, stumbling forward. She muttered as she walked, "I want mountains, I want the ocean. I want freedom. I want love." I walked behind her, teasing, "If you want love, then go find Ethan Carter and love him." At that moment, we just walked under a streetlight. The dim yellow light wasn't enough to illuminate the whole street. Sophia gradually stopped walking, turned around, tilted her head, and smiled innocently at me. She smiled, tears glistening in her eyes, and said jokingly, "I'm going to die soon." In that instant, the deep night was silent. Only a gentle breeze passed by, softly brushing past her ear. My smile froze on my face. After a brief pause, my eyes slowly widened. I knew very well that when drunk, she didn't know how to lie. Sophia was someone who couldn't hide her feelings. Everything showed plainly on her face. What did she mean by die? I stood there stunned, my mind going blank, while I was still frozen. Sophia finished speaking, swaying as she turned to leave. Then her left foot tripped over her right, displaying the characteristic clumsiness of a child. She fell face first. Thud. She crashed hard onto the ground. I snapped out of it and rushed over. When I got close, I saw her lying there on the ground, laughing foolishly. Seeing me approach, Sophia slurred, asking in a stammer, "Did you just stick your foot out?" I laughed. "I'm not as crazy as you." Confirming she was okay, I lifted her up like picking up a little piglet, pulling her up from the ground. "There's a bench over there. Let's go sit down." With great difficulty, I helped her sit down on the bench by the roadside. It seemed she was exhausted from being drunk and thrashing around so much. As soon as she sat down, her head started nodding as if she was about to fall asleep. Seeing her like that, I stood beside her, both exasperated and amused. "You can't sleep here. You'll catch a cold." Sophia shook her head and looked up. "I'm not sleeping yet. I have to get home before I sleep. It's not safe out here." While she rested for a moment, I pretended to chat casually, then asked, "What did you mean earlier when you said you're going to die?" "Die means die. What else?" I changed my approach. "Are you sick or something?" She pouted. You're the sick one. I'm perfectly healthy. Sophia smiled faintly, her eyes curving as she looked at me. She said, I'll tell you. I'm going to quietly go home and die. I won't let anyone know. Hearing that, my heart clenched. I finally understood what she meant. I asked again, how are you planning to die? Sophia laid out the little plan she'd been preparing for so long. Hiding nothing. As if cherishing a precious secret. When she finished, she didn't forget to remind me to keep it secret. Don't tell anyone, okay? Otherwise I won't be able to die. Then I asked why she wanted to die. But she only shook her head, refusing to say more. Even drunk, she wouldn't open up about it. It seemed this pain was buried very deep inside her. Right now, I couldn't force her to talk about it. At least I knew she had suicidal intentions. For the moment, she was still safe. Only now did I truly understand. This shy, fearful girl had proactively confessed her feelings. Then rejected the person she liked. All because tonight she planned to leave this world. The thought still sent chills down my spine. If I hadn't gone with her tonight, I probably would never have seen this foolish girl again for the rest of my life. She didn't make anyone feel at ease, not even a little. Does it still hurt? I crouched down in front of her, gently pressing on her knee and asking. No response. I looked up and saw Sophia with her head down, eyes tightly shut, breathing evenly. This Sophia, she was really something. Just one can of beer and she was this drunk. She was famous for getting drunk fast. But she also sobered up fast. When she felt her body being jostled slightly, Sophia frowned faintly and hummed softly. Then slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was still a bit hazy. Her head ached like someone was hammering it, and her memory before was blank. Sure enough, she'd really gotten drunk. She didn't even know where she was. Only feeling that leaning like this was really comfortable. A moment later, she suddenly realized something. Her chest was pressed tightly against someone else's back. She slowly lifted her head, looking at the broad shoulders before her, then fell silent. Then she suddenly straightened up, hurriedly separating herself from that back. The sudden movement nearly made her fall to the ground. I spoke up just in time, hearing my voice, realizing the person carrying her was me. Sophia immediately felt much more at ease. But then she suddenly remembered she'd just been pressed against his back. Her face flushed bright red. She quickly kept some distance, trying to act proper like a young lady. Her voice was soft, full of embarrassment. Can you put me down? I can walk by myself. You were drunk earlier and took a pretty bad fall. It's fine. Hearing her say that, I gently set her down. She looked around and realized we were already near the school. Just a little further and they'd reach her rental room. Having been carried by me for such a long distance, Sophia felt guilty. Without really thinking, she suddenly asked softly, was I heavy? Does your knee still hurt? I didn't get a good look earlier. Hearing me ask, she quickly changed the subject. She tested her knee, nothing seemed wrong. But thinking back to how she'd gotten drunk and fallen, she couldn't help but feel her face burn. How embarrassing. And embarrassing herself right in front of him. She'd only wanted to leave a good impression before dying. But alcohol really was the worst. He probably thinks I'm terrible now. Seeing she didn't respond, I thought she was in pain. So I asked, do you need to go to the hospital? Sophia quickly shook her head vigorously. No need. It doesn't hurt at all. I'm fine. We walked the rest of the way in silence. Downstairs at her rental building, we stood facing each other. Be careful on your way home tonight. A hint of reluctance flickered in her eyes. But I just silently looked at her. Sophia couldn't bear that gaze, and had no choice but to lower her head and look away. I suddenly asked, can I see you again tomorrow? Sophia froze for a moment, then looked up, glancing at me, before quickly lowering her head again, hiding her emotions. I have something to do tomorrow. Then what about the day after? I still wouldn't let it go. Sophia's heart trembled slightly. I'm busy that day too. She lowered her head even further, her hands hanging limply at her sides, powerless. I continued, then what about the day after that? Next week, or the week after? What about next month? I spoke faster and faster, constantly touching the fragile thread in her heart. Suddenly, Her small hands at her sides clenched into fists. Then she looked up quickly, staring intently at me. Did I say something to you when I was drunk? I didn't intend to hide it. So I said plainly, you said you wanted to die. Tonight. Sophia looked straight into my eyes. This time, she didn't avoid them at all. But when our gazes met, the corners of her eyes immediately grew wet. A glistening tear rolled down her chin and fell. She said softly, choked up, that was just drunken talk. I looked at the crying girl before me. You think I'll believe that? Sophia sniffled. Whether you believe me or not doesn't matter. I have to go home now. She turned to leave, but I grabbed her hand. In that instant, it was like I'd flipped a switch inside her. She jerked away violently, shaking my hand off. Then snapped, I told you it was just drunken talk. Don't worry about it. The way she tried to act fierce looked no different from a little red panda trying to scare someone. Not scary at all, but at least she knew how to get angry, that was good. I smiled faintly, lowering my gaze, speaking slowly. I can't control you. I don't have the right to control you either. After a few seconds of silence, I tilted my head toward the street, as if recalling something. Don't laugh at me for saying this. But, Sophia choked up, tears still falling without answering. So I just kept talking. Actually, all these years, I've thought about you a lot. When I eat, I think about you. Wondering if you're silly enough to treat dessert as a main course. When I'm studying, I think about you. Wondering if you're studying too. When I'm working, I think about you. Wondering if your boss likes endless meetings like mine does. I've basically turned you into my emotional comfort. Whenever studying got stressful, or exams wore me out, or when work frustrated me or left me confused, when I was exhausted in body and mind, I'd think of you. I'd wonder what you were doing right then. You were my hope. Hearing this, Sophia lowered her head and cut me off. But I didn't even make it to college. I couldn't even find a job. I don't have teachers, I don't have a boss. I definitely don't have money for sweets. I'm like a rat, hiding in a damp rental room. That reeks of mildew whenever it rains. I barely ever see sunlight. I'm not anyone's emotional comfort. I'm not your hope either. Her voice grew smaller and smaller. Her emotions were completely uncontainable now. Large tears competed to fall. These words, she'd never wanted to say them to Ethan Carter. She'd even been afraid of him finding out. She'd only wanted to keep a good impression in his heart, then quietly die. But now, saying it all in front of him, was no different from tearing open a scabbed wound with her own hands. Exposing the raw, bloody flesh still bleeding underneath. Taking all the poverty and ugliness in her life, and laying it bare before him. Forget a good impression. Even the beautiful image he had of her in his memories would probably collapse completely. Everything shattered, nothing left. She frantically wiped her tears. Her emotions grew even more chaotic. Her actions started losing control. Her choked sobs couldn't be held back anymore. She turned to run away. But I'd already grabbed her again. She cried out, pleading, let me go, please. Please. I don't want you to see me like this. Just let me go home. My heart clenched sharply. I took out her phone and handed it back to her. Right here, downstairs. I'm going to call you. You have to answer. If you don't, I'll come up and find you. Sophia took the phone, crying and nodding repeatedly. Only then did I let go, watching her run up the stairs. Not long after, a light on the third floor flickered on. Sophia stepped inside, leaning her back against the door. Then she couldn't hold it in anymore. She burst into sobs. Thankfully the rental room had decent soundproofing. Or else on a night like this, she'd have disturbed the whole building. Her tears poured out violently. In just a few minutes, she'd cried so hard she could barely breathe. Her vision gradually darkened. Just then, her phone rang. She hiccuped and looked at the screen to see who was calling. Then she walked to the window, gently pulling the curtain open a crack. She saw me standing by the curb, phone pressed to my ear. Pacing back and forth, looking deeply worried. She hesitated for a moment, then answered. She tried to suppress the hiccups in her throat, softly saying, hello? Just like that, separated by 3 floors. The two of them talked on the phone. One person stood down on the street. The other hid behind the curtain. I asked gently, feeling any better? Sophia wiped her tears. Her voice was hoarse and small. Don't worry, I'm fine. I laughed softly. You always say you're fine. Then I fell silent for a moment. Sophia peeked down through the small gap in the curtain, observing the figure below. It was really cold outside. She said softly, her voice tinged with concern, "Go home." "I'm okay." "No." I immediately refused, my tone firm, leaving no room for negotiation. Sophia felt guilty. "It's freezing out there. Please go home. I won't do anything stupid anymore," I said over the phone, my tone half laughing, half reproachful. "You change your mind that fast? I don't believe it." "You, changing your mind? That'd be strange. When have I ever broken my word? Did you forget? Back in middle school." I deliberately steered the conversation, my voice natural, then just kept bringing up middle school stories. The two of us had been desk partners throughout middle school and high school. And we were people neither of us could forget. So there was an endless supply of things to talk about. One sentence from me, one from you. It was just like being desk partners again. When we could talk endlessly every day. Intermittently, we stretched it out for hours. Eventually, I managed to make Sophia happy. She'd even burst out laughing now and then. My legs got tired from standing, so I sat down. She sat on the edge of her bed. I sat on the curb. From up high, she looked down at the boy sitting below. After crying and then laughing, her voice softened, melting into the wind. "Go home. It's so cold down there. What if you catch a cold?" Hearing that warmed my heart. "It's okay. I'm dressed warmly." Just then, the streetlight suddenly went out. Looking up, the sky was cold and indifferent. Without realizing it, dawn was approaching. I pulled my gaze back. The dim light made it hard to see clearly. Her silhouette sitting by the window gradually faded too. She squinted, standing up and pressing close to the glass, wanting to see just a little more clearly. In that moment, she forgot she was even talking. "Are you still listening to me?" My voice rang out from the phone. "Yeah, I'm still listening," she answered softly. "Good that you're listening." I let out a breath of relief. "Why are you sighing?" I held the phone, laughing. "I was a little scared. It's almost morning. What's there to be scared of? I'm not afraid of the dark. I was just scared you wouldn't answer me anymore." Hearing that, Sophia froze. Then understood what I meant. She said softly, her voice gentle, "I'm sorry. I made you worry." Sophia, I called her name with an intimacy I'd never used before. This was the first time I'd called her like that. Hearing it, Sophia's ears burned hot. She wasn't used to it, felt a little awkward. But inside, she felt an unusual warmth. She even liked it a little. "What is it?" she asked softly, blushing, tacitly accepting the way I'd addressed her. Outside the rental building, I stood up, brushing the dust off my pants. Sitting there all night, saying I wasn't tired would be a lie. I took a deep breath, looking up at the distant horizon. As dawn was just breaking, my mind was filled with images of Sophia from the past. My ears could still hear the soft breathing on the other end of the line, waiting for her response. My heart was unusually calm. In that stillness was all the rationality I'd used to restrain the fervor of youth. By now, this feeling didn't need consoling anymore. I said gently, "I like you. Will you be my girlfriend?" The weight of those words didn't lie in volume, but in content. That one sentence was heavy enough to make her forget how to respond. She could only stand there in a daze. When she came to her senses, Sophia reflexively stepped backward, unconsciously retreating, until her legs touched the edge of the bed and she stopped. Her heart beat wildly out of rhythm. Her mind was in such chaos she couldn't think. Did she want to date him? Yes. Even in her dreams, she wanted to. But could she actually date him? Thinking about the days she'd spent filming borderline videos to pay off debts, barely scraping by, she no longer had the right to love him. The more he said he liked her, the more her heart twisted. Sophia's tears streamed down. Her throat felt like it was being crushed by a boulder. Over the phone, she trembled, saying the opposite of what her heart felt. "I'm sorry. I'm someone with a lot of problems." She spoke so slowly, but inside, she was bleeding. Before she could finish, I cut her off. "It's okay. If you don't accept, that's okay too. Love has to be willing on both sides." But there are a few things I absolutely have to tell you. She sniffled. Okay, go ahead, I'm listening. I looked up at that tightly curtained room. I said, I don't know what you've been through these past years. But the future is still so long. Don't bury yourself in the past anymore. Actually, I'm a very selfish person. I don't know how painful it is for you to keep living. But I want you to keep living. Sophia Hayes, you are my hope. At this point, I paused for a moment, breathing out softly, trying to hold the phone even closer. Word by word, transmitted clearly to her side. Later, for a long time after, whenever she thought about this day, whenever she remembered those words, she'd unconsciously start to smile, smiling until her eyes turned red. In her heart, I was always there. Romance was never meant to be unchanging. His confession was like a sunset. She remembered what I'd said back then. Come on, my hope, stay hopeful. Hiding your feelings is a terrible thing. But by this point, she'd embraced the determination to let go of everything. She'd decided, I want to hide my past and start over with him. Try stepping outside, getting to know the world again. So she hung up. Downstairs, I stared at the disconnected phone, stunned. Anxiety began rising in my chest. Had I just said something wrong that hurt her? I looked toward the stairwell, then up at the window. My mind went to the charcoal burning in the room. How long would it take to have an effect? Without much hesitation, I was about to head upstairs. Just then, the curtain was pulled back. The window flew open too. Hearing the sound, I looked up. At that moment, the sky brightened. She stood by the window, smiling down at me. The pale sunlight, thin as a cicada's wing, wrapped her in a layer of gentle light. She tilted her head and said apologetically, Sorry for making you wait so long. I snapped back to myself, quickly answering, It's okay, I just got here too. Want to grab breakfast? But it just became morning. She immediately agreed. Wait just a minute, okay? After saying that, she closed the window and disappeared from the frame. I let out a breath of relief. That smile of hers just now was truly devastating. My heart wouldn't stop pounding. I couldn't help but marvel. She really came out fast. I just barely calmed down when I saw her running down from the stairwell, taking small steps toward me. Her breathing was quick and uneven. What do you want to eat? My treat, she said, looking at me. Her eyes couldn't bear to look away. I was a bit caught off guard, looking her up and down, wondering if I'd somehow mistaken her for someone else. How strange, just yesterday, she was still that girl who'd immediately look away the moment our eyes met. After just one night, how had she changed so fast? We hadn't even seen each other, we just talked on the phone all night. How did she turn into a different person? Those eyes were so warm. Of course, I had no idea about her determination to let go of everything. Even less did I know what it meant. That she'd completely opened her heart to me. But seeing me stay silent for so long, she grew a little worried. Is it too cold? You don't want to eat? No, I'm just thinking about what to eat. I pulled my gaze back. Scanning along the street, I spotted a place up ahead selling soy milk and fried dough. How about we go over there and grab something? Okay, whatever you say. Sophia walked obediently beside me. I looked at her strangely, feeling like something was off. Maybe staying up all night had made me start hallucinating. I didn't think much more of it. Inside the breakfast shop, Sophia said she was treating, so I didn't refuse. I ordered some crispy fried dough, paired with pickled ginger and soy milk. Sophia acted like a sweet little wife, proactively asking, Do you want anything else? I tried to get used to this suddenly enthusiastic girl. I wasn't as shocked anymore. I just kept saying no, I was fine. After we'd eaten our fill, Sophia very proactively went to pay. The two of us left the breakfast shop. I said I'd walk her home since we'd been up all night, suggesting she should catch up on some sleep. She obediently agreed. We walked back the same way we'd come. I lowered my head, deep in thought. Earlier, when she was paying, I'd realized that Sophia hadn't actually changed. She was still someone who avoided eye contact with everyone, always keeping a distant, wary space. That almost unbelievably intense warmth was hard to describe accurately. It was as if she'd completely separated herself from the world, placing all her warmth on me alone. The unusual distance was reserved for the entire world. After a few years apart, she'd gone from cheerful and lively to timid and withdrawn. After one night apart, she'd gone from avoidant eyes to eyes full of passion. I couldn't understand it, I really couldn't. Just as the CPU in my brain was starting to overheat, Sophia, who'd been walking silently beside me, suddenly spoke. "I agree to be your girlfriend." I, Ethan Carter, stopped and turned to look at her. Sophia stopped too. Her face flushed bright red as she lowered her head to look at the weeds growing in the cracks of the sidewalk. Her small hands clenched tightly with tension. I squinted at her. Just moments ago, my CPU had been heating up. Now it was completely overloaded. It felt like I'd skipped a chapter. If I remembered correctly, last night she just rejected my confession. I tilted my head, studying her expression. Since she couldn't hide anything, everything in her heart was written on her face. One look was enough to know she was sincere. But understanding didn't mean I could explain it. I knew she sincerely agreed. But I couldn't understand why she'd rejected me last night, only to accept this morning. Or maybe, rejecting the confession was her impulsive decision, while accepting it was after careful thought. Not thinking it through felt too complicated. I temporarily set aside my doubts and turned to keep walking. Sophia froze for a moment, then hurried to catch up. Not getting a response, she blushed and repeated softly, "I agree to be your girlfriend. You confessed to me last night. This morning doesn't count anymore?" Sophia panicked immediately, apologizing repeatedly. "I'm sorry, I was wrong last night." I tried to hold back my laughter, keeping a straight face. Feelings have to be mutual. Force won't lead anywhere. She was on the verge of tears. What should I do now? It had been so hard to finally decide to hide the past and spend my whole life beside him. But now he was saying he didn't like me anymore? Her voice was thick with sobs. She felt like she was about to be rejected. Tears were ready to spill. She started talking in a jumbled mess, trying to hold on. "Please be my boyfriend, okay? I can't live without you. I'm begging you. I'm not exaggerating at all." Before I could even react, her tears were already pouring like rain. Not only that, she completely ignored the stares of people around us. Her knees buckled, and as she said, "I'm begging you," she was about to drop to the ground. Thankfully I reacted in time and pulled her back, stopping her. If someone had taken a photo of a girl crying and kneeling on the street because of some guy, I couldn't imagine how the rumors would spread. I pulled her up. "What are you doing? Why do you keep trying to kneel?" She didn't even wipe her tears away. They kept streaming as she stared straight at me. "I'm out of options. Don't you have any other way to keep me?" She pressed her lips together like she was about to burst into tears. I felt both heartbroken and amused. "Why do you think kneeling will make me definitely agree?" Seeing she'd been misunderstood, Sophia shook her head frantically like a rattledrum. Her tears grew larger, like beads on a string. They were about to break off completely. I didn't dare tease her anymore. Pretending to be serious, I said, "If you stop crying, I'll agree." She froze, then immediately started wiping her tears frantically. "I'm not crying. I'm not crying anymore." I handed her a tissue. She took it, wiping while asking, "Do you agree to be my boyfriend?" That anxious look, needing confirmation over and over. I couldn't help but laugh. Didn't I already agree? Sophia sniffled, not knowing what to say. Her brain short-circuited a bit. She just stammered thanks, which was almost funny. She didn't know what I was laughing about. She was just infected by my smile, and unconsciously started laughing too. Crying and laughing at the same time, she was almost losing it. We just stood there laughing together for a long while. Sophia stopped first. I gradually stopped laughing too. I used my hand to wipe the corners of her eyes, then tilted my head to look at the girl beside me. Word by word, I said clearly, "Love isn't something you beg for. We're choosing each other willingly, liking each other mutually." Sophia's heart, which had only ever opened for me, was powerfully struck in that moment. She felt dazed, not even knowing how she'd gotten home. By the time she came to her senses, she was already lying in bed. Her face was bright red as she hugged her blanket, not sleepy at all. In her head, she kept replaying what I'd said. choosing each other willingly, liking each other mutually, breaking all the rules. Those words of love were truly too rule-breaking. Before, when watching TV shows or reading novels, Sophia always thought the love talk between couples was both embarrassing and cheesy. But now she'd completely changed her mind. Love talk was something very private, meant only for two people in love. Outsiders couldn't understand it. Right now, in Sophia's head, there was nothing but Ethan Carter's voice. She felt like she was broken. She couldn't stop thinking about me. Since graduating high school, she'd never once fallen asleep with a smile on her face like this. For her, dreams were very monotonous. In them, there was only endless darkness. Dark shadows within that darkness tormented her relentlessly. She was terrified of sleeping, so much so that she'd suffered from insomnia. Yet now, she slept so peacefully. Have you ever seen anything divine? I've seen two gods. That day, my God brought light and stepped into her world. The moment the light appeared, the darkness was trampled beneath her feet. I reached her, faster than death itself. After staying up all night, trying to fully recover with twice the amount of catch-up sleep was far too ambitious. I had deep experience with that. I slept straight through until afternoon. Nearly 10 hours. When I woke up, my head was spinning. Everything felt uncomfortable. After ordering food, I scrolled through my phone. Probably because I'd slept so deeply. I'd missed 2 calls from my mom. I hurriedly called Chen Huilan back. Thankfully, Mom was in a good mood. She just casually asked a few questions over the phone. Why hadn't I answered? I made up some random excuse to get by. If she found out I'd slept all day, she'd definitely nag me to death. I knew it came from a place of love. But nagging that could be avoided should be avoided. Getting nagged was just annoying, but making Mom upset was a bigger problem. We chatted for a few minutes on the phone. Mostly the usual reminders. Mom said she'd be home tomorrow afternoon, telling me to cook my own meals and not order takeout, and to water the plants for her. I looked at the takeout box on the table, confidently assuring her, "Don't worry, Mom and Dad. I'm not ordering takeout." After saying goodbye to Chen Huilan, I casually tapped on Sophia's profile picture on Instagram. I didn't see any messages from her. I figured she probably wasn't awake yet. She'd always been fragile and emotional. Last night I hadn't noticed. But I was different. Based on her red, swollen eyes this morning, she must have cried hard last night. Sleeping in a bit more was normal. I didn't even understand what she was crying about. What a silly girl. I thought about her for a while, then ate my takeout while scrolling through my phone, looking for some fresh mental junk food, watching one thing after another, scrolling and watching, one after another, over and over like that. But before I found any good content, I'd already finished all my food. Shocking. My junk food was actually the process of looking for junk food. I laughed at myself, cleaned up the takeout boxes, and went back to my bedroom, pulling out my laptop to connect and get ready to work. Procrastination syndrome, anything design related, had to wait until the last minute to start. Tomorrow I had to report to the company branch, and only now was I pulling out my laptop to prepare the necessary documents. I never proactively started work. Time was always chasing me from behind. Going to work? If I could start late, the later the better. If I could make money while lying down, the less I had to start, the better. That was my work attitude. Most working people were like that. But I was different in one way. Once I entered work mode, I could guarantee maximum efficiency. Absolutely no slacking. That was just my personality. Since joining the company, I'd always been loved by colleagues and superiors. I already had good looks to begin with. Young and tall, bright and handsome. I knew how to talk and handle people well. Had solid professional skills. And was ambitious. Even between two colleagues who didn't like each other, I could get along great with both and fit in like a fish in water. That was my strength. Plus, I wasn't overly competitive. I could talk easily with anyone. My colleague relationships were excellent. And my superiors cared about me. My career advanced smoothly. This time, the company transferring me to a local branch for training was also treating me as future talent worth cultivating. I was still too young. Only 24, freshly graduated not long ago. They couldn't directly give me an important position at headquarters. Leadership decided to temporarily assign me to the local branch, to take on some work. In short, to train first. Since it was a local branch, my salary would be calculated according to local standards. Compared to headquarters in the big city, the gap was quite large. In other words, my salary on paper would decrease significantly. But headquarters would supplement the difference with various subsidies. In reality, the money I'd receive was actually slightly more than before. After confirming my transfer, leadership worried I'd react negatively, and specially sent someone to explain the situation. Actually, whether they explained or not didn't matter. I had no objections. Work was work, no matter where. Going to a smaller place might even be more comfortable. As for salary, I genuinely didn't care that much. I didn't come from poverty. My family didn't put much pressure on me either. As long as I could support myself, that was enough. After learning the branch I'd be transferred to was my hometown, Riverside, I immediately bought a ticket home. Working in my hometown, absolutely perfect. Who wanted to leave home for a big city prison anyway? Call it a big city if you want to sound fancy. But in reality it was just a prison shaped like an office building. People who knew how to enjoy life enjoyed it anywhere. But people who had to struggle for survival, they were just changing prison cells. Yet people who knew how to enjoy life were rare. Look around. Everywhere you saw people running around for their livelihood. If you had to be in prison anyway, at least you should be imprisoned where you were born. That way it felt a bit more comfortable. I focused intensely, typing away, organizing all the documents I'd need for tomorrow. I worked straight through until evening. After finishing, I stretched and drank some water. Opening my phone to check messages. There was an unread message notification on Instagram. A familiar profile picture. In her rental room, Sophia was lying in bed. She didn't understand why she'd slept so soundly, missing both lunch and dinner completely. One sleep lasting until it was time to sleep again. Her head was foggy and dizzy. Awake, but not really awake. She couldn't tell what was a dream and what was real. The first thing she thought of after waking up was to quickly open her phone, go into Instagram, and check if there was a new profile picture in her contacts. She tapped on the profile picture. Only when she saw those few short text messages and the surprisingly long call duration did she breathe a sigh of relief. She'd really been scared it was all just a dream, that there had been no reunion at all, just a dying hallucination, after committing suicide with charcoal. Thankfully, that fear was unnecessary. It wasn't a dream. She really was with Ethan Carter now. Thinking back, it still felt unreal. She sat dazed on the bed for a while, nervous and anxious, then sent me a message on Instagram. "What are you doing?" The message went out like a stone thrown into the sea. No response for a long time. She really wanted to send a few more messages to ask, but was afraid of bothering me. She could only hold her phone and wait silently. People were most prone to overthinking when waiting. She started wondering if I was busy with something, or if I'd caught a cold last night and gotten sick. At first, her thoughts were still reasonable. But the more she thought, the more absurd they became. The more she thought, the more anxious she got. Just as she started imagining whether bad guys had broken in to rob, or even kidnap me, the Instagram notification sound rang out right on time, interrupting the girl's wild thoughts. I would never know. That message had inadvertently saved me from a kidnapping in her imagination. I was busy working just now. Sorry. Didn't notice your message. Sophia didn't even care how long she'd been waiting. She smiled and typed back, "I'm just glad you're okay." I read it and had no idea what she meant. We weren't even on the same wavelength. Then we messaged back and forth for a while longer. When I learned Sophia had slept straight through until now, and hadn't eaten anything all day, I scolded her a few times. I didn't understand why, but even though she was being scolded, Sophia felt really good inside. It had been so long since anyone cared about her like this. Since graduating high school, when her father ended his life because of gambling debts, this was the first time someone had scolded her out of concern. So being cared for was this happy. I didn't realize That I seemed to have inadvertently awakened some strange ability. Late at night, the moon had gone to bed. And the stars were getting sleepy too. Two people, 2 streets apart, said goodnight to each other, taking joy into their dreams. The flower of love seemed to be blooming. But one potted plant in the room was about to wither. Men really do promise to water plants for 2 days. And end up not watering them at all. That unlucky plant. If it had a soul, it was probably thinking how happy those 2 people were. Fine, I don't have any talent anyway. Let me just die to make them even happier. Chapter 13. Monday Interview. The sky was crystal blue. Without a single cloud. Today was the first day of school for students. And the day working people ended their weekend and returned to work. I drove Dad's cruise to the new company to report for duty. Passing through the school district. Compared to a few days ago, the difference was like night and day. Looking in through the school gates, I saw groups of students in blue and white uniforms, brimming with youthful energy, driving down the main road. I could hear the loudspeaker from the sports field, a teacher's voice full of enthusiasm, probably holding the opening ceremony. The area around the school was much livelier too. In front of the storefronts, banners advertised back-to-school promotions. Still the same school, still the same bustling scene. It stirred something in me. That had been my youth, now past. Wait, I was only 24. I was in the prime of my youth. Why did I feel nostalgic like an old man? Going to work really did age people fast. My body was in its 20s. But my soul was already like someone in their 70s or 80s. If only I didn't have to work, how wonderful that would be. On this particularly brutal Monday, as a working person, I couldn't avoid feeling a bit sluggish. I sat in the car muttering complaints. Following the map's directions, I arrived at the company entrance. I found a parking spot. Then adjusted myself mentally before getting out. Complaining was one thing. But if I didn't work, what would I live on? Wasn't that just how life was? You complained, then went right back to work as usual. I was the type who had both ability and luck. My social connections were excellent. In my sophomore year of college, a talented senior introduced me to opportunities. Thanks to that, I got to intern at a major gaming company. From then on, everything went smoothly. This time, being transferred to the local branch for training. Actually, this branch wasn't ordinary at all. They called it a branch. But in reality it was a studio under the parent company, responsible for developing a long-term romance game, operating independently. In the end, it was all driven by the times. This project division, since its establishment, had always been in a mediocre state. But thanks to the parent company's backing, it hadn't been swallowed by the era's fierce waves. Plus, with technical support and long-term operational guidance, other independent game studios were the ones eliminated first. As they say, a skinny camel is still bigger than a horse. Their game quality was nothing to criticize. They just didn't have enough money for promotion. Combined with the fact that pure romance games had a small player base. They'd just been quietly operating in the shadows. Actually, when the original project lead chose the target player demographic, I'd thought about this issue. Pure romance games didn't have enough players. But in return, those players were incredibly loyal. It was a pretty safe choice. No incredibly bright future ahead. But they wouldn't starve either. Reality proved exactly that. So many games chasing open-world trends and gacha character-raising models had died in droves. But this division remained standing. At first, I thought it would just operate until server shutdown. But unexpectedly, something big happened recently. Against the backdrop of increasingly intense gender conflicts, the gaming community was chaotic as a battlefield. All kinds of absurdity. Making long-term games was extremely difficult. The community grew more toxic by the day. Drama everywhere. Anything could happen. Gender discrimination complaints. Characters dressed too revealingly. Characters too covered up. Storylines too childish. Storylines too vague and confusing. Before one drama could cool down, another would explode. Yet in that chaotic situation, someone mentioned this game's dev team, saying, "Argue all you want. 'Cause chaos all you want." But don't destroy this last pure romance sanctuary. Just that one statement caught the attention of so many people. Originally, this game was only somewhat known in romance game circles. Suddenly it was amplified to the extreme. Brought into the spotlight for the entire public to see. Traffic surged dizzyingly. Plus, the game content was very clean. The more people dug into it, the more solid it proved. They'd never chased trends, always staying true to pure romance. The dev team never played dead, almost 24/7 responding to player feedback. Their service attitude was player-centered. They focused all their energy on operations. The game quality itself was excellent too. Suddenly, a huge wave of players flooded in. Most were following the trend. Even if they'd never played this genre before, they were curious to try sweet romance. This wave was like a massive free promotional campaign, making both the game and dev team famous overnight. Only recently had the heat started dying down. Even so, revenue during that period had exceeded initial projections by more than 10 times. Not only that, they'd solidified their reputation and retained quite a few players. From being jokingly called the last romance sanctuary at first, to now, just a few months later. Such a short period, yet it helped an independent dev team that had been so ordinary become the parent company's focus in no time. To say they had no real strength would be a lie. The parent company transferring me here this time for training. Besides accumulating experience, they also wanted me to learn more. I walked out from the parking lot, heading toward the company, while mentally reviewing relevant information. Today my main task was to register with HR. Get familiar with my position. Nothing urgent. Pretty relaxed. The company wasn't very large. From the outside, it was just an ordinary 3-story building. Just then, I saw a young guy in glasses wearing business attire, stepping out the main entrance, walking hurriedly. Thanks to that, I confirmed which was the entrance. I walked up and entered the lobby. Right away, I saw the reception desk straight ahead. The floor was laid with ivory white tiles. The reception desk was white. The lobby's decor looked exactly like those phone service stores. Simple overall, but very clean. The work environment seemed decent. I walked up to the reception desk, looking around. Hello? Anyone here? It was clearly Monday morning. Yet the reception lobby was empty. This absolutely couldn't happen at headquarters. But at a local studio. Partly due to limited budget and staff, and partly because in a small town, hardly anyone came to the game company to work or contact them directly. So having no receptionist wasn't strange. You just had to call out. I'd researched all this beforehand. Just as I finished speaking, a middle-aged man, somewhat short in stature, but with excellent presence, quickly stepped out from the side. He was dressed neatly, his steps decisive. He was clearly the one manning reception. The enemy had arrived. Sorry about that, made you wait. His smile was very infectious. I smiled back with similar friendliness. I just got here too. I was about to introduce myself briefly and explain why I was here. The other party was very perceptive, proactively asking, "You're from the programming tech department, right?" I paused slightly. The company had transferred me here, but hadn't specified my exact position yet. I'd have to wait for HR to arrange it. Still, at headquarters, I'd belong to the programming tech department. There was no way I'd switch to another division. Seeing his friendly demeanor, I figured headquarters had already notified them. Everything was arranged properly. I just had to follow protocol. I smiled back. The receptionist pointed me in the right direction. It was just a few steps, so he didn't lead me over. Right over there. That's the HR office. I nodded in thanks, and walked over. Around the reception desk, off to the side was a small waiting area. There was only one office facing the main entrance. Out of habit, I adjusted my collar. Then knocked gently on the door. "Come in." A clear female voice rang out from inside. I pushed the door open and stepped in. The office wasn't large, simply furnished. One glance was enough to take in the long desk. On the other side was a water cooler. A girl around my age was sitting there reading files. She was clearly from our. When I entered, Sophie Chen looked up from the pile of documents. She glanced at me, then looked back down, as if suddenly realizing something. She looked up again. Her eyes quickly swept from top to bottom, and her expression softened a bit. She gestured lightly for me to sit in the chair across from her. Humans were visual creatures, after all. First impressions always mattered. I'd never had to worry about my image. I had to thank my parents for giving me pretty good starting specs. Since childhood, I might not have been strikingly handsome, but as long as I dressed neatly, I still looked pleasant and clean. Plus, with years of regular exercise, my build was proportional, so at a glance, I still left people with a good impression. I walked over and sat down. Sophie Chen stopped reading documents. She looked at me and said, "You look really young." "I just graduated this year." "Just graduated? Oh. Beijing University, combined bachelor's-master's program, right?" Sophie Chen looked surprised and puzzled, flipping through documents. When she'd had free time, she'd glanced through applicant files. But she didn't remember anyone this young, with such high academic credentials. She flipped through several pages. The files were a mess. She couldn't make sense of them. She decisively set them aside and stopped looking. She cleared her throat lightly, then asked, "You want to join the programming department?" I nodded. "Yeah, I was in the programming department before too. But if the company has other arrangements, I'm willing to follow them." Looking at the person across from her, Sophie Chen felt somewhat confused. This was definitely a match. This morning, there was an interview for a new programmer for the tech department. But she couldn't understand. Someone both young and good-looking, with high education and work experience right after graduation. With qualifications like that, why would he settle for working at such a small company? Sophie Chen asked curiously, "Have you researched our company?" Suddenly being asked, I was a bit surprised, but found it interesting, like taking a college exam. Though I didn't understand why HR was asking these interview-style questions. I was still happy to present all the information I'd carefully prepared. Since last night, I was more than willing. Starting from the company project's formation process, then talking about establishing the initial operating philosophy, and recent shifts in public opinion. My reasoning was clear. My presentation articulate. Even key revenue figures. I could list them in detail. Sophie Chen listened in stunned silence. At first, she just suspected I might have walked into the wrong company, and casually asked. She never expected I'd be able to state specific revenue figures, and even analyze some related data. Of course, whether it was accurate was another matter for now. Either way, headquarters had told her to pay extra attention to me, so she had to fulfill her responsibility. As I was thinking that, Zhao Qian hurried to the interview room door. The moment her hand touched the doorknob, she faintly heard people talking inside. A man and a woman. My heart sank. Don't tell me today was that unlucky. Just going to the bathroom for a moment, and the programmer they'd worked so hard to negotiate with had run off? And the person headquarters specifically designated for special attention. Was he about to be overlooked too? Chapter 14. The Scheming. You also understand software architecture? Not really that much. I just studied for a while with the architecture team lead before. That's already pretty impressive. Sophie Chen found the person across from her more and more appealing. This kind of appeal leaned more toward admiration than romantic interest. I didn't really understand why someone so talented would come here to apply for a programming position. But I didn't need to understand. With abilities like that, Sister Qian would definitely hire him. Sooner or later, we'd be colleagues anyway. Knowing a bit in advance was good. Besides, someone this capable. His financial situation probably wasn't bad either, right? Sophie Chen's eyes darted around, pretending to ask casually, "Are you a local from Riverside?" I answered, "Yeah, that's right. I'm from Riverside. Is your home far from here?" "Not too bad, not too far." "How long does it take to drive here?" "About 10 minutes or so. This morning there was a bit of traffic." "That still takes quite a while. Is it because you live far away?" Sophie Chen pretended to show concern. "Right by the school district. School opening day, lots of cars." "Oh, I see. Sophie Chen hid her triumphant smile. Homes near the school district were expensive. He really did have money. Chen Yuan, I don't have money. My home is in the old neighborhood area. Not one of those expensive places. Oh, really? Sophie Chen started scheming, probing my finances without any opening. Overall, his economic situation was probably middle-upper class in Riverside. He seemed optimistic, tall and handsome. Right now, during her free time. Dating him first wouldn't hurt. Have a little romance, then keep looking for the next one. Didn't seem bad, that's what she calculated. The office door was pushed open. Hearing the sound, both of us turned to look. A neat, tidy uniform. Half-rim glasses. A well-proportioned, attractive figure. A beautiful face with a cold demeanor. The quintessential image of a professional woman. Sister Qian, you're back? Sophie Chen stood up and hurried over. I clearly sensed the aura from that woman. Not like an ordinary person. Her rank was definitely high. I stood up too. Sophie Chen said, Sister Qian. I interviewed someone for you. I'm telling you. You'll definitely be satisfied with this one. Hearing this, I said in surprise. Interview? Sophie Chen heard me, turned to look at me, and broke into a bright smile. Don't worry. You'll definitely get hired. I was even more confused. Get hired for what? Didn't I come here to hear the job assignment from HR? Seeing the scene before her, Zhao Qian wasn't in the best mood. She didn't pay attention to Sophie Chen approaching, and instead turned to look at me, giving me a quick assessment. She confirmed I was indeed the person sent by headquarters. Finally, her suspended heart settled. She didn't know if Sophie Chen had already probed my financial situation. Ethan Carter, right? Zhao Qian looked at me and asked. I maintained a composed attitude, showing no awkwardness. Yes, that's me. Zhao Qian, follow me. I'll go over your work arrangements with you. Now it was Sophie Chen's turn to be confused. Earlier, she'd been busy probing my finances. She hadn't even asked my name yet. But that wasn't really important. Why did the manager know so clearly? And she was personally arranging work for me? She followed along, puzzled. Zhao Qian turned back. Sophie Chen, go back to your station. The interviewee from earlier left. This morning's interview ends here. Her instructions were very brief. Okay. Sophie Chen stood in place, watching the two leave. Sister Qian said the interviewee had already left. In other words, that guy named Ethan Carter wasn't here for an interview. Leaving the office, I followed a step behind Zhao Qian. She said, my name is Zhao Qian. I'm the HR manager here. You just arrived. If you have any issues, just talk to me. I replied, yes, okay. Sister Qian and I went up the stairs to the second floor together. This place wasn't like headquarters, there was no elevator. I'd have to get used to it eventually. I smiled lightly. At headquarters, my desk was on the second floor. I often took the stairs. Whenever we passed somewhere, Zhao Qian would give a brief introduction. She was leading me around to familiarize myself with the environment. I'd respond appropriately too, not letting her words fall into silence and create an awkward atmosphere, but also not talking too much, so people wouldn't think I was chatty or overstepping. The second floor was the main work area. Spacious and bright. The lighting was excellent. Looking at the layout, it was roughly divided into departments: planning, programming, art, and a few other management teams. The desks were also the common paired type. Two people sitting facing each other. Nothing special. After walking around, we went up to the third floor. Here, there were several rows of file shelves standing in line, and a few private offices. I followed Zhao Qian into one room. She gently closed the door and sat down. She sat in the chair before the computer, gesturing for me to sit in the chair across from her. She said, I'll go over your work position arrangements. I walked over and sat down. Zhao Qian entered information, while relaying instructions from headquarters. My position was assigned as team leader of programming team 2. The workload wouldn't be too heavy. Normally, I'd need to study more from the lead programmer and the system manager. She also explained about salary. Base salary was 5,500, but headquarters had various additional subsidies. My allowances, when added together, would make my total monthly income slightly higher than before. After explaining all the details, Zhao Qian finished entering the information. She looked at me. If there's anything you don't understand, just ask me. In a bit, I'll take you to your workstation. I said, I basically understand everything. These arrangements are similar to what I was told beforehand. Nothing's different. After everything was arranged, Zhao Qian looked at me, hesitating slightly. Then asked, what do you think of that girl Sophie Chen from earlier? I recalled and answered, she's a pretty lively girl. Zhao Qian lowered her eyes slightly. She's a member of programming team too. You shouldn't interact with her too much. Mentioning Sophie Chen's name, she paused briefly, thought for a moment, then carefully chose her words to continue. She might affect your work. I nodded. Okay, I understand. Zhao Qian looked at the smiling young man across from her. He looked very neat and tidy, his whole being radiating brightness. But looking closely, she couldn't guess anything. She didn't know if he actually understood what she meant. Zhao Qian thought for a moment, worried I was too naive to get her meaning. So she said more directly, she might try to get close to you. In short, don't get too close to her. It won't be good for your development. I kept smiling and answered, okay. I understand. Zhao Qian looked at me for a moment longer, then let out a quiet sigh. She didn't know if I truly understood or not. But what she needed to warn me about, she'd warned. Her responsibility was now fulfilled. Then I'll take you to get familiar with your desk. As for the specific work, tomorrow you'll follow the lead programmer and the system manager. Yes, okay. We returned to the second floor. Arriving at Programming Team 2's work area, Zhao Qian introduced me, briefly to the team members I'd be leading in the future. Among them was Sophie Chen. She lowered her head awkwardly, never expecting the person she'd interviewed this morning was actually the person who, these past few days, had been the most talked about among members, the new team leader. She'd interviewed her direct supervisor. It was truly laughable. She was so embarrassed her toes wanted to curl up. After the introductions, Zhao Qian arranged my seat and left, taking Sophie Chen along with her. The programming office didn't have much to talk about anyway. Everyone during work hours kept their heads down focused. Since I just arrived, I hadn't been assigned any tasks yet. I just opened my computer and made a roster of team members. And it was already lunchtime. Zhao Qian brought Sophie Chen back, then personally took me down to the cafeteria for lunch, getting me familiar with the dining area in the process. Zhao Qian was the HR manager, so her taking me around to familiarize myself meant no one came over to chat or approach me. The cafeteria food was pretty decent, nutritionally well balanced. After lunch, I walked around a bit, then returned to my seat. I created a work group on Instagram, inviting all team members to join. Then, based on the information everyone provided, I completed the roster. While I was idle with nothing to do, Zhao Qian came looking for me again. She thought about how I'd just been transferred to Riverside. Here, there were still many things in daily life I needed to prepare for. So she let me leave early. After all, today was Monday, a normal workday. But I got off at 4:30 in the afternoon. Leaving the company, I felt like it wasn't real. All day I'd done nothing. Just wandered around the company, ate one meal, and work was over. My first impression of the new company immediately improved dramatically. Plus, the new colleagues were pretty interesting. Especially that girl named Sophie Chen. Quite lively. Just that from morning until now, she kept circling around asking about finances. Pretty funny, actually. Her intentions were crystal clear. Her approach like a kindergartner's. From my perspective, evaluating Sophie Chen felt like an adult picking on a kid. Those little tricks she thought were so clever. I could see right through them with just a glance. Still very immature, with a kind of innocent beauty. Both pure and silly. Childish, but endearing. I stretched lazily, walking toward the parking lot, while taking out my phone to call my mom, Huilan. My parents had been home since noon, not seeing me at home. They called to check. Right then, I'd been on lunch break too. Taking the call, I briefly explained my current situation. Details could wait until I got home. though my mom was a bit surprised. She didn't ask anything more. Just reminded me to call home before leaving work, so they could conveniently cook dinner. I'd learned my lesson. Didn't dare pull any surprise stunts anymore. Being smart, I called home to report as soon as work ended. Once again confirming my status as mom's good boy. The phone connected. I said, "Mom, I'm off work now." "Good. Buy soy sauce." "Okay." I ended the brief call. Just happened to reach my car. The supreme leader at home, my mom Huilan, had issued orders, telling me to remember to buy a bottle of soy sauce on the way home. There was a convenience store at the residential complex entrance. I could just stop by on the way. Sitting in the car, I didn't start the engine right away. I opened Instagram and tapped on Sophia's profile picture. Half a day had passed, and I hadn't seen any messages from her. Didn't know what she was up to. What kind of girlfriend was this? I just called her directly. The moment I pressed call, she picked up immediately. What am I doing? I pretended to be stern, preparing to interrogate her. On the other end came Sophia's soft voice, shy but still full of enthusiasm. "I'm missing you," I said. "What's with this, huh?" Sophia Hayes? Chapter 15. Youth is often lamented as foolish. A waste of time. But what kind of living isn't a waste? Youth itself is too beautiful. However you live, it feels like a waste. As long as your heart is willing, even letting youth pass by can't really be called waste. Sophia didn't think today she was wasting her life. She'd woken up very early. Having made the decision, she'd try to live again, hide the past, and start over with me from the beginning. And that started with small things in daily life. She cleaned her room. Several boxes of revealing clothes already packed up. Props moved into a corner and stacked, so they wouldn't take up much space. Magnetic pins thrown in the sink. Small beads tossed in the trash. She opened windows to let air circulate. Swept and mopped the floor. The small charcoal brazier hidden under the bed, along with trash collected while cleaning, were gathered together. She went out to take out the garbage. On the way back, passing by the convenience store. Since planning to end her life, she'd stopped buying daily necessities, like toothpaste and shampoo, even those props and magical daily items or whatever. She'd almost used them all up. If she wanted to keep living, she'd need to buy more. But didn't dare buy much. She checked prices carefully, calculated the balance in her wallet, saving enough for rent and basic food expenses. Her way of living had to maximize savings. Cook a bowl of noodles at home, add a bit of salt, and that was a meal. As long as she was alive, every second, every minute was spending money. Rent, utilities, food, supplies. She had nothing. No relatives, no support. Her ability to handle risks was basically zero. If she got sick and couldn't push through it, there was only death. Before getting a new income source, everything had to be calculated carefully. Save as much as possible. Speaking of making money, Sophia had never been afraid of hardship or exhaustion. She was very willing to work. But things that had happened before made her completely shut herself off. Ever since curling up in this rental room, she'd almost completely cut herself off from the outside world. She was afraid to talk, afraid to interact with others, even afraid to step outside this room. Not exaggerating. Her psychological problems couldn't just be summed up as serious. She completely couldn't integrate with others. I was the exception. From the moment she decided to try to keep living, Sophia had completely opened her heart to me. You could put it this way. I was her entire world. This had nothing to do with blind love. It was because of me that she chose to keep living. I was her lifeline. A lifeline in the literal sense. Before, she could imprison herself, like a frozen dead rat, rotting in a cold, damp sewer, until death. But now, no matter how hard life was for her, no matter how difficult stepping outside, she couldn't give up. Because I was waiting for her. She had a reason not to give up. Actually, today she'd planned to focus on daily life matters. Sophia knew that very clearly. But she couldn't concentrate on thinking about anything besides me. Put simply, she missed me too much. She always felt our romantic relationship wasn't real. And she didn't even dare be certain whether we were actually a couple. Her heart felt uneasy, vague and illusory, close yet distant. She just sat there hugging her phone, spacing out on the bed, looking at our chat window. She really wanted to send a message, but was afraid of bothering me. I wasn't like her. I still had work to do, still had social relationships to handle. But she only had me. Sophia was afraid suddenly calling would bother me. If I found it annoying, or grew to dislike her, she truly wouldn't know what to do. The only thing she could do was wait and pray. Pray I'd be free. Pray I'd think of her. Pray I'd mercifully care about her a little. After 4 in the afternoon, the Instagram avatar she'd been staring at all afternoon suddenly lit up. A voice call invitation came and she answered immediately. On the other end came the voice she'd been longing for. Hello. What are you doing? Her mood instantly shifted from gloom to joy. Sophia said shyly, I'm missing you. That statement embarrassed her, but she didn't want to hide anything from me anymore. The past was already something she felt guilty about. Absolute honesty was a way to make up for it. After she answered, there was a light cough on the other end. Have you eaten anything? Sophia answered, not yet. Last night, she'd been scolded for barely eating all day. She quickly added that she'd already eaten this morning. On the other end, in the car at the parking lot. I thought about that statement for a moment. It sounded strange, like a child, deliberately showing off to adults after behaving well. That flavor of waiting to be praised. I wasn't too sure, but tried praising her. Very good. But the other end didn't respond. I couldn't see her expression either, so couldn't guess anything more. I felt a bit awkward, like I'd just done something foolish. Who would like being treated like a child? I quickly switched to something serious, also to avoid the awkwardness. Why didn't you message me all morning? Sophia said she was afraid of bothering me at work. I shook my head, switching the phone to my other hand, reaching for the seatbelt with the free one. She wasn't wrong to guess that. Right now, Sophia was still in that state of wanting to hide from everyone, truly thinking of others, while constantly wronging herself. I asked back, you're my girlfriend, right? Sophia froze slightly, then hurriedly answered, yes. Just listening over the phone. I could tell how quickly she responded. I said, a girlfriend missing her boyfriend, and sending a few messages. How is that bothering him? I paused, then teased. Or maybe you don't actually miss me at all. You're just pretending to make me happy? Hearing I'd misunderstood, Sophia panicked. No, I really miss you. I always want to message you too. But I'm afraid of bothering you. I'm not lying. She grew more flustered the more she spoke. I quickly cut her off. Then from now on, if you miss me, just message me. Don't be afraid of bothering me. Understand? I clicked my tongue silently. This reaction, this way of expressing emotions so directly, looks like I can't casually tease her anymore. Sophia on the other end seemed to have calmed down. Okay. Then we talked a bit more. She reminded me to remember to eat dinner. Said I had to drive here, so hung up. I'd originally planned to invite her home for dinner, but thinking it over, it wasn't appropriate, so I let it go. One reason was I hadn't told my parents beforehand. Suddenly bringing a girlfriend home like this was inconvenient. With my parents' personalities, they'd definitely fuss and make extra dishes to be proper. Then both sides would be tense. Another reason was thinking about Sophia's current state. Bringing her to meet my parents would be no different from torture. I really didn't understand what she'd been through these past years to develop such severe autism. I thought about these things while starting the car. Getting off work early today, I'd avoided rush hour. The road home was clear and unobstructed. I conveniently detoured to fill up the gas tank before heading to the residential area. Found an empty spot to park. Eager to get home, I smiled brightly and ran quickly toward the apartment building. I hadn't seen my parents in so long, I really missed them. It had been a while since I'd had Mom's cooking too. Taking 3 steps in 2. Climbing 3 stairs at once. Mom, I'm home. Before I'd even pulled out my key. Before I'd fully entered, I was already calling out loudly by old habit. The whole room smelled of food. Truly the scent of happiness. The sound of cooking in the kitchen rang out. A sound that put people's hearts at ease. My mom Huilan's voice called out from the kitchen. Right on time. Bring the soy sauce to me. I'd almost forgotten. Chapter 16. Stir-fried beef with bell peppers and coconut jelly. Braised pork knuckle, stuffed eggplant, stir-fried lotus root with meat. Tofu ball soup with dill. A table full of dishes. Truly abundant. I ate deliciously. All my favorites. Conversation at the table was quite light. Mainly asking after health. Then saying I'd gotten thinner lately and needed to eat more. After eating, I took care of washing dishes and wiping the table. Dad swept the floor. Mom rested. Household chores had always been clearly divided. They say even thunder waits until after a meal. But once you've eaten, accounts must be settled. My mom timed it perfectly to when I finished washing the last dish. When you're done, come out here. Huilan sat on the sofa, calling toward the kitchen. Her voice wasn't loud, but the supreme leader's aura immediately blazed forth. My dad, Chen Miaohao, sat down beside Mom, holding a fruit knife and actively working. I quickly wiped my hands on a towel and hurried over. Why are you still standing there? Sit down. My mom pushed up her reading glasses, then gestured with her eyes to the side. I didn't dare sit too close. Keeping an appropriate distance, those two potted plants both died. You didn't water them even once. She looked at me and said. I said slowly, I just forgot. My eyes swept every corner of the house. Just didn't dare look directly at my mom in that imposing state. My mom shook her head. I told you to bring soy sauce home and you forgot that too. So you went back down to buy it. I muttered something under my breath. Huilan looked at me, saying nothing more. Gradually, in the living room, only the crisp sound of the knife peeling apples remained. I sat in a daze, not even daring to let my eyes wander. Actually, about watering the plants, my mom didn't really plan to blame me. It was just my carelessness. Going out traveling and forgetting to arrange for someone to care for them. She'd thought the plants would definitely die, a bit of a pity. She never expected I'd suddenly come home and water them in time. She thought they'd survive. Who knew the plants still couldn't escape their withering fate? The lady of the house had reminded me twice. Yet I hadn't listened either time. A pity, yes, but not to the point of heavy blame. After all, in terms of household hierarchy, her son still ranked slightly above two potted plants. But that bad habit of not listening, of giving perfunctory answers, she still had to take this opportunity to remind him. After a moment of silence, my mom spoke again. Talk to you. Lately you're less and less willing to listen to me. Like that thing about not eating out so much. You said you wouldn't. But the trash is full of takeout containers. I lowered my head, not daring to say a word. Details determine success or failure. Slack off a little and get scolded immediately. After being lectured for a while, Dad figured it was probably enough. He spoke up to smooth things over. Mom's just worried about you. Don't act impatient, like you don't want to hear anything. Then he turned to his wife. Have some fruit. While speaking, he speared several apple pieces on toothpicks and pushed the plate toward my mom. My mom picked up an apple piece and ate it. Then told me, eating fruit is good for your health. I also speared an apple piece and put it in my mouth. My dad didn't like apples, so he washed his hands and peeled a banana. The training session ended. The atmosphere at home immediately lightened. Actually, normally my mom was very easy to talk to. Just a bit strict when scolding. I sat back against the sofa eating apple. My dad clutched the TV remote, eyes glued to his sports channel. My mom tilted her head, asking about the work transfer. What was this about Riverside? I sat up to explain. Yes, it's like this. Like that. Exactly. Like that. My mom normally didn't interfere much with my work. She let me develop freely. My parents had always only wished for one thing. That I be safe. I explained for a while. She only understood the gist. From now on I'd be working in Riverside. Coming home is good. Mom didn't ask more. Oh right, the bedding in your old room is worn out. Tomorrow Mom will buy you 2 new sets. We chatted casually. Time passed in this comfortable atmosphere. Outside, the sky gradually darkened. I sat on the sofa, scrolling my phone. Chatting with Sophia. My mom turned to ask my dad. What color is the Chinese team wearing on TV? My dad answered, white jerseys. My mom pushed up her glasses. Then how is it 0 to 7? My dad laughed lightly. Not reaching double digits is already impressive. My mom nodded thoughtfully. Actually, she didn't really understand much. She just sat with her husband watching TV every day. I looked at the scoreboard without understanding the match at all. Laughed softly, then commented. Wasting a whole second not messaging my girlfriend. A moment later I said, Mom, I'm going out for a bit. I stood up and went to the door to change shoes. My mom checked her watch. Remember to stay safe out there. Don't come back too late. Put on an extra layer. It's been really cold out lately. Her son was grown, so she didn't say much. Yes, Mom. I arranged my shoes neatly on the rack. Grabbed an extra jacket and headed out. It was just before 9 p.m. I'd arranged with Sophia to go out for a walk, wanting to create more intimacy. And also to observe more. To see just how severe her autism actually was. I left the residential area. Since it was just a walk, I didn't take the car. On the way, wind blew strongly, making my jacket flutter. It really was quite cold. I zipped up my jacket. Passing by Riverside No. 2 Middle School. Street food carts lined up in a long row. During the break after evening study hall, quite a few students ran out to buy food. Pretty lively. Before reaching the rental area, I saw Sophia standing by the roadside from afar. Seeing me, she immediately looked delighted. I looked at her as if interrogating. Then found a place to park my bike and lock it. I quickly walked over. Why are you waiting outside on the street like this? Didn't I say I'd message or call when I got here? Sophia smiled brightly at me, watching me get closer and closer. Standing right in front of her. She really liked this feeling. I missed you. I wanted to see you a bit sooner. She was so honest it was disarming. I laughed lightly, teasing her. How come I never noticed before? You seem a bit silly? Being told that, Sophia felt a bit shy and lowered her eyes. Actually, I've always been silly. I said, being silly is good. I like girls who are a bit silly. Caught off guard, Sophia trembled slightly, her face flushing red as she looked up at me. I'd already turned away. Let's go. Let's walk along the school. Sophia followed, walking beside me for a bit. I turned into a small roadside stand. 2 coconut waters. Add extra coconut jelly. Sophia said, I'm not thirsty. You don't need to buy me one. I gestured to the owner to keep going. Then turned to her. You'd let me drink alone? Back in high school, we came here every week. You'd always tell the owner to add extra coconut jelly. The owner still remembers you. I smiled, glancing up at the shop's sign. Still the same old sign. But the owner was already someone different. Sophia lowered her eyes, the corners of her mouth carrying a faint smile. You still remember all of it. She lowered her head, seemingly flustered about something. 2 coconut waters are ready. The owner handed the bag to them. I took it. You pay. Sophia took out her phone to scan the code. She'd just raised her hand, when I'd already stuffed a drink into it. While she was saying thanks, I'd already scanned and paid. Sophia was a bit stunned. Leaving the stand, they continued strolling along the school's edge. I occasionally tilted my head, looking to the side. Students in blue and white uniforms rushed past. From them, I seemed to see my own shadow from before. When I'd step out of the internet cafe, sprinting back to school to make it for evening study hall. If I couldn't make it, Sophia would use her position as academic vice monitor to lie to the teacher taking attendance, saying I'd gone to the bathroom. I'd always understood her heart. But back then, I thought she did it out of loyalty. Now, thinking back, that was Sophia, a well-behaved student who always followed rules. Yet for me, she dared to lie to teachers. Heaven knows how tense she must have been when lying. I drifted in the stream of memories. Sophia walked beside me, head down, both hands clutching the coconut water, not daring to drink. Not everyone can comfortably spend someone else's money. Sophia already felt she owed me, always feeling guilty inside, even just a coconut water. The feeling of spending my money made her genuinely uncomfortable. She'd rather be the one paying. That way she'd feel better, less guilty. But she didn't have money. Already extremely frugal, she only had enough rent for 2 months left. Not a cent to spare. In the next 2 months, she had to struggle through and find a way to earn more income. Both time and money were tight. She couldn't afford to treat me back. I emerged from my thoughts, noticing something off about her. I asked, something wrong? Lately, can you not drink cold things? Sophia looked up at me, processing for a moment before quickly saying, no, that's not it. I asked, then why haven't you drunk it yet? Sophia hesitated. How about I transfer you the money? I'll save it from food expenses. I frowned. No need. Sophia Hayes, what are you doing? The last few words of my sentence. She didn't fully understand, but looking at me, I seemed angry. She panicked, hurriedly apologizing. I'm sorry. Please don't be mad. I raised my eyebrows slightly, looking at her sternly. So you can tell I'm angry? Then tell me. What am I angry about? I looked at the flustered girl before me, then shook my head lightly. I reached out and took the coconut water that had warmed from her tight grip. With a sound, I poked the straw in, then handed it back to her. I said, don't be so formal. We're going to be together forever. Later, when you have money, you can treat me all you want. At this point, I paused slightly, looking up at the streetlight. If you still want to buy then. Sophia looked at my profile, not understanding why her heart felt so warm. The corners of her eyes grew a bit hot too. She nodded. Later, I'll treat you. I'll always want to. I said nothing more, turning back to look at her. Drink it. I even told the owner to add extra coconut jelly. Their eyes met, not knowing why. They both burst out laughing for no reason. I laughed freely, while she laughed softly, shyly. In my eyes was the image of her lowering her head slightly, taking a sip of coconut water. Coconut jelly flowed through the straw into her mouth. She chewed lightly, sweetness spreading. Chapter 17. Strolling the street, strolling the heart. Taking advantage of the atmosphere around the school, we talked about high school days. When it grew late, I walked her back to her rental area, then scanned a code to rent an e-bike to go home. The day passed both happily and quickly. The pace of life was gentle. Compared to headquarters, it felt 100 times more comfortable. Of course, mainly because today was only my first day at the new company. There wasn't much work yet. But either way, here I could eat mom's cooking and chat with dad about things we agreed on. Truly, nowhere beats home. I thought this all the way home. When I got home, my parents had already gone to bed early. I walked quietly, washed my face, and went to my room to sleep. Before sleeping, I got an Instagram message from Sophia, asking if I'd gotten home safely. We exchanged a few messages, then wished each other good night. Closing my eyes, unbidden images appeared in my mind. Scenes from walking with her tonight. I had to admit, Sophia was really very easy to read. She'd never spoken directly about her financial situation, but every time the conversation neared that topic, she'd cleverly steer it elsewhere. Her intentions were too obvious to hide. Plus, she'd vaguely mentioned she didn't currently have stable work, doing some freelance online work. Trying to gloss over it quickly, I'd seen with my own eyes where she lived, a small, cheap rental room. Poor lighting, cramped, especially when with me. Every time it involved buying things or paying. Her shy, awkward actions truly made it obvious at a glance. Severe autism and struggling financially like this. These past years, she must have gone through so much. And most of it probably wasn't good. I didn't dare think deeper. Just suddenly felt like I wanted to hold her close. Though actually, if I really held her, she'd probably be very soft. Beep beep beep. The alarm startled my heart. The person in my arms turned into a pillow. Damn alarm witch. Why don't you lift your spell already? I reached out to turn off the phone alarm. My heart still lingered. Last night's sleep wasn't deep. Sitting up, hair messy. I posted, I'm up, in my friend group for fun for 2 minutes. Then went to wash my face and get ready for work. Why are you up so late? Mom left you 2 steamed buns and an egg in the steamer. Eat, then go to work. Don't be late. At the entrance, Mom was changing shoes. Seeing me come out of my room, she said it habitually, no different from when I was still in school. Except, the words, go to school, in that sentence had become, go to work. Yes, Mom, be careful on your way. I hadn't even finished speaking when Mom had already changed shoes and gone out. That speed truly lived up to her title as the highest authority in the house. Cool, but I still felt a quiet admiration inside. Eating breakfast with a steamed bun in hand, I couldn't help but remember the old days. Back in school, I truly lived in blessing without knowing it. Every morning someone cooked breakfast. Yet I'd still complain about why it was eggs and buns again. Always wanting to convert breakfast into spending money, so I could buy fried skewers from street vendors. Honestly, compared to fried skewers outside, hot steamed buns fresh from the steamer were still more fragrant. After eating, I adjusted my clothes and left. Dad had taken the car. After all, it was Dad's car. I had to switch to another way to get to work. The bus stop was a bit far, and I didn't want to squeeze onto buses anyway. Leaving the complex, I scanned a code to rent a public e-bike. Riding it to the company. Going a bit slowly. Early morning leisurely catching the breeze felt pretty nice. Luckily the company was in an area where e-bikes could go straight through. Didn't get stuck in traffic near the school. Got to the company in about 10 minutes. Not much different from driving. Just as I stopped and locked the bike, a female voice rang out. Ethan Carter, team leader Chen. A girl full of energy. I turned to look. A girl in a black dress, carrying a small bag. Sophie Chen walking over. I smiled. Good morning. Sophie Chen smiled back. She glanced around and asked, team leader didn't drive? I glanced at the shared e-bike. Obviously. Sophie Chen laughed. Team leader's so funny. Didn't you say yesterday you drove? Today you didn't drive because of school traffic? Her voice was lively. Her gestures cute. At first glance, she seemed like an innocent, cheerful girl. Very likable. But every move was the result of careful calculation. I could tell at a glance. Truly innocent people weren't like this. Thinking that, unbidden, Sophia's image appeared in my mind. That was truly innocent and pure. I said, I don't have a car. That car belongs to someone else. Knowing she was trying to probe, I proactively misdirected her, so she'd give up sooner. Sophie Chen made a surprised, oh, sound, as if real. Then switched topics. We chatted while entering the company. Going upstairs, we ran into HR manager Zhao Qian. Good morning, Sister Qian. Passing each other. Zhao Qian looked at the two of us, chatting and laughing together, with a complicated expression. Even though she'd already warned him, her worst fears had come true anyway. Ethan Carter was like a seedling raised in a greenhouse. Without much scheming, not knowing how to hide anything. His private affairs had probably been completely extracted by Sophie Chen already. Young, with money, and a future. How could Sophie Chen pass up such a target? Warnings were useless. Sister Zhao sighed with worry, feeling she'd failed headquarters. Someone specifically sent to be carefully looked after was now about to become a plaything in Sophie Chen's hands, and she could only stand by watching, unable to do anything. She truly felt ashamed toward headquarters. Up on the second floor work area, there were already a few scattered people. The work atmosphere was quite positive. Back at my seat, I opened my computer. You're Ethan Carter, right? Hearing someone call, I turned around. A man wearing glasses, slightly balding, looking to be in his 30s. Yes, that's me. Hello, I'm the project manager, in charge of the technical side. Follow me to the office for a bit. I'll brief you on the work. He spoke clearly and articulately. I politely responded, and followed him. Sophie Chen was gossiping with a colleague then. She immediately noticed something unusual. Her eyes following me and that person. The colleague looked in the direction she was staring. Sophie, is that the new team leader for your programming group? He's really handsome. And young. Heard he just graduated. Are you interested in him? Good looks and a future. Real potential there. But this morning I reassessed. His financial situation isn't great. Not interested anymore. Sophie Chen just shook her head dismissively, then asked back. What's the salary for a programming team leader anyway? Does it need the company's lead programmer to personally arrange it? A colleague laughed. You're in the tech department. Why are you asking me? Sophie Chen withdrew her gaze, looking like she was thinking about something. Then turned to me with that silly girl smile. Classic fake innocence. In the office, the lead programmer began assigning me work. After talking and arranging things for a while, his serious expression also softened considerably. He even seemed somewhat incredulous. Initially, when headquarters sent someone down, saying he was key talent needing cultivation and requiring special attention, he'd actually been quite resistant. Looking through the file, just a 20-something youth fresh out of school. At first glance, he'd immediately concluded, this was some high-level leader's privileged kid from headquarters. Just sent here to gain some experience. Figured he was a greenhouse plant. Couldn't expect real ability. But after talking, everything was completely different from expectations. I communicated very smoothly, grasping all work content, even asking if certain steps needed optimizing. He'd even deliberately played tricks when assigning this week's work, especially increasing the workload quite a bit. The goal was to make things difficult for me, so I'd proactively ask for a reduction. Then he'd reluctantly agree, reducing the workload to normal levels. A common little workplace tactic. To establish authority lightly. Who knew? I'd just calmly answer, no problem. Looking at my expression, clearly not forcing it, but truly no problem at all. Had some real ability. But how much ability? Still had to see future work results. But it was enough to preliminarily conclude. I wasn't some privileged kid here to play around, but truly someone headquarters wanted to train. Seeing me stay quiet, I asked, any other arrangements? He seemed to snap out of it, clearing his throat lightly. Going forward, your work will be assigned by me. If anything's unclear, just ask directly. Next month when the system planning head returns from a business trip, he'll continue arranging things. I answered, yes, no problem. If there's nothing else, go back to work. Leaving the office, I returned to my seat. Now I'd been assigned work. Time to get busy. I didn't know if headquarters had instructed them beforehand or not, but the lead programmer was clearly favoring me. The volume and difficulty of work he assigned. How to put it, compared to headquarters, it was like kindergarten introductory lessons. Easy as eating candy, not exaggerating at all. Chapter 18. When working, work. I didn't start loving work just because it was easy. Easy was easy, true. But most of the time it was still boring and dry. In the tech department, besides communicating about work, almost no one chatted. Sophie Chen was somewhat more active, occasionally bringing cookies or snacks to share with team colleagues. Normal interactions were fine, just a bit strange at lunch. When eating in the cafeteria, she'd sit at the same table as me, circling around trying to extract information. Wanting to know why the lead programmer had called me in. Had to admit, she was pretty sharp. I, of course, didn't let her probe easily. Every time she tried to ask, I'd skillfully steer the topic toward work. And the documents she submitted for work were truly quite poor. Her professional ability wasn't solid. So every time we discussed work, she'd go silent. Knowing what she was afraid of meant I had a way to keep her quiet. I pretended not to notice Sophie Chen's attempts to get close. Deliberately talking shop, building up a wooden, stone-like image. Only knowing work. This both made her stop probing me and extinguished any intentions of entanglement. Killing two birds with one stone. Still have to emphasize one thing. Sophie Chen's tricks, in my eyes, were just childish games. Naively clumsy to the point of pity. After that lunch, sure enough, Sophie Chen was quieter. Not acting so friendly, not continuing to approach me. The afternoon's work went very smoothly. When leaving the company after work, I ran into HR manager Zhao Qian in the main lobby. I quickly caught up, Sister Qian. Outside work hours, Zhao Qian was very approachable. No longer with that stern expression. Her whole being radiated a gentler aura. Something wrong? I smiled. Sister Qian, I'd like to ask you a favor. Life matters, find the HR manager. Work matters, find the lead programmer and system manager. I was very clear about these arrangements. If you have something, just ask directly. These conveniences are what headquarters arranged for me. Wasteful not to use them. Zhao Qian showed interest. New people at companies were usually timid, afraid of saying the wrong thing. My directness actually made people like me more easily. She smiled. What is it? If I can help, I will. I said, my home is quite far from here. I want to buy a car. Could you help me ask around? I'm planning to buy a used car. After all, sooner or later I'll return to Beijing. So I just need something for temporary transportation. Zhao Qian, all right then. What kind of car do you want? Just a used car someone wants to sell. A bit cheaper. No requirements about the model. I gave very simple conditions. Zhao Qian, okay. I'll help you ask around. She agreed very decisively, sneaking another glance at me. This young guy looked innocent and inexperienced. But unexpectedly, when needing to use connections, he was so decisive. Very knowledgeable about hidden benefits too. Like this used car matter. In the company, whoever wanted to sell a car, people around them would know. As colleagues seeing each other daily. Colleague pricing, guaranteed quality. Avoiding accident vehicles, buyers and sellers connect themselves. Moreover, I was the HR manager. Me going to ask people. Who would dare make things difficult? They'd even offer lower prices. These were all hidden benefits. Me directly asking about buying a car meant I understood all this clearly. Honestly, didn't seem like a new worker at all. You couldn't judge by appearances. Then I'm troubling you, sister. When you're free, I'll treat you to a meal. Zhao Qian laughed. This is just asking around. No need to be so formal. After saying that, she thought a moment. Then asked me, this morning I saw you and Sophie Chen chatting and laughing. You too. She deliberately drew out her tone. I quickly caught the conversation. Oh. Just happened to go upstairs together. When entering the company. Sister Qian, don't blame me for being nosy. But I still want to remind you once more. Sophie Chen seems lively and cute. But it's best not to get too close. I smiled. Yes. My smile was like a mask. Zhao Qian had no way of seeing through it. She didn't know if I understood what she said. But having reminded me this much, if I still deliberately dove in headfirst, I'd have to deal with the consequences myself. Zhao Qian also smiled. Good that you understand. Oh, and how was work today? We chatted casually. And left the company together. Just walking a short stretch together. We said goodbye. And went our separate ways. Zhao Qian headed to the parking lot. I crossed the street to find a public e-bike, different directions. Standing beside the shared e-bike. I didn't rush to scan the code. But called Sophia instead. At lunch I'd already called home. Saying I wouldn't be back for dinner tonight. And telling them not to wait for me. My mom didn't ask much. It had always been like this since I was young. Mom was always very relaxed with me. Me not coming home for dinner was simply because I wasn't at ease about Sophia. That silly girl yesterday, over a coconut water worth a few yuan. Hesitated endlessly. Her financial situation might be even worse than I thought. I wanted to help her within my means, without hurting her self-esteem. Like with meals, for instance. After 2 beeps, the other end picked up. I said, what are you doing? Sophia's voice sounded somewhat cheerful. I'm doing laundry. Sorry, I answered the phone slowly. Something good happen? You sound really happy. On the other end, Sophia felt a bit shy, her face flushing. It's because you called me. I'm very happy. This level of honesty made even me feel a bit embarrassed. I cleared my throat lightly, trying to change the subject. Oh, have you eaten? Sophia obediently answered, not yet. I said, that's good, I haven't either. I'll come over in a bit. Let's eat together. She fell silent, her fingers unconsciously playing with the hem of her jeans. After a long time, still no answer. Hello? Is the signal bad? Sophia, no, it's not that. Her voice stuttered, tense and confused. I sighed lightly. Then in about 15 minutes I'll be there. Wait for me at home, okay? Sophia hesitated, finally biting her lip, then releasing it and saying softly, I don't have money. You go eat alone. I'm sorry. She tried to sound casual. But her voice still trembled, like something breaking inside. Like a child whose friends invite them for snacks. clearly wanting to go, but can only lower their head and say, "You guys go." I'm not going. Saying that sentence, the energy in her body suddenly deflated. Who would want the person they like to see them in such dire straits? Saying words like that was truly very difficult. Sophia Hayes. Hearing me call her full name, she immediately tensed up. Even though she couldn't see my face, she still unconsciously straightened up. I asked, "If I tell you something, will you listen?" Sophia froze, then quickly answered, "Yes. I'll listen to you." "Then listen. Come eat with me." My voice was low, calm but decisive. Not knowing why, that sentence made her heart skip a strong beat. She answered in a fluster, "Yes, I'll listen to you. See you soon." After hanging up, her heartbeat kept racing uncontrollably. It took a long time to gradually calm down. She knew clearly. That had been an order, not an invitation. So this was what it felt like when the person you like gave you orders? Sophia stood by the bed, eyes vacant, not knowing what she was thinking. Her small face flushed bright red. Chapter 19. Dead Diary, Riverside's sun. Even after autumn had arrived, late afternoon with slanting sun still burned fiercely enough to scorch people. Roads without shade. The glaring sun hurt the eyes. My hair was heated by the sun until it felt burning. Black hair absorbed heat. Would dyeing it all white make it less hot? Waiting at a red light, my thoughts wandered again. But right after thinking it, I realized I was being truly stupid. Of all things to think about, I thought of that nonsense. The heat must have glitched my brain's CPU. I ran my hand through my hair. So hot, I really needed to find a car soon. Riding like this every day was truly torture. If you ask why I wasn't wearing a helmet, it was because around the company there was only one shared bike. And someone had cut off the helmet strap. Don't know who was idle enough to go steal the helmet off a shared bike. Truly condemnable. Green light. I twisted the throttle fully. The bike still sluggishly crawled like a turtle. Wind blowing against my face. Felt a bit more comfortable. Passed a few streets, turning into the school district. Going a bit further, from afar I already saw a slender figure standing by a roadside billboard, nestled in the shade. The moment she saw me, she immediately looked up, her eyes bright with joy. She must have been watching this direction the whole time. I'd clearly told her to wait at home. Really was a silly girl. The corners of my mouth curved slightly. But I still stopped the bike, locked it, and ran over. As soon as I got close, seeing the beads of sweat on my forehead, Sophia quickly pulled a small packet of tissues from her pocket. Took one out and held it out. "It's so hot out, you must be burning up." "Thanks." I took it. "It's nothing compared to the wind blowing against me." The girl before me made me feel much more comfortable. In her eyes, there was only me, only caring if I was hot. Not even noticing I'd come on a shared bike. Or why I'd returned on that bike. I suddenly recalled this morning at the company entrance, accidentally running into Sophie Chen. Her eyes were full of the car. Her intentions were obvious at a glance. I asked, "What do you want to eat?" Sophia reflexively lowered her eyes. "I'm fine with anything, I'll follow you." I thought a moment. "How about that special braised pork rice place near the school?" Sophia nodded lightly, not showing emotion. Just humming softly in acknowledgement. That was an old place too. Back in high school, when no one was home to cook, I'd often invite her to eat there. It was delicious. Since curling up in this rental room, her meals were mostly boiled noodles with salt water, white rice with soy sauce. Occasionally she'd buy a few eggs and vegetables. When the craving got too strong, she'd wait until late evening, running to the bakery near closing to salvage a few small discounted pastries, save every penny possible. All her money went to paying debts. For her, a serving of braised pork rice for over 10 yuan was already precious. She couldn't bear to eat it herself. The place was just past Riverside No. 2 Middle School. A few minutes walk away. The space was small. Inside were 4 or 5 square tables. Not many customers. The braised pork rice here had a mild flavor. In Riverside, where bold flavors dominated, business wasn't good. Sparse customers. This was one reason I chose this place. Last night while walking, I'd noticed. Whenever there were many people around, Sophia would immediately go silent, lowering her head, leaning slightly toward me for security. She was truly very afraid of strangers. Only when I was beside her did she try to appear normal. Not hard to guess. It was because she feared revealing her strangeness and being rejected by others. That's why I called her silly, a silly girl. Stepping into the restaurant. Throughout high school years, I hadn't come here many times. No impression of the owner. Not sure if they'd changed hands. 2 braised pork rice meals, add a fried egg to each. And 1 potato pancake too. Sophia looked at me in panic. Mine doesn't need extras. I smiled. Didn't you teach me to eat like this back then? I still remember how hard you promoted it, saying the potato pancake and fried egg here were crispy and really delicious. Sophia lowered her head again. Her small hands began fidgeting with the seam of her jeans. I said, "Go sit over there. Do you want anything to drink?" She immediately shook her head. "No need, I'm not thirsty." When the food was ready, I still got 2 free bowls of cauliflower and chicken gizzard soup. "Here, for you." Sophia received it with both hands, then took a small sip. "It's delicious." I saw all her efforts to hide her awkwardness. This was another reason I chose this place. She was more familiar with it here. And it was very cheap. It wouldn't make her feel too guilty or indebted. Sophia was actually a girl with quite high self-esteem. Being treated to a meal, her first reaction wasn't joy, but worry. She'd silently remember it in her heart, waiting for an opportunity to find a way to properly repay it, before even enjoying it, already afraid she couldn't repay enough. That was Sophia. No matter how much she closed herself off, that self-esteem never changed. I tried to think of everything for her as thoroughly as possible. If helping her ended up adding to her psychological burden, then it was better not to help at all. A moment later, the steaming braised pork rice was brought out. Sophia swallowed, glancing at the plate, then sneaking a peek at me. I hadn't picked up my chopsticks. She dared even less to eat first. I shook my head lightly and smiled, then picked up chopsticks to eat first. The company cafeteria food today was decent. Mom's cooking yesterday went without saying. Compared to those, this braised pork rice truly didn't measure up. Yet Sophia ate it so contentedly. I suddenly doubted whether she and I were eating the same thing. "Can I have a piece of your pork?" Sophia, who'd been eating seriously, looked up at me, quickly chewing and swallowing before saying, "Of course." I picked up a piece and ate it with her, then felt a bit disappointed. Sophia didn't know what she was thinking again. I picked up the fried egg and put it in her bowl. "I can't finish, you have it." I'd been misunderstood. Sophia was about to pick up a piece of potato pancake too. "This flavor is really..." I stopped her in time. "If you keep offering things back and forth like this, people will think we don't have enough money to eat." Though I was joking, those 3 words, "not enough money," still made Sophia lower her head. I realized I'd misspoken, trying to comfort her. "We're not some poor struggling couple. We're not so pitiful we have to feel bad about eating." Sophia lowered her head and hummed softly. The meal became somewhat quiet. After eating, they both left the restaurant. On the way walking her home, I saw she seemed sad, so decided to speak directly. "Vy, I know your financial situation isn't good right now. You feel guilty having me pay all the time." Sophia trembled slightly, eyes widening as she looked at me. "How do you know?" I looked straight into her eyes too. Those expressive eyes now became vividly clear. Those dark eyes full of disbelief. So readable it made me want to laugh. I almost burst out laughing, but still tried to keep a serious face. "But we're dating. As a couple, within our means. Helping each other through difficulties is normal. If I run into trouble later, I'd also want your help. So when you're struggling, can you let me help you a little?" Sophia hesitated, avoiding my gaze. "If you're in trouble, would you let me help?" She immediately turned to look at me, a bit rushed. "Of course I'd help you." I smiled. "Then also let me help you a bit when you're struggling. Okay?" Sophia's eyes wanted to avoid again. I continued, "At least, let me treat you to meals every day, okay?" Sophia was still hesitating. Seeing her starting to waver, I seized the opportunity to add, I'm happy when you eat with me. If I'm ever in trouble later, remember to keep today's promise. Sophia, okay then. After saying that, they continued walking toward the rental. On the way, Sophia asked curiously, how did you know? She found it very confusing. Like I understood her better than she understood herself. I answered, you mean about your finances or your thoughts? Sophia, both. Looking at her adorable expression when genuinely confused. I couldn't hold back anymore and laughed out loud. After laughing a bit, I wiped the corners of my eyes. You have very expressive eyes. Sophia tilted her head looking at me, confused. Looking even sillier. I smiled, not explaining further, letting her think it through herself. Saying goodbye downstairs, waiting until I completely disappeared from sight. Only then did Sophia return to her rental. The first thing she did when getting home was sit down at the small table by the bed, take out a ballpoint pen, and open the small notebook. This was the notebook she used to record debts. Before, when paying debts, she'd cross off each item, crossing out cold numbers. But now she was writing in each debt entry. Promises for the future. Debt list. Today's braised pork rice was delicious. No matter what difficulties you face later, I will help you. This isn't just debt, it's love. I love you. Chapter 20. Something's off about him. When life becomes routine, each day passes like on an assembly line. My lifestyle gradually entered into a rhythm, operating according to procedure every day. Waking on time, eating breakfast prepared by mom, taking the shared e-bike to the company, working according to what the lead programmer assigned. After work, finding Sophia for dinner. Evenings at home chatting and watching TV with my parents. Like work on a production line. In a blink, it was already Thursday. Evening after dinner, watching TV, eating fruit. Huilan held a bunch of grapes. Sitting by the sofa, watching and eating. Glancing over, she saw her son hugging his phone with a silly smile. Lately it had been like this constantly. She tilted her head and asked, lately you haven't been home for dinner. Where have you been going? Normally mom rarely asked about her son's private life. But not coming home for dinner every evening. Mom still couldn't help wanting to ask. I smiled, lifting my eyes from the Instagram message Sophia had just sent. I turned to look at mom. I haven't been doing anything, just eating out. Huilan pondered slightly, asking, it can't be gatherings with colleagues every day, right? I thought a moment, then spoke directly. I'm dating. Eating with my girlfriend. On the other side of the sofa. My dad, Chen Miaohao, was clutching the TV remote. He also turned to look at me. Huilan pushed up her glasses. Sitting up straighter, being stared at and evaluated by both of them. I felt a bit unnatural. Testing the waters, Mom. I'm already 24. Dating isn't illegal, is it? Good, good. Huilan muttered twice, putting down the grapes. So, what's your girlfriend like? I answered, she's a local from Riverside. Very gentle personality. Huilan seemed to want to say something. Had so many things to ask, but felt it wasn't convenient. Looking at me, she felt an indescribable feeling inside. The feeling that, just yesterday he was still a silly little kid, but now was already old enough to date. How did time pass so quickly? Huilan withdrew her gaze. Picking up grapes again, she said slowly, you're grown up now. When dating, know to keep proper boundaries. You kids matters, mom won't interfere much. She ate a grape. Suddenly remembering something, she turned back. Oh, and, if later you want to bring the girl home for dinner, you must tell mom ahead of time. I held back a smile. Yes, I know. Could also see the supreme leader was somewhat anxious. Nervous even. Just afraid I wouldn't say anything. And secretly bring someone home. Afraid of not preparing in time, not hosting properly. And having the girl laugh at us. Similarly, my dad Chen Miaohao was the same. If she was willing to come home for dinner, there was a good chance she'd be the future daughter-in-law. Couldn't lose face in front of the future wife. Everything had to be arranged perfectly. The two continued watching TV as usual, but seemed less focused, probably thinking about how to host properly. I quietly observed their reactions. Quite amusing actually. Then I picked up my phone again, messaging and chatting with Sophia, asking what she wanted to eat tomorrow. Suddenly another Instagram avatar appeared, along with a series of messages from the company's HR manager, Sister Zhao Qian. I opened to look. All information about used cars. Earlier I'd asked her to help find a used car. That was just 2 days ago. And the work efficiency was really high. Zhao Qian messaged, "Look through these cars, see if any work." I respectfully messaged back thanks. Then started looking through the materials. Had to say, quite thorough and detailed. Desired price. Model, where small scratches were. Usage condition, all clearly noted. Sellers were all company employees. Or employees from long-term partner companies. Could meet in person, also reassuring. I wasn't picky. Randomly chose one with decent value ratio. Messaging Sister Qian. "This one works, sister. Do you have the seller's contact info? I'll communicate directly." Zhao Qian worked quickly. Didn't say much. Directly forwarded the seller's Instagram to me. I messaged thanks. Then added that person's Instagram. After connecting, both sides started talking. That person was quite approachable. Straightforward and easygoing. Immediately set an appointment to see the car tomorrow afternoon. Perfect. Tomorrow was Friday, a day off. I looked up toward the other side of the sofa. "Dad, I'm planning to buy a car." Chen Miaohao turned around. "How much does Dad need to sponsor?" "No, that's not it. Just reporting to you." Chen Miaohao felt a bit helpless. Turning back to continue watching TV. Not bothering with me anymore. I hadn't deliberately teased him. Just instinctive reaction, though I'd been financially independent for a long time. Whenever buying big items like this, I still had the habit of reporting to my parents. Only then did I feel at ease. Truly a typical son leeching off parents. Couldn't deny it. A new day began again. The gears in the machine kept operating. In the morning at the company, I ran into HR manager Sister Zhao Qian. I thanked her directly. In the afternoon, near the end of work hours, I'd completed all the work the lead programmer assigned. Then went to the office to hand it over. Someone looking might think I was concentrating on listening. But actually my mind had long flown elsewhere. On the surface I was listening to the lead programmer, praising my work efficiency. But in my head I was already calculating where I should take Sophia this weekend. Thinking of her self-esteem, I decided to choose places that cost less. Near the end of work hours. Body in Sao's camp, heart toward Han. I wasn't the only one. Sophie Chen stared intently at the clock in the bottom right of her screen. 1 second felt like a century. While sitting bored not knowing what to do, a colleague sent her a file. Outwardly she smiled and accepted it. But inside felt annoyed. If there's work, can't it wait until next week? About to get off work, still pretending to be diligent. Who's that for? Luckily it was just some summary reports. Doing it sloppily would work. 3721, handled. She immediately sent that file to me. Then looked up with a smile. Team leader. I've sent the report over. After saying that, heard no response. Only then realizing I wasn't at my desk. Since learning I wasn't wealthy. And was also dry and boring, not understanding romance. A person just like a block of wood. Only knowing how to talk about work. Sophie Chen gradually lost interest. To the point she didn't even notice when I left my desk. Always talking about work at the drop of a hat. She was getting scared too. But either way, workplace courtesy still had to be maintained. In the desk drawer were some unshared snack packets. She stood up, placing those packets on my desk. About to turn and leave. She saw my work Instagram screen blinking. When too idle, people are easily attracted to small things. Sophie Chen glanced left and right. Then secretly clicked on that lit icon. Though no longer interested in me. Being curious about others' private matters excited her. That was her bad habit. Anyway, I wasn't here, and no one would see. Satisfying a bit of curiosity was fine. She didn't expect to find anything interesting. After all, this was work Instagram. With a wooden personality like mine. Just thinking about it, obviously all dry documents. But the feeling of secretly viewing what shouldn't be viewed was thrilling. She scrolled the mouse casually. Then suddenly paused. The scroll speed gradually slowed. Something's off, she frowned slightly. A few keywords she couldn't ignore. Transfer from headquarters. Learning report at branch. Lead programmer's work guidance. Coordination with system planning. Confirmation of monthly work subsidy from headquarters. Looking closely at the monetary amount. Sophie Chen froze. All along she'd wondered why my work was directly arranged by the lead programmer. Now looking at these exchanges, it turned out I was sent down to the branch by headquarters for training. So young yet transferred to a branch for experience. Usually in cases like that, it was all about gaining experience before promotion. In other words, I was someone headquarters particularly valued. Moreover, my salary. Sophie Chen checked again. Suddenly a voice rang out behind her, making her jump in fright. She hurriedly closed the message window and turned around. It was a close colleague standing behind her, looking at her suspiciously. "What are you doing?" Sophie Chen smiled awkwardly. "Nothing. Just bringing some snacks over." After speaking, she glanced at the snack packets on my desk. The colleague hooked her arm. "Few more minutes until work ends. The boss isn't here. After using the restroom, let's slip out early. There's a new movie tonight. Want to watch it with me?" Sophie Chen answered offhandedly. "That gory horror one? Won't it be too scary?" "Oh come on, I heard it's really good." The two talked while walking out. But in Sophie Chen's heart, she was still calculating. Silently reassessing me, she suddenly felt she couldn't see through this person, but could confirm I absolutely wasn't poor. So why did he want to deceive me? Thinking back, it seemed he'd never actually said he was poor. It was just my one-sided speculation. I'd assumed his financial situation wasn't good. No car, commuting by shared e-bike, home in an old neighborhood, an old house. Thinking carefully, these things truly couldn't clearly prove he was poor. Rich people often had peculiar habits. I'd been too hasty. Looked like I needed to investigate his information again. This person named Ethan Carter. Chapter 21. Thick-skinned. Leaving the office. Right at quitting time, I returned to my desk to get my things. Saw 2 small cookie packets on the desk. Guessed they were from Sophie Chen. I casually stuffed them in my pocket to bring to Sophia. She quite liked these snacks. Preparing to shut down the computer, I saw a newly sent report file. This week's work shouldn't be left until next week. So I sat down to handle it immediately. I frowned slightly. Didn't know who compiled this report. A complete mess. Made me want to curse. Only option was to compile it myself. Then input the data. Still not home after work hours? A female voice rang out behind me, slow and gentle. I reflexively turned around. Seeing clearly who it was, I smiled in greeting. "Hello, Sister Qian." The person behind was Sister Zhao Qian. Didn't know when she'd arrived. Hearing my greeting, she nodded in response, then looked at the computer screen. I casually explained. "Did the lead programmer assign you too much work?" I said, "The lead programmer cares about me a lot. The tasks assigned are quite light." Zhao Qian asked, "Then what's this?" I answered, "This is a report sent by a team member. Sent a bit late, so I'm rushing to input it and finish. So I won't forget next week." Zhao Qian joked, "Working overtime like this? The company doesn't pay overtime, you know." I laughed along. Then changed topics. "Did Sister Qian come looking for me about something?" She didn't beat around the bush. Saying directly, "The car seller said yesterday they'd arranged to meet you this afternoon to see the car. I came to take you there. The HR manager personally driving me." I felt a bit embarrassed. Continuously waving my hand saying I could just take a cab. No need to trouble her. Zhao Qian said not to be so formal. It was on the way. That company is a long-term partner doing art design. I also have business there. You handle the report first. I'll wait for you. She gestured with her eyes toward the computer screen. I said nothing more, immediately turning back to process the report. Not difficult at all. I operated quite skillfully. If not for having to compile from scratch, it would take just a few minutes. The HR manager standing beside supervising felt like taking an exam, with the proctor standing right next to you. A bit constraining. But work efficiency was very high. Less than 10 minutes. I finished processing and quickly shut down. Outside work hours. Sister Zhao Qian dropped all her superior's sternness. No longer feeling pressuring. Just like a gentle older sister. Mature and understanding. Even sitting in the car together. The atmosphere wasn't awkward at all. She could chat about anything. Never killing the mood. Rush hour meant some traffic. Took about 10+ minutes to arrive. The destination was a small company. Sister Zhao Qian told me after viewing the car to message her. She'd drive me back. I continuously declined, saying I could just take a cab home. Having the HR manager pick up and drop off. Even taking me all the way home. Honestly, I wasn't used to such treatment. She didn't insist, just reminded me to be careful on the way home. If anything came up, just contact her. The two parted ways there. I started contacting the car seller. The company wasn't large. The seller arrived very quickly. A very enthusiastic and easygoing older guy. The two chatted while walking out to the parking lot to look. He said this car was bought at the beginning of this year. Carefully selected at the time. Quality was beyond question. He said back then his family faced some difficulties. Combined with economic downturn. The company here also wasn't stable. So he'd bought a car. Planning to drive for rideshare after work to earn money. But unexpectedly, the company received a long-term cooperation contract. Workload suddenly increased. Overtime became routine. Fortunately, salary also increased several times over. The family overcame the difficult period. Work got busy, the car sat unused, so he planned to sell it. I silently listened, understanding roughly the story behind it. This involved a few months ago. When the game this branch was operating suddenly got pushed into the eye of public opinion. The branch lacked manpower, outsourcing many design staff. This outsourcing company was the one chosen. That's how it was. After hearing the little story the guy just told, we'd also arrived in front of the car. Just as the guy said. The car was still very new. A white Nissan Sylphy Classic. I examined it carefully inside and out. The interior was also very clean. The guy even let me test drive it around. The car's handling felt great. Engine was strong too. I was quite satisfied, immediately discussing price on the spot. The guy was also very easygoing. Finally settled at 48,000. Had to say, buying this car at that price could be said to be absolutely perfect. The guy had also fully prepared all related documents. Both sides also discussed the next procedures. I wasn't in a hurry to use the car. Also didn't plan to get temporary plates. Just follow normal procedures. Vehicle inspection and registration. Wait for the license plates to be done. I just need to come pick up the car. The guy said no problem. For the next procedures, just message on Instagram. Set a date and go together. Everything was arranged smoothly. Probably about a week to get the car. The guy even enthusiastically invited me for a meal. I found a random excuse saying I was busy. So the two parted ways. Time had also passed quite a while. Not wanting to slowly ride a shared e-bike, I hailed a taxi on the street. Where to? The driver asked. I got in the car, closed the door. To the front gate of Riverside No. 2 Middle School. The car started rolling. I sat in the backseat scrolling my phone. Feeling somewhat strange. Unexpectedly, even at this hour. Sophia still hadn't messaged me. Today she was nearly an hour late. Logically, she should have messaged me long ago. Had something happened? What kind of girlfriend was this? I didn't call either. Decided I'd go see her in person and ask her properly. Habit was a truly frightening thing. At this moment, Sophia finally realized that. She sat on the edge of the bed, staring blankly at her phone. During this time, every evening I'd ask her out to eat. Just like going back to student days. I'd eaten with her through all the food stalls around the school. Special braised pork rice, skewers, spicy hot pot, fast food, those student-era flavors were all delicious. From the bottom of her heart, Sophia felt. Eating with me like this was truly very happy. Though sometimes when surrounded by crowds she'd feel scared. Having me beside her made it much better. Just that constantly spending my money. She felt very guilty. Sophia also always reminded herself. not to take my kindness for granted. She carefully remembered every good thing I did, even writing it down in a small notebook. But she still underestimated the power of habit. This afternoon, she'd tidied herself up as usual, preparing to go out. But after waiting nearly an hour, still hadn't received my message. She felt it strange, wanting to send a message to ask. But when her finger just touched the screen, looking at the chat window, she suddenly snapped awake. A question rang in her heart. What was I planning to message? Was I going to ask him why he hadn't come invite me to eat yet? Sophia stared at the phone screen, her mood extremely confused. She wanted to be diligent and self-improving, not become dependent. Why assume he'd definitely come? The phone screen had gone dark at some point. Her face reflected on the glass. How did I become this kind of person? Sophia frowned, looking at her image on screen full of worry. How embarrassing. The more she looked, the angrier she got. Smack. She raised her hand and slapped herself. Almost the instant her hand hit her face, the phone screen lit up. The system ringtone sounded. An Instagram voice call window appeared. The profile picture showed Ethan Carter. I immediately answered, timidly asking, "Why are you calling? What time is it and you still won't come down?" Sophia was a bit confused. She immediately rushed to the window to look outside. Saw me standing down on the street. Sophia Hayes, sorry, I'm coming down right now. She hung up, then hurriedly left the room, rushing as if preparing to meet the entire Milky Way, just forgetting the clear handprint on her cheek. Chapter 22. Someone who notices the world. Hanging up. I was standing to the side when I saw a three-wheeled cart slowly approaching. The back box of the cart had been converted into a transparent glass case. The frame was wrapped with a strip of small lights, illuminating the Tonghulu skewers displayed inside. All kinds of hawthorn berries, pears, strawberries, tangerines, and some unidentifiable fruits. With the lights shining on them, the glossy sugar coating sparkled, looking very beautiful. As the cart passed in front of me, I called it to stop. Buying 2 skewers. If I remembered correctly, she quite liked eating these. Just finished paying, when I heard movement on the stairs. Turning to look back, just like a little deer bursting out of the forest. No, a dazed deer, looking silly and adorable. Sophia ran over. Had to say, she came out really fast. Seeing her, my mood suddenly improved. I smiled, watching her come from far to near. Handed her a skewer. Here, Tonghulu. Sophia's chest rose and fell slightly. She took it, softly saying thanks. I was about to say something, when my smile suddenly froze. My eyes quickly detected something wrong. She was very pretty, precisely because she was pretty. Even a small flaw became prominent. For example, right now, on her fair face, there were several red marks clear as handprints. Very glaring, could even say abnormally prominent. I looked carefully again. Couldn't help frowning. Did someone hit you? Huh? Sophia froze at the question, looking at me confused. Before I could ask more, I'd already raised my hand toward her. Sophia didn't avoid it either, just silently watched me reach toward her cheek. Honestly, I started feeling nervous. Heart beating faster. What was this? What was happening? Oh right, we're dating. In my head, I started thinking inappropriate thoughts. First my ears turned red. Then I curled my fingers slightly, using the bottom of the paper cup to lightly touch her already flushed cheek. Sophia stared at me. The instant I touched her cheek, she trembled slightly, clearly feeling that thin layer of paper. Her mind started going chaotic. And while she was wildly thinking what came next, I just lightly touched once and withdrew my hand, asking why there was a paper mark here. Gradually, Sophia's gaze still didn't leave my hand that had just withdrawn. A few seconds later, she finally processed what I just asked. Paper mark? She rubbed her face, still wondering why there'd be such a mark. Then suddenly remembered she just slapped herself. Too embarrassing. I was concerned about her. Yet she was thinking all that nonsense. Had no face left to look at me. I asked if anyone was bullying her. She was pressed by my questions, her small face immediately flushing bright red, just wanting to find a hole to crawl into. Her skin was already thin. Just a light scratch would leave a clear red mark. Let alone that slap just now was quite hard. The handprint was crystal clear. Seeing her turn away without speaking, I started getting worried. If someone's bullying you, you must tell me. If they hit you, this isn't a small matter anymore. I slapped myself. Before I could imagine worse scenarios. Sophia told the truth. After saying it, her 10 toes curled up in embarrassment. Inside her small white socks in her shoes. I looked at Sophia. She kept her head down, not daring to look up. She spoke up to explain further. I was just too angry at myself. So I slapped myself. She tried to explain as reasonably as possible, wanting to use that to salvage a bit of her image. After a few seconds of silence, I burst out laughing. Sophia lowered her head even more. You really hit yourself hard. I laughed, then said, lift your face up so I can see. Sophia hesitated a moment, but ultimately obediently complied. She lifted her face to look at me. The red handprint on her cheek showed completely. I bent down slightly to look closely, clicking my tongue twice. Teasing, you don't know how to control your strength at all. Here's an idea. Next time if you want to hit again, let me do it. At least I know how to hold back. I thought that line would make her laugh. But Sophia's reaction was a bit strange. She seemed to have been struck by what I said, her gaze starting to avoid mine, and even softly replied with a tiny, okay. I didn't pay much attention. Okay to what? Just talking nonsense. Angry at yourself so you slap yourself. You really are silly. Didn't it hurt hitting that hard? I spoke while lightly scolding her. She kept her head down silently. Actually, I wasn't being harsh. Just wanted her to remember. If I spoke too harshly, to the point she lost her appetite later, that wouldn't be worth it at all. I exhaled, my voice softening. All right then. Seeing you hit yourself like that, I feel bad too. Don't do that again. Sophia softly acknowledged. Don't know while keeping her head down. What that little head of hers was thinking. Don't know if she was thinking seriously or randomly. After I finished speaking, she looked up, saying softly, I know. You're doing this for my good. I'm a bit silly. If I do something wrong later, please just tell me directly, teach me. The logic was right, but hearing it felt strange somehow. I stiffened, my face a bit awkward, forcing a smile to get through it. I secretly observed Sophia, starting to question something in my head. Normal girls say, I don't need you to control me. That's the rebellious phase. So what phase is begging others to control them? Beyond my understanding. Couldn't figure it out. Forget it, not discussing this anymore. I changed topics to lighten the atmosphere. Eat the tonghulu quickly before the sugar coating melts. Sophia said yes, but still just held it, not eating. I saw her sneaking glances at my expression again. Had no choice but to smile lightly and take a bite first. Only then did she dare start eating. This scene was no different from servants in ancient noble households. Master hasn't eaten yet, so servants don't dare touch their chopsticks. Really a silly girl. I silently withdrew my gaze, chewing the candy, while enunciating clearly. Looking at her, I asked, why didn't you message me this afternoon? Sophia was still slowly savoring the sweet, sour, and cold flavor of the hawthorn berry. Hearing me ask, she quickly chewed and swallowed. Message about what? She asked me back. You were nearly an hour late, but didn't ask me even once. Sophia blinked, then suddenly understood I was talking about going to eat. Before she could speak, I narrowed my eyes. Don't you care about me anymore? Sophia's eyes widened several degrees. She hurriedly shook her head frantically. No, that's not it. I asked, then why didn't you message me? She hesitated, her gaze lowered, voice growing smaller. I don't have the right to ask you. If you're willing to invite me to eat, that's you being good to me. Whether you come or not after that, I shouldn't blame you. Her voice grew quieter and quieter. I paused. Really unexpected. Sophia's thinking went in that direction. This girl really was too silly. I sighed very softly, not continuing to argue. Looking at the skewer in my hand, I suddenly asked, do you hate me? Sophia looked up at me, not understanding why I'd asked that. She answered honestly, I'd never hate you. I nodded. Good. This is for you. Saying that, I handed her the intact skewer in my hand. Seeing Sophia's astonished expression, I explained it was too sweet. I didn't like it much. Only took one bite. You won't mind, right? Sophia blinked repeatedly. My thinking really did jump around. She couldn't keep up for the moment. Her brain reacted a bit slowly. Wait for the connection to stabilize a bit. A few seconds later she finally reacted. Hurriedly saying, I don't mind, I don't mind. I don't believe you. Then take a bite. Sophia obediently complied, biting one piece. The sweet, sour, and cold flavor. I nodded in satisfaction. What do you want to eat? Sophia's mouth was still chewing. Speaking unclearly. You choose, I'll follow you completely. Lately it was always this kind of dialogue. Ask her what she wanted to eat. She'd never dared say. But didn't need to say either. I understood her well enough. Middle school and high school. Sitting at the same desk for 6 years wasn't for nothing. I pretended to think. Pretending to probe with a question. Then let's go eat dry mixed noodles at old Zhang's behind the school. Lately they should have rock sugar pear tea made by the owner. Haven't had it in a while. In Sophia's eyes, a small joy lit up. She softly replied, I'll follow you completely. I smiled. If I remembered correctly, she liked that. We walked along the school fence toward the back gate. Sophia held the 2 Tonghulu skewers, slowly savoring them. By the time we reached the shop, she just finished eating. I ordered food. She obediently followed suit, not needing to say anything to the shop owner. I silently breathed a sigh of relief. Lately I'd been constantly observing her, wanting to see how bad her psychological condition actually was. But after so many days of observation, the results truly weren't optimistic. Though I'd mentally prepared for the worst, reality was worse than I'd imagined. Perhaps I should take her to see a psychologist. But in her current state, that wasn't feasible either. I kept thinking about that, glancing at Sophia. Today the shop was a bit crowded. She lowered her head, hunching her shoulders, trying to lean close to me for security. I silently looked after her, choosing a corner seat against the wall. If just 2 people, normally they wouldn't sit on the same side, mostly sitting across from each other. But I, with Sophia, was that rare case. We sat on the same side. She sat against the wall. I sat on the outside. As long as I sat down, the space between the wall and me formed a small corner. I was like a door. Sitting down could isolate the entire outside world. In others' eyes, perhaps I was just looking after the girl sitting inside. But in her eyes, I was the person who noticed her entire world, bringing her a space both safe and free. Only like this could she eat and chat with me normally, sharing and enjoying the brief freedom I brought. Chapter 23. Doing what lovers should do. After eating, like always, we slowly walked along the school fence back, just taking a stroll. Sophia seemed to be thinking about something, walking half a beat slower than me. Beside me, she felt I treated her too well. But that goodness didn't make her feel happy. On the contrary, each time receiving that kindness, she felt guilty for not being able to reciprocate, feeling insecure. Even now, she still felt like she was dreaming. She'd clearly decided to end her life. Yet I had suddenly burst into her life, bringing her new hope, and becoming her boyfriend, being good to her without any conditions. Sometimes Sophia even thought, if only I'd demand something from her, or be a bit mean to her, maybe she'd feel more comfortable. The easier something came, the more afraid of losing it. The more so, the more she cherished it. If possible, she wanted to pay a price for this affection. Sophia understood her own condition clearly. She had no ability to maintain this love. If this love left her, she wouldn't even have a chance to hold on. She feared it was all just a dream. When beside me, even her breathing had to be careful, afraid of waking from this dream. Even if it was just a dream, she hoped it would last a bit longer, staying beside me a bit longer. Like now, walking next to me. Thinking this, the corners of Sophia's mouth curved up slightly. She softly snuck glances beside her, wanting to look at me a few more times. Where'd he go? She looked around, turning her head back. I'd fallen 2 or 3 steps behind. Don't know when I'd stopped. She'd been too absorbed in thought to notice. She hurriedly returned to stand beside me. I was looking up at something. Sophia also looked up following my gaze. Treetops, white clouds, blue sky. Or the setting sun. Couldn't figure out what I was looking at. A few high school students passing by noticed us. Also curiously looking up following Sophia. Quietly asking what we were looking at. I said, I think I'm having a nosebleed. The few students standing around immediately pretended nothing happened, and quickly left. Sophia immediately got tissues to handle it. Not much blood, wiped clean in a few swipes. Didn't need to stuff tissue either. She tossed the bloody tissue in a street trash can. I acted like nothing had happened, while Sophia was anxious and worried. Do you feel unwell anywhere? She asked me worriedly. It's fine, just Riverside's climate is too dry. A bit of internal heat. Sophia was still worried, so asked. What were you thinking about just now? So absorbed in thought. Just walking with your head down straight ahead? She awkwardly avoided my gaze, answering, I wasn't thinking about anything. Then let me guess. I spoke while looking into the distance. Toward the intersection, thinking a few seconds. Then turning back to look at Sophia. Were you thinking about us? I asked very naturally. She wasn't on guard either. Unconsciously nodding. Softly humming acknowledgement. After saying it, she realized. Lowering her head, biting her lip, avoiding my gaze. I smiled lightly at her. You really are silly. Sophia softly said sorry. If it's about us, then you probably feel guilty. Feel this love came too easily. So it's not real. Hearing me slowly speak this, Sophia looked up at me with disbelief. Eyes wide open, mouth slightly agape. I carefully observed her expression. Looks like I guessed right. This silly girl really was thinking such things. After I finished speaking, Sophia's expression changed from shock to intense curiosity. How do you know? I answered, just guessing. Clearly Sophia didn't believe it. But she didn't ask more. While she was still silently thinking, I suddenly asked, do you think I'll break up with you? The question was too sudden. Sophia immediately panicked, looking up at me like she'd been shocked. Her whole being confused and flustered. Eyes full of fear. Her gaze dropped. Her small hands clutched her jacket hem. Did I do something wrong? Just tell me, I'll fix it. Her voice full of grievance. Almost crying. I immediately raised my hand to signal stop. Telling her not to panic. I was just asking casually. It wasn't that I wanted to break up. After explaining clearly, I asked again, do you think I'll break up with you? Sophia shook her head, turning away to secretly wipe her eyes. Then turning back, to look straight into my eyes. Her eyes slightly red. I don't know anymore, but when you ask like that, I feel very scared. Her voice sounded like she'd cry. I said, then let me ask differently. Do you want to break up with me? No, she blurted out immediately, without any hesitation, as if feeling the answer still wasn't enough. She added, as long as you don't break up with me. I'll never break up with you. I smiled lightly. What if I wanted to break up with you? Sophia's mind suddenly went blank. She stared at me, lips trembling slightly. Tears had welled up in her eyes. I said, I'm just hypothetically speaking. Sophia blinked, trying to hold back tears. Lowering her head, I'd beg you not to break up. Try to keep you. The words after didn't need saying. I understood just hearing the first sentence. She was a child, very lacking security in love. Because her own conditions weren't good. She defaulted to the other person being her savior. And viewed this love as charity. Having no cards in hand in love. I was afraid she'd withdraw this affection. And have no way to hold on. That's why I immediately thought of begging her not to break up. Always in a state of anxious uncertainty about gain and loss. Summarized in one sentence. I felt this love wasn't real. Felt my participation in this love was too low. Had no sense of reality. Then give something real. No cards in hand? Then I'd give her some cards. Having clarified these issues, I asked, I'm your boyfriend, right? At that moment, Sophia was thinking about how to keep me. Interrupted by the sudden question. She looked up at me. Looking at that somewhat silly girl. I asked again, I'm your boyfriend, right? Hearing me ask again, Sophia hurriedly nodded, humming softly. I extended my right hand, palm facing her. Then can I hold your hand? Sophia looked at my hand, not quite processing yet. I asked again, can I? Sophia quickly came to her senses, her right palm rubbing hard against her pants, then tensely extending her hand to grasp mine. I couldn't help but laugh lightly, letting go of her hand and saying, "You're really silly, so silly." Right hand holding right hand is called a handshake. While speaking, I grasped the left hand hanging at her side. This is called holding hands. Seeing that silly girl still in a daze, I playfully curled my pinky, lightly scratching her palm. The sudden ticklish sensation. Sophia shivered slightly. Her pretty face flushed red, no longer frozen. I smiled brightly, asking, "Not frozen anymore?" She stammered a reply, gaze avoiding, not daring to look at me. Under the sunset light, our two shadows stretched endlessly. The blush on her cheeks was more radiant than the setting sun itself. Sophia let me hold her hand as we walked the road home together. I gently got lost on love's returning path. Don't look at how calm I seemed. As if I were some experienced romantic. Actually, my heart was racing just as fast as hers. Heartbeat accelerating equally. There was no such thing as calm. Just that, thanks to years of workplace training, I barely managed not to show my awkwardness. In the cool weather of mid-autumn, my palm was also sweating. This was the first time we officially held hands as a couple. Very worth remembering. I suddenly had an interesting idea. Tilting my head, I suggested to the girl beside me, "Make a wish." Sophia looked at me shyly, not understanding what I was saying. I said, "This is the first time we've held hands since becoming a couple. On such a meaningful day, wishing for something. It'll be really lucky." Sophia vaguely hummed acknowledgement. Though only understanding hazily, she still obediently thought about it. What should I wish for? Her gaze looked into the distance, murmuring, "If only there were a shooting star." I heard the words, "shooting star." Sophia said, "Don't people always say wishing on shooting stars is very lucky? I think if on a memorable day like today, a shooting star streaked by, the wish would definitely come true, right?" She truly had a wish she wanted fulfilled. I found it a bit funny. What was the difference from summoning a final boss? Sophia also laughed, saying that actually did make sense. While she was thinking about what to wish for, I saw a shooting star streak by in the distance in that instant. I said, "I think compared to shooting stars, we should wish on the sun instead." Sophia asked, "The sun?" I nodded, turning toward the sunset. Light gleamed in my eyes, brilliant and sparkling. The sun will rise again, and wishes will become reality too. I said it gently, naturally. Yet it made people feel strangely happy. The sunset light fell on my face, blending shadow and light and dark intertwining. Even my facial features became gentler. Sophia watched me intently. Her heart seemed to echo with a great sound. "You mean, our dreams will also become reality?" Anyway, I knew everything she was thinking inside. Thinking this, she gently closed her eyes. Actually, I was just simply admiring the sunset. I suddenly thought of something. Why must we wish on shooting stars and not the sun? Just a spontaneous remark, all unintentional words. I had no idea that, just because I'd guessed correctly several times, the obvious thoughts of a certain silly girl. She'd practically deified me, believing I couldn't possibly not know any thought in her heart. Precisely because of that, those unintentional words were given special meaning. I forgot that sunset light could make eyes sting. Withdrawing my gaze, I looked toward Sophia. At that same moment, Sophia had just finished making her wish, corners of her mouth carrying a smile. Opening her eyes, our gazes met. Tenderness gleamed in her eyes. Her voice was especially gentle too. "I finished wishing. When you were wishing, I was going to secretly take a photo. Why'd you sneak off to wish already?" A bit of a shame. I casually asked what she'd wished for. Sophia smiled with pressed lips, shaking her head. "Not telling you." Clearly knowing what I'm thinking inside, yet deliberately asking me. "Really bad of you." Some things said directly still felt embarrassing. I was the same. "If you say it, it won't come true." Sophia nodded, humming acknowledgement. The two of us just kept holding hands and walking. After walking a few steps, Sophia asked me, "Aren't you wishing?" "Only me wishing?" I smiled lightly, feeling the softness in my hand. My wish already came true. Sophia was curious. What wish was it? I pretended to answer seriously. "You didn't even tell me. So why should I tell you?" Going in circles again, returning to square one. We laughed and talked on the road home, trampling the lengthening afternoon shadows. Our two shadows gradually drew closer too. Two hands playfully, silently, naturally intertwined tightly. Two restless hearts also found where they belonged. My beloved, you can always see through me with just one glance. Then I have nothing left to hide from you. I just want to tell you. I'm trying step by step to walk out from my own shadow. I'm a bit silly, so this process will be very slow. I hope you won't hate me for that. If possible, please give me a bit more time. I still want to stay beside you longer. If you're a forest, then I'm willing to be the wind threading through every tree. If you're mountains or seas, then I'm willing to be the rain, endlessly cycling. If you're nothing at all, just an ordinary man, then as long as you say you love me, I'll be willing to be your husband. Just wait a little longer. My beloved. Chapter 24. I'll take care of you. Saturday morning, past 7 a.m. I truly never expected that. After returning home to work here, my first weekend, I'd wake up even earlier than workdays. In the farmer's market, my mom was squatting by the vegetable stand, selecting meticulously. I stood behind carrying vegetables, dazed and spiritless, though surrounded by bustling noise. It didn't affect me dozing off standing up. Yesterday afternoon, holding Sophia's hand felt so good. After getting home, I was still excited, messaging on Instagram until late before sleeping. I thought I'd catch up on sleep this weekend, never expecting to be dragged from bed by mom early morning. Forced to follow to the market as a porter. $6.50, I'll give you 6 even. Hearing the vendor quote prices, I immediately snapped awake, quickly stepping up to take the vegetable bag from the vendor's hand. Another bag hung on my arm. My mom finished scanning to pay, tilting her head to ask if I wanted fish. I really didn't want any. Just wanted to finish shopping quickly and go back to sleep. Huilan, my mom, said, "All right then. Let's go look at some fish." I didn't need to ask where the fish stalls were. This small county market had no proper layout at all. The ground around the fish stalls was sopping wet. After gutting fish, they'd splash water, scales and innards flowing smoothly down the drain. The fishy smell rose thick and heavy. My expression didn't change, pretending I smelled nothing. No reaction at all. I was used to it. Back in school, mom often dragged me here. This place wasn't unfamiliar. The first time I came, I nearly threw up several times. I still remember it vividly. Mom went to select fish. I stood back a little. Standing here, I couldn't doze off anymore. Had to stay alert. Move aside. Hearing a fish vendor's shout. A basin of water splashed hard onto the ground. Water and fish scales scattered everywhere, slowly flowing toward my feet. I didn't even bother glancing down. Just lightly lifted my foot to step aside. Same old saying. I was used to it. As a kid wearing flip-flops wandering everywhere. Not paying attention, water flooding into my shoes. Slippery enough to hurt my feet. That was a lifelong lesson. Nothing beats experience bought with tears. Waiting a bit longer. The vendor finished weighing the fish, quoted the price, and started bagging it. I very nimbly stepped forward. Forgot what happened before. Forgot midway too. And didn't remember what came after either. In short, when leaving the fish stall, I had one more bag of fish in my hands. Huilan, my mom, walked ahead. "We're out of fruit at home. What do you want?" I walked behind her, skillfully avoiding the crowds too. Pears. Pears are really sweet lately. So Huilan bought a bunch of bananas and 2 pounds of apples. I figured there was no need to answer, the fruit was already bought. Mother and son conveniently exited through the back door of the farmer's market. The street-side fruit stands outside were very crowded. All locals from this area, carrying cloth bags for shopping. The speaker in front of the small supermarket kept blaring, constantly advertising the egg promotion. Many middle-aged and elderly people passing by. Rarely saw young people, full of everyday life. I walked behind Mom. My drowsiness completely vanished. Glancing around, I asked Mom. Eggs are on sale. Want to check it out? I asked. My mom glanced at the small supermarket, listening to the prices herself for a moment. I pursed my lips. More expensive than when I bought them on Tianfu Road. This place is 2 yuan more. What sale? Just tricking people. Just to lure. I didn't finish before falling silent. I turned to look. Saw Mom smiling radiantly toward the supermarket. I followed her gaze. Over there, a middle-aged woman with a bright smile was approaching, hands full of shopping bags, including 2 cartons of eggs. Shopping? The middle-aged woman spoke up, immediately walking shoulder to shoulder with my mom. My mom also smiled back. Yes, the middle-aged woman lowered her voice, like whispering state secrets. Eggs are on sale, really cheap. Last time I bought too many. Haven't finished them at home yet. Such a shame. About to continue talking, the middle-aged woman suddenly noticed me standing beside them. A tall young man standing there. She tilted her head to look. Oh my goodness. Is this your son? Haven't seen him in so long. He's gotten so tall and handsome. She looked me up and down, laughing cheerfully. Do you remember me? When you were little, you used to play with my daughter. To be accurate, her daughter kept dragging me to her house to watch cartoons. In elementary school, I was in the same class as her daughter. Our homes were close too. Plus, that girl had that popular cartoon DVD back then. I frequently ran to her house. Now I didn't remember too clearly. It was too long ago. But one thing still stood out. Her and her husband shared the same surname. I vaguely remembered it was Zhang. I rummaged through my memory, smiling back. Hello, Mrs. Zhang. You remember? Mrs. Zhang was overjoyed. Great memory. Back then, just you and my daughter. Every year the teachers praised you as the excellent trio. Heard you got into Peking University? Went straight through to your master's too? Really impressive. My daughter doesn't compare. Couldn't even get into a top university. But fortunately her job's decent. Here she paused slightly, eyes darting around before suddenly asking. Heard from your mom you came back to Riverside to work? How's the salary now? Facing Mrs. Zhang's probing question, I glanced at Mom. Mom silently signaled me. I smiled politely, answering. Yes, just returned to Riverside this week. Just graduated. Just over 5,000. Mrs. Zhang relaxed her shoulders, face beaming. That's already great. Really great. My daughter worked 2 years after college. Her salary's only over 7,000, not even 8. Young people nowadays all struggle. Work pressure is huge. Like her, what she earns just supports herself. Yet she insists on buying me a phone. I said I don't need it, but she wastes money anyway. How could I not understand what she was trying to say? So I went along with her, saying pleasant things to please her. I said mildly, can't say that. That's her sincere heart. That's filial piety. Huilin quickly chimed in, right. A child's heart. You're truly blessed. Hearing that, Mrs. Zhang smiled even more radiantly. Then the two began an endless mutual praise mode. A moment later, Mom and I waved goodbye to Mrs. Zhang on the sidewalk. Standing at the curb waiting for the light, Huilin asked, You still remember Mrs. Zhang? I watched the traffic flowing around us. Just have some impression left. Crossing the street, mother and son walked side by side. Need me to carry some stuff for you? No need, not too heavy. Huilin said, don't take her words to heart. She's always been like that. She glanced at her son carrying bags beside her, pursing her lips slightly. You working in Beijing? Buying a house, a car. Dad and I never mentioned it outside. Otherwise it wouldn't be her turn to brag. Huilin naturally understood those petty thoughts of her old friend at the market, which was why she didn't dare mention my Beijing salary, afraid it'd be too shocking. I glanced around, wanting to comfort Mom a bit. I said, it's fine, Mom. I don't care either. She just wants to borrow others' misfortunes to highlight her own happiness. If truly happy, why need to prove it? Who doesn't like hearing about others' bad luck? Like studying all those years, graduating but still can't find work. Life going nowhere? I shook my head, laughing. Mocking myself. Besides, my salary really is just over 5,000 now anyway. Alright, Huilan cut in. How much you earn doesn't matter. Mom can still support you. I joked, that's great then. Tomorrow I'll quit and stay home. Huilan immediately shot back. Dream on. I'd rather support a teacher. I said, but you said you'd support me. Huilan, but staying home won't do. You'd have to cook, wash dishes, do laundry. I pursed my lips. Then I'd rather go back to work. Of course, all just joking. My mom just didn't want to compete with anyone. No need to argue to win. If taking a step back meant losing nothing, and could silence others, I didn't mind stepping back a few more times. That was the art of yielding. Mother and son chatted a bit more. Huilan didn't ask more about salary matters. My family wasn't the type where everyone lived off the son alone. Both my parents had stable jobs. They didn't stress about that. Arriving home, Huilan went to the kitchen to process the vegetables bought this morning, assigning me to peel garlic. While waiting for water to boil, she turned to see me squatting by the trash can, meticulously peeling each garlic clove. She couldn't help sighing. Her son had truly grown up, knew to give others face, knew how to handle things skillfully. No longer sharp-tongued like when young. Every time others provoked him, he'd stubbornly argue back about everything, only knowing how to refute to the end, clearly showing his argumentative nature. Earlier at the market, I kept signaling, afraid my son would argue with that nosy person, making everyone uncomfortable. The scene would be very awkward. Thinking about it made sense. In the early teens, still impulsive, arguing back was understandable. But if past 20 and still retorting to everything, that was too childish. Time to grow up. Just that I still saw him as a child. Huilan thought this to herself, considering his handling ability natural. But actually, few peers could reach that level. And what my son displayed was just the tip of the iceberg. If Ethan Carter wanted, he could totally, depending on purpose, devise even more effective methods. Just unnecessary. In life, knowing what you want is enough. Chapter 25. Is your place convenient? Things stopped there. I finished peeling the last garlic clove, excitedly dropping it in the bowl, like hitting the enter key on a keyboard, or placing the final period on homework. Done, Mom. I finished peeling. I brought the garlic bowl to the kitchen. Mom took the bowl and glanced over. Not enough, I said, then I'll peel 2 more bulbs. While speaking, I grabbed 2 bulbs, preparing to go back out. No need. Huilan took the garlic from my hands. I was still wondering why, when I saw Mom separate the garlic, placing it on the cutting board. Thwack thwack. Swift and decisive, she picked up the large knife. Using the flat side to smack twice, all the cloves were crushed. Then she carried it to the trash can, blowing and rubbing, blowing away the garlic skins. 2 bulbs processed in a flash. Mom peeled while saying, "No time now. Mom needs it immediately." So that's how it's done. I momentarily didn't understand. Earlier I'd squatted by the trash can, diligently peeling for nearly 5 or 6 minutes. What was that even for? I stepped closer, watching Mom chop. Hesitating, I still couldn't help asking, "Mom, is there a difference between smashed garlic and peeled garlic? Either way, it all gets minced for cooking." "What difference?" Huilan glanced at me, looking at me like I was being stupid. I asked again, "Then why'd you make me peel it?" Huilan answered very reasonably, "Saw you idle with nothing to do, so I gave you some work. Is that okay?" Truly my own mother, I silently assessed in my heart. Turning to leave the kitchen, Huilan called me back. "Hey, that girl you're dating, how are things between you two?" The scene from yesterday afternoon's walk flashed through my mind. Holding her hand, I answered, "Very good." Huilan continued asking, "So when are you planning to bring her home for dinner?" I turned to look, could clearly see the Supreme Leader cooking. Had a hint of tension. I answered honestly, "I'm not sure about that yet. We haven't reached that point." I replied very sincerely. Huilan asked again, "Does she have any favorite dishes?" Hearing this, I immediately understood. Mom was worried that, if one day I brought my girlfriend home unexpectedly, She wouldn't have time to prepare and would lose face. Mom wanted to host properly, not leave that girl with a bad impression. I looked into the kitchen. Saw Mom trying to act unconcerned. But actually nothing had changed. Since childhood, regarding my affairs, Huilan rarely asked. But that didn't mean she didn't care. Mom always silently observed. About the girlfriend I'd only mentioned once. Her mouth rarely spoke of it, but her heart was very concerned. I laughed. She's easy to feed, not picky at all. Huilan turned around, lightly scolding. Who talks like that? I withdrew my smile, not understanding. What did I say wrong? Huilan seemed dissatisfied. Girls nowadays are all sensitive. Does that sound good? What if it makes her overthink? You need to watch your words more carefully. I thought again. Felt like nothing was really wrong. That way of speaking was like talking about a child. Sounding teasing. But to others, maybe it felt disrespectful. Just that with Sophia, it was just right. I didn't feel anything wrong. Huilan said sternly, "Did you hear clearly?" I didn't argue, just answered, "Yes, I heard." Huilan continued instructing her son. "From now on, think carefully before speaking. Girls have many thoughts you don't understand. On the surface, they seem fine. But inside they might already be upset." Hearing Mom's teaching, I said nothing more. "Mom, I might not understand all girls. But you don't understand Sophia either." Mother and son chatted in the kitchen. I worked as an assistant following instructions. Today's vegetable quantity wasn't much, but very miscellaneous. Talking while cooking, slow and unhurried. Huilan buying these items had another purpose. Wanting to refresh faded cooking skills. Couldn't wait until water reached her feet to jump. Had to prepare in advance. Frying, stir-frying, cooking, steaming, boiling. Busy all morning. Chen Miaohao worked overtime today. Arriving home at mealtime, he saw the table full of dishes. Praised a few times. Then cautiously asked, "Do we have guests coming today? If not one family, don't enter one door." Just like my mom Huilan. Dad also loved me in his own way. After repeatedly confirming no one was coming today, he skeptically sat at the table. Seeing my parents on such high alert, I felt both warmed and amused. At this age, living like children, just because of a future daughter-in-law. Why so tense? When Sophia's psychology was more stable, I'd bring her home, so my parents wouldn't worry constantly. Just meeting once would be enough. Thinking this, I picked up chopsticks and bowl. Looking at the full table before me. If only she could eat with us too. Suddenly, I had an idea. "Mom, can we pack some food?" Huilan asked. "Pack for what?" I said, "My girlfriend hasn't eaten yet. We have plenty left over anyway, bring her some. So she doesn't have to cook." Just finished speaking. Dad withdrew his hand reaching for food. Huilan also stood up and went to the kitchen. I asked, "Mom, where are you going?" Mom said, "Mom's making 2 more dishes. There's still half a chicken in the fridge." I hurriedly stopped her. "No need. Just pack it simply. I remember the company gave out new lunchboxes. Pretty big ones." Dad muttered and went to find lunchboxes. I said, "Regular boxes are fine. She doesn't eat much anyway. Busy for a while." If I hadn't stopped them, my parents would have packed the entire table. 2 4-tier lunchboxes stuffed full. Even 2 Sophias couldn't finish it. I silently shook my head, using a bag to carefully pack the boxes. Sat down preparing to eat, but unexpectedly got pulled up by Mom. I said, "Mom, what's wrong?" I looked at the bowl and chopsticks. Then at my mother. Asked with lost confidence, "I'm eating, what else? Isn't that obvious?" "Huilan, aren't you delivering the food?" I answered, "No rush. I can go after eating." While speaking, I tried to pick up food. But Mom took my chopsticks, putting them straight in the bag. "Your portion's packed too. You'd let her wait? Go quickly." After saying that, Mom shoved the food bag into my hands. Dad also handed over car keys. Pushed by both, I was shoved out the door in a daze. Slam. The door shut. I'd still underestimated their vigilance level. Tense to this degree? Really too much. I felt a bit helpless. Walking downstairs, while taking out my phone to call Sophia. Honestly, eating now was still a bit early. My family always ate quite early, related to my parents' work schedule habits. Before 11 a.m., food was already served. I'd planned to bring it over after eating. Timing would be just right. That was the original plan. But plans never kept up with reality. I'd only mentioned it once. And now it became like this. Lost in thought. The phone connected. Hello. Sophia's voice rang out, always carrying a touch of gentle sweetness. Very pleasant to hear. I asked, have you eaten? Sophia looked at the noodles just put in the pot, honestly answering, not yet. I asked, are you free? I'm coming over. Sophia immediately answered, free. I'll come out right away. Following her habitual thinking, she thought I was coming to invite her to eat. I said, no need. I'm coming to your place. Sophia momentarily didn't understand. Thinking before reacting, she said somewhat awkwardly, I don't have anything to eat at home. Can't have you eat plain noodles with me. Even if you'd accept it. I couldn't bear it. I didn't beat around the bush either. Telling her the situation straight. That we'd cooked many dishes at home. And my parents told me to bring some over for her to eat together. Too much information. Sophia momentarily froze, forgetting to even respond. Most importantly, his parents already knew they were dating. She still didn't answer. I asked again, is your place convenient? Sophia immediately snapped back, so tense she stuttered. Convenient. I answered, okay then. I'm coming now. Sophia, I hung up, hand still holding the phone. Mind in chaos. Was he ready to introduce me to his parents? Even with me being like this? Chapter 26. Will you come again next time? I parked the car on the street, carrying things upstairs. This building was at the corner across from Riverside No. 2 Middle School's main gate. Quite old. Back in middle school, I'd often pass by here. A small 4-story building. A very common boarding house type. Before, I'd only seen the outside. Turns out today was the first time. I stepped into the hallway. Cool air enveloped me. The building sat right at a corner. Poor lighting, high humidity. Looking up, saw the ceiling paint peeling at the wall corners. Stairs lined with tiles. Several spots already cracked. Cracks like spider webs. Spreading across. The railing was standard stainless steel. Each floor had 4 rooms. Following Sophia's Instagram message, I found the innermost room on the 3rd floor. Just raising my hand to knock. The doorknob already turned. Heard a creaking sound. The door opened a crack. Sophia poked half her head out. After confirming it was me, she smiled and opened the door wider. You're here? I joked. Your hearing's really sharp. Could even hear footsteps. Sophia shook her head, smiling brightly back. I saw you through the window. Saying that, she stepped aside to let me in. I asked, need to change into slippers? Sophia answered, no need. After entering the room, she gently closed the door. This was a single rental room. Very small. Stepping in, there was a desk, a wardrobe on the side. The bed was deep inside. Outside the window hung some small wet clothes dripping. No kitchen. A tiny bathroom on one side. Door closed. The layout was very simple. Could see everything at a glance. But everything was clean and tidy. I placed the food bag on the table, looking for somewhere to sit. But there was only one plastic chair. Sophia quickly ran to get the chair for me, even wiping it with her hand. I wiped it, not dirty. I thought she minded the dirt and misunderstood. I felt a bit awkward. I asked, then where will you sit? Sophia froze. She hadn't thought of that. I can stand. She smiled awkwardly, fingers restlessly clutching her shirt hem. Flustered, not knowing what to do. I saw through that, but said nothing. I didn't sit down either. Just opened the lunchboxes while calling her over. My mom's cooking isn't bad. Not sure if you can eat it. While speaking, I took out 2 4-tier lunchboxes. Laying everything out, the small table became crowded. Fragrant aroma filled the air. Just opening the lids, the scent spread throughout the room. Still steaming hot. Sophia stepped closer, feeling somewhat surprised. Way too much. I said, try some. I handed her chopsticks and a lunchbox. Sophia took them, but still didn't eat right away. Just silently observing my expression. I sighed lightly inside. then picked up a lunchbox. Casually picking up a chicken drumstick. Taking a big bite and nodding repeatedly. Signaling her to eat quickly. Only then did Sophia dare to move her chopsticks. Trying some vegetables. I said, "This is my mom's best dish. Really delicious." While speaking, I picked up a piece of tender braised beef and put it in her bowl. Sophia stammered, I can get my own." I paid no attention to what she said. "This is also really good. Not sure if you'll like it." While speaking, I picked up a honey-glazed meatball for her. Continuously serving her several times. Telling her to try each dish. The two ate while chatting. Sophia ate in small bites. Occasionally sneaking glances at me. I maintained a slightly awkward demeanor. I asked, "Does it taste okay?" My mom asked me to ask what you like best. Sophia looked at her rice bowl. Not knowing what she was thinking. She said softly, "Everything's good, I like it all." I smiled. "If it's good, eat more." Sophia looked at the lunchbox. Not lifting her head to look at me. She asked in a small voice, "You told your parents about us dating, right?" Though a question. Her tone fell slightly, sounding more like confirmation than inquiry. I scratched my head. "Sorry, I didn't ask your opinion first. My mom asked, so I just told her, didn't think much of it." Sophia quickly looked up, explaining immediately, "No, I didn't mean that." Eyes meeting briefly. She lowered her head again. Fingers gripping chopsticks tightly, flustered. "I just wanted to ask, your parents don't object?" I smiled. "What's there to object to?" Sophia pressed her lips together. She said quietly, "With my circumstances like this." Not knowing how to continue. Her heart seemed to fall to the bottom. I finished her sentence, saying slowly, "Beautiful. And such a good personality. What about circumstances like that?" Hearing that, Sophia's shoulders trembled slightly. She tried looking up at me, wanting to see if I was just saying that. To comfort her. Eyes meeting. She only saw in my eyes purity and sincerity, not a trace of falsehood. She asked softly, "Do you really think so?" I answered, "There aren't that many real and fake things in this world. Eat before it gets cold." Then I picked up another chicken drumstick for her. The lunchbox had almost no space left. She quickly said, "I can eat by myself." Though Sophia kept saying she could do it herself. I paid no attention, just kept serving her dish after dish. Until Sophia was stuffed full. Just as I'd guessed, even with two people eating. The food mom packed was still too much. Only ate half. I asked, "Do you have a fridge?" She nodded. "Yes, the landlord left one." Sophia looked toward the corner of the room. I followed her gaze. Earlier I hadn't noticed. In the corner was a small refrigerator. On top sat a pot. A bit small, but probably enough space. I roughly estimated, then started clearing food. "Let me help you put it in the fridge. Tomorrow just reheat it." Sophia hurriedly took over. "I can do it." Looking like she was afraid I'd take the task away. I had to withdraw my hand, not competing anymore. While she cleaned up the lunchboxes, I walked over to the fridge. The fridge was knee-high. For such a small rental room, quite decent. Living alone, storing some leftover meal food was just right. I opened the fridge to look. Inside were only 2 apples. Empty. Just enough space for 2 lunchboxes to fill it. I closed the fridge. On top of the fridge sat a small pot. Lid still on, faintly warm. Didn't know what was inside. When Sophia finished cleaning up, she carried 2 lunchboxes to put in the fridge. Just turning around, she saw me, staring at the pot used for cooking noodles. I lifted the glass lid, silently looking inside, noodles soaked until soft and mushy, falling apart. Sophia held the 2 lunchboxes, head lowered, standing behind me. For her, when I opened the pot lid, it wasn't just a pot lid. It was also the curtain concealing her difficult life. She could endure living like this, without resentment or complaint. But if it was in front of the person she liked, she really didn't want to be seen. Not even a little bit. I silently put the lid back on. Turning around, lost in thought, I didn't hear the movement behind me. Sophia stood there like a child who'd just done something wrong. Head down, silent. I smiled lightly. "You cleaned up fast." Then continued, "Remember to refrigerate it properly. Finish it tomorrow, or it'll spoil." This time, my smile couldn't spread to her like usual. She just kept her head down, silent. Don't know why, but a tear fell. Drip. Landing on the lunchbox lid. Even she was startled, not knowing when the tears had started. Hurriedly using her sleeve to wipe the lid. Wiping away that tear. Here. Don't know when I'd moved in front of her. I extended my hand. Sophia said quietly, I can put it away myself. Her voice choked, nasal. I smiled gently. Wipe your face first. I can put it away. I deliberately spoke softly, not mentioning anything again. Sophia lightly brushed with the back of her hand. Only then did she clearly feel her face covered in messy tear tracks. Not just one drop on the lunchbox. She embarrassedly handed me the box. When I turned my back, she immediately used her palm to wipe the tears from her face. I deliberately slowed my movements, giving her more time. When I stood and turned back, the girl's mood still hadn't improved. She turned away, occasionally still secretly wiping tears. Now wasn't the time for comfort. In circumstances like these, all comfort felt like charity, carrying a condescending feeling. Besides, crying wasn't bad. Sometimes crying was good, just needed to give her some time and quiet space. I said, nothing else, I'll head back first. Have some things to do. While speaking, I walked to the door. Sophia ran to open it for me. I said, no need to see me out. Rest a bit. Looking at the girl before me. Tears still full. Still trying to see me off. I felt my heart in turmoil. Goodbye. I waved lightly. Then turned to leave. Just a few steps away. A voice called from behind. Will you come again next time? Voice carrying a sob. I couldn't bear to turn back. Just answered with my back to her. Depends if you want me to come again. I'm leaving, you rest. After saying that, I quickly walked down the stairs. Leaving the hallway. Sophia leaned against the doorframe, standing still, looking at the empty hallway. Tears still on her chin. But lips smiling. So good, he still wants to come. Chapter 27. Love confirmed many times. Driving home, I kept thinking about what I saw in that rental room. Not just the pot of mushy noodles, but a miniature image of Sophia's life all these years. Just thinking of her alone. In that rental room silently eating plain noodles. Day after day. Honestly, I felt very uncomfortable. When you love someone, you not only don't want them to see you struggle, but also don't want to see them suffer. Either way, your heart will ache. I opened the door home. My parents were on the balcony, tending two newly bought flower pots. Hearing movement in the hallway. Both turned to see me back. Mom asked, how was it? I snapped back to attention, reacting a beat slow to Mom's question. I answered, oh. She said everything was delicious. Mom breathed a sigh of relief. I seized the chance to add praise. Mom cooks at 5-star hotel level. Who could complain? Mom outwardly said I was flattering, but inside was clearly pleased. She told me to help plant flowers. Then went to get things from the washing machine. Today was sunny, perfect for hanging bedding to dry. Leaving the balcony to father and son, I helped pour soil into the pots. Dad stood beside me, adjusting the newly bought watering can. He said, dating is your business. If she's good to you, then you must cherish her. But if she's not good, no need to force it to continue. Dad spoke like chatting casually. You kids nowadays have some term. What is it? Simp, right? Anyway, don't be a simp. And definitely don't be heartless either. I looked at Dad curiously. Where'd you learn that term? Chen Miaohao said at the company. He overheard some girls chatting. Heard about some guy who's exactly that type of simp. Can't escape no matter what he does. Listening to it was exhausting. I nodded. People like that really are annoying. Not only bothering the girl, but having no self-respect. Dad continued. But I'm not worried you're a simp. I'm just afraid you'll be heartless. I wasn't pleased. Dad, am I that untrustworthy? Dad answered, others don't understand you. But you think I don't? On the outside, you're definitely steady. But inside you're full of schemes. No one understands you better than Dad. I felt uneasy and lowered my eyes. Dad continued. In the end, dating is just a matter of conscience. You understand, right? Oh, and how does she treat you? The question came so suddenly. I paused. How does she treat me? Clearly in such circumstances. Still unwilling to spend my money. Always wanting to treat me. Rather eating plain noodles herself for several meals. To save the best she could for me. A heart like that. Practically giving her whole heart. I smiled. She treats me very well. Dad nodded. Good is enough. Don't let her down either. And also, he paused. Then continued. Dad knows you kids nowadays date pretty openly. Anyway, remember to be safe. Oh right, what about that car you said you're buying? I answered, all settled. Dad asked, what car? I replied, a Nissan Sylphy Classic. The emotional education topic ended there, shifting to everyday matters. I planted. Dad watered. Mom hung bedding beside us. Life doesn't have that many great storms. Most accumulate from small things. When afternoon nap time came, my parents went to their room. I sat in my room, opened my computer to fill out forms. Unexpectedly received a message from my superior at headquarters, saying I needed to fill out some documents to submit for work subsidy applications. The documents weren't hard, just many. Took some time. While filling forms, we chatted. My boss and I had a good relationship. He was working overtime alone at headquarters and bored. So while having me fill forms, he chatted to avoid boredom, asking if I was adapting to life here. Finishing everything took over an hour. Mainly because we kept talking. Concluded by arranging to gather when I returned. Ending the call, I lay on the bed to rest briefly. This weekend, originally, I'd planned to take Sophia somewhere. Seeing her always so heavy and gloomy. Wanting to help her relax. But this silly girl kept everything inside, trying to digest it herself. But lacking that ability. The result was everything just getting worse. Silly to the point of anger. Now even wanting to take her out wasn't possible. She hadn't even overcome this herself. I felt both heartache and some anger. From yesterday until now, she hadn't proactively messaged me at all. Probably sitting in her rental room crying now. Crying was fine. Also the fastest way for her to release current emotions. Afternoon, Dad still hadn't returned. I told Mom I wouldn't eat dinner at home and went out. Since learning I was seeing my girlfriend in the afternoons, Mom didn't ask anything more. Not interfering in dating matters at all. I left home. Scanned to rent an e-bike downstairs. Riding to the rental, carrying some irritation. Also forgot to message the silly girl first. After locking the bike, I called. The other end answered immediately. Hello, I asked. Hello what? Come down to eat now. My voice clearly unhappy. Sophia didn't ask more. Just opened with an apology. Sorry. I'm coming down now. Not long after hanging up. She ran out from the hallway. Approaching me. Sorry for making you wait. She anxiously apologized again. I suddenly realized. My bit of anger had frightened her. I silently took a breath. Steadying my emotions, I extended my hand, giving her a decisive command. Sophia didn't hesitate. She immediately placed her hand for me to grasp. I held her hand. My tone also softened considerably. What do you want to eat? Sophia, I'll follow you completely. Here we go again. That fearful tone. Though very obedient, it inexplicably made people frustrated. Sophia Hayes, you can have your own opinions. Your own thoughts. You can speak up. Don't worry, I won't love you. Why do you doubt that I love you? I couldn't help frowning. Sophia didn't understand what was happening. Seeing me frown, she instinctively lowered her head, trembling slightly. Seeing her like that, I relaxed my brow, suddenly finding myself somewhat ridiculous. Why was I making things difficult for her? More precisely, I wasn't actually angry at her. I was angry at myself. Angry I couldn't do anything useful for her. I looked at her, suddenly calling her name. Sophia looked up at me, eyes looking straight at me. I suddenly said, "Vy. I love you," speaking directly. Sophia froze. Her eyes involuntarily widened slightly. My gaze on her was both firm and intense. She couldn't quite handle it, not yet avoiding my eyes when I continued asking, "Do you love me?" Sophia, I love you too. She was so tense she stuttered. not knowing why I'd suddenly say these things. But this was the first time she'd tried to say such words. She was very shy. I sighed lightly. "You're lying." I let the words fall. Sophia immediately panicked. "I'm not lying. I like you." I cut her off. "I mean, you don't believe I love you." Sophia froze, immediately falling silent. She didn't know if she believed it or not, but truly feared that one day I'd stop loving her. Looking at the flustered girl before me, I knew I'd hit upon her thoughts. Honestly, guessing thoughts like that gave no sense of accomplishment at all. On the contrary, felt a bit sad. I asked, "Can I kiss you?" "Huh?" Sophia stared at me blankly. She suspected she'd misheard. Seeing no reaction from her, I boldly moved closer, bending down slightly, getting closer and closer, feeling the burning breath from her. Sophia just let me approach. Let my soft lips touch lightly like a dragonfly on water against her cheek. After kissing, I slowly straightened up, eyes meeting, both breathing unevenly. A light breeze passed, the wind caressing our hearts. The wet spot on her cheek felt slightly cool, but her face burned hot. I truly had no other way. I looked straight into her eyes. "Vy?" Sophia's gaze couldn't leave me anymore. Held by my look, she softly responded, like a small creature whimpering. I said, "I don't know what to do to make you believe I truly love you." But, Vy? That afternoon was probably the hottest autumn day in Riverside. The sun refused to set. Like returning to midsummer. Two people standing beneath the rental talking. Most of what was said that day, I no longer remember clearly. Sophia seemed lost in a dream. After eating, didn't know how she got home. Even at night, she could still feel the cool kiss mark on her cheek. But inside her heart burned. Time could blur all memories. Sophia always thought, even if one day, time took away all her memories, the last thing to be erased would surely be Ethan Carter's words that day, when I said those words to her. Though mid-autumn, her heart felt like radiant midsummer. Eyes meeting, my gentle voice. "I don't know what to do to make you believe I love you. But Vy, I love you. You can ask me as many times as you want. Forever." Chapter 28. Listen to your boyfriend. Sunday. Yesterday we bought lots of food, so this morning didn't need to go to the market. I naively thought I could sleep in. But before 8 a.m., I was called up to drink soy milk. My parents just bought a new soy milk maker. Didn't calculate the soy amount well. Made too much, so called me up to help finish it. After breakfast, the two wouldn't sit still, inviting each other to walk in the park. I drank 2 large bowls of soy milk, stuffed full, washed the soy milk maker clean, then crawled back into bed, wanting to catch up on sleep. Lying in bed, I kept thinking, couldn't understand. If the soy milk couldn't be finished, just leave it. Why must they wake me to drink it all? Tossing and turning, drowsiness completely vanished. I opened Instagram, tapping Sophia's profile picture. Wonder if she was awake yet. Not thinking much, I messaged directly. "Hey." Her side was the familiar near instant response. "I'm here." Though just 2 simple words. I could imagine her serious, slightly silly demeanor replying. Truly couldn't help smiling. We messaged back and forth a while. I reminded her to reheat and eat the food in the fridge, saying I wouldn't come over this morning. Tomorrow was Monday. I still had work to handle at the company. Though this branch's work pressure wasn't as heavy as headquarters, that was still relative. Working for money was never easy. These days, what industry wasn't fiercely competitive? Especially in the big game production industry like mine. That feeling was clearer than ever. Thinking back to time at headquarters. All kinds of performance metrics. All kinds of tasks to complete. Always in 24-hour standby mode. Some nights at 3 or 4 a.m., I'd jump up to fix code. Everything that needed experiencing, I'd experienced. Since starting work, I'd developed another condition, insomnia. My insomnia wasn't like normal people's. It was the result of living long-term in high-pressure environments and prolonged anxiety. When night fell, preparing to sleep, countless sounds like electrical buzzing appeared in my head. The ringing in my head was very severe. Almost every night I had to force myself to sleep. through that electrical sound. Sometimes the ringing was too strong. Eyelids exhausted. Closed until morning but still couldn't sleep. Just had to drag my tired body to work. I'd also gone to see doctors. The doctor prescribed some medications, telling me to ensure sufficient sleep time. Pay attention to resting more. Reduce tension, don't let anxiety dominate. Who doesn't know sleep deprivation? Irregular eating. Stress, worrying about work or performance. All bad for health? But it's work. Knowing work isn't good for you. What can you do? How many people don't have to work? Saying, let go, sounds easy. But when burdens press on your shoulders, how many people can truly be carefree? Everyone understands those simple truths. But life always needs someone to shoulder it. If no one shoulders it for you, you can only stand up yourself. No other way. Who isn't trading health for money? Just to keep living. Even many people can't even trade their lives for money. I had nothing to complain about. Insomnia? So be it. Heavy head ringing? Just endure it. It's fine. Now much better than before. At home, mom manages my eating. Work pressure at the branch is lighter than before. Life may be hard, may be bitter. But don't let that suffering cloud your eyes. Don't deny there are still good things in life. Still things worth pursuing. A clear blue sky. A flower in full bloom. A gentle drizzle. A person you want to see. Recognizing life's truth yet still loving it as before. Loving life as if loving death itself. Living toward the light despite knowing you may wither. Though life has never loved me, I'll still try to learn to love it. Never giving up, perhaps precisely because of this attitude toward life. I've overcome time and time again. And until now, can still live peacefully like this. The luckiest thing is, in my heart now, there's someone. The person I want to love my whole life. I put down my phone, opened the computer, and started working. In the morning, when mom cooked, I went to the kitchen to help. Dad bought some small fish. Fussing with the fish tank, preparing to try raising them. In the afternoon, I told my parents I was going out. They knew what I was thinking, so didn't ask more. Before I left, Dad held car keys in his hand, asking if I needed the car. I said it wasn't far, no need. Just 2 blocks away. I rode a shared e-bike to the rental area. From afar, I saw Sophia standing by the road. Didn't I say I'd message when I arrived? Why are you standing out here waiting? I parked the bike, walking toward her. Sophia smiled at me, a hint of shyness on her face. Did you miss me? A statement so direct it embarrassed even the listener. Sophia, that girl once had youthful shyness. Looking at her flushed face. And silly smile for me. I laughed. Why are you getting sillier every day? I said, being told that. Sophia didn't mind. Just tilted her head smiling at me. I said, follow orders. Sophia obediently placed her hand in my palm, letting me grasp it, following my every step, walking and talking. I asked, what do you want to eat? Though knowing asking was pointless, I still couldn't help asking for form's sake. Sophia, I'll follow you. Sure enough, the expected answer. These past days, I'd taken Sophia to eat at all the shops around her school. Now starting a new round, special braised pork rice. In the restaurant, we sat in the corner. Sophia sat against the wall. I sat on the outside. We sat side by side, watching her eat happily, face full of joy. I involuntarily felt my heart soften. Truly a girl easily made happy. I remembered when I first worked at headquarters, meeting a very picky team leader. Bubble tea costing tens of thousands. Meals over 100,000 with dessert. Eating a few bites, complaining it was bad, then tossing it. Lost in thought, she handed me something. This is for you. I can't finish. Sophia said quietly, picking up the fried egg and remaining braised pork, placing it all in my bowl, leaving only one piece of potato pancake. Perhaps that was her final stand. Watching the girl find reasons to serve me food. I found her adorable, deliberately teasing her, but I prefer potato pancakes. Oh, from this angle, couldn't see her face clearly, but I could sense that silly girl starting to hesitate. Inside, I chuckled, but when eating, just eat properly. Won't tease her anymore. Just about to say never mind. Sophia only hesitated a few seconds. then picked up the potato pancake and placed it in my bowl. In her bowl remained only white rice and some vegetables. She turned to smile at me. A smile without the slightest reluctance. Silly to the point of heartbreak. Seeing her about to eat plain rice and vegetables. I put both potato pancakes back in her bowl. Sophia was a bit flustered. You eat it. I said, how can you eat plain rice? I was just teasing you. Sophia protested quietly. I have food, it's not just plain rice. This is even better than plain noodles. I think it's enough. I shook my head. I'm your boyfriend. At least in small matters like this, listen to me, okay? Hearing those 3 words, your boyfriend, unintentionally, in Sophia's heart, it felt like a feather lightly brushing past. Ticklish, tingling. She suddenly felt shy, softly answering, I'll listen to you, as your girlfriend. Chapter 29. Response. Love needs someone to take initiative. In love, there must always be someone more proactive. And that person was me. During meals, I also led the conversation. Eating while talking. The atmosphere was very relaxed. The restaurant wasn't crowded either. Sophia was no longer tense or afraid like before. We ate very slowly. Lately, darkness fell earlier. After eating, leaving the restaurant, the sky was already deep blue. Stars twinkling. Street lamps along both sides were lit. Boarding high school students all had to return to school Sunday evening. The area around Riverside High School became lively. Each night market stall had students in blue and white uniforms gathered, chatting and laughing, full of youthful vitality. I bought 2 coconut waters, deliberately adding extra coconut jelly, then walked with her after dinner. I strolled slowly along the sidewalk. Suddenly I turned to say, switch to your other hand. Huh? Sophia looked over, seeing my gaze, resting on the coconut water in her hand. Though not understanding what I planned, she obediently switched hands. I immediately grasped her hand. So that's what he wanted, to hold hands. Sophia silently lowered her eyes. Though not the first time holding hands. Being asked so directly by me still made her heart race. She seemed to like being commanded like that. Sophia secretly noticed my hand. My hand clearly wasn't just simply grasping, but also moving gently. I used my fingers to stroke her palm lightly. Each strong finger skillfully separated her tiny finger gaps, interlacing to the very end. Finally, 10 fingers interlaced tightly, feeling the warmth from my hand. Sophia's cheeks gradually flushed. She moved a bit closer to me, shoulders lightly touching. Neither said anything, just silently walking. Sophia really liked this feeling. Even without talking, the atmosphere remained light and pleasant. Not heavy or awkward at all. If walking beside someone else, not knowing what to say, she'd think it was her fault. Couldn't help worrying if she'd done something wrong. But that was long ago. Now she didn't even have courage to walk beside anyone. Thinking this, Sophia's gaze gradually dimmed. Suddenly, a vague fear tore through her heart. Then spreading like a burst dam. Fear surged like a tide, quickly submerging her, making her feel suffocated, powerless. Her body started trembling uncontrollably. I immediately noticed the abnormality beside me. I glanced at Sophia. She kept her head down, exuding indescribable fragility. What's wrong? I slowed down, asking gently. Sophia looked up, forcing a strained smile. Nothing. She knew clearly what was wrong. Didn't know when it started. Perhaps when working far away. Being inappropriately touched by the boss. Or maybe when the boss's wife deliberately caused trouble. Even once burning her hair with a lighter. Or maybe when in the factory dorm. Drunk men pounding on the door at midnight. Since then, whenever she paid too much attention to others, the fear inside her magnified uncontrollably. Emotions were very mysterious things. Some people think it's just emotions. Just think more positively. But actually, it's not like that. Excessive tension makes hands and feet go cold. Confused, not knowing what to do. Even wanting to vomit. Excessive sadness makes people lose interest in everything. Not wanting to do anything. Even living becomes undesirable. Being too agitated makes one hot-tempered and impulsive. One provocative word and wanting to hit someone, not thinking of consequences. People like that aren't causing trouble from boredom, nor deliberately putting on an act. They don't want to be controlled by emotions. It's just that they've lost the ability to control emotions. Can't self-regulate. If they could easily control it, who would want to live like that? Very uncomfortable, not a joke. Right now, Sophia was exactly like that. The vague fear pressed down like a boulder. She didn't know what to do. Alone in her rental room, she could curl up under the blanket trembling, enduring until it passed. But out on the street like this, in front of me like this, Sophia could only desperately hide it, not wanting me to see. Her other hand clenched into a fist, nails digging into her flesh. She still forced a smile at me, trying to say, "I'm fine." But her lips were trembling. A few days ago, though she still feared strangers, she was okay. Why this sudden episode today? Emotions pressed down like a boulder, making me momentarily not know what to do. She wanted to hide, to run somewhere with no one. Wait until normal again before appearing. Pretending nothing happened, continuing beside me like a normal person. I'd already tried imagining her psychological condition, in the worst direction, but still underestimated it. Looking at her pale lips, I couldn't process what was happening. I only knew to worry. "Do you feel unwell somewhere?" Sophia let go of my hand, our interlaced fingers separating. She said, I want to go home." Don't know if it was an illusion, but I saw in her eyes only shattered pleading. Her whole being like a mirror. Someone had struck hard right in the center, shattering into heartbreaking cracks. Only then did I realize her psychological disorder was acting up. I didn't dare ask more. Just following along. "Then let me take you home." Sophia shook her head. "I can get home myself." Her voice trembled so much even the sentence's end quivered. Gaze avoiding. I clearly sensed the fear in her. I wanted to move a bit closer, to give her some security, but her half-step backward made me stop, abandoning that naive intention. Security wasn't just hugging someone tight and saying, "Don't be scared," to make things better. It wasn't that simple. I didn't dare act thoughtlessly. Just stood still watching her. "Then go home yourself. When you get there, remember to message me." Sophia nodded while hurrying away. I stood under the streetlight, watching her figure grow more distant, until completely out of sight. The rental room was pitch dark. Sophia sat with knees drawn up on the bed's edge, crying until her whole body shook. The uncontrollable emotions inside finally settled down. She'd never hated herself this much. A message notification sounded. The phone screen blazed bright in the darkness. She grabbed it, crying while wiping tears, trying to see clearly. I'd sent a message. "Feeling better?" Seeing the content, Sophia's heart felt half frozen. She'd tried so hard to hide it, but still couldn't fool me. Felt like the next sentence I'd say was, "Break up." Terrible living conditions, such strange behavior. Who would want to love someone like that? Clearly never having had me. Yet she already feared the feeling of losing me. Thinking this, Sophia buried her face in her arms, shoulders trembling from crying. Another message notification sounded. She sobbed while looking up, not daring to look, trembling fingers unlocking the screen. After unlocking, she stared at the chat window, eyes blurred from tears. Those troublesome tears fell again. She raised her hand to wipe them away firmly, then looked again. After looking carefully, she froze for seconds, then suddenly jumped up, not even putting on shoes, running straight out barefoot. At that moment, I was standing at the roadside, looking up at that dark third-floor room. Lights not on, messages not answered either. Could she have gone straight to sleep after returning? Impossible. Should I go check? I looked down at my phone screen again. The last message was still mine. "If you're feeling better, come down so I can see you for a bit, okay? I'm really worried about you. Maybe should still go check." Her condition made me unable to feel at ease. I turned off the screen, stuffing the phone in my pocket, striding quickly toward the stairs. Suddenly, movement echoed in the hallway. Sophia frantically ran out from there. Seeing me in the distance, she immediately rushed over, crashing into my chest. I stood frozen. This silly girl. Why'd she run out like this? Barefoot, wearing nothing on her feet. Just arriving, she hugged me tight. "Sorry, really sorry." I'm trying to change. Give me a bit more time, please. I didn't understand what she was saying. My eyebrows trembled slightly, as if enduring some great grievance. She pressed her head against my chest, sobbing, crying while continuously apologizing. I'd never seen her like this before either. Could only comfort like soothing a child. One hand I placed behind her head, the other gently patting her back, softly saying, don't cry anymore. It's okay now, it's okay. One person apologizing, one person comforting. A long while later, her crying gradually turned to soft sobs. She hiccuped while looking up at me. I'll change. Don't leave me. From crying too much, her voice was hoarse. Now, she couldn't even speak a complete sentence properly. Looking at the small girl in my arms, crying while clutching me, refusing to let go. I felt both pity and amusement. I took tissues to wipe her tears. I never said I'd leave you. But you yourself think you're terrible. That's not your fault. It's okay. I'll always be beside you. Sophia looked into my eyes, hiccuping while letting me wipe her tears away. I once said I love you. You can confirm that as many times as you want. Sophia whispered, then do you still love me? I just smiled at her, not answering. I moved my arms around, embracing her waist and back, pulling her into my arms. Sophia's tears flowed again, but this time not from heartache and choking. Tears falling very quietly, gentle as tonight's breeze. I rested my chin on her shoulder, forehead gently rubbing against her chin. Under the old, slightly flickering streetlight, I whispered. I heard it very clearly. Chapter 30. When Sophia's psychological issues acted up, she feared everything, except me. She ran away, because she feared I'd see that terrible side of her. Feared I'd be scared off. After yesterday's episode passed, Sophia thought this relationship would surely end. She understood clearly she had too many problems. Terrible living conditions, serious psychological issues, even an inglorious past, surviving through questionable work. In this relationship, she always felt insecure. She hid these things to begin with me, knowing it wasn't fair to me, also feeling guilty toward me. Sophia was terrified of being exposed, so tried hard to hide. But the more you fear something, the easier it happens. Paper can't wrap fire. In just 1 week, I'd witnessed her difficult living conditions. Witnessed the entire process of her psychological episode. Last night, by the roadside, we held each other for a long time. I told her, it's okay. I'll be beside you. For Sophia, these words carried more weight than even, I love you. Loving someone is easy. Continuing to love is the hardest part. I could always use the most appropriate way to respond to her insecurity. I'd never criticized her. My very acceptance was the reason she continued loving. She could only respond with a sincere heart. Monday morning. Beneath the rental building, Sophia stood by the road. Riverside High School was right across the street. From here could hear the broadcast in the schoolyard. Probably morning exercises. I remembered when I was in school. The school had very strict rules. When gathering for morning exercises, everyone had to carry a small notebook to demonstrate the spirit of learning, seizing every second. But actually, everyone knew inside, just for show to make the school look good. Whether students were excellent or poor didn't differ in those few seconds. Not running seriously was the first bad habit. The school taught students superficial, just going through the motions. Back then, I was very bothered by that bad habit, stubbornly wanting to resist to the end. I'd deliberately not bring the notebook, breaking the rules. If teachers scolded me, I'd argue back. Once was even labeled as defying teachers. Parents called in. If not for my grades always staying in the class top 5, I'd have been punished more severely. Sophia feared I'd get in trouble. So every morning exercise, she'd bring 2 notebooks, slipping me one when inspections came. I'd even gotten angry at her over that. Lost in thought, a shared e-bike bell rang, pulling me from reminiscence. I tilted my head, seeing a familiar figure. My eyes immediately brightened. Last night after hugging by the roadside, we talked for a long time. Before parting, I'd even gone up to her place, bringing down the washed lunchboxes to return. I said tomorrow morning I'd go to work. Passing through here. Wanting her to come down so I could see her. Otherwise I wouldn't feel at ease. More than an appointment. It was like a command. Sophia was very obedient, always listening to me. And she really liked listening to me. Being commanded by me, managed by me was truly happiness. I looked at the girl smiling at me so gently. I rode up in front of her, stopping. What were you thinking? From afar I saw you spacing out. Sophia said, I was thinking about you. Such a direct answer. If not for knowing her well. Knowing she was sincere, I really would have suspected she was deliberately saying that. To make me happy. Knowing it was true, I still couldn't help teasing. Sweet talking like this. Are you trying to fool me? Sophia hurriedly shook her head. No, I really was thinking about you. Watching this silly girl hurriedly explain. I secretly laughed inside. I continued teasing, really? I don't believe you. Sophia didn't know how to prove it either. Gaze flustered. I reached toward her. Come here and hug me, then I'll believe you. Sophia obediently stepped closer. Hugging me. I greedily held her a bit longer. Arms around her waist. Feeling her soft, warm body. Just one hug last night and I was already addicted. You'll be late for work now. Sophia reminded quietly, a bit shy. I squeezed lightly before letting her go. Taking the soy milk hanging on the handlebars. And bag of steamed buns to give her. Brought from home. Eat while it's hot. I'm going now. Goodbye. I waved to her. Then rode the e-bike away. Sophia stood dazed watching my retreating figure. A moment later she came to her senses. Showing a gentle smile. She raised her hand to her chest, waving lightly. Be careful on the road. At Riverside Network Technology Company. Sophie Chen listlessly walked out of the parking lot. This weekend, she'd investigated Ethan Carter's background. Asking several well-informed friends. But hadn't dug up anything. Until this morning while eating breakfast. A friend from headquarters messaged. Saying she'd investigated. Turns out he really was sent by headquarters for training. Not to mention other things. Just the monthly salary, not counting bonuses, was enough to make her re-examine herself, checking if she'd done anything improper in front of him. Left any bad impressions. Sophie Chen was very puzzled. Normally she was quite accurate reading people. Don't know why this time she'd misjudged so badly. If not for accidentally seeing his work account, she'd have really missed the opportunity. Too dangerous. A young person with money. Little social experience. Never loved anyone. Always just buried in work. Letting him slip away would be such a waste. Fortunately, just from one extra glance. Felt no different from hitting the lottery. Sophie Chen's lips curved up uncontrollably. She seemed to foresee the scene. He'd spend money on her. Dote on her completely. A man like that was best to catch. Thinking this, Sophie Chen looked up. First she saw the shared e-bike across the street. Then saw Ethan Carter locking the bike. Since learning his salary, the more she looked, the more attractive he seemed. Riding an e-bike? So what? Nothing wrong with that. Persisting in biking to work every day. Consider it physical exercise. Definitely very healthy. I finished locking the bike. Crossing the street into the company. Morning, team leader. A clear voice rang beside me. I looked over. Sophie Chen approached with a cute, playful manner. Wearing a pretty dress. Whole being radiating vitality. Good morning, I responded with a polite smile. Being energetic was good, but too many small gestures. Trying hard to display cuteness. In a forced way. Awkward to the point the fakeness showed clearly. I showed no attitude, just silently observed all those actions. Sophie Chen was like this with everyone. That was her way of communicating. The purpose was just to create an impression of being cute and lively, making others more sympathetic toward her. I didn't mind. Didn't find it off-putting either. But right after, Sophie Chen boldly moved closer to me. I just saw you arrive on a shared e-bike, right? Is it for physical exercise? She spoke while flipping her hair suggestively. Standing right where the wind blew. Letting the shampoo scent from her hair spread. At first glance seemed natural. But actually every movement was carefully arranged. I frowned slightly. What I did was my business. But clearly she was targeting me. I pretended to be serious. Answering stiffly, no. Just that I don't have a car. Sophie Chen laughed inwardly. Still pretending? With that salary, how could you not afford a car? Sophie Chen smiled, changing approaches to win me over. Who doesn't have a car eventually? Persisting in exercising every day is very admirable. I deflated her again. No. Just that my bike pass is about to expire. Sophie Chen's lips twitched. Couldn't she see this was obviously trying to win favor? Truly a block of wood. She moved closer. Team leader. Have you had breakfast? My treat. I cut her off. Already ate at home. Oh right, that report from last week. You made it, right? There are several places I need to discuss with you. Just mentioning work. Sophie Chen's face fell. If this were last week, by now she'd have found an excuse to slip away. But now Sophie Chen pretended to be pitiful. Team leader. Sorry, there are some parts one really don't understand well. If you're free, could you teach me? I acted as if I didn't see that feigned weakness, not giving her too much room to wiggle. If you don't know, practice more. Must have the right work attitude. Those charts, you need to spend more time relearning them. The format's all wrong. I had such trouble processing it. Sophie Chen sighed in exasperation. Knowing this, why even try to ingratiate earlier? She wanted to accidentally touch me. She'd always used this trick. Awakening desire in men's hearts. Rarely failed. Yet with me, it didn't work at all. All work talk. Best to just hug reports and talk about them in the evening too. Fire smoldered in Sophie Chen's heart. But she could do nothing. Just stepping into the company, already scolded by me. This Ethan Carter really could go on endlessly. Scolding without repeating a single sentence. Just a report. Worth scolding this much? Starting with work attitude. In a blink, I dragged it all the way to affecting the company's future. Didn't understand how I connected things. Sophie Chen was scolded to the second floor. Couldn't take it anymore. Immediately finding an excuse to go to the bathroom. In the restroom, Sophie Chen looked in the mirror above the sink. She realized she'd been wrong. Someone whose head was full of work. Who understood nothing about romance like Ethan Carter. How could she possibly flirt with him at the company? If wanting to seduce that type of blockhead man, must go outside, away from the work environment. Choosing a place with romantic atmosphere. When that time comes, won't need to use many tricks. Just pretend to be a bit innocent. Hot and cold. Saying a few lines like, team leader. You'll treat me well in the future, right? Guys with dumb brains like that are easiest to seduce. Just thinking about it made her laugh endlessly. What are you laughing at? Zhao Qian's voice rang from behind. Eyes viewing her suspiciously. Just stepping into the restroom. Already seeing Sophie Chen laughing at herself in the mirror. Good thing it was daytime. If seeing this scene at night, would be scared to death. No, nothing. Sophie Chen awkwardly withdrew her smile. Greeting casually a few times. Then quickly left. Zhao Qian felt a chill inside. Thinking she should go to the temple this weekend for a protection charm. Chapter 31. The Strange Girl in a Hoodie. Past 1 p.m. At this time, whether spring, summer, fall or winter, Riverside City was always very hot. Scorching sun. Almost no one wanted to go out. Even cars on the road were sparse. Sophia walked along the shaded roadside. Seeing someone approaching from afar, she immediately lowered her head, trying to keep distance. Starting last week, every day at this hour she'd go out. Not for any special reason. Just wanting to find work. Had to keep living. Had to keep dating too. Always spending Ethan Carter's money wasn't right. Her heart wasn't at ease. Since deciding she had to keep living, finding a new income source was most important to her. She couldn't be like before. Couldn't rely on filming suggestive clips for money. Back then was because her mental state had problems. Plus debt pressure with no way out. I started filming suggestive videos thinking after paying debts I'd die. Actually by today's social standards, filming suggestive videos wasn't that big a deal. Some people filming such videos attracted tons of fans and even felt proud. Even bragging to others. Others looked down on it. Cursing harshly. Using vicious words to criticize. Those who cursed kept cursing. Those who filmed kept filming. And viewers didn't miss a single one. As long as not breaking the law, not disrupting social order, then no one was wrong. Getting off topic here, Sophia was actually quite traditional and conservative, but not to the point of thinking she was always right. She didn't think people filming suggestive videos were hateful, nor did she think those placing themselves on moral high ground, criticizing others every day, were right either. How others were, she didn't care too much. She just couldn't accept filming such videos for other men to watch, while still deserving genuine good treatment from the person she loved. Conscience wouldn't allow it. Hiding the past to start fresh with Ethan Carter. Sophia knew clearly that was self-deception. But she still wanted to deceive herself once. Because of that, trying to keep living. She also really wanted to repay me. But currently she herself was struggling. Even meal money had to rely on my support. Finding a new income source was urgent. Initially Sophia still held wishful thinking, searching for jobs not requiring going out. Even if exhausting and tiring, that was fine. Even if longer hours, she'd endure. Even if low pay, no problem. As long as not having to go out. But looking around, all were the same scam traps she'd already fallen into before. Not a single one truly trustworthy. So she started stepping out of the room, choosing the hottest time to go. Because then there'd be fewer people on the streets. When going out with Ethan Carter, she could dress normally, trying to control fear, appearing fine. But going out alone, she couldn't do it. Her true nature showed clearly. Weather like this, yet she still wore a long-sleeved hoodie and long jeans, wrapping herself completely. Though her constitution sweated little, her underwear was still slightly damp. Bangs on both sides stuck to her face. Very uncomfortable. Just seeing someone from afar, she'd panic and avoid, trying to stay far from others. At Fengyuan supermarket, Zhang Shufang was arranging merchandise. She glanced over, again saw that strange girl wearing a hoodie in the blazing heat, lurking around the store entrance. She silently paid attention, while continuing to arrange goods. Must be nearly a week now, right? Every day at this hour. That girl appeared at the store entrance, but didn't step inside, not to mooch Wi-Fi, not to escape the heat either. Just lingering by the door. Whenever she looked over, the girl would avoid. Really strange. This small supermarket was Zhang Shufang's own. Small scale, mainly selling cigarettes, alcohol and some groceries. Recently, the only employee in the store said he wanted to go home to marry. So quit immediately. The hiring notice posted forever with no one asking. Recruiting but still no one hired. So only she was watching the store alone. Encountering strange things like this. Honestly, she was a bit scared too. Worried maybe it was someone scouting the store. Lately, every time closing, she had to check locks and cameras carefully. Actually, this supermarket, she didn't need to keep open. Her daughter had a job. Very filial too, high salary. She could completely rest and enjoy retirement. But wasn't used to sitting idle. Before, she'd planned to hire 2 or 3 people to manage this store, while she'd go to the market and cook daily, stopping by the store when free. Living like that would be pleasant too. Thinking about it was nice, but this store was originally a small supermarket surviving on familiar neighbors. No significant profit at all. The recruitment salary she offered was very low. Though work was light, working hours were long, so no one wanted to do it. No one to help. Zhang Shufang was getting old, handling everything alone from stocking to cashiering. Even cleaning by herself was a bit exhausting. Tiring yet gaining nothing. Lately she'd started thinking whether to close the store. But actually closing it. This store open for so many years, she couldn't bear to. She was listlessly thinking when, "Excuse me," a tiny voice suddenly rang behind her. She reflexively jumped in fright. Turning to look, it was that strange girl in the hoodie. Don't know when she'd arrived. Hadn't heard any footsteps at all. Zhang Shufang smiled, asking what she wanted to buy. This was the first time in so many days. Seeing her face up close. Looked young and pretty. A girl seeming very delicate, but gave people a very strange feeling. Eyes avoiding, expression tense to the point of weakness. "Excuse me, is the store hiring?" Right when asking that, the girl glanced up at her. then quickly lowered her head again, asking for work. At that moment, she was somewhat vigilant. Instinct from running a store for decades told her, you can't judge by appearance. Pure looks don't mean a good person. Not to mention further, just her behavior and demeanor alone weren't like normal people. Better not to hire than risk someone who might cause trouble. Zhang Shufang said gently, sorry. Temporarily don't need anyone. Chapter 32. Must try harder tomorrow. Zhang Shufang just finished speaking. The strange girl before her still kept her head down. Hadn't left yet. This stifling hot midday. Still wearing a long-sleeved hoodie running everywhere. Who else but her? Now her lips were so dry they were cracked and pale. Sophia didn't dare look directly at her. Please, give me a chance. I really need a job. Her voice was very small. Stuttering bit by bit, each stumble, she'd lightly clutch her clothes from tension. That hesitant, fearful appearance made her an older person. Unable to bear seeing it, her heart softened, so she let down her guard a bit. How about this? Leave your contact information. If I need someone later, I'll call you. Let's connect first, then I'll consider further. Sophia hurriedly took out her phone. The two exchanged contact information. Finished. Zhang Shufang planned to chat with her a bit, wanting to probe indirectly why she'd been lingering around the store these days. If finding nothing worrisome, would hire her as an employee immediately. But she seemed very scared. Just finished connecting. Already bowed her head in goodbye and hurriedly ran off. Leaving Fengyuan supermarket, she followed the old road back. Walking a distance, the fear of facing people and communicating gradually faded. Even until now, she was still confused. Fingers still ice cold. Lately she was always like this. Going out, crossing several streets. Searching for places hiring. This small supermarket she'd noticed long ago. Location quite hidden. Few customers. The number of people to contact daily would be fewer. An ideal workplace, she'd witnessed, when the owner posted the hiring notice. Every day she'd come look. Nearly a week now. Only today did she dare step inside. All thanks to Ethan Carter's hug last night, giving her courage, helping her dare take this step. For most people, this was just something very simple. Passing by, seeing a hiring sign. Just go in and ask if they still need people. Only takes a few minutes. But for Sophia, it was a whole challenge. Just entering the store, she stood behind the owner. Throat feeling choked, unable to form words. Though she'd observed these days. Prepared mentally thoroughly, otherwise it'd be ages before she'd dare come. Sophia just had psychological problems. Her mind was still clear. These days she'd been paying attention. From when the hiring notice was posted until now, no one had come to apply. The owner saying not hiring now was just a tactful way to reject her. Sophia sighed. This situation wasn't the first time. After returning to the city and locking herself in that small rental room, she'd also tried job hunting. And that was the first time she realized she truly had problems. When applying for jobs, facing simple questions from owners, she'd often get so tense she couldn't speak a word. Later the condition got worse. Just someone getting a bit closer. She'd be scared to death. Things she'd experienced carved a wound in her heart. Fear kept torturing her mind and body. She gradually realized she could no longer live like a normal person. After that, she completely shut herself in, just hiding in the rental room. To survive, to live until the day debts were paid. She'd stepped into nearly all the online scam traps. Finally her heart completely froze. Then started filming suggestive videos. During that time she still looked for work. People just had to see her avoiding eye contact, timid and withdrawn, to think she wasn't normal. Then gently decline hiring. Sophia could understand. No one wanted to hire someone who looked like they had psychological problems. This time going out, she'd changed a lot. She was trying to control the fear inside that she couldn't regulate. Trying to make herself look more normal. But her eyes couldn't help still avoiding. Words still stammering. Facing people, she kept trembling. All these manifestations kept her far from those three words, normal person. As expected, this time she still hadn't found work. Though saying disappointment solved nothing. Saying she wasn't sad at all was impossible. Tomorrow must try even harder. She'd decided to keep living. Wanting to keep loving him. No matter how hard, couldn't give up. Because he was still waiting for her. Sophia patted her cheeks lightly, telling herself to lift her spirits. She checked her phone and quickly headed home. From here to the rental area near school wasn't close. To save a few yuan on transportation, she walked both ways. Just travel time alone took nearly 3 hours. Today she'd also stood outside the store for nearly an hour. Soon Ethan Carter would get off work and call her. Had to hurry back. On the way home, she was no longer sneaky and timid like when coming. Her head only thought of the person she loved. So her spirits improved greatly. Though her feet hurt a bit from walking. Thinking about soon seeing me. This bit of pain was nothing. At another place. Beneath Riverside Network Technology Company building. Goodbye, team leader. Sophie Chen energetically waved goodbye to Ethan Carter. I politely nodded back, smiling but not forgetting to remind. Manage your own progress. Tomorrow morning don't make me remind you again. Sophie Chen's face darkened. She immediately slipped into the parking lot. I smirked secretly, then carefully checked traffic on both sides. Went to the shared e-bike to scan the code. Sophie Chen definitely knew something. All day today deliberately getting close and ingratiating. Even at lunch sitting at the same table. Those flirtatious tricks. I didn't care at all. Just mentioning work and seeing her face fall again. Was amusing. Consider it off-work entertainment. I didn't value her at all. I scanned the code and got on the bike. Not rushing off. Instead messaging Sophia. Going to eat later. When I arrive, I'll message you. The familiar response. Okay. I put away my phone and started biking home. The scorching sun overhead was very uncomfortable. But thinking about, soon seeing that soft, sweet-smelling little thing. Naturally felt happy inside. Weather this hot. If that silly girl stood waiting for me early again. Later I'd definitely nag a few sentences. I thought this to myself. Biking to the rental building row. Found a parking spot and neatly positioned the bike. Didn't see anyone by the roadside. I thought to myself, quite well behaved today. Locked the bike, walking toward the building. About to message her to come down. Sorry. Did I make you wait long? A familiar voice rang from afar. I turned around, seeing Sophia running from the end of the street toward me. Running close before stopping. She was breathing heavily, hair soaked with sweat sticking to her cheeks. Could tell she'd just run quite far. I asked, weather this hot, wearing a hoodie, not hot? Sophia smiled at me while breathing lightly and shaking her head. Face all flushed from heat. Yet still shaking her head? I handed her a tissue. Then asked, where were you? Why coming from that direction? Sophia wiped her sweat, gaze avoiding, just softly answering, just went out for a little walk. Seeing she didn't want to say. I didn't ask more either. Changed topics, asking what she wanted to eat. She looked up at me. I'll follow you. I said, give me a hug. An unexpected request. Sophia obediently moved closer, slowly leaning into my arms. She truly liked being close to me like this. My chin lightly touched her forehead. Feeling the soft breath from her hair. Suddenly, Sophia seemed to remember something. She let go of me, wanting to step back. I didn't let her. Still holding tight, softly asking, what's wrong? Sophia mumbled, I'm all sweaty. Not fragrant, don't hug too long. That strange consideration made me laugh. I just held a bit longer before letting go. Grasping her hand, let's buy something to drink first. Today's really hot, let's go eat cold skewers. Sophia hummed softly, letting me lead, walking a distance. She suddenly said softly, sorry. I glanced at her, then still looked ahead. My steps slowed, gently asking like normal conversation, sorry for what? Sophia lowered her face. I let you treat me again. Sorry. And today I still haven't found work. Sorry, Ethan Carter. I laughed. It's like I'm treating my girlfriend. Not your fault. Sophia said quietly, later I'll treat you too. Don't know why this silly girl. All day long thought about such random things. I softly answered, okay. Just didn't expect that. Just talking with her made my heart feel unusually joyful. No matter what we said, never felt tired. She looked up at me. I won't make you wait too long. I didn't turn my head. Just glimpsed from the corner of my eye. That small face looking up at me. Not a trace of sadness left. I was like coaxing a child. Following her words to continue. Okay, then remember to tell me beforehand. Otherwise I'll worry. Sophia smiled, curiously asking, I'm treating you. Why would you be nervous? I answered, going to eat with someone you like. Either way you'll be excited. We're not an old married couple who can stay calm. Those words, old married couple, came out unexpectedly, making that silly girl's face flush bright red. The corners of her mouth curved slightly. I'll definitely treat you to lots of meals. All delicious things. I smiled. Great. I really love good food. She continued, I also want to buy you things you like. I answered, good. Having someone who wants to buy things for me. Should thank you first. Sophia smiled brightly. No need to thank me. In her eyes, only I remained. The surrounding world seemed to disappear. No more fear, just immersed in happiness. After a whole day going everywhere, the disappointment of not finding work also vanished completely. I looked at her smile. All the fatigue from a day's work also lessened considerably. I bought 2 iced coconut waters, adding lots of coconut jelly. The cold skewer shop was at the southwest gate of Riverside No. 2 High School. Had to walk a bit further to get there. We walked together on the small road beside the school. On the side were neat rows of trees. Though autumn, the sun was still harsh. I walked on the outside to shield her from the sun. After buying coconut water, we'd temporarily let go of each other's hands. Seeing not many people around, Sophia moved to my empty-handed side. Without waiting for me to speak, she'd already proactively grasped my hand first. Taking initiative now, huh? I glanced at her. Sophia didn't dare lift her head. Looking down, both shy and silent, walking while sipping coconut water. That small hand wasn't still. She clumsily played in my palm. I let her, quietly feeling that adorable awkwardness. Sophia pried open my palm, threading her fingers between mine, interlacing all 10 fingers tightly. This silly girl learned fast. After holding hands, both naturally slowed their pace. A light breeze blew past. Sophia raised her hand to brush hair by her ear, softly asking, You still love me, right? Voice small as a passing breeze. You can confirm it as many times as you want. This was the card I'd given her. I lightly squeezed the small hand in mine, gently responding. She smiled at me. Then I love you too. The words weren't loud, but gentle as the evening light. When the soul was touched by love, old wounds also began to heal. My beloved, when you can't see, I'm also trying to step out from the past. I'm always clumsy and awkward. Will be a bit slow. Really sorry for making you wait. And thank you for being willing to wait for me. Chapter 33. Old married couple. Just entering home, heard clattering in the kitchen like something stewing. Jong Yun held the wall, put on slippers, then asked, Mom, why are you home early today? Found someone to work? Hearing her daughter return, Zhang Shufang was holding a ladle, stepping out from the kitchen. Ribs are still stewing. Have to wait a bit more. Why are you off work so early? Zhang Yun said her boss told her to mentor an intern. So work was lighter, meaning she got off early. She finished changing slippers, then followed Mom to the kitchen, taking a piece of rib to test if it was done. Zhang Shufang blew on it, reminding her to be careful not to burn herself. But got burned anyway. Zhang Yun, after getting burned, placed the rib in a bowl to cool. Mom, honestly, just close that store. Wouldn't playing cards with neighbors in the afternoon be more fun? Dad died from a stroke a few years ago. Mom alone these years. She'd always advised Mom to find companionship. As for that small grocery store Mom opened, the last employee had quit too. Not much profit either. And Mom couldn't handle it alone. Closing was right. But Mom refused, even telling her to print more hiring notices. Honestly, she thought, with a salary of 1,500 yuan, who'd you hire? Having to be at the store all day. Zhang Shufang glanced at her, pursing her lips. Don't think no one applied. This afternoon someone actually came. After saying that, she held the ladle stirring the rib pot, face showing some smugness. Jong Yun didn't quite believe it, using chopsticks to pick up the cooled rib in the bowl, testing the temperature with her lips, then taking a bite. Not an old person, right? If something happens in the shop, who could handle it? Zhang Shufang said no. A young girl, probably around your age. Zhang Yun pursed her lips, clearly not believing. Really? Tomorrow come to the shop and see. Zhang Shufang said, but mom hasn't hired her yet. She asked back, weren't you planning to stop running the shop? Not planning to hire anymore? No. Zhang Shufang looked at her chewing ribs. Is it done? She nodded. Just right. Then scoop it out. One person got bowls. One scooped out ribs. The mother-daughter meal was simple. A pot of ribs stewed with radish. Had both vegetables and meat. Eating wasn't elaborate. While eating, continued the earlier conversation. Mom said that girl looked a bit strange. Zhang Yun said, probably the hard-to-approach type. Zhang Shufang shook her head, thinking a moment. Couldn't find suitable words. Zhang Yun guessed again. Dressed weird? Strange appearance? Zhang Shufang shook her head again. A very pretty girl. Though so hot, still wearing long sleeves. But not to the point of bizarre. Zhang Yun asked, then what's strange? Zhang Shufang answered, feels like she's very afraid of me. She laughed. You scared her? Zhang Shufang protested. Mom barely said anything. How could I scare her? Zhang Yun asked, then how did mom see she was scared? While chewing ribs, watching mom tell the story. Zhang Shufang said she didn't know how to describe it, just found her very strange. So hot yet lingering, outside the shop for days. When talking, didn't dare look straight. Always timid, like hiding something. After hearing, Zhang Yun didn't find it that strange. Zhang Shufang didn't know how to describe it either. Just talking casually. Thinking back, it was true. But when actually seeing her, the feeling was completely different. Zhang Shufang asked her daughter, should I hire her? Zhang Yun answered, hire her, why not? With mom's salary, having someone come ask is already great. Zhang Shufang still felt not very safe. What if? Zhang Yun said, Mom, across from our shop is the police station. Even if she's a thief, she'd be a stupid thief. True, she pondered, serving her daughter a piece of radish. Eat some vegetables. After eating, Zhang Yun returned to her bedroom. Sitting at the desk continuing to be busy. These days, which young person didn't have work pressure? Zhang Shufang sat in the living room, turning down the TV volume a bit, flipping through supermarket discount flyers. Though just running a small grocery store, she really enjoyed wandering supermarkets, especially inviting friends along. She took out her phone to call Huilan. Zhang Shufang's daughter and Huilan's son were in the same elementary school class back then. The two met at parent meetings then. Their homes were also close, so often went to the market together, becoming longtime friends. Hello, Huilan? This Saturday, are you off? Oh, nothing much. Huiman's supermarket is having a sale. Want to go shopping together Saturday? When young, one wishes for solitude, enjoying being alone. But the older you get, the more you fear loneliness. That's how it is at this age. Mrs. Huilan and Zhang Shufang started chatting on the phone. Actually, she was lonely too. Though her husband, Chen Miaohao, was a good person, never ignoring when talking. Affection of decades remained good. But an old married couple also gets worn down by time. Nothing much left to say. He was busy all day with things she didn't understand at all. And the gossip she wanted to share, he had no interest in whatsoever. Daily interactions became scheduled routines. He cooked, she washed dishes. He watched TV with her. She peeled fruit for him. The stars they once gazed at together. Now just rice grains at the pot's bottom. Couldn't say it was bad. Just a bit melancholy. Having a friend to chat with was actually important. Mrs. Huilan talked on the phone with Zhang Shufang, laughing and chatting endlessly. Meanwhile, Chen Miaohao was fussing with the new fish equipment bought online at the cold skewer shop at Riverside No. 2 High School's southwest gate. Don't look anymore. What if you look too much and get tired of it? I was truly speechless. Don't know what was with her today. Clinging to me constantly, even while eating skewers, kept staring at me. She tilted her head, confused. Why would I get tired? I said, have to look for a lifetime. What if you get tired of looking first? She trembled, moved, shyly lowering her face. Didn't hear the beginning. Didn't hear the end. Only heard those 3 words, a lifetime, in the middle. She hummed softly, dazed. A whole lifetime. I didn't know what she was humming about. Just felt her expression was somewhat strange. Cheeks slightly flushed. Don't know what she was thinking. The more I looked, the sillier she seemed. Oh no, was she actually silly? I shook my head, immediately dismissing that thought. Anyway, back in high school, her academic performance was better than mine. She was even a study committee member. Couldn't actually be silly. Impossible. I picked up several cold skewers to place on the plate. She kept staring at me. I hadn't eaten much yet, thinking she might eat plain noodles again. In her rental room, I just wanted to fill her up. I said, let me do it myself. Seeing the plate almost full, she finally came to her senses. I said, eat more. If it's not enough, I'll get more. She said, this is enough. I said nothing, just used my eyes to signal her to eat. She was obedient, very compliant, picked up a cold skewer, blew on it. Then ate it all. After eating, even looked up and smiled at me. I looked at her dumbfounded. Cold skewers, yet still had to blow on them first. Seems I judged too early. Still couldn't conclude if she was silly. Needed to keep observing. Observe a bit more. Chapter 34. This morning I promised her. Sky clear without a cloud. The school broadcast was playing morning exercise music. Could hear clearly even from far away. I rode the shared e-bike to work. Passing by the school grounds. From afar already saw her. Standing by the roadside outside the rental area. Director Zuo told her to meet me. Because after witnessing last night, I had a psychological episode. Wasn't reassured. So before work, told me to see her briefly. Don't know what this silly girl was thinking. Yesterday afternoon after eating, I was the one who proactively said I wanted to see her every morning. Though truly on the way. Actually I felt it wasn't necessary. I usually had to wake quite early for work. Completely unnecessary. To wake early just to meet once like this. But that silly girl kept pleading. So I had to agree. Good morning. Sophia waved lightly at me. I stopped the bike in front of her. Smiling at her. Handing her breakfast. She said didn't need to bring breakfast for her. A bit embarrassed. The result was, originally I said I wanted to see her every morning. Now it seemed to turn into making her come deliver breakfast to me every morning. She wanted to show affection to me. Unexpectedly ended up being cared for by me instead. Would this make her become a bit spoiled? She didn't have time to think much. Watching the silly girl tangled up inside. I extended my arms, saying, instead of saying all this, why not come give me a hug? The corners of her mouth bloomed into a smile. Hurriedly stepping closer. The feeling of being held in my arms was truly comfortable. Like being addicted, I held her. Suddenly thinking, hugging so much, would she find it annoying? She lightly shook her head in my arms. Acting cute, nuzzling against my chest. Her voice gentle, I like being hugged by you. And I like you too. So direct early in the morning. I reluctantly held her a bit longer before letting go. Reluctantly leaving her embrace. On the road, remember to go slowly. Remember to be safe. I nodded, saying goodbye. Then rode away. She stood in place, watching my figure. On her body still remained the warmth from my embrace. Hugged so many times. Heart still racing like this. The hug didn't just convey warmth. It also gave her courage. She wanted to keep loving me. Today must also work hard finding a job. No matter how much she stuttered. Must try to speak up. No matter how much she trembled and feared. Must try finding work, must face it. Must try harder. I already promised her. She was still waiting for me. I couldn't make her wait too long. Sophia's gaze became determined. At the same time, at Fengyuan supermarket, Mrs. Zhang Shufang was pulling up the rolling door. Today opening earlier than usual. Without employees. All work fell on her. Not to mention far. Yesterday's merchandise still wasn't organized. Just stepping into the store, she started getting busy. Before long, someone came to buy cigarettes. A child came to buy snacks. She had to rush to the counter to ring up. Kept busy until noon. Sat at the checkout counter eating a lunchbox brought from home. Hadn't eaten a few bites when someone came in to buy things. Couldn't earn much money. Yet tired until her back ached. Even meals weren't peaceful. This wasn't working. After eating, she put on reading glasses. Took out her phone to find yesterday's saved number. At the rental area near school. Sophia was opening the map on her phone. Looking at shops along the street. Planning where to ask for work today. In small towns like Riverside, job information was rarely posted online. Normal shops needing to hire usually just posted hiring notices at the door. Whoever passed by and saw the notice would step in to ask. Basic process was like that, but mainly still word of mouth referrals. In small towns, people saw each other daily. News spread very fast. Hearing somewhere needed workers. Hearing someone's family had unemployed people. Everyone started introducing each other. Sophia had isolated herself all these years. Not to mention losing ability to communicate normally. Just social connections alone. She had almost none. Relationships with adults or peers had long been severed. Completely no connections at all. She looked at the map, observing shops. Then quietly went asking at each place. Could only use this method. Clumsy and ineffective, but she was trying bit by bit to step out of her shell. Never just saying this was difficult. She always took action. On the small table by the window, she carefully recorded in a notebook, writing down all the shops she'd visited to inquire. To avoid duplicates when returning. Due to psychological issues, she didn't have ability to go to every shop asking for work. Each shop she crossed off in the notebook was the result of very thorough confirmation. At midday, when hardly anyone was on the streets, she wrapped herself up and stepped out, choosing a small-scale shop. Fewer people, standing far away to observe. Many times, even she thought it was funny. She looked no different from a thief scouting. She wasn't picky about work. Even if exhausting, grueling or low pay, didn't matter. She just hoped to interact with as few people as possible. Because if meeting too many people, she feared suddenly having an episode. Crouching down trembling would frighten people. Then get fired by the owner. When she was focused on the phone map, planning which shops to visit today, the screen suddenly showed an incoming call. Her first reaction was thinking it must be Ethan Carter calling. Anyway, besides me, no one else called her. By habit, she planned to answer immediately. But before her hand swiped the answer button, her finger froze. It wasn't me. Thinking a few seconds, probably some advertising call, she still answered. Said nothing. Waiting for the other side to speak first. Hello, may I ask? Are you the girl who came to the shop yesterday asking for work? This is the owner of Feng Yuan Supermarket. Sophia froze a moment, then hurriedly responded, though just over the phone. She still couldn't control her anxiety. Mind blank from fear. After the other party briefly stated the reason for calling, asking if she was free this afternoon to discuss work further, she stuttered yes, then asked around what time. The two arranged a specific time. Call ended. Even worse than waiting was the anxiety while waiting. After hanging up, she fell into an extremely nervous state. Heart full of worry, just watching the clock counting every passing second. 2 hours before the appointment, she'd already left home. On the way, emotions tangled. Constantly thinking what the other party would ask. How she should answer. If too scared to speak, what should she do? If trembling non-stop, how to hide it? Worrying about everything. Hands and feet ice cold. Completely losing direction. They'd arranged to meet at 2:30 p.m. But past 1 o'clock, she was already near Feng Yuan Supermarket. Looking from afar. Waiting until the time to step inside. Zhang Shufang was sitting at the checkout counter. Past 2 p.m. Weather outside blazing hot. Not many customers either. She wasn't like those kids glued to phones all day. Looking at screens made her eyes blur. Not looking at phones, yet nothing to do. Started getting sleepy. Before when there was an employee watching the shop, she'd go home for a quick nap then return. Now just her alone. Had to sit watching the store. Age catching up. Head nodding from drowsiness. When she lifted her head again. Don't know from when. Someone standing right there startled her. Drowsiness immediately vanished. Looking carefully. Turned out to be yesterday's girl. Still wearing a long-sleeved hoodie. Didn't seem hot at all. She kept clutching her clothes. Head down, standing before the checkout counter. Saying nothing. Felt very strange. Couldn't quite say it was just shy. Zhang Shufang's heart started wavering. Could someone like this really be hired? Suddenly remembering her daughter's words. Having someone come ask was already fortunate. She quickly smiled warmly. Standing up to greet, "When did you arrive?" Sophia answered softly, "Just got here." She gathered all her courage to look up at her once. Trying to appear as normal as possible. But the fear inside kept surging up, making her unable to maintain eye contact long. Zhang Shufang confirmed with her, asking if she planned to work here. Sophia wanted to answer, but words stuck in her throat, couldn't come out. She could only nod as an answer, silently praying the other party wouldn't find her too strange. Zhang Shufang didn't mind much. Just explained a bit about salary and job requirements. Initially Zhang Shufang thought she was a strange girl. But after interacting a while, felt like maybe not that extreme. Just behavior was a bit avoidant. And didn't talk much, but nodding and shaking head were very active. When she asked if she accepted the salary, she nodded vigorously like a pecking chicken. Asked if she had opinions about working hours. She shook her head hard like a rattledrum. Though she didn't say much. The feeling was she was very agreeable. To be safe, Zhang Shufang still kept some vigilance. Deliberately mentioning across the street was the police station. Saying police often stopped by to buy things. Even if she had bad intentions. Probably should reconsider. After that, she started explaining basic job content. She knew clearly her treatment was just ordinary, yet the person before her was such a pretty girl. Probably never did such hard work. She hesitated giving her merchandise stocking duties. So arranged her as cashier at the counter. Just needed to bag items, operate the register, that's it. Work was also light. After saying everything, Zhang Shufang asked if she had questions. She lowered her gaze, hands trembling from tension. She didn't want to be like this either. But couldn't control it. Anyway, about to have work. In her heart, she also felt happy for her. Just the cashier position, she considered carefully. Then tried looking up, looking at the other party with determined eyes. Raising her voice softly. Could I work on merchandise stocking instead? Zhang Shufang thought she misheard. Frozen for a moment, looking into her eyes again. She immediately averted her gaze. Even stepping back half a step. That action made her even more confused. Wouldn't do light work. Insisted on choosing hard work. Planning to steal? But the shop had cameras everywhere. Probably not that extreme. Was that step back genuine? Zhang Shufang smiled lightly. All right then. But salary's still 1,500. No problem, right? She breathed a sigh of relief. Got hired? No problem. Still stuttering. She didn't want that either. Just hoped the other party wouldn't mind. Do you have your ID and bank card? Zhang Shufang asked. She hurriedly took them out, handing them with both hands. She took them, putting on reading glasses. Holding the ID far to see. Squinting trying to read her name. Characters too small, she muttered, not sure if she read it wrong. Looked up to confirm. Yes, she nodded lightly. Zhang Shufang smiled kindly. Nice name. Then recorded information in the book. Initially planned to chat a bit to be friendlier. But she barely spoke, so couldn't really start conversation. When there were no customers, Zhang Shufang led her around the supermarket shelves. Explaining work content in detail. Actually not much, called a supermarket, but essentially just a bigger convenience store. Just needed to know how to read. Stocking goods needed some strength. Zhang Shufang still quietly observed her. While she explained, she listened attentively. Not showing annoyance or fatigue. Moreover, this girl was truly very pretty. The more she looked, the more favorable she felt. Besides not liking to talk and being a bit strange. Everything else was fine. After showing everything, she had Sophia try some tasks herself. She was truly serious. Zhang Shufang only meant for her to try briefly. But she was very diligent. Working very hard. Like she truly valued this job. Not feeling like pretending at all. Besides, with this salary, no one needed to pretend. Watching her work like that, Zhang Shufang felt guilty, hurriedly calling to stop. All right, Xiao Wei. Well then. Tomorrow morning come at 7:30. Oh right. Salary paid on the 10th monthly. 4 days off monthly, can swap shifts. If you want time off, just tell me beforehand. Not many strict rules. No problem, right? Hearing her finish, she bowed deeply in thanks. It's fine. No problem at all. Such behavior made Zhang Shufang feel constrained too. This afternoon, just go home first. See you tomorrow. Sophia wanted to say goodbye to her. Wanted to apologize, but words just reached her mouth then choked back. Both embarrassed and scared, she bowed again. Then quickly left. Watching the small girl's hurried figure, Zhang Shufang couldn't help feeling strange. This girl Xiao Wei, when meeting, didn't greet. When leaving, didn't say goodbye. Not requiring her to be polite to the shop owner. Just treating her like a friendly adult would be enough. This attitude was truly hard to assess. Saying she was rude, yet she bowed very sincerely. Looked quite serious too. Saying she was introverted, yet her nodding and shaking head were very nimble. Really strange. Extremely peculiar. Though somewhat odd indeed, at least not to the point of replacing her. Zhang Shufang withdrew her gaze. Suddenly remembering something, rummaged her pocket for a small mirror to check her face. Fixing her hair. Looking left then right, couldn't help wondering, was she really that scary looking? Why did the girl always seem afraid of her? Riverside Network Technology Company. After getting off work, I left the company. Sophie Chen dragged me down to the parking lot. Initially she'd planned after work hours to proactively offer to drive me home, then seize the chance to invite dinner to create opportunities. Unfortunately this afternoon, just got scolded by me about work. So no mood left. Plus she also feared I'd bring up work topics again. Just thinking about it gave me a headache for her. Sophie Chen irritably returned to her car, throwing her bag hard onto the passenger seat. The bag wasn't cheap either. Before securing a long-term meal ticket, didn't dare break it. These days she'd tried every trick. But I was truly a stubborn blockhead, didn't get hints. She started suspecting I liked men. Otherwise why no reaction at all? Sophie Chen angrily found excuses for herself. She'd deliberately done this and that. Yet I still wouldn't even glance. Made her feel no different from a clown. Definitely because of the work environment. Making me only think about work. Sophie Chen consoled herself, trying to dismiss the irritation inside. Calm down, calm down. Anger harms oneself, who benefits? But thinking it over, if my conditions were slightly worse, she'd have given up long ago. Really infuriating. If not for this quality long-term meal ticket, she wouldn't bother looking at me. But just need to endure until next weekend. Next weekend there'd be a gathering. I was the new team leader of programming team 2. During lunch at the company cafeteria today, everyone in the team sat discussing, unanimously agreeing to gather to get acquainted. Of course, behind it was Sophie Chen secretly pushing. No matter how dry I was, couldn't refuse. Both emotionally and logically should organize one. To understand each other better. After discussion, I said, this week still need to hand over work with the old team leader. So let's schedule next weekend. I'll treat everyone. The whole group showed great enthusiasm. Don't know if Sophie Chen was imagining. But whenever she tried using tricks to approach me, felt I was so dry. Stiff like a block of wood. Yet when talking and communicating with everyone, I was very skillful and tactful, knowing how to care about each person's feelings. Sophie Chen felt confused, but didn't think deeply. Considered it due to the conversational atmosphere being very pleasant, making me temporarily forget work. This also made her more confident about winning me over. Just need to leave the company environment. Go to places for eating and relaxing. Making me set work aside. Then instincts would emerge. After eating and drinking full, should think about men and women matters, right? Then wouldn't she be able to do whatever she wanted? Just wait until establishing the relationship. Must squeeze me dry physically. Then drain my wallet too. Must vent all frustration, don't dream of living peacefully. Just thinking this, Sophie Chen already felt the satisfaction of revenge. Couldn't help laughing aloud, dancing and bouncing happily like crazy. At this moment, at the parking lot entrance, Zhao Qian just walked in looking dazed. Last night she had nightmares. Couldn't sleep. All day at work today, she had no energy. The source of the nightmare was from that bathroom trip. Seeing Sophie Chen laughing bizarrely at the mirror truly scared her to death. Zhao Qian really liked watching Chinese horror films. The type without much courage. Scared yet liked watching. Ghost and spirit matters. She was always half believing. Not superstitious but also not completely denying. Mostly holding some reverence. All day today she basically just thought about one thing. Which temple to visit this weekend for peace. Kept thinking like that, reaching her car without realizing. Opening the car door. Before getting in, unconsciously glanced around. Seeing Sophie Chen's car still there, not left. Someone who always left work fastest in the company. Yet still not gone at this hour. Zhao Qian was a bit surprised. About to go greet her. Suddenly her pupils contracted. Immediately jumped into the car. Closing the door. A cold current shot from feet straight to the top of her head. Her back went ice cold. Neck hairs standing up. She hurriedly pulled the seatbelt and fastened it. Starting the engine. Backing out of the spot. Trying to leave that gloomy parking lot as fast as possible. Running to where there was sunlight. Merging into the light. Because just now, she saw Sophie Chen sitting alone in the driver's seat. Laughing while twisting her body as if possessed. Extremely bizarre. Chapter 35. Must cherish yourself. Dusk is the sun's confession. Sky ran brilliant gold. Like writing earth and heaven's reluctance to part. The moment of separation approaching. Couldn't help making hearts melancholy and reluctant. Skies sometimes sunny, sometimes rainy. Never could be complete. Having longing and remembering, we'll meet again. Though autumn waters clear, can't compare to waters of forgetting. The word, love, is truly hard to fully express. The sun sets westward, here gradually yielding light. Memories emerging. There stepping into light. I rode the shared e-bike. Turning from the street corner in the evening glow. Amid sunlight ran the ground gold, someone was waiting. A girl bathed in twilight. Smiling brightly at me. In my eyes. Only she could rival the evening clouds. Today she was also breathtakingly beautiful. I found a spot, parking and locking the bike. Checking both sides of the road for cars. Then walking before her. Sophia smiled gently at me. You worked hard. I looked at that smile and remembered. Suddenly felt a familiar feeling surge. Just like in those anime adaptations. A husband returning from work after a long day. Wife at home standing at the door waiting. Gently saying, you worked hard. Then clasping hands below her stomach. Shyly asking, do you want to eat first? Bathe first? Or eat me first? Of course, cannibalism wasn't encouraged nor legal. I quickly dismissed those absurd images in my head. Teasing her. Why are you smiling like such an obedient little wife? Little wife, Sophia jumped. Face immediately flushing bright red. Lowering her head immediately. Small hands fidgeting wildly. Not knowing what to do. What I said no longer mattered. Her little brain had automatically activated information filter mode. All redundant sentences were deleted. Didn't need to know if I was giving an example. Or just joking. None of it mattered. In summary, in her ears. Only one phrase remained. Little wife. If doing simple conversion. It was basically like I was calling her, wifey. Wasn't that a bit too soon? Sophia's little head started imagining wildly. She was both shy and bowed down. Even turning slightly, embarrassed like a child. I didn't know why this silly girl. Suddenly flushed red. Couldn't be that serious. Just one teasing comment and already so embarrassed? We'd even hugged already. Whatever. I didn't mind much either. Watching her turn, shoulders lightly swaying. Looked even more adorable. Just a bit silly. I naturally grasped her hand. What do you want to eat? Sophia moved a bit closer to me. Shoulders lightly touching. She tried looking up at me once. Just making eye contact, quickly lowered her head. Shy and timid. Looking extremely obedient. I'll follow you completely. Looks like classmate Sophia really had become a little wife. I withdrew my gaze. Let's buy something to drink first. Today let's go to that special braised pork rice place. She obediently answered. I led her along the familiar path to the street food shop. Lately we'd been stopping by here often. The drink vendor also recognized us now. Seeing us approach and smiling in greeting, I ordered 2 coconut waters. Boss, add coconut jelly, please. Students weren't out yet, so not many customers. Made them quickly too. Few yuan for a big cup. Of course couldn't be 100% pure coconut water. Just simple mixing. Added some toppings then sealed the lid. I took both cups from the vendor. Preparing to scan the payment code, when she lightly tugged my sleeve. Asked softly, can I pay? I looked at her, in her sparkling dark eyes. Was sincerity earnestly waiting for my agreement? I thought a moment, didn't pretend anymore. Okay, you pay. Given permission. She happily scanned the payment code. Honestly, looked strange. Spending her own money. Yet she smiled brightly like receiving a reward. I shook my head and smiled. Really couldn't understand this girl's thinking. We sipped coconut water. While leisurely walking to the restaurant. She found today's coconut water especially delicious. Cold and refreshing. Coconut jelly also chewy and smooth. Now she'd made a start with work. Didn't need to save excessively anymore. Could start spending. In a planned way, and for me too. That made her feel very happy. Her steps were light. Occasionally even bouncing a few small steps. Corners of her mouth carrying a sweet smile. Really couldn't hide anything. Probably encountered something happy. I withdrew my gaze from her. Taking a sip of coconut water. Casually asked, anything happy recently? Tell me about it. She was about to answer. Almost letting slip about finding work. But stopped in time. Then smiled lightly. Being with you, I'm happy every day. After saying that, even grinned at me. Unlike normal people, her condition was quite special. For her, any job could be lost at any moment. Her illness was real. Difficult communication. Unable to integrate normally with others. Those serious psychological issues could flare up at any time. And could also become reasons for her to be fired. If she just said she found work, then only days later got fired, how disappointed would I be? She didn't want me disappointed. More precisely, she feared disappointing me. At least had to wait until receiving salary before daring to tell me. That silly girl didn't want to say. So I didn't ask more. Just watched her smile foolishly at me. I said bluntly, your smile looks silly. Called silly again. She felt a bit embarrassed, withdrawing her gaze. Also dimming her smile. I said, remember to smile at me more in the future. She looked up. Asked hesitantly, didn't you say I was silly? I smiled. I like silly people. Can't like silly people? At that question, she burst into a bright smile again. You always find ways to say you like me. That very affirmation reassured her. I suddenly remembered something. Oh right, I have good news to tell you. She asked, what good news? I said, I bought a car. She made a small sound like thinking about something. She didn't know much about cars. Wasn't very interested either. But buying a car meant no more sun exposure, that was good. Just that cars must be very expensive. I looked at the silly girl before me pondering. Then continued, this weekend I should be able to drive it. Then come with me to downtown to walk around. Lost in thought, she looked up. Smiling lightly at me. Okay, walking to the special braised pork rice shop. As usual I ordered. She stood beside me. The shop space was small. A few tables of customers just finished eating and left. Walking right past her, she felt a bit afraid. Trying to control her trembling. After ordering, I led her to sit at the corner table. Having her sit on the inside for quiet. I still held her hand tightly. Leaning over, softly asked, better now? She forced a smile at me. Wanting to stubbornly say it was fine. But too much self-deception, ultimately couldn't say it. Oh right. Today at the company something quite interesting happened. I started telling her random work stories. Wanting to help distract her. V's mind naturally followed my narrative. The psychological episode about to erupt was forcibly suppressed. She could eat normally again. While eating, she again found excuses to put braised pork and fried egg in my bowl. I didn't say much, just put potato pancakes in hers. Seeing her bowl nearly empty of food, I put more braised pork in for her. Like feeding a child. She'd eat a bit, then I'd add more. When nearly finished eating, VY suddenly told me honestly, I found work. I congratulated her, immediately understanding inside. So that's why she was happy earlier. Didn't want to say before. Now suddenly saying it. Probably thought of something more. Just as I guessed. She lightly gripped her chopsticks, then spoke her true thoughts. From now on, afternoons don't need to treat me anymore. We can each eat at home. I asked, why? Don't want to eat with me anymore? No. VY shook her head vigorously. I said nothing, just looked at her, waiting for her to explain. Being stared at until she didn't dare lift her head. Eating out every day like this is expensive. Plus you just bought a car. Her voice grew smaller and smaller. Turns out this silly girl worried I was having financial difficulties. So wanted to help me save some money. I found her adorable. But if I don't invite you out to eat? What if you eat poorly at home? Thinking of that pot of plain boiled noodles last time. VY quickly waved her hands. No. Now I have work. I'll eat properly. I didn't immediately agree. Just put another piece of braised pork in her bowl. Then changed topics. Then why when I asked earlier if you had something happy, you wouldn't tell me? Hearing that, her body trembled slightly. So you already guessed I had happy news then. Like being exposed for lying to my face. She turned slightly. I reminded softly, tell me. Suddenly she felt tense again. Lowering her head, stuttering. Not knowing how to explain. I looked up at her. Slowly answering. Voice calm but carrying pressure. She obediently listened. Looking up at me. Clear eyes not daring to look elsewhere. I took a tissue to wipe the corner of her mouth. Speak. She slowly organized her words. Speaking honestly. You know, my condition isn't stable. I was afraid to say I had work then get fired. Afraid you'd be disappointed. I smiled gently. Then why did you decide to tell me? Sophia answered, you bought a car. I want to help you save a bit. I asked, so you're not afraid of disappointing me anymore? She pressed her lips, pausing. Then honestly answered, afraid. But I'm more afraid of being a burden to you. I sighed. Girl who makes one's heart ache. Sophia jumped, heart seeming to tighten. She hurriedly apologized. I laughed softly. What are you apologizing for? She stuttered. Couldn't clearly state a reason. Just felt that sigh was because of her. I understood that. Didn't want to tease her more either. I softened my voice, telling her to keep eating. She obediently lowered her head to continue eating. Occasionally sneaking glances at me, wanting to see my expression. I saw everything, but kept a calm demeanor. I sighed. Just felt this girl was too sensitive. Always worrying about everything. She herself ate plain noodles to get by. Yet worried if someone who just bought a car was living well. How could she be that silly? Clearly she was the one deserving love and care. The meal gradually ended. I spoke up. Then from now on, afternoons I won't invite you to eat. You must eat properly yourself. Hearing me say that, Sophia's face brightened. She nodded, softly humming agreement. This way. She felt she could help me a bit now. Very happy inside. But I suddenly became serious. Sophia unconsciously sat up straight waiting. I instructed her. After this afternoon meal, I'm asking you to go out for walks. You must come. This is an order. Sophia seriously nodded. I'll follow your order. I found her really interesting. Like a child, tease a bit and she believes it. Said it was an order. Yet she took it seriously. I looked at her with indulgent eyes. Saying nothing more. She was truly silly. Before treating others well, must first learn to cherish yourself. Chapter 36. Each day starts from early morning. Autumn breeze cool. I rode the shared e-bike past the school grounds. From afar already saw Sophia. Standing at the parking area across from the rental complex. Waving at me. I rang the bike bell in response. Yesterday we briefly discussed her work. Knowing she was working at a supermarket. So arranged to meet here this morning. I approached, stopped the bike and handed her breakfast. She quickly received it. Troubling you again. Receiving breakfast was also part of the conditions for me accepting. Not inviting her to eat in afternoons anymore. I work from home, so no trouble at all. Sophia looked at the steamed bun in hand, a bit surprised. Did you make this? I shook my head. No, our mom made it. She makes a lot at once and keeps them in the fridge. Morning, just steam and eat. Sophia looked at the bun in hand. Always thought they were store-bought because so delicious. Didn't expect homemade. Early morning, mind not yet clear. Suddenly realized something off in what I just said. She slowly looked up. Our mom. I didn't explain further. Just smiled at her with somewhat suggestive eyes. Being looked at like that, her face immediately flushed. Flustered, she turned to scan the rental bike code. Before getting on, I called her back. She averted her gaze, turning to ask. What? I opened my arms wide. Not coming for a hug? Almost forgot. She obediently stepped over to embrace me. When held in my arms, she seemed to want to ask something. But face burning red, didn't dare speak. After the brief hug, we separated. The supermarket where she worked and my company weren't the same direction. We parted ways at the first intersection. I didn't know with this silly girl's psychological condition if she could work smoothly. Still felt worried. Before long, arrived at the company. I locked the bike across the street. Accidentally glanced and saw Sophie Chen in a small floral dress sneaking into the company. Clearly trying to avoid me. I found it amusing. Didn't she used to like clinging to me? I held back laughter, deliberately hurrying in after her. Sophie Chen just saw me locking the bike across the street, so hurriedly slipped in first. Scolded these past days, she was scared now. Now didn't want to talk to me at the company. That blockhead only knew to talk about work. Just breathing a sigh of relief. Walking up the stairs, thinking how to avoid me today. Then heard me call, Sophie Chen. Her face immediately fell. Don't know how I caught up so fast. She tried to recover her expression. Turning with forced cheer. Morning, team leader. You're here early too today. I ran over, smiling at her. Saw you from afar. Deliberately ran after you. That's too much trouble for team leader. Sophie Chen's mouth twitched. Even deliberately chasing. I truly couldn't stand it. It's nothing. Oh right. That report I asked you to do yesterday. Just meeting and already bringing up work. I really didn't understand. Already submitted. Why keep pursuing it? Sophie Chen cried out inside. I saw her suffering expression, but pretended not to notice. Inside felt satisfied. Never before discovered. Tormenting others was this fun. A pleasant workday started with tormenting Sophie Chen. I just discovered a new special ability. Found new joy. So work time passed surprisingly fast. Actually not really tormenting terribly. Just during meals deliberately sitting at same table. To discuss work. During breaks discussing skill improvement. When submitting reports, deliberately nitpicking a bit. Probably Sophie Chen couldn't handle the pressure. Now whenever she saw me, like a mouse seeing a cat. Seeing me from afar, found ways to avoid. Even during breaks didn't dare wander. Handing out snacks. Afraid I'd catch her to discuss work. Getting off work, I was about to greet her. Looked up searching around. Already no trace of her anywhere. Well then, I did go a bit overboard. But probably she was just psychologically weak. Consider it me training her. I consoled myself inside. Reducing guilt. Saying goodbye to remaining colleagues. I was about to message Sophia. Asking if she'd gotten off work. When a message from an unfamiliar avatar popped up. Opening it. The car salesman from before. He asked if I was free. Wanting to arrange dinner. Said just need to pay the remaining balance. Then could come get the car. The car was at our company parking lot. The same place I'd first viewed it. I chatted with him a few lines. Saying I'd come get the car directly. Skip dinner. Everyone understands. Just social pleasantries. Not really that close. I left the company. Called a ride. Arriving at that small packaging design company outside. Message that I'd arrived. That enthusiastic salesman quickly ran out to meet me. Chatting while leading me to the parking lot. Glanced over the car. No problems. Did the handover procedures on the spot. I transferred the remaining amount. He confirmed receipt, got the money, said he had things at the company and left in a hurry. I opened the car door to get in. Then heard him call, Manager Zhang. I reflexively turned to look. At the parking lot entrance. He was talking with a tall woman. Calling her Manager Zhang. She looked quite young. Gentle temperament. When smiling, even had small dimples. I looked at her a few more seconds. Of course, no special meaning. Just looked familiar. The woman called Manager Zhang. Said a few things to him. Then he left the parking lot. She tied her hair back while walking in. Sensing someone watching her, she casually looked over. Eyes meeting. She instinctively observed me. The young man looking at her. Tall, bright face. Pleasant appearance. Glanced at the car beside me, very familiar. Probably the one the colleague just mentioned selling. Perhaps sold to him. She smiled politely greeting me. I realized staring was somewhat rude. So also smiled back, opening the door to get in. Had test driven before. So operations quite familiar. I started the engine, leaving the parking lot. When driving past her, I glanced once more. Right when she also turned. The car glided by. Their eyes met briefly. Zhang Yun stood still, watching the taillights until completely gone. She remained motionless. Clearly very familiar face, but couldn't remember who. Tried searching her memory. No impression, yet truly very familiar. Zhang Yun drove home. Just stepping in, smelled the braised milk soups. Rich aroma. She held the wall-changing slippers, calling toward the kitchen, Mom. Why are you home early today? Zhang Shufang held a ladle stepping from the kitchen. Seeing her daughter back, glanced at the clock. You're the one home a bit late. Traffic jam today. Actually, Zhang Yun wasn't stuck in traffic at all. Just met someone who looked very familiar. But couldn't remember who. Her daughter's words made Zhang Shufang laugh. Zhang Yun didn't plan to say more about it. Just asked, didn't Mom say you hired someone already? Why home early today? Mentioning this, Zhang Shufang seemed to have much to tell. While returning to the kitchen, said, that girl is very diligent. Besides talking little and being a bit afraid of strangers. Nothing to complain about. She works very efficiently. Should have taken all week to stock. Yet she finished nearly half in one day. Mom just watching felt tired for her. Skin so fair and delicate. Mom truly worried she'd overexert herself. Saw afternoon had no customers. So wanted to let her go home early to rest. So closed before time. Zhang Yun followed Mom to the kitchen. Scooping a bit of milk soup to taste. Careful, still hot, not forgetting to remind. Hot as burning couldn't stop her either. Zhang Yun blew on it. Pouring soup into a bowl to cool. Really as diligent as Mom said? Zhang Shufang not only nodded, but said her telling was still insufficient. Recalling that girl's hard-working appearance. She couldn't help shaking her head and sighing. Zhang Yun pursed her lips. Clearly not believing. Felt Mom was exaggerating. Overly dramatic. Zhang Shufang, oh right. You mentioned someone looked familiar but couldn't remember who. Male or female? Though her daughter only mentioned once. As a mother still paid attention. Zhang Yun, male. Zhang Shufang's expression slightly changed. Asked, around what age? Zhang Yun looked up thinking. Probably around my age. Zhang Shufang, what's he like? Zhang Yun, tall, handsome. Just finished saying. Suddenly felt something off. She narrowed her eyes at Mom. Zhang Shufang quickly withdrew her probing gaze. Zhang Yun, Mom, I'm not looking for a boyfriend. Zhang Shufang smiled awkwardly. If he looks decent, getting acquainted a bit wouldn't hurt. Who knows, maybe fate brought you together. Zhang Yun was speechless. Anything Mom said could be turned to romance. She didn't want any romance. Acting like one couldn't live without love. Before, they'd argued over this. Mom had promised not to mention it again. Zhang Yun looked at Mom without a word. Zhang Shufang stared at until feeling awkward. Fine, 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 Mom won't mention it, okay? Why are you looking at Mom like that? She glared at her daughter. Deliberately showing displeasure. Is the soup done? If not done, why bring it out? It's done. Scoop it out to eat. Chapter 37. Preferences. Sophia was parking her e-bike by the roadside. She hurriedly answered, afraid even 1 second late. Hello? Off work yet? Yes, just finished. Where are you? I just finished the car handover. I'll come pick you up. I'm almost back at the rental. Then I'll come to the rental to find you. Okay. Sophia hung up, then pedaled home quickly. Had to go back and change clothes first. All day working, sweating a lot, didn't want him to smell it. Right now was rush hour. Driving wouldn't be much faster than biking. Waiting at a red light. I looked through the car window. Seeing people riding e-bikes under the sun. That scorching sun like burning fire. I involuntarily recalled days ago when I too was sunburned like that. I withdrew my gaze. Being a bit slow didn't matter. At least not getting sun on my body. Life was gradually improving. I wondered if that silly girl was being sunburned. Slowly pressed the gas. Green light, go. Driving sometimes fast, sometimes slow. Turning several corners. Entering the familiar street. From afar I saw a pretty figure. Sophia standing by the road. Nestled under roadside tree shade. Looking around. Black and white striped dress. Looked like she'd gone home to change. I drove to her spot. Sophia stepped back slightly. Still craning to look toward the intersection. Truly silly. Car already stopped in front. Some people only recognize cars, not people. But others only recognize people, not caring about cars. I honked lightly. Sophia jumped, stepping back half a step. Gaze warily looking at the car. After seeing me in the driver's seat, her eyes immediately lit up. Hurriedly ran over. You're truly silly. Car already stopped in front. Yet still looking lost like about to get lost. Sophia smiled embarrassedly. Sorry, I forgot. Get in. Sophia hummed softly. Then gently sat in the passenger seat. It's just an old car. Need to treat it like a treasure? Sophia said, but it's still expensive. She said quietly. Then fastened the seatbelt. I don't care what car it is. Don't care if it's old or not. Just know this is the car I bought. So must cherish it. I suddenly asked Sophia. What color is the car? A pop quiz. She looked at me confused. Gaze sneakily glancing at the hood. White. Good grief. Cheating right in front of the examiner? I shook my head, helplessly saying, white. Must remember the license plate too. Scolded again. Sophia lowered her face picking at fingers. I know. I'll remember well. This silly girl only had eyes for me. Don't know if that's good or bad. I said. Don't get in the wrong car later and get taken away. Sophia mumbled. I'm not that silly. I asked. What do you want to eat? Sophia thought a moment. Then tried looking at me. Didn't we say yesterday to eat separately at home? Just habit. I completely forgot about that. Just got off work and only wanted to take you to eat. Can't a boyfriend take his girlfriend to eat once? I didn't plan to make excuses. Just using my status to pressure her. I said, of course you can. Sophia didn't dare object. But then remembered last night's careful calculations. Even just eating cheap meals daily would cost nearly 1,000 yuan monthly. And I just bought a car. Could save however much, should try saving. Sophia wasn't too hungry today anyway. How about noodles? I glanced at her, immediately understanding that little thought. Knew but didn't expose it. I nodded. Fine, I happen to want noodles too. There's a tofu pudding noodle shop that's really good. And cheap too. Hearing those two words, cheap. Sophia breathed a sigh of relief. Corners of mouth blooming into a sweet smile. I silently shook my head. It was an old noodle shop. Located in an old pedestrian street. Cars couldn't enter. Could only park outside. I led Sophia through a small alley. Mossy stone walls among residential areas. Corridor wide enough for 3 or 4 people side by side. Sound of children playing. Light breeze blowing. Ivy on walls swaying bright green. Sophia opened her dark eyes wide looking around. Walking close behind me, I naturally grasped her hand. Walking while telling old stories. I said, I have deep impressions of this place. Sophia stopped looking around, listening attentively. I continued, back in elementary school. Dad would take me to school every morning. Before arriving, always stopped here for breakfast. Sophia responded, childhood flavors, right? That's why the impression is so deep. Not exactly. I shook my head. Actually, the taste here isn't that special. Sophia was puzzled. Then why such a deep impression? I said, because of my dad. Saying this, I paused before continuing. Every time he'd give me the fried egg and tofu from his noodle bowl. Just ate a few bites, then went outside to wait for me. Uncle is truly a good person. Sophia felt warmth listening. I nodded. I always thought so too. Until once I ate a bit fast. Went out to find him. And saw him sitting at the goat meat stall at the alley entrance. Drinking goat organ soup, even ordering a plate of vinegar-mixed peanuts. If not for that incident, Dad's image would still be very great. Sophia, Ethan Carter. Back then I consoled myself. Dad was still in puberty. Sneaking food, though knowing it was wrong. But Sophia couldn't help laughing. I turned to look at her. Sophia, if you still want tofu pudding noodles, I'll sneak to that corner to continue puberty. Sophia understood I was joking, but still hesitated a bit. She said, but it's a bit expensive. I answered, just a few dozen yuan. Today consider it celebrating getting my car. Sophia lowered her head, hesitating. I softened my voice. Listen to me, okay? She gently answered, like touching some switch. Sophia's gaze immediately changed. I'll listen to you. Don't know if it was an illusion, but I discovered I seem to really like this commanding dialogue style. Not sure, should try again later. Old pedestrian street goat and beef shops like this usually have authentic flavors. Mainly serving neighbors around here. All familiar faces for over a decade. No chance of fakes. Prices affordable too. 2 bowls of goat organ soup. 1 plate of goat stomach mixed with scallions. Plus tender soft rib portion. Free cucumber salad with rice. 2 people eating, quite filling. Sophia worried, did we order too much? Sitting down, she asked quietly. I laughed. I eat a lot. Said that. But when dishes arrived, I still kept serving her food. Sophia felt so embarrassed. You eat too. Let me do it myself. I pretended not to hear. Serving food while discussing work. Asking which supermarket she worked at. Saying tomorrow I'd drive her to work. Sophia suddenly felt pampered. Putting down her bowl. Not convenient, don't trouble you. I said, as long as still in Riverside City. How far could you be? Sophia said it'd be a detour. I said just a few minutes. She truly didn't want to trouble me. Seeing her keep refusing, I joked, or did you meet some guy at work? And afraid I'll see? Sophia snapped, I didn't. Like a cat whose tail got stepped on. Immediately bristling up. That sound made surrounding customers curious too. Glancing over several times. I didn't expect such a strong reaction. Froze a moment. Hurriedly soothing. I was just joking, Sophia. She glared at me, speechless. Eyes reddening. Like wounded but only daring to endure inside. A moment later she blinked several times. Lowering her head, avoiding gazes. Voice also dropping. That kind of joke isn't funny at all. She really cared about this. Before, to repay debts she had to film suggestive clips. Struggling to survive. Once thought after paying debts she'd end it all. Didn't expect I'd appear, saying I liked her. She then decided to hide the entire past. Offering her whole life to me. Wanting to start fresh. Live once more. That past remained what she regretted most. Hiding it from me made her suffer greatly. Every day thinking, how to repay this love. That kind of joke, she couldn't bear it. Reacting by instinct, couldn't control it. But calming down, Sophia felt regret. She was terrible. Why lose temper with him? She lowered her head, blaming herself. Didn't even dare eat. I said, I'm sorry. Shouldn't joke like that. Already very guilty and regretful. Now hearing me apologize. Sophia couldn't take it, not caring who was around. She immediately looked up, eyelashes trembling, continuously shaking her head. No, I'm wrong. I lost temper. Sorry. Being teased like that, and getting angry, that's normal. But why was she apologizing to me? I momentarily didn't understand. Since hearing me apologize, Sophia kept panicking. He treated her so well. Yet she lost temper with him. He even had to apologize to her. Sophia kept thinking, why did she have such a terrible temper? Truly deserved discipline. She feared I'd stop liking her over this. Feelings fading came from small things accumulating until full, then becoming disappointment. No breakup was sudden, just accumulated disappointment. Thinking this, more panic. Sorry, I was wrong. Really sorry. Sophia nearly cried. She frantically said, how about you scold me? If you're really angry, just scold me. Hit me too. That's fine. Right now is fine. That sound shocked surrounding tables. Everyone coincidentally perked their ears listening. Sneakily glancing this way, I stared at her dumbfounded, looking into those anxious, fearful yet sincere eyes. The CPU in my head seemed about to overload. Sophia, are you hiding some strange preference? Not telling me? Chapter 38. Photo together. I consoled her a while, speaking gently. This silly girl kept wanting to punish herself to atone. No matter what I said, didn't get through. I had to tell her to finish eating first then talk. Only then did she calm a bit. Sophia lost focus. No mood to eat either. Ate reluctantly, like waiting for punishment. I asked, not eating anymore? Sophia sat up straight, head down. I'm full. I sighed, calling for takeout boxes, packing the remainder, leaving the goat meat shop. Sky darkening quickly, leaving the shop. Already dusk. Sophia kept her head down, walking behind me. The whole way, didn't say a word. Quietly returned to the car. I didn't rush to start the engine. She sat in the passenger seat, face full of guilt, not daring to look at me. I'm truly terrible. Punish me, scold me, hit me, anything. She gripped her clothes tightly, speaking softly. I answered, I'm not angry. Joking like that truly wasn't right. No. Sophia panicked slightly, looking up at me. Eye sockets reddened. Every time you say it's your fault, my heart feels squeezed. The fault is mine. I was wrong. No matter what I said, didn't get through. Even if I step back 10,000 times. No matter how angry, couldn't hit you. Sophia didn't know what was wrong with her either. Making mistakes but not being punished. Inside felt empty. Uneasiness kept rising. Like that summer after college entrance exams. Her only relative left. No one cared or scolded her anymore. She sniffled, glistening eyes looking at me pitifully. Don't ignore me, okay? I never said I'd ignore you. I pulled out a tissue, wiping the tear rolling from her eye corner. This teardrop is too weak too. She didn't take the tissue either. Just quietly looked at me, letting me wipe tears until nearly dry. I gently stroked her cheek with the tissue. I said, I'll take you somewhere. Sophia hummed softly. After crying, her whole being became even softer. Sky completely dark. Street lights twinkling. I drove turning toward the opposite direction from Riverside Commercial District. Getting farther from downtown. Surroundings gradually sparse. Visibility also widening. Driving like this over 10 minutes. Outside pitch black. Sophia looked out the window, trying to recognize where this was. I slowly decelerated, turning into a simple parking lot. Stopped the car. Both got out. Sophia observed the unfamiliar surroundings. Lights in the parking lot not very bright. This place seemed a bit desolate. I'm a bit scared. Her voice became wary. While speaking, unconsciously moved closer to me. So she feared strange places. Fortunately not fearing me, I naturally grasped her hand. Never been here before? Sophia shook her head. Never, Ethan Carter. Actually, this place isn't desolate. Look. I pointed ahead. She looked in my direction. Could see pedestrians walking along the path. We also joined the crowd. Holding hands walking together. Walking a distance. Could hear the river water murmuring. Leaving the small path, the view opened up. A cool breeze carrying moisture blew over. Extremely refreshing. The Riverside River. Sophia looked at the unfamiliar scenery around. Not too certain. But in Riverside City there was only this one big river. Careful with your feet. I held her hand, leading along the riverbank slope. This is upstream of Riverside River. Look that way. You'll see the big Riverside Bridge. Sophia lifted her dress hem, watching her steps on the uneven ground. She walked onto the sandy beach. Then looked in the direction I pointed. Indeed could faintly see Riverside City's landmark. The big Riverside Bridge. I said, the scenery here is prettier. Plus there's a small sandy beach. More fun to play than at Riverside Bridge. We both stepped onto the soft sand, walking deeper. A few kids chattering, holding plastic shovels, scooping sand, chasing each other. Adults leaned on stone railings chatting. Street lamps bright. Didn't feel dark at all. I saw Sophia watching the kids. So said, kids like playing in sand. But actually their parents are the ones who like coming here more. I deliberately paused. Then continued, like me bringing you here. Sophia lowered her head, muttering softly, I'm not a kid anymore. I heard clearly but said nothing more. And indeed, her mood had improved noticeably. We walked to the stone railing. I let go of her hand, leaning on the rail, watching water flowing down from above. I recalled and said, when I was little, my parents often brought me here. I really liked this place. Now bringing you here is because I want to share with you places I once loved. Sophia said. I tilted my head to look at her. Where'd she go? Just about to say something romantic. Turned around and she was nowhere to be seen. I looked around, saw Sophia sitting on a boulder. She'd taken off her shoes, stuffed the small white socks inside. Smiling at me. The sand here is so soft. Under intersecting street lamps, she lifted her dress with both hands, stepping out. Barefoot, stepping on soft sand. Step by step approaching me. River breeze blowing through her long hair. Carrying the innocent smile on her face. Moonlight falling into her eyes. Sparkling with a strangely captivating beauty. Looking into those clear eyes. I froze a moment. Then quickly recovered. I smiled gently. Go slowly. Don't step on broken stones. Playing in sand and so happy. Still saying she's not a kid. But indeed, the sand here was fun. I also took off my shoes. Walking around the beach with her. Suddenly I remembered something. Taking out my phone. Sophia was busy playing with sand, unaware. Didn't notice I'd stopped. I called, Sophia. She stopped, turning her head to look. Didn't see anyone. Turned back to see me standing with my back to her. I raised my phone high. Sophia's gaze also looked up, following it. Click. The moment captured. The angle was selfie mode. I smiled, tilting my head. Just perfectly capturing Sophia's face. As she turned around dazed. This was our first photo together. I looked and laughed. You really look a bit silly. Sophia, then take another one. I think this one's perfect. I put the phone away. Sophia said nothing more. Two adults just finished playing in sand. Returning to the car. Just now huddled together viewing the photo. Now already fastened seatbelts preparing to go back. At one red light stop. Sophia suddenly said quietly, I truly haven't met any other man. I hummed. Saying nothing more. Knew this silly girl still cared. But she couldn't hear my apology either. So best to just leave it alone. Sophia, my temper isn't good. In the future you can discipline me more. I'll change. I said okay. Sophia lowered her head, sneaking a glance at me. Light from the dashboard reflecting on my face. Couldn't see emotions. She withdrew her gaze, lowering her head, fidgeting with fingers. Asked softly, do you still love me? Just finished asking. Green light came on, car started rolling. The car moved steadily, on the quiet night road. No music playing in the car. Only the gentle engine sound remained. Perhaps she didn't hear the question. I still hadn't answered. Sophia kept her head down, not brave enough to ask again. Sky dark yet road not congested at all. Car running smoothly. Before long arrived at the road beside the rental complex. Then go back first. Sophia unfastened her seatbelt, one hand on the door handle. Wait, I called her back. She turned to look at me. I also unfastened my seatbelt. I haven't answered you yet. She looked blank. Answer what? I smiled slightly. Earlier you asked if I still love you. Only then did she react. So I had heard, just hadn't answered yet. She smiled awkwardly, voice getting smaller. Not answering is fine too. I asked, can I answer now? Sophia blinked. Her smile was a bit forced. Of course. She knew today she was terrible. Or more accurately, always terrible. Just today it showed. If now I wanted to break up, she'd accept it too. But couldn't bear it at all. Her heart suddenly felt empty. Gaze gradually lowering. Light in her eyes also dimming. Suddenly, a shadow pressed close. Her vision filled with me. Her eyes widened slightly. Mind blank. Only the soft feeling at her lips remained. She froze, holding her breath, not daring to move. A moment later, I pulled back, sitting in the driver's seat. I said softly, anyway, in the future we'll take many more photos together. Today was just the first one. For once, I felt myself nervous and shy too. When speaking, didn't dare look straight at her. Sophia also couldn't remember how she got out of the car. Just remembered her face burning red. Standing by the road watching the car drive away. She pressed her lips lightly. Then curved her brows slightly. Face getting redder and redder. In her eyes shone gentle and pure light. People call that light love. Today's love, you also confirmed it. Thank you for giving me the right to confirm many times. Giving me courage to love. That's right. In the future we have many more photos to take together. Sleep well, my beloved. In the future, please gently teach me more. Chapter 39. He's so good. Yesterday we kissed. Sophia stood by the road. Head lowered, hands twisted together, mind still floating. Everything like a dream. Beside her, several students in blue-white uniforms rushed past. She didn't notice either. Hearing them shout, late, late. Morning exercise bell rang in the schoolyard. Backpacks on students' shoulders swaying with each running step. I drove past the school gate, unconsciously glancing. Several students held at the gate, being recorded for tardiness. Suddenly felt nostalgic. I remembered back then I was often late too. Each time being recorded. The list gained another Jackie Chan or Andy Lau. Out making a living. Identities all self-created anyway. Just sign confidently enough. And hardly anyone questions it. Withdrawing the memory. I saw Sophia waiting by the road. She was truly prettier than in high school. I pressed my lips. In my mind flashed last night's lip-touching moment. My face immediately flushed hot. Thinking it over, that was still my first kiss. Though just a light touch. Heart still raced, full of tension. Now meeting her again still felt awkward. And not just me, she was the same. Her first kiss was also me. Last night I told her to remember the car color and license plate well. From afar, she'd already recognized my car. Car just stopped. She already opened the passenger door, fastening seatbelt skillfully. Our eyes accidentally met, then both simultaneously looked away. I said, "Here's breakfast for you." "Thanks." She answered, "Can I eat in the car?" "Yeah, eat. Just about done by the supermarket." Sophia answered softly, "Okay." Yesterday I promised to drive her to work. Car started, rolling slowly. Sophia obediently listened, starting to eat. Inside the car was quiet. The atmosphere a bit strange. Not awkward, but the kind of shyness both understood. Stopping at an intersection red light. Sophia said quietly, "So awkward. Actually you don't need to drive me." Making her have to take a detour. "I'm not going too far out of the way. Just press the gas and done." Taking this moment, I turned on the car music. A light, cheerful instrumental. Made the stifling atmosphere more comfortable. Green light, proceed. I gripped the wheel while chatting. "What time do you usually get off work?" Sophia tilted her head to look at me. Her gaze unconsciously lingered on my lips. Then absently withdrew. 6:30 in the evening. She answered very honestly, pressing her lips lightly. "The work isn't hard. Mainly stocking merchandise and organizing supermarket shelves. When free, cleaning up. Most importantly, don't need to interact with too many people." Her psychological issues would be less likely to flare up. Then after work, wait for me. I'll come pick you up. Sophia was surprised, feeling pampered. "Don't need to. I can just bike home myself." Having someone pick her up like this, she felt unworthy. I was about to comfort her, telling her not to feel pressured. But the words reached my mouth. I suddenly thought of something. So used a commanding tone. "After work, remember to message me. I'll come pick you up." Sophia's body trembled slightly. Her gaze also became strange. momentarily forgetting to answer. I continued, "Did you hear?" My voice grew a bit stern. Sophia quickly came to her senses, hurriedly answering, "Yes, yes." I glanced at her, asking, "Will you obediently listen?" Sophia sat up straight. "I will. I'll obediently listen." My heart suddenly felt uneasy. Just testing a little. Didn't expect she'd actually really like this commanding style. Yesterday I'd wanted to try. Just hadn't found the opportunity. Had to admit, Sophia had changed tremendously. If it were back in school, hearing words like these, she'd definitely joke and laugh it off. But now she just wanted to obediently comply. Don't know what she went through these years. Before she was lively and outgoing, cheerful and bright. Now, insecure, afraid of strangers, severely overdependent. Psychological issues could flare up anytime. Wanted someone to control her. When making mistakes without punishment, she'd feel uneasy. She was like a glass bottle full of cracks. Don't know when it would shatter. I drove following GPS directions. When nearly there, I suddenly asked, "Me managing you like this, do you hate it?" Sophia froze, only then realizing I was managing her. No wonder it felt so comfortable. How to say? Can't really say I hate or don't hate it. Basically, I really like it. Sophia felt a bit shy. "If possible, please manage me more in the future." I laughed lightly, scolding her, "You're truly hopelessly silly." Sophia didn't understand why she was scolded. Lowering her eyes, immediately apologizing, "Sorry." I said, "Stop saying sorry." Sophia looked up at me doubtfully. At that moment, the car arrived, slowly stopped. I pulled the parking brake, turning to look at her. "Come here, kiss me." Sophia blinked, lips parted slightly, doubting she'd misheard. Didn't hear? I'd truly said that. She hadn't misheard. Sophia made a small sound, ears flushing red, unfastened her seatbelt, timidly leaning toward me, clumsily brushing my lips lightly. Sophia slowly sat back, shy as a little bride, not daring to look at me anymore. She asked awkwardly, "Like that?" "I'm not very good at it." Fortunately, she didn't dare look at me. I could pretend to be calm. "After work, remember to message me. Don't forget, okay?" Sophia placed her hand on her chest, looking up at me, lightly waving goodbye. Goodbye then. Getting out, waiting for the door to close. I leaned back in my seat. Couldn't keep up the calm expression anymore. Heart beating chaotically, still not calming down. What to do? She really was so obedient. Initially I just planned to joke a bit. Didn't expect she wouldn't resist at all. Completely obedient. Speaking of which, her lips were truly very soft, her whole being fragrant too. But after calming a bit, I restarted the car. Before leaving, glanced at Sophia's workplace. Fengyuan supermarket. The shop wasn't large, about the size of a slightly bigger convenience store. Don't know what kind of person the owner was. Should visit Fengyuan supermarket sometime. Xiao Wei arrived? Zhang Shufang smiled in welcome. Since working together, she'd grown fonder of this little girl daily. "Hello, Auntie Zhang." Sophia stuttered, struggling to force out a reply. Zhang Shufang said she and her daughter were the same age. Told her to call her Auntie Zhang. No need to call her boss. Sophia obediently complied, seeing her so tense and frightened. Zhang Shufang had gradually gotten used to it. Had planned to chat a bit, but let it go, just gently telling her to get to work. Afraid speaking too loud would scare her. Sophia bowed slightly, leaving the counter toward the shelves. Probably a boyfriend or something. Zhang Shufang thought idly, tilting her head to look across the street. That white car was slowly driving away. Earlier, clearly saw Sophia stepping out from that car. Don't know what kind of person Xiao Wei's boyfriend was. Early morning driving her to work. Must be someone considerate. Actually don't need a man who's too capable. Just having a conscience is enough. Zhang Shufang, the older she got, the more she thought about such things. Automatically activated matchmaking mode in her head. Thinking, then remembered her daughter Zhang Yun. She sighed, withdrawing her gaze. Her daughter didn't want to marry. Worried she'd be lonely later. But not marrying was not marrying. As long as she was happy. Like during that previous argument when she'd said, Not marrying won't kill me. Thinking this, Zhang Shufang smiled, putting on reading glasses, pulling out her phone to message her daughter. Remember to eat the breakfast mom brought. Don't be like last time, forgetting it in the car until getting off work. Then bringing it back. Message just sent, before long. The other side quickly replied, Roger that. With a saluting baby emoji attached. Zhang Shufang smiled, putting away her phone. Right now, this was good too. Chapter 40. Riverside Network Technology Company. Underground parking lot. Morning, team leader. Sophie Chen greeted me enthusiastically. Her voice still same as before. Full of energy. Listening carefully. Could detect some fakeness. I smiled back, morning. Watching Sophie Chen approach lightly. Just from her eyes could guess her intentions. Sophie Chen's gaze kept glancing at the car behind me. Truly the legendary type who recognizes cars, not people. This point completely opposite from my silly girl. Two extremes. Due to being disciplined before. Recently, Sophie Chen had been quietly avoiding me. Today proactively starting conversation. Clearly had a purpose. Sophie Chen came closer, pretending to discover coincidentally. Team leader, you bought a new car? I cooperated with her act. Looking back. Oh right, an old car. Just got it yesterday. I patted the hood casually. Completely without care. Sister Qian helped find it. Price was reasonable too. From how carelessly I treated it, could tell it was cheap. Sophie Chen made a sound. Outwardly acting uninterested in the car. But actually already appraised it inside. White Nissan Sentra, classic model. Even if not used, still not expensive. She smiled outwardly. But inside started doubting me. Don't know if I was really someone headquarters. Sent for training. Calculating so precisely. Just a few tens of thousands, complaining it's expensive. If really had to invest time in me. She'd definitely hesitate considerably. Turns out the intel was wrong. Then who'll take responsibility for this wasted youth? To be safe, temporarily won't approach him anymore. Wait until this week to ask the sisters at headquarters. Find out more then decide. Don't let things get messy when trouble happens. Sophie Chen silently calculated inside. Chatting with me while entering the company. Today without Sophie Chen's clever approaching tactics. I felt a bit unaccustomed. No chance to tease. Couldn't practice work patience. Lost a bit of workplace fun. But also felt lighter. While working, I was somewhat distracted, always checking Instagram to see if Sophia messaged me. Though I'd told her, even while working, she could message. But that silly girl feared disturbing me. So rarely sent messages during hours. Recently, my relationship with Sophia progressed quite fast. Getting a bit addicted. Today at work, kept thinking about her. Thinking back now, no dating rules in school had reasons. When immersed in romantic atmosphere. Plus being able to get intimate. Even adults easily lose control. Let alone those not mature enough. Very easy to act impulsively. And cause trouble without knowing. And once trouble happens, completely lacking ability to take responsibility. Not only affects studies, but both get hurt. I wasn't the ascetic type. Just restrained myself very strictly. In middle and high school, just kids. Sophia and I were close. Saying I had no thoughts would be lying. Sophia had subtly confessed to me many times. But I always pretended not to know, avoiding it. I feared once both expressed feelings. Couldn't control it anymore. When people get overwhelmed by emotions, often misjudge their own capabilities. Then make reckless promises. Yesterday saying absolutely certain, won't touch you before graduation. Next day becomes, holding hands is fine, right? Let me feel a little. Then saying, just a light touch. Finally, I'll take responsibility. Then breaking up before graduation. Affecting studies. Hurting people too. Parents in chaos. School in uproar. Such things everywhere. I didn't blindly trust my own willpower. Didn't believe in confessing first. Then saying wait until after graduation to date. Once started, had to be mentally prepared not to stop. Like having diarrhea. Absolutely don't trust any fart. Don't think you can control it. If accidentally hurt her, this lifetime I wouldn't forgive myself. Honestly, If this life I missed Sophia, I wouldn't regret it either. Because I truly liked her. Suppressing feelings during school was how I took responsibility for her future. Love isn't just passion, also needs responsibility. If truly missed her, would feel sorry but not regretful. But fortunately, despite some twists, still didn't miss her. Still that saying, I never blindly trusted my willpower. I wouldn't easily start anything. But once started, I'd prepare to bear everything. From reuniting and confessing to her. From holding hands, kissing her cheek. From knowing she was obedient, telling her to kiss me. I was already prepared. Whatever the outcome, it's a lifetime choice. Time at the company passed neither fast nor slow. Half the time thinking about her. Half the time working. Until getting off work, I was first to leave the company. Met HR manager Zhao Qian in the lobby. Got asked a few questions about buying a car. After some pleasantries, we each went our way. Zhao Qian turned to look at me, wondering inside if I was in trouble. That hurried departure from the company. Even faster than Sophie Chen. But normally I was very calm about everything. Controlling things well, completely different from today. Something abnormal. Had to find opportunity to ask clearly. After all, I was someone headquarters designated for her to look after. If I truly faced difficulties, should help if possible. At the same time, on the other side, at Feng Yuan supermarket, Zhang Shufang sat at the checkout counter. Chin propped, looking toward the shelves. Sophia was very diligent. Around 4 or 5 p.m. She'd already neatly organized the week's stock. She told her to rest a bit. She said she wasn't tired. Then started cleaning again, just as approaching closing time. She grew more distracted, occasionally glancing at her phone. Sweeping the same spot back and forth 4 or 5 times. Probably something going on. This girl was already timid. Even with things, didn't dare speak. Kept checking the clock. Zhang Shufang thought, then called toward the shelves. Xiao Wei, come here a moment. Sophia heard the call, hurriedly set down the broom. Quickly running over. She wanted to ask what's wrong. But stuttered. Couldn't form a complete sentence. The more like this, the more tense and anxious she became. Gripping her clothes, standing with lowered head, dazed. Zhang Shufang smiled, softening her voice. It's nothing. Don't worry, don't know why. This girl could be scared to this extent. Clearly her voice wasn't harsh at all. Zhang Shufang also started losing confidence. Unconsciously lowering her volume several notches. Just wanted to say the shop has nothing more today. You can leave early. The car ran smoothly. Sophia sat in the passenger seat. Just told me why she got off early. After hearing, I said, then your boss is quite nice. Sophia hummed softly. Auntie Zhang is a good person. Oh right. Today at work, I kept thinking about you. Why didn't you message me? I asked lightly as if nothing. Sophia froze. Inside her heart, like pink bubbles floating up and popping. She suddenly felt her face burning hot. Lowering her gaze, small hands twisted together. I was afraid of disturbing your work. You're truly silly. I already said it wouldn't disturb. I put it on silent. When I see messages, I'll reply immediately. Why won't you trust me? I scolded a few lines, and she didn't bother arguing back. Just waited for me to stop. Then softly said, I missed you too. Voice very, very small. But like someone pressed mute. I fell silent. The car suddenly became quiet. Silent a long while. I finally uttered one word, silly. Chapter 41. When kissing, must be careful and worried. That was Sophia's current dominant emotion. Besides the obvious shyness of someone in love, more was worry. Sitting in the passenger seat, she kept her head down. Small hands twisting together. What else was she worried about? I withdrew my thoughts. She wasn't hard to read. If leaving it like this, no need to take her to eat. I just stopped the car on the roadside near her rental area. Saying after eating we'd go for a walk. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Looking like she wanted to save money for me. Even her steps felt lighter. I looked at her retreating figure, reminding. Remember to heat up yesterday's goat meat before eating. Another day and it won't be good. Sophia turned from inside the car to answer. I waved. telling her to hurry eat dinner. Just treated her to a few street meals. And she already felt psychological pressure. Truly a silly girl. I watched her figure going upstairs. Then drove back to my family's old neighborhood. Just opening the door, the rich aroma of braised beef filled the air. Plus the hissing sound of the pressure cooker. "Mom, I'm home," I called toward the kitchen. Entering and changing slippers. Hearing the noise. My mom holding a ladle. My dad carrying a water bottle. Both sneaking out. Eyes tense. Kept looking behind me. I also started feeling tense. I turned to look behind. Just a closing door. Nothing there. What's behind me? I turned back, somewhat doubtfully asking. Nothing. Both cleared their throats, then each went their way. One went to the kitchen, the other went elsewhere. Going to the balcony, then went to the balcony. Not going out with your girlfriend today? Mom's voice rang from the kitchen. Pretending like nothing important. Only then did I understand what the two were tense about at home. Just afraid I'd bring my girlfriend home. Without saying anything. Found it amusing. I walked into the kitchen. I said eating out is too expensive, so she won't go. My mom. What do you two eat out there? I picked up chopsticks to taste the dish. Honestly answering. Braised pork rice by the high school area. Rice plates, fast food, skewers and such. My mom smiled lightly at her silly son. Don't you hear she's mocking you? I picked up a soft potato piece. Blowing to cool it, I looked at Mom, full of confusion. Mocking what? Mom answered. Dating her but only taking her to eat those things. The girl would be strange to be happy. Right, she was a bit unhappy. I even said it was expensive. I didn't argue back, testing the cooled potato piece. Blew on it thoroughly for ages. Bit into it, still got burned. But too embarrassed to spit it out. Just used tongue to roll the potato around my mouth. Then swallowed. Couldn't even taste it. Tongue burned numb. Mom looked at my foolish appearance. Shaking her head in that disappointed mom way. She stirred the pot with the ladle. Then asked how the flavor was. I mumbled that the sauce was delicious. Mom lifted down the pot. Switching to the wok. Turning on the range hood. Adding cut vegetables to the pan. Steam meeting hot oil. Sizzling sounds of daily life. While stir-frying, she told me. Already your girlfriend. So don't use the excuse of dating. To freeload meals. You should know better. When dating. Can choose somewhere decent. Spending a bit won't hurt. Girls have self-respect too. When not truly understanding each other yet. Choosing a proper restaurant. Also shows you value her. As for roadside stalls, fast food and such, save for later. Wait until she feels comfortable, then go. I listened to Mom's teaching. Occasionally nodding in agreement. Didn't argue or object, just listened obediently. The highest leader at home couldn't be wrong. Problem was, I was willing to spend money on her. But she wouldn't let me. Really difficult. Mom taught me a few lines while cooking. Didn't say too much. She didn't want to interfere too deeply. Young people's romance matters. Feelings had to be experienced themselves. Finally just reminded. Next time if planning to bring girlfriend home, say so beforehand. Setting out bowls and chopsticks to eat. Having a son eating dinner at home. What parents wouldn't be happier? After eating. Clearing dishes. Resting a bit after the meal. Waiting for sunset. Heat gradually fading. Dad started peeling apples. As for Mom. Just finished a phone call with friends. I seized the chance to use the bathroom to freshen up. Then came to the living room. Mom, Dad, going out for a bit. Both looked at me and hummed. Didn't need to guess where I was going. I changed shoes and went out. Sky already darkening. Streetlights not yet on. Gentle breeze brushing my face. Mildly cool. For a walk, so I didn't take the car. Just borrowed a shared e-bike. Riding toward the rental area across from the high school. Pedaling while humming a cheerful tune. Just turning into the school area. Already saw from afar. A familiar figure standing looking around. Oh no, it's Sophia. From afar already waving, smiling brightly. Looking silly. She wore a light-colored dress. Dress was beautiful. Person even more beautiful. I locked the bike in the parking area. Sophia carefully observed surrounding traffic. Then quickly ran to me. Eyes bright and happy. like just seeing her beloved owner. A puppy wagging its tail running over, leading the little girl before me. I had to resist the urge to pat her head. Didn't want to mess up her hair. You look really pretty today. She said thanks, then responded with a very soft whisper. I naturally grasped her hand, both leisurely walking along the school wall. Did you finish the goat meat from last night? Finished it. Good, it's finished. If there's any left, shouldn't eat it anymore. Right. How does your supermarket arrange time off? 4 days off per month. Can arrange days off flexibly. Thinking what? Saying what? Even not saying anything, the atmosphere wasn't awkward. Street lights on both sides lit up one by one. Around this time, school probably had evening self-study. Outside the gate, no students visible. Through the wall, couldn't hear sounds of playing ball on the field either. Areas near schools are like that. Bustling when students are there. But when in class or on holiday, completely empty. Evergreen magnolias year-round. Though autumn arrived, still lush and flourishing. Gentle breeze passing. Rustling sounds. Could feel the chill. We both said nothing more, just walking slowly. 10 fingers interlaced, gently swinging back and forth. Steps also very slow. Slow as if time were stopping. But every road has an endpoint. Could only blame time passing too fast. The distance was close indeed. So close like years side by side. But heartbeat wouldn't stop. Had to blame the months and years still too long. Without noticing, we'd circled the school once, almost back now. Though both silently slowed down. Still couldn't avoid parting time. Tomorrow I'll call you, then come down. Don't need to wake up early. Really troubling you. I said those words again. Hearing my voice seemed unhappy. Sophia hurriedly apologized, sorry. I helplessly shook my head. Today, why didn't you ask if I still love you? I'm afraid asking too much, you'll get tired of me. But if you don't ask, how do I know what excuse to use to kiss you? Huh? Sophia thought she misheard. She stopped walking, tilting her head to look at me. Pretty face flushing red. I also stopped, turning to look at her. 4 eyes meeting. Street light shining on Sophia's face. Light filtering through her flowing hair, creating a beautiful gentle amber layer. That glow made her lips and eyes also sparkle brilliantly, like hazy dream scenery, full of enchantment. I stared, mesmerized. When coming to my senses, I swallowed, then asked, okay? Inside Sophia's head was tangled like cotton. She said nothing, but her body was already honest. Reacting first, she tilted her head up slightly, pressing her lips lightly. This was the first time we kissed seriously. The light touch between lips, like a snail gently extending soft tentacles, exploring the world, both looking at each other, lightly touching lips, then separating, shallow but long, really too difficult, holding breath, touching again, closer together, while moving lips and tongue. Sophia shyly made a sound. We hurriedly separated, her small face flushed, gaze avoiding. Looking down at chest, I awkwardly withdrew my hand. That, when kissing, hands and brain truly are two independent entities. I didn't mean to. A short passage but considered finished. I walked her the final stretch. She kept her head down, not speaking, face unseen. I also didn't know if my action just now made her unhappy. I didn't dare hold her hand anymore. Arriving below the rental building, I said goodbye. See you tomorrow. Only then did she look up at me, face red, softly saying, touching a little is okay too. I froze in place. After saying that, Sophia, seeming embarrassed beyond endurance, stuttered, see you tomorrow, and ran off. A moment later I came to my senses. So earlier she was head down thinking about that. Found her both funny and adorable. On the way riding the e-bike home, I kept smiling the whole time. Head full of Sophia's image. This silly girl truly couldn't predict her thoughts. Speaking of touching, I unconsciously squeezed my palm lightly. Autumn night breeze was cold indeed, but couldn't blow away the fire in my heart. Chapter 42. Children who are cared for are truly happy. 2 a.m. I turned off my phone. The buzzing in my head like electric currents running wild in my skull. I closed my eyes. I Tried searching for a bit of weak sleepiness in the darkness. When eyelids started aching. Dawn had broken. Still couldn't nap at all. Beep 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 beep. The alarm rang. Insomnia again. I smiled wryly. No energy left to be angry. I reached to turn off that shrieking alarm, dragging my tired body out of bed. For someone with severe insomnia, whether emotions are positive or negative, excessive amounts easily worsen the condition. Like last night, kissing Sophia deeply under the street light. Happy. Yes, happy. But ended up with insomnia. I left my room. Up so early today? Seeing me come out, Mom drinking soy milk was a bit surprised. She glanced at the clock. Normally I only left my room right when about to leave for work. Today up nearly 10 minutes earlier. I had no energy. Just casually greeted my parents. Then went to the bathroom to wash my face. Had to say, home truly was the best place. Even toothpaste already squeezed out. While brushing teeth, my foggy mind gradually cleared. I'd actually always been curious. Since childhood, occasionally Mom would squeeze toothpaste for me. But no clear pattern at all. I'd once tried recording days when toothpaste was squeezed, wanting to see if there was a pattern. Result: no pattern whatsoever. Years of curiosity, probably time to clarify. I finished washing and came to the living room. Dad had already gone out. Mom was still changing shoes at the door. Mrs. Huilan reminded as usual. Breakfast is in the steamer. Your girlfriend's too. Remember to bring it. I looked at my mom a moment. Then without beating around the bush, asked directly, Mom, what do you base on to decide which days to squeeze toothpaste for me? Mom said, sometimes squeeze too much, falls in the sink. Seems wasteful, so conveniently use your toothbrush to scoop it back up. After hearing, I just quietly left. Mom truly had maternal love, but not excessively. I finished breakfast, then left home to pick up Sophia. In the car, a cheerful melody played. On the road, I suddenly thought of a question. Driving all night without sleep. Could that be considered fatigue driving? I was that type of person. When mind not clear, would think of strange questions. I turned into the school area. From afar saw Sophia waiting by the road. I'd told her to just wait inside. Don't know how long this silly girl had been standing there. I drove while thinking, suddenly remembering something. Didn't she once say she wanted me to manage her more strictly? Since learning she easily accepted verbal commands, I'd had a different view of that statement. She wasn't joking. Truly hoped to be controlled. Like desperately wanting someone to supervise her. Not entirely sure. Let's see. I stopped the car before her. Sophia smiled at me, then opened the door to get in. After she sat steady, she thanked me for breakfast. Everything as usual. I drove. She ate breakfast. At an intersection, caught by a red light. Waited for her to finish the last bite. I asked gently, yesterday didn't I tell you to wait at home? Sophia turned to look at me. She thought a bit. Did you say that? She tried recalling last night. But her head was full of kissing images. Sorry, I forgot. She lowered her head, face slightly warm. I thought, oh no. She's too obedient, giving me no chance to test anything. I cleared my throat. Next time just wait inside. I'll call you, then come down. Don't stand by the road early like that. Sophia mumbled. Wasn't that early. But actually she'd been waiting nearly 20 minutes. And every time, I had to ask, did you hear me? Sophia nodded, saying she heard. Green light, car continued rolling. Actually, testing wasn't my style. Both adults now. Just say things directly. Waited for the car to enter the main lane and stabilize. I spoke directly. Xiao Wei. She looked at me wide-eyed. I hesitated with what to say, reconsidering word choice. Then asked, before, you said you wanted me to manage you more. Even said if you make mistakes, scolding or hitting is fine, right? Sophia tilted her head, not understanding why I suddenly brought this up. She honestly nodded. You did say that. I asked, do you have any special personal preferences? Sophia looked dazed, not understanding my meaning. She looked at me with doubtful eyes. I said it straight. Sophia's face immediately flushed. No, not like that. I don't have those things. Not that type. I said, it's okay though. Just between us. Doesn't affect anyone. I tried probing further. Sophia kept shaking her head in denial. Looking at her sincere eyes. Didn't seem like lying. Then why did you say you wanted me to manage you? Even saying scolding or hitting is fine. Didn't expect to make me misunderstand like that. Sophia awkwardly explained. Seemed too flustered. So she spoke a bit messily. Basically, she thought her temperament was terrible. Needed scolding or hitting to be corrected. Then she mentioned Dad passing away. Saying after leaving school and losing Dad, she had no one to manage her anymore. She felt being managed by others was very happy. In summary, she considered herself a bad child, wanting someone to properly teach her. I considered it understood. Misunderstanding ended here. I drove Sophia to work. Both simply said goodbye. I sat in the car, lost in thought. Doing wrong then wanting punishment. Being managed by others makes her feel happy. So ultimately, where's the difference? Chapter 43. The difference. Parents managing children, teachers managing students, or me managing Sophia, actually all essentially the same. Specifically, when that person does something wrong. Someone stands up, hoping they can become a better version of themselves. Seeing them do wrong makes one angry. Can scold, even can hit. Because not wanting to see them suffer will pull them back to the right path. I thought all morning. Finally understanding. Like myself as a child. Truly stubborn. Made plenty of mistakes. Got hit on the bottom with Dad's belt. Got ruler slapped on palm by teacher. Scolding. Don't even mention, constant. But each time scolded or hit, I knew it was because they cared. Though it truly hurt, inside still felt warm. Perhaps that was the happiness Sophia mentioned. Everyone has different definitions of happiness. If I made big mistakes, I'd also hope people I cherished would be strict with me. I liked gentle, peaceful happiness. But didn't oppose strict love either. Happiness has many forms. Both ways can coexist. I loved gentle tranquility, while Sophia liked discipline and seriousness. If wanting to bring happiness to others, must give them the happiness they desire. Not use one's own definition to impose on others, then excuse it as caring about you. However good the starting point, still makes others uncomfortable. I naturally wouldn't do that. I wanted to respect her, give her the happiness she truly needed. I started reconsidering how I was being beside Sophia. Time at the company passed quickly. When working, I focused on work. When free, thought about how to harmonize with Sophia better. Sophie Chen, after seeing my old car, stopped bothering me. Probably gave up. Good, I felt relieved. Until getting off work. Goodbye, team leader. Bye, team leader. What day next week for the gathering? You all discuss among yourselves. Next Saturday or Sunday both work. I'll follow the arrangement. This week's really busy, sorry, haha. Team leader, you're too kind. Goodbye, team leader. Bye then. I'm leaving first. Team leader, bye-bye. I was originally very good at socializing. After 2 weeks working together, I'd grown familiar with everyone in the group. Could joke around with each other. This week, the main programming side assigned many tasks. This weekend I had to handle them at home. So the team gathering had to be postponed to next week. Though already the weekend didn't feel like a weekend at all. I sighed, hurriedly finishing documents. Soon Sophia would get off. I had to pick her up. People in the office thinning out. I organized the documents, grabbed my things, rushing out of the company. On the other side, at Feng Yuan supermarket, Sophia stood waiting by the roadside in front. She looked at her phone, hesitating. Hearing a car, looked up. Gaze following the car that just shot past from left to right. Wind from the car blowing, messing up stray hairs by her ears. Then lowered her head again, looking at the chat on her phone, hesitating. Should she message him? Sophia's finger hovered over the screen. Don't know if he's busy. Would definitely disturb him. Wait a bit more, until that white car appeared in view. She confirmed the license plate. Face immediately brightened when the car stopped before her. Sorry. Got held up with work a bit. I explained the situation to her. Did you wait long? Sophia sat in the passenger seat, closing the car door, fastening seatbelt, smiling brightly at me. No, I just got off too. I slowly started the car, casually asking, the supermarket has overtime too? Sophia, unprepared, answered immediately, no. Just said it, then knew she'd slipped up. She pressed her lips, gaze occasionally glancing toward me. I said, Xiao Wei. I thought a moment. How do you want me to manage you? Both adults now. I didn't want to beat around the bush either. My thoughts always jumped around. Talking about this could suddenly switch to something else. Sophia had gotten used to it. She froze. Then honestly answered, if possible. I want you to be stricter with me. Being harsher is okay too. Inside the car suddenly became quiet. I seemed to be pondering something. Sophia lowered her head, fidgeting with fingers, wondering if she shouldn't have demanded this. A moment later, she said worriedly, you can treat me however you want. As long as you're happy. I didn't let her finish. Cut in. If I'm too strict, you must tell me. Sophia hadn't reacted yet. I acted serious, saying, did you hear clearly? She came to her senses, immediately sitting up straight. Yes, I heard. So nostalgic. This feeling of being managed by others. Was truly very happy. Red light ahead appeared. I didn't look at her. Asking, off work. Why didn't you message me? My voice very calm. Clearly a question, but more like interrogating. With a bit of cross-examination. Sophia, left the happy emotion from just now. Gaze lightly glancing toward me. I was afraid of disturbing your work. Didn't I say it was fine? Sophia mumbled, yes, you did say that. Voice somewhat stuttering. She was both afraid, yet in her eyes shone a different light. Right, this was the feeling. Completely different from the vague fear. When meeting strangers, this was the feeling of knowing she'd done wrong. And waiting for unpredictable punishment. Her eyes now contained joy, knowing the other person cared and wanted her to be better. Happiness was obvious without words. Why didn't you listen? I'm sorry. How long were you standing by the road waiting? Sophia fumbled, just a few minutes. I know what time you get off. I said one bland sentence. Without any additional explanation. Sophia lowered her head, voice barely audible. Actually, I waited nearly half an hour. Then the green light came on. I kept my voice calm like the rhythm of the starting car. Even carrying a hint of laughter. You did very well. Rather wait half an hour. Then send me one message. Sophia lowered her head, couldn't squeeze out a smile. Hey, do you remember I'm your boyfriend? I remember. Her voice trembling. I laughed lightly. Still remember? I thought you forgot. Might as well not have one. Doesn't seem any different. Sophia obediently kept her head down being scolded. Actually, I wasn't saying anything harsh. But she started crying. Like a good student rarely scolded by teachers. Even very mild criticism still made tears fall like small pearls. Sophia was originally quick to tears. Being told off by me a few lines. She kept her head down the whole way, tears falling continuously. Car stopped by the roadside below the rental complex. I handed her a tissue. I didn't mean to blame you. Think about it yourself. Sophia took the tissue, lifting her face to wipe tears. Her voice choked. I know you're doing this for my good. I was wrong. I know I was wrong. Knowing you're wrong is good. Stop crying. Look up at me. Sophia used the tissue to dab tears a few more times. Sniffling softly, then obediently looked up at me. Her eyes reddened. Lashes wet, gaze dewy. Looking at that small face lifted up. I suddenly felt a strange emotion rising inside. She was truly beautiful. I reached out with the tissue, helping her wipe away the tear still on her cheek. Why crying? Silly. Sophia felt uncomfortable for doing wrong, couldn't help it. Sorry. Her voice after crying became hoarse. Things like this don't need apologies. When withdrawing my hand, I couldn't help lightly stroking her cheek once. Go home and eat properly. Tonight I won't call you out for a walk. This week's a bit busy with work. Sophia answered softly. Simple goodbye. When she got out, I still didn't forget to remember to message me more. Won't be a bother at all. She obediently nodded in agreement. Chapter 44. Morning date. Actually, should say noon to be accurate. Because it was nearly 12 o'clock. I woke with hair messy as a bird's nest. Last night handled work until late. Then tossed and turned unable to sleep. Don't even know what time I finally dozed off. Groggily went to the bathroom to brush teeth. Using the toothpaste Mom had squeezed. Seems this morning. Mom squeezed too much again and it fell in the sink. The house was strangely quiet. Not a soul around. No wonder Mom let me sleep in. Just finished brushing and washing. Phone rang. I grabbed a towel to wipe my face, then ran to answer. It was Mom. Hello? Mom, what's up? You're home, right? Yes, home. Then drive out to pick Mom up. Mom went to the supermarket with Auntie Zhang. Bought too much stuff. At Feng Yuan supermarket. Hurry over. After saying, Mom hung up. I changed out of pajamas. Grabbed car keys and left home. Parking lot beside Feng Yuan supermarket. My mom had just hung up. Before her were the Zhang mother-daughter pair. Lan, let my son drive you home, more convenient. My mom waved her hand. No need. Let your son come pick you up. Not assigning him tasks. He'll sleep until noon on weekends. Zhang Shufang laughed along. Right, my house too. My daughter's exactly the same. Being exposed right in front of others. Zhang Yun awkwardly turned away. Standing quietly beside, saying nothing. Listening to the two adults chat. Zhang Yun this morning had nothing to do. Planned to sleep in. Who knew Mom would drag her to the supermarket? When their own family already ran a small supermarket. Don't know why Mom still liked wandering big supermarkets. She looked toward the parking lot entrance. Earlier heard Mom say, Auntie Lan's son had returned to Riverside for work. And lately was often mentioned before her. Said though my salary wasn't high. I was very proper, tall, handsome, and very polite. She kept repeating and repeating. Intentions so obvious couldn't be more obvious. Zhang Yun completely ignored it. As someone firmly against marriage. These things held no appeal for me. I looked toward the entrance gate, somewhat curious. Elementary school desk mate. Don't know how he'd changed now. Then a familiar white car drove in from the gate. Seemed like a colleague's car. I looked at the license plate. No impression. The car stopped at an empty spot not far away. Mrs. Huilan saw, then called loudly toward the person getting out, Over here, Ethan Carter. I jogged over. Why's your hair like a crow's nest? Mrs. Huilan said bluntly without restraint. Wasn't I rushing out to pick you up? I laughed, answering. Seeing the person standing nearby. I politely greeted, Hello, Auntie Zhang. Zhang Shufang smiled back. Yes, hello. Mrs. Huilan said. This is Zhang Yun. In elementary school you two were deskmates, remember? Following my mom's introduction, I looked over. Zhang Yun had recognized me first. Earlier had met me at the parking lot near the company. I had completely forgotten. Didn't we meet before? I then explained everything clearly. I gradually remembered. That day doing the procedures. Handing over the car, we met. No wonder felt familiar then. Turns out elementary school classmate. The two parents still arm in arm chatting. Standing there was just waiting anyway. So Zhang Yun and I also conveniently chatted a bit. Learned Zhang Yun was working at that processing company. Even as design team leader. And my company had just established long-term cooperation. The more we talked, the more coincidental. Zhang Yun asked, You also work in design? If that's truly the case. Then later we'll probably work together often. I shook my head. I'm just a small programmer in the technical team. Oh, I see. The two parents said goodbye to each other. Zhang Yun and I also simply greeted each other. Each following our own mother. Each going home. On the way home. In the car, Zhang Shufang glanced at her daughter driving. Saying meaningfully, Mom wasn't wrong, was she? A tall, handsome young man. Polite and energetic too. Zhang Yun answered, Really very good indeed. Said so honestly. Zhang Shufang's eyes lit up. See? Mom saw you two chatting quite happily. Stop it. Zhang Yun called out, Mom. Just now was only coincidentally learning. Our companies cooperate. Found it surprising. Don't overthink it. Besides, whether he's good or not, what's it to me? Zhang Shufang sighed helplessly, looking out the passenger window. Mom, I'm truly fine living alone. Not necessary. Zhang Shufang spoke again, cutting off her daughter. Right. This morning mom saw really good tenderloin at the supermarket. Bought 2 strips. Want sweet and sour or make soup? Sweet and sour. And for soup, I want tomato egg soup. Didn't buy tomatoes. Later when passing the market. Stop and buy 2. On the way home, mother and daughter discussed today's meal while going. Zhang Shufang suddenly recalled when her daughter was little. Often bringing me home to play. Back then jokingly asked, "Do you like Ethan Carter?" The little girl said she liked him. Even said when grown up would be my bride. Once at a parent meeting. Even told Mrs. Huilan that story. Both found it funny then. Joking about being in-laws. In a blink, her daughter had grown up. When little, every day babbling about marriage. Growing up, told mom straight out. Mom, I won't get married. Said living alone was fine. But when hearing her daughter personally say that to her, saying she wasn't shocked at all would be lying. As a mother, how could she be that tolerant and relaxed? Argued about this many times. But seeing her daughter so determined, eventually she gradually accepted it. Alone then alone. Just occasionally still hoped. What if she met someone making her want to marry? Who knows? Rental area near Riverside High School. Sophia was cooking simple dishes with a small pot, combined with noodles and eggs. Much better than plain water noodles. Though she still hadn't received salary. At least work had a start. She was also beginning planned spending. Improving meals a bit. Today she wasn't at the supermarket working. Not because she requested off either. Her being home was completely the boss's decision. Honestly, this was the first time she met such a casual boss. Last night the boss called, saying wanted to dedicate tomorrow to her daughter. So today got the day off. She suddenly had an extra day off for unclear reasons. Having it off, she didn't just lie around resting. When I wasn't beside her, she still tried hard, working to step out of her shell. This morning she tried going to buy vegetables. Since psychological issues worsened, she hadn't been to crowded places in nearly 2 years. This morning, stepping into the traditional market, she felt scared. But fortunately didn't reach the point of an episode. Just when asking vegetable prices was extremely difficult. Due to tension and anxiety, couldn't speak. Couldn't form proper sentences. When able to speak, still stuttered badly. The more she stuttered, the more tense and frightened. The more frightened, the less fluently she spoke. The vicious cycle continued. If I were beside her, even scared, she could speak normally. But alone couldn't. For her, speaking was extremely difficult. Fortunately her mind was also quick. Thought of a method. Wait for others to ask prices first. She stood beside buying the same. Wait for the vendor to state the price. She just needed to pay. That way didn't need to say anything. Anyway, bought vegetables herself. Could consider it a small step back to normal life. Thinking this inside, she felt happy. Set down the small pot to cool. In this small room, Sophia took out her phone. Opening my chat window. Since yesterday being taught a lesson by me. Inside she felt more relieved. Today she'd made progress herself. Really wanted to share with me. Wanted to be praised a little. Moreover, I'd said to message more. Sophia hesitated a moment, typing. What are you doing? On the other side, Mom and I had just gotten home. Bringing vegetables to the kitchen. Heard the message notification sound. I quickly checked, saw immediately. Miss here proactively messaged. Yesterday just taught a lesson. Immediately effective. Miss Sophia truly needed more teaching. Typed back. Just bought vegetables and came back. Probably the supermarket's on lunch break now? Sophia had today off. I remembered she'd told me. She worked rotating shifts, not fixed Sundays off. Sophia said the boss had things so gave the day off. Worthy of being the boss. Running your own shop, truly do whatever you want. I thought this inside, also somewhat wanting to meet this boss. Don't know what kind of person. While I was still lost in random thoughts, another message came. From Sophia. Today I went to buy vegetables. Cooked spinach with tofu, plus tomato egg noodles too. I looked at the message and couldn't help laughing. So innocent it's excessive. How could someone through a screen still reveal such sincerity? That wanting to be praised type. Only missing writing, praise me quickly. But honestly, with Sophia's condition, going to market was truly not easy. Looked like just a few words recounting. But how many obstacles she overcame. Only she knew clearly. So why wouldn't that deserve praise? I was about to message back. Suddenly thought of something. Sophia now had work. Today she rarely had off. Could try inviting her out for a bit. Perhaps she'd agree. I called her. The other end picked up almost immediately. I said this afternoon wanted to take her downtown for a walk. Eat some small pastries. Sophia answered it was too expensive. Wanted to wait more. Wait until I get my salary. I said, salary will come eventually anyway. Besides, my girlfriend is so good. Trying so hard. As a boyfriend, I want to show something too. Just a small pastry portion. Actually, I really want to eat it too. Hope you'll give me this chance. To go eat with you. Sophia originally didn't have much social experience. No scheming either. I just needed slight skill in words. To easily guide her. First was seeing through her needs. Hitting the weak spot. Saying a few lines making her happy. Later words hiding earlier ones. Quietly shifting concepts. Helping her minimize psychological burden. Finally, even conveniently affirming her future. Leading main emotions in a positive direction. Sophia just like that hazily agreed. She had no idea about my conversational techniques. Just felt strangely happy. I'd just hung up. When got a strong familiar feeling. Like I'd just coaxed an innocent girl. On the other side, Sophia hugged her phone smiling a long while. He just praised me. When she remembered there were still noodles in the pot. The noodles had cooked mushy into a clump. Chapter 45. Smart and silly. Normal and abnormal. S2 doing this in the evening. Isn't that kind of not great? This thing usually happens in the evening anyway. Daytime's more embarrassing. You also feel I seem tense? It's my first time. It's okay, later we'll do it many more times. Roadside parking lot in the city. Sophia and I were sitting in the car talking softly. The little puppy quietly looking out the window. The pastry shop on weekends. This place at exactly 7:30 p.m. would have a half-price pastry buffet with no time limit. So both of us didn't eat dinner. Deliberately coming here. Result. Remembered the time wrong. Just 7 o'clock, already arrived. Asked and learned still half an hour before starting. Both sat in the car waiting. I said, later you must eat a lot. Otherwise wasting the wait. Sophia answered, yes. I leaned on the car window. Gaze determined, ready to battle. I looked at her, corners of mouth carrying a smile. Really like playing with a child. Lines like, do this often. All fooling her. Usually I had to work overtime until late. Where would there be free time? To run eat half-price buffets costing tens of thousands? Saying that was just to make this silly girl feel less guilty inside. But seeing her this happy. This half-hour wait completely worth it. Time came. The shop employee walked out. Hanging the half-price pastry buffet sign at the entrance. Very punctual. I said, let's go, it started. We must be the first table. I urged, hurry up. Sophia smiled brightly, pushing the car door and stepping out. Being with him was so fun. Everything became more interesting. The employee had just entered back inside. We walked in right after. Hearing the door chime, the employee turned, smiling, welcome. I stepped up to confirm the buffet code purchased. We chose a corner seat. When getting pastries, had to interact a bit with staff. Sophia wasn't good at talking with strangers. So I handled everything. The small pastry items, I went to get them. This type of half-price buffet actually meant the shop wanted to dispose of leftover pastries from the day. Recoup some cost. Conveniently increasing brand reputation. Both customers and shop benefited. But around this time, not many buffet eaters. Looking around, only 3 or 4 tables had customers. I got another round of pastries. Glanced around then returned to our spot. I asked, feel sick of it? They have free juice here. What kind you want? I set down the tray. Looking at her, mouth still had some cream. Her whole face radiantly happy. The innocent smile she gave me made my heart melt. Sophia smiled gently, casually asking, what kinds are there? I answered, there's this lemonade. watermelon juice, and also. Just now I didn't pay close attention. Let me go check again. Don't need to trouble yourself. Sophia called me back, shyly saying, lemonade is fine. Okay, I stood to get it for her. Very gentle and attentive, not showing annoyance or reluctance at all. This kind of meticulous care touched people more than sweet words. Watching my retreating figure, Sophia held her spoon, somewhat dazed. If only she were a normal person. Even just pretending. If only she tried appearing more normal. Trying harder. Then he wouldn't need to be this tired and exhausted. Along with her gaze gradually dimming. Like a star slowly falling. The sweet pastry in hand also gradually lost its sweetness. Before long, I returned holding 2 juice cups. I stuck a straw in one. Then handed it to her. Thanks. Sophia took it and lowered her eyes. Both hands holding the cup. Thumbs lightly rubbing back and forth on the cup surface. I took a deep sip of juice. Opening my phone to scroll. Originally I wasn't someone who liked sweets. Eating a few pieces was enough. Corner tables in pastry shops like this were very small. Couldn't sit side by side. 2 people sat facing across a table. I scrolled my phone a few times. Discovering the other side was excessively quiet. Looked up at her. Don't know what that silly girl was thinking about again. Just now was happily eating pastries. Blink of an eye. Head lowered, gaze drooping. I asked worriedly, what's wrong? Not feeling well? Sophia shook her head lightly. Looking up at me worrying about her. Her voice carried some choking. Suddenly asked, loving someone like me. Is it very tiring? I answered, what are you talking about? Seeing I didn't answer the question. Sophia lowered her head more. I know I'm terrible myself. Can't communicate like normal people. Even getting food, don't dare speak. Have to ask you to get it. When it's crowded, only know to hide behind you. Not at all like anyone's girlfriend. Sometimes so scared. I even tremble uncontrollably. Acting strange. Like having mental illness. Loving someone like me. Just thinking about it seems painful. Really sorry. Already troubled you. She looked up. Her words also full of guilt. Finished speaking? My voice even. Sophia trembled slightly. Realizing she just said too much. Troubled him. She hurriedly apologized. Sorry. I said too much. Won't say it again later. Really sorry. I said nothing. Waiting for her to finish. I pushed a small strawberry pastry before her. Smiling. I remember you used to really like this. Just now, I saw the owner just put it out and got it for you. Thanks for still remembering. Sophia held the small spoon. Not daring to look at me. Yeah, my memory's good. I leaned back in my chair. My gaze stopping on the angel wing painting. Stuck on the wall behind her. From my angle, Sophia looked like a little angel with head bowed. Beautiful and pure, but carrying a heavy feeling she couldn't shake off. I quietly watched her head down. Eating pastry spoonful by spoonful. From her, I could no longer feel the sweet happiness overflowing like earlier. The atmosphere became filled with sour and bitter tastes. Even her favorite pastry couldn't make her happy. This silly girl. I sighed lightly. Silent a moment, I muttered to myself, my girlfriend. She tries so hard and loves me so much. Those words made Sophia tremble slightly. Her hand eating pastry also slowed. Slower and slower. Like harmonizing with the light music in the shop. She kept her head down. Voice small and lacking confidence, asking, do you still love her? I didn't rush to answer. Picking up the lemonade for a sip. Gaze somewhat dazed looking into the glass bottom. Small watermarks remained on the table. I thought a moment, then gently spoke. She's very silly. Always wanting to try appearing smarter. She thinks because she's silly, I won't like her. Precisely because she's so silly. She imagines I won't love her. But she doesn't know. I don't love her because she's smart. Won't dislike her because she's silly either. Whether normal or not normal. This world doesn't have many truly normal people anyway. Even if different from others, it's fine. Even if not smart, it's fine. I said slowly, sentence by sentence. Then looked up at the girl before me. The one with head bowed eating the small strawberry pastry. Both avoiding and hiding. What angel? Clearly just a little ostrich. Pretending not to hear. Whole face nearly buried in the pastry. Shoulders still trembling slightly, suppressing. Don't know what there is to cry about. I shook my head lightly looking at her. This girl was hopelessly silly. Chapter 46. This silly girl. This one's for you. Someone who likes strawberry pastries willing to give the strawberry to others. No need to doubt anymore. If that strawberry has no issues, then it's definitely true love. Looking at the strawberry Sophia offered, I was a bit stunned. Could it be stained with tears so she didn't want it? Then gave it to me? No. Sophia blushed, explaining, this piece is really good. So I wanted to save it for you. After saying, afraid I'd find it troublesome, she added softly, tears didn't touch it, not dirty. I heard and understood immediately. This silly girl was overthinking again. What's this about me finding it gross? I could only helplessly laugh. Then decisively took the strawberry and put it in my mouth. She asked tentatively, sweet? Delicious. Sophia sighed with relief, happy smile blooming on her lips again, continuing to happily eat pastries. I truly admired her. How could she keep eating without getting sick of it? I drank a sip of lemonade, then turned to look toward the pastry counter. Seemed they'd just put out some new varieties. I'll go get some more. I turned back asking her. Sophia smiled gently answering, okay. But don't get too much. I'm feeling kind of full. After Sophie Chen just finished watching a movie and was heading home. Passing the pastry shop, felt a bit hungry. So casually stepped in to check. The employee said there was a half-price buffet program. Just pay the price of 3 or 4 pastries. Pretty good deal, and anyway had nothing to do. So she followed the suggestion and bought a buffet ticket. Then randomly chose a seat. Didn't expect to be too optimistic. After one piece, Sophie Chen already felt sick of it. Mainly because the pastries here were truly mediocre. Cheap pastry shops, couldn't expect much. If not passing by and hungry, she definitely would never choose to eat here. From the cream ingredients, to the baking texture, the pastry base was nothing special either. Moreover, most were pre-made. The more she ate, the less interested. Was about to stand up and get fruit juice to cut the sweetness. But thinking again, who knows if it's real juice? Probably just mixed with chemical sugar. Fine, consider it a small loss. Consider it a lesson from the young boss. Sophie Chen picked up her small bag preparing to leave. Give me a piece of green tea tiramisu. That's strawberry mousse. Give me 2 pieces then. Actually, make it 3. A gentle yet somewhat familiar voice. The voice sounded pleasant too. But don't know why, when entering the ears, felt like torture. Sophie Chen involuntarily shuddered, looking up toward where the voice came from. After matching the voice with the person before her eyes, confirmed no mistake. The feeling of being dragged into an unwilling work conversation suddenly became extremely reasonable. If it's her, everything could be explained. Sophie Chen instinctively just wanted to flee. But reason held her firmly in place. Inside her head began struggling. Should she walk over to greet or not? Outside the company. Probably won't get dragged into work talk, right? Being tormented by me at the company until scared. This was the first time in her life Sophie Chen felt fear. Facing a man like this. Thinking it over. Tonight Sophie Chen went to see a movie. Actually also related to me. Because of that old car incident last time. Sophie Chen started doubting my true identity. While working at the company, she'd planned to probe. But couldn't extract any information. Instead got tormented by me. Had to wait until the break. Then ask friends working at headquarters. Confirmed and reconfirmed many times. Finally certain that I was indeed someone headquarters sent for training. A key talent being cultivated. She felt indignant. Such high salary. Yet couldn't tell at all. Could there be some bad habit? Debts piled up. Salary all goes to paying debts? But didn't seem like it either. She tossed and turned thinking all day. Finally still wanted to believe. I was simply living frugally. Whatever the case. She also started planning to approach me. Confirmed clearly. I was a high-quality meal ticket. She couldn't miss this pursuit plan. At next weekend's group gathering, Sophie Chen was very confident in her tactics. She blamed all previous failures on the company environment. Just leave the company. As long as I didn't talk work with her. She firmly believed, even if I were as rigid as a log, she'd have ways to make me a hooked fish. Plan already laid out. Reward herself a bit. Go watch a movie. On the way back, stomach a bit hungry. Then coincidentally met in this pastry shop. Sophie Chen sat in place, watching me at the counter getting pastries in the distance. Eyes flashing with cunning and danger. Like a gray wolf lurking in the bushes. Tracking a white rabbit moving. I'll just follow the plan. Wait for next weekend's group gathering to make my move. Just getting pastries and smiling so brightly. No one even around. Sophie Chen didn't hide the contempt in her eyes. Glaring at him. Half-price buffet. Total garbage. Yet still can smile. Looks like never eaten good food. Stingy to the extreme. Don't know if after sleeping with him, could even extract any money from his wallet. Her gaze followed me returning to the corner. Her chair faced away from me. Once sitting down, couldn't see the face. But from this angle, just happened to clearly see the girl sitting across from me. Sophie Chen's expression became serious. Assessing from top to bottom. Young, pretty. Smiled very beautifully. Good figure too. She ate pastries while smiling at me. Both chatted very happily. Sophie Chen's face darkened. First time she felt herself having no chance of winning in appearance. His girlfriend? Honestly speaking, if there weren't big benefits involved, she wouldn't like interfering in others' relationships either. I wasn't the wasteful spending type anyway. Couldn't extract much. Stealing someone's boyfriend like that wasn't worth it. Sophie Chen silently reconsidered pros and cons. Looking at that beautiful girl, honestly felt a bit jealous. That girl was the pure and innocent beauty type. Natural and sincere. Without any social manipulation skills. Actions carried no calculation or scheming. Could even say somewhat clumsy. No tricks. Just relying on inner temperament. That was true beauty radiating from inside and out. Beautiful to the point of making people jealous. No wonder at the company. Ethan Carter wouldn't even notice her tactics. With a girlfriend this beautiful and pure, he'd already seen someone better. So naturally immune to petty flirtation tricks. Thinking this, Sophie Chen no longer felt inferior like before. Thought her skills weren't enough. Turns out she targeted the wrong person. No matter how innocent she pretended. Couldn't match a truly pure girl. Information was way too off. If she'd known earlier that I had such a pure girlfriend, from the start she should have changed her approach. Just be straightforward and seduce more boldly. Completely different from the innocent girlfriend at home. If at the company there was a proactive subordinate like that, exploiting men's easily swayed feeling for novelty, would definitely have results already. Wouldn't have been tortured all this time. Sometimes, choosing the wrong direction is worse than misguided effort. While summarizing lessons learned, Sophie Chen carefully observed that girl. The more she looked, the more familiar. Don't know if they'd met somewhere before. Staring intently like that, thinking a long while, her eyes suddenly lit up. Sophie Chen suddenly remembered something. Opening her phone, tapping on a short video app. Tapping and touching, screen scrolling through several videos. Mouth muttering, not this one. Not this either. Suddenly her finger stopped. She hit pause. Holding up the phone. Comparing the girl in the video with the girl eating pastries in the distance. Imagining merging the two. Weren't they the same person? She sneered. Thought she was a truly innocent girl. Who knew, turns out. Just the type selling suggestive content, skirting rules online. Ridiculous. Just now thought she was formidable. Turns out completely not the same class. Sophie Chen withdrew her gaze. That feeling of needing to be wary over competing for resources also vanished. Sophie Chen, I may be a bit loose in private life. But it's only to the degree of changing boyfriends somewhat frequently. Or put another way, relationships not smooth. What I do, at most just trying to find ways for boyfriends to spend money on me. That's all. I have proper work. But those relying on rule-skirting videos, labeling themselves suggestive to hook engagement for a living, or opportunistically earning extra on the side, can't compare to me at all. In Sophie Chen's eyes, those people were no different from prostitutes. Though also for money. The nature was completely different. She proactively chose quality men. Then started dating. While those living by skirting boundaries just knew day after day selling suggestiveness. Relying on crowd attention. Then waiting for someone to pay to support them. Even just one night was fine. If lucky enough to meet some fool willing to marry. Could become their household princess. Living uselessly yet comfortably. The essence was using youth and appearance to trade. Those earning extra that way were much worse. Didn't even match those living off suggestiveness. Sometimes selling suggestiveness to hook views for petty cash. Meeting interested people, then scoring big at once. All just that. Sophie Chen always looked down on those living off such things. Not just selling suggestiveness, but like gambling addicts too. People versus playthings, what's to compare? She picked up her bag and left the pastry shop. On the drive home, she started readjusting her plan with me. Now thinking back, that girl making rule-skirting videos. Probably not my girlfriend either. Based on my conditions. That suggestive merchandise, could play with. Playing was fine. But as girlfriend, only someone brain damaged would choose. Of course couldn't rule out the possibility. He was a fool she tricked. Though probability of that happening was very low. That girl's behavior completely didn't resemble a high-level hunter. 80 or 90% chance. Ethan Carter originally wasn't any honest person. Probably scrolling online saw that rule-skirting video. Discovered same city. Then spent a little money arranging to meet once. After eating, then to a hotel. At the company pretending indifferent. Not bothering to notice the tricks she pulled. Turns out secretly venting like this. The more she thought this direction, the more reasonable it seemed. That pile of cheap terrible pastries. I didn't touch with chopsticks. But she ate very happily. Those living off suggestiveness, what good food could they eat? But having said that, this Ethan guy truly was stingy. With his financial conditions, why not choose somewhere better to eat? Wouldn't cost that much. If someday she truly became my girlfriend. Probably couldn't extract much either. Sophie Chen felt victory was in her hands. Already calculating post-relationship. How to make me willing to spend on her. This Ethan guy. Already spending money for fun with suggestive girls. So doesn't that mean needs are pretty high? At the company pretending innocent. Definitely suppressing a lot. Having needs makes him easier to control. Thought he was the difficult type. Who knew? Easy as flipping a hand. Yet I was still scheming all sorts of plans. Truly ridiculous. Chapter 47. The rule-skirting girl gets her wish. Pastry buffet started 7:30 p.m. to 10:30. 3 full hours. Both ate until the shop closed before leaving. Sophia fought very well. Kept eating various small pastries. As for me, different story. Just ate a few pieces at first. Got sick of it, turned to stuffing things like spicy fries. Or instant noodle snacks left free. Actually my eating capacity wasn't bad. Just couldn't eat many sweets. Honestly, for a long period ahead, I wouldn't want to eat more sweets. When getting back in the car, Sophia was still sharing with me which pastry earlier was the best. Saying next time must eat more of that. Truly impressive, she never got sick of it. From the bottom of my heart I felt admiration. Looking at the girl in the passenger seat with radiant face. Recalling while describing the flavors of various pastries. I thought to myself, my girlfriend truly was strangely easy to satisfy. I said, if you like it, next time let's come again. She smiled, answering without hesitation. Yes, okay. After saying, I suddenly remembered, that place costs money. And I just bought a car. I continued, if you really like it, wait till I get my salary, then I'll treat you. Really want to eat more? I felt my throat still had that sickly sweet taste. But still forced myself to stay calm, answering, yeah. Initially this outing, I deliberately said I craved pastries. So she'd come along. Lied myself, however painful, had to grit teeth and complete it. Hoped by salary time, I'd completely forget this. Sophia heard me agree. Inside felt strangely happy. Just thinking I'd use salary to buy her food. Already felt happy. Actually I really like eating pastries too. Though you said inviting me along. I truly ate very happily. Thank you for treating me. Your kindness, I'll always remember in my heart. Not just in her heart either. She'd also write it in her small notebook at home. I smiled bitterly, reluctantly answering, remembering is enough. Remembering is enough. Don't mention pastries again. Suddenly I felt nauseated. Speaking of salary, Sophia sat in the passenger seat, starting to talk about her salary plans. She said she'd buy a small pan, cutting board, knife, and some necessary kitchen items. Recently working at the supermarket. Mornings she just ate bread. The boss said could bring food. The shop had a microwave to heat. She calculated. Cooking herself would save a lot. Sophia spoke in detail about her future plans. These things she'd already written in her small notebook. So recounting was very logical. Actually inside she had other thoughts. Telling me her plans. Just so I'd know she was working hard to live better. Hoping I'd wait for her a bit longer. Give her a little more time. Because she truly wanted to love me seriously. While she was talking, I leaned from the driver's seat. My body leaning over, blocking the ceiling light in the car. A shadow fell over Sophia. She watched me slowly leaning closer. Her voice also grew quieter. Then stopped completely. Lips parted slightly, not saying another word. Even breathing became gentle, heartbeat increasingly chaotic. I got closer and closer. Bit by bit, my body like darkness slowly pressing down. Sophia stared intently at my face. Breathing gradually becoming messy. Her gaze stopped at my lips. Involuntarily swallowed. Then closed her eyes, tilting her face up slightly, ready to receive. Distance so close could smell the fabric softener from my shirt. Right after, I gently helped her fasten her seatbelt. Then returned to the driver's seat. I asked, not feeling well? Your face is all red. Oh no, I'm fine. Sophia quickly turned her face away, busily tucking hair behind her ear. Being stared at like that by me. She started fumbling, speaking messily. Maybe a bit hot. I laughed out loud. Taking that chance, she used her hand to fan her burning face. People when flustered always pretend to be busy. Thought you said hot, but tonight's cold. I looked out the window, seeing pedestrians all wearing jackets. Probably just your body heat is high. Sophia started talking nonsense. On the drive back, I thoughtfully cracked the window for her. And then, cold wind blowing in, made her continuously shudder from cold. Her own lie, however miserable, had to endure completely. Sophie Chen lay on the sofa wearing a face mask. Phone playing short videos of scantily clad girls. Looking at faces, looking at figures. Looking at provocative clothes and descriptions. Looking at suggestive movements and dialogue. She sighed, finger scrolling to the next video. She always had a hobby. While wearing face masks, watching scantily clad girls' videos. She watched not to appreciate. Not out of lust either. Simply to find a sense of superiority. People lack what they care most about. Each time seeing girls younger than herself. More beautiful. Yet fallen to filming suggestive videos. Using bodies to make a living. She felt happy physically and mentally. From inside felt refreshed. Of course, she didn't lack youth or beauty. What she truly craved was love. Having filmed such suggestive videos. Those people basically said goodbye to love. Men weren't stupid. They knew clearly some things were very dirty. Playing around was fine. But truly wanting to love and marry. Absolutely wouldn't consider this type. Her sense of superiority came from there. What good was youth and beauty? No proper work. No social ability whatsoever. Just knew every way to show off bodies for views. Then sat waiting for others' pity. Oh right, Sophie Chen. Especially liked going to those scantily clad girls' comment sections. Comments full of teasing remarks. Vulgar language abundant. Some comments were subtle. Some truly disgusting. Some scantily clad girls would also respond to those provocative comments. Then followed by self-proclaimed true fans. Together condemning that vulgar language. But actually, those teasing commenters were just part of the act. Those scantily clad girls had already sold themselves. They knew clearly what they were getting views from. Put plainly, those they scolded were precisely their target audience. The true majority. Those true fans were just scattered few. Didn't bring many views at all. One called Pure Trang always said she was just dancing. Sharing life. Said freedom to dress, no bad intentions. Using that as a tool. Turning herself into a victim. Exploiting true fans as hired fighters. Personally defending herself. Using righteous names to counterattack disgusting comments. Thus stirring controversy. If lucky, creating some drama. Increasing views. But asking conscience a bit. Wiggling buttocks, making suggestive moves, is that dancing? Sexually provocative underwear, is that normal dress? Ambiguous movements and expressions, truly no bad intentions? Actually everyone understood. Those true fans were just part of the game between scantily clad girls and lustful men, being exploited without knowing, still thinking they were defending moral righteousness, feeling very accomplished, sometimes even got donated money for it. Of course, many typed long comforting messages. Moved by themselves, considered adding meager views. In scantily clad girls' eyes. True fans' role only went that far. Online was that clear. As for real life, people wouldn't do anything to those scantily clad girls. Everyone acted gentle, even knowing she was filming provocative videos. To her face would still praise. Wow, so pretty, so beautiful. Truly charming, and such. But inside wasn't like that. Labels like, loose woman. Specializing in seducing men, all stuck one way. Surface gentle. But inside already sentenced to death. Many men proactively approached those scantily clad girls. Surrounding them. Creating an illusion of many pursuers. Very popular. Not because people truly accepted scantily clad girls. Not some great tolerance either. Not that those men were stupid. But because their life views were dominated by appearance. They had clear purposes. Mouth asking about dating. Just wanting to spend less money while sleeping more times. Who truly loved a scantily clad girl? Who'd volunteer to be a free fool? Rivers and mountains may change, but nature is hard to alter. Even dogs can't quit chewing bones. Who knows? Here being sincere with her. Turn around and she's already in bed with someone else. Playing around was fine. Morality like a gear that could be adjusted. Just scantily clad girls. No need to take responsibility. Watching those young beautiful girls wasting their youth. Pushing themselves into filth. Completely saying goodbye to love. Sophie Chen felt truly refreshed beyond words. Oh right. Had to see which scantily clad girl Ethan Carter met tonight. Sophie Chen opened her short video account. That girl's nickname was very simple, called Little VY. She'd watched many scantily clad girls' videos. Mostly scrolled past and forgot immediately. After watching, no impression left. Only this Little VY, she still remembered a bit. Not because she was too beautiful. But because her suggestive content method was somewhat special. Sophie Chen glanced at the latest video upload date. Hasn't posted anything in 2 weeks? Sophie Chen was a bit puzzled. Then quickly understood. Probably hooked someone already. Temporarily didn't need to film videos for views. Now wasn't she clinging to Ethan Carter? She didn't care much either. Wait till the sugar daddy got bored. Wouldn't she obediently return to filming videos? All useless parasites on society. Sophie Chen casually found some sense of superiority again. Then after, clicked on a video with a suggestive title. The girl in the video wore provocative clothing. Lying on a bed reading poetry in a gentle voice. Her voice sounded quite pleasant. No feeling of deliberate seduction. Sounded naturally sweet without fakeness. Combined with poetry's rhythm, Sophie Chen started remembering why she'd followed her. First, her suggestive content was quite novel. Second, the poems she read relaxed listeners. Also somewhat like ASMR. But distinctly different. Anyway, listening before sleep would make mood calmer. Sophie Chen once used her videos to help sleep. Sophie Chen returned to the channel's main page. No provocative dances. No vulgar content either. Video themes were almost similar. Her suggestive method was wearing cool clothes. Filming from somewhat ambiguous angles. Setting slightly sensitive titles. Then lying on a bed. Or sitting by a table. Or leaning on a windowsill reading poetry and literature. Sophie Chen habitually opened the comments. Brothers discussing literature again. I like this camera angle. Don't move. I watch for free but still like. Wishing you good business. May I politely ask the price? I'm a bar owner here. One look and know it's selling bodies as main business. Almost all comments like that. No different from other scantily clad girls' comment sections. Sophie Chen scrolled through a few lines. Hearing that gentle reading voice, she started feeling sleepy. Turned off the video. Removed the face mask. Went to the bedroom. Before sleeping, Sophie Chen thought how to approach Ethan Carter. Conveniently stepping on that scantily clad girl's face for satisfaction. Honestly, Sophie Chen still wasn't sure if Ethan Carter was a fool being tricked. Or just hungry so found a scantily clad girl for temporary relief. Don't know if he knew. That girl was the cheap seductive type. Knowing or not knowing would require two different approaches. This time she couldn't choose wrong again. But also not difficult. Next week at work, probe a bit and done. Thinking how to probe cleverly. Sophie Chen thought a moment. Almost instinctively blurted out. Team leader, team leader. This weekend I saw you at the pastry shop. Oh, also saw your girlfriend. She's really beautiful. I'm even her fan. Look, here's the video she made. I always really liked it. Sophie Chen tried saying that. Those scheming words made herself sober up. Rolling on the bed. Such a snake. Even I can't stand myself. Probing Ethan Carter, while conveniently kicking that scantily clad girl. If Ethan Carter knew she was suggestive content, he'd say for face that she's just a friend, not a girlfriend. If he didn't know she was suggestive content, he'd be angry inside, silently thanking me for helping him see the other party's true nature. Whatever the case, I'd achieve my goal, kick the scantily clad girl while testing Ethan Carter. Not just feeling refreshed, but beneficial for the next plan. You're truly cunning, tra. She happily cursed herself as vicious. Mood relaxed. Very quickly sank into sweet dreams. Dreaming of finding a fool to escape society's bottom. Daydreaming nonsense. Whatever happens, it's deserved. Humiliating scantily clad girls. Destroying petty schemes of scantily clad girls. Nothing made me happier. Chapter 48. Of that filthy pile. Dawn came later daily. 7 a.m. Outside the window still dim. Sophia was preparing to leave home. She leaned on the window, silently looking down waiting. Last night I said this morning would drive her to work. She didn't want to disturb my weekend rest. So refused, saying she could bike herself. Result. Got scolded by me. After being scolded, face still flushed with happiness. Last night she even dreamed of me. Thinking back on dream content, Sophia felt her face burning. All because yesterday I helped her fasten her seatbelt. That solid body nearly pressed onto her. Not thinking randomly would be strange. Dreaming embarrassing things was understandable. Sophia found reasonable justification for herself inside. The familiar white car appeared by the road. She immediately happily ran outside. Right by the roadside below the rental building. I'd just stopped the car. Took out phone about to message when glimpsed a scene. A small deer, running from the stairs with joyful excitement. No, not right. Should say a silly dazed one. The more I looked, the sillier. Sophia ran over, face radiantly excited. Good morning. She got in the passenger seat, taking breakfast to give me. Thanks. Everything as usual. Though Sophia didn't wait by the road as instructed. Definitely still stood by the window watching. I wanted to say something to her but let it go. Thinking again, this also counted as listening. Really silly. I drove her to the roadside before Feng Yuan supermarket. After work, remember to message me. I'll come pick you up. Don't need to. I can bike back myself. I pretended to be serious. Want to be scolded again? Sophia shrank her neck. If you don't message me on time, then wait to be dealt with. Sophia lowered her head. Hands picking at fingers. Those stern words made her scared. But hidden behind was concern. Making her feel happy. Right, exactly this feeling of being taught. Really like it. Speaking of which, he said deal with me. Deal how? Sophia's little head unconsciously imagined some things. Somewhat dazed. With a strange anticipation she shouldn't have. Did you hear clearly? Seeing her not answering, I emphasized once more. Sophia quickly came to her senses. Yes, heard. I narrowed my eyes at her. Early morning already dazed. What are you thinking? Sophia blushed, gaze avoiding. Nothing. Could she say she was imagining being dealt with by him? A bit strange. Both simply said goodbye. I watched her enter the supermarket. Then drove away. Getting home, both parents were out. Probably walking in the park. I dragged my tired steps to the bedroom. Flopping onto the bed, lying motionless like a corpse. Recently, the energetic spirit, positive state I displayed, were all fake. As long as no one was around, I'd return to original form. I was very tired, very exhausted. Of course, this had nothing to do with Sophia. The reason was pressure and anxiety from many sides causing insomnia. This week was the 4th time losing sleep. In my eyes, sleeping at 3 or 4 a.m. didn't count as insomnia. For me, insomnia was all night without closing eyes. Now lying on the bed, ear ringing sounded heavily, sound like electric currents running wild in my head, shrieking in bursts. I sighed. Next week probably had to go to the hospital for medicine. Before had been prescribed some sleep aids and anti-anxiety medication, but left them in Bayou, hadn't brought back. I set an alarm, then locked the bedroom door. Now felt a bit sleepy. Wanted to nap a moment. Set alarm for 2:30 p.m. Tossing and turning on bed a long while. When the alarm rang, had only slept about an hour. Sleep very fitful. Like always, dreamed all sorts of random things. When waking, those chaotic dreams already forgotten clean. But the uncomfortable tired feeling in dreams still extended into reality. After sleeping felt even more tired. Though still better than not sleeping at all. I got out of bed, opening the fridge to find something to eat. Just stepped into the living room, met Dad just finishing his nap. When I met her, Mom was holding a cup of warm water. She showed surprise. You're home? I just simply answered last night didn't sleep well. This morning caught up on sleep in my room. Mrs. Huilan muttered a few lines, saying I hadn't eaten by noon. Irregular meals would harm the stomach. While talking, reheated food for me. Mom thought on weekends you went to see your girlfriend. Didn't notice you were sleeping in your room. Mrs. Huilan sat beside me. My mouth still holding rice, said vaguely today had work, no day off. Mother and son didn't say more about it. After eating I returned to my room, opening the computer. Recently, at the branch company where I was working on the game. Preparing to launch a major update. Pressure on the programming department was huge. Work the technical team leader assigned me also increased accordingly. Actually still bearable. Most troublesome was at headquarters. The person temporarily replacing my position had poor ability. Everything had to rely on me. I was now no different from doing 2 jobs simultaneously, both demanding high mental capacity. Both sides used completely different programming code. No relation whatsoever. I had to switch continuously without interruption. Always racking my brain. Not just pressure but extremely time-consuming and mentally draining. Even dedicating entire weekends to work still felt insufficient. Yesterday even took Sophia to dinner. 3 or 4 hours passed. Had to cut from my already meager sleep time to compensate. And this was just work pressure. Still had social relations too. At headquarters had many relationships to maintain. At the branch, I was team leader. Next week had to plan the weekend team party. Also had to maintain good relations with everyone. Week after when the technical side returned from their business trip. Would have to hand over tasks. This time I'd also proactively contacted to prepare in advance. I truly could juggle skillfully. Doing everything thoroughly, but didn't mean I wasn't tired. I also worried. Also felt exhausted. Sitting before the computer, without realizing, time to pick up Sophia. That silly girl was truly considerate. Even sent a message reporting she'd gotten off work. I replied simply, grabbed car keys and went out. Mind hazy. Going out for a drive was good too. Sunday around this time, traffic a bit heavy. Slow stretch then caught by a red light. Sunset rays shining through the traffic light. A bit glaring. I casually pulled down the sun visor. In a small town like this, traffic jams only lasted minutes. Sometimes no jam at all. One more intersection and reaching Feng Yuan supermarket. I took a deep breath. hiding all the fatigue on my face inside. From afar saw Sophia waiting by the road. She smiled brightly. Had to admit, seeing this silly girl always improved my mood. I pulled the car to the curb. Sophia looked at me smiling. She got in the passenger seat, even telling me I worked hard. I smiled, saying today was my day off. What's so hard? You just got off work. Tired today? Sophia shook her head. I'm fine. Just feel on weekends you're off but still have to pick me up. Truly too much trouble. I said she was silly. Sophia just smiled without answering. On the way back, when the car stopped at an intersection often catching red lights, Sophia gently said, I feel lately you're very tired. Her voice not loud, not sudden either, but I was startled. One light sentence rippled my heart. Not small at all. My pupils slightly contracted, turned to look at Sophia. Just saw her head down picking at fingers. Impossible. I hid it so well, how could she still notice? I disguised so carefully. Even mom and dad didn't see anything. This silly girl was still her? Sophia didn't notice I was watching. Continuing softly. I don't understand why either. Just feel you're very tired, very exhausted. I wanted to say you don't need to pick me up anymore, so you can rest a bit more. But afraid you'd scold me. Not afraid of being scolded. Afraid you'd be angry. Being angry isn't good for health. I laughed out loud. Sophia looked up at me. I laughed while asking, why do you think I'm tired? Sophia said, I don't know how to express it. Just a feeling. Though you seem very radiant. Spirit also seems full. I still feel lately you're very tired. Maybe from your unconscious size. Or maybe your gaze drifting when looking at something. I just feel lately you're truly very tired. I said, you really overthink. Sophia lowered her head, again avoiding my gaze. Overthink then overthink. But if you're truly tired, don't need to pick me up. You should rest more. My mouth corners curved slightly. If I'm truly very tired, is this your way of thinking to help share my burden? Sophia looked up again, gaze with some guilt facing me. I have nothing that can help you. This is one of the few ways I can think of. Though can't help much. If it can lighten your burden a little, even just a little, I'll try my best to do it. Her eyes both sincere and completely unguarded. First time looking into those eyes. I had the impulse to avoid that gaze. If you could do more things for me, would you be willing? Sophia didn't hesitate. I'd definitely be willing. I smiled. I haven't even said what it is. And you already agreed? I doubted. You're just humoring me. Sophia shook her head. Gaze determined. Whatever it is, I'm willing. You're the person I love. For you, I'm willing to do anything. I was slightly stunned. Her sincerity now truly shocked me. I pressed my lips, hesitating a moment, then withdrew my gaze, pretending relaxed, joking. Love is truly troublesome. Agreeing to everything. Sophia didn't respond. Green light came on. Car started moving. Road clear. Just minutes to reach below the rental building. Car stopped. I didn't look at her. Like those times mom lectured. Going home, eat properly. Don't just eat instant noodles all day. Tonight I won't invite you out to walk. I still have some work. When alone, don't overthink. Tomorrow morning I'll pick you up. Don't need to wait early by the road. Don't silly stand by the window either. Sleep a bit more. Lecturing to the climax. Couldn't react in time. My eyes widened several notches. Words just spoken were cut off. Soft hair strands and warm breath made one side of my face feel itchy. Inside the car suddenly silent a long while. Until the last hair strand left my face. I slowly turned to look at the passenger seat. Sophia had sat properly again. She kept her head down. Cheeks flushed red. She said quietly, I thought about it. Maybe doing this would have some effect. If you're tired. Looking at that silly girl picking at fingers full of tension. I laughed out loud. I laughed genuinely, not hiding at all. Sophia kept her head down. Being laughed at by me. Even her toes curled. She didn't understand either. Why she thought of that. No need to ask. How could that method work? Sophia, you're hopelessly silly. Thinking it was one thing. Why dare to actually do it? Can't take it. So embarrassing. If only there was a hole to crawl into. Just want to burrow underground and hide. A moment later I finally managed to stop laughing. Eye corners still had tears from laughing too much. I wiped them away, looking at that blushing girl not daring to look up. I said, I told you not to overthink. I just said, if. I'm not tired. Sophia shyly glanced at me, explaining quietly. I was just trying it out. Now no, this method neither works nor is funny. I still have time to think of other ways. So when you're truly tired, I can also help share a bit. At least help somewhat. I wanted to laugh again. Tried restraining. No need to think anymore. Just use this method. Sophia said seriously, but this method, I also find a bit funny. I said, funny then laugh. What's wrong with laughing a bit? Sophia kept her head down picking fingers. But feel a bit shy. Didn't I say I'm willing to do anything? Just a bit shy. Can't even do it? Sophia immediately looked up. I'm willing. I said, you're being willing is enough. When I'm truly tired, I'll say so. Then you just do that. Sophia momentarily dazed. How did I vaguely get led by him? Strange. Just a few sentences. Both said goodbye. I stood watching Sophia go upstairs. Could still feel slight coolness remaining on my cheek. I shook my head, smiling lightly. Truly a silly girl, but seemed I truly felt less tired. Thank you. Your kiss truly worked. That night, at a certain apartment, was Zhao Qian. She placed the safety charm requested from Lo Yuan Temple today, under her pillow, plus an evil warding charm, preparing to bring it to the company tomorrow. She suspected. No, she was certain the company had something unclean. Chapter 49. What scantily clad girls would do. Since starting work, my clearest feeling was weekends getting increasingly boring, while Mondays grew more frightening. But strangely, however exhausting Monday was, had to greet it with the brightest smile. Good morning, team leader. I looked at colleagues' bright smiles, then turned back to stare at code lines on the screen. My fingers tapped lightly on the keyboard, bit by bit returning to work mode. Sophia woke early, so I also drove her to work early. Most of the time, I was always first to reach my workspace. Team members arrived one by one, all greeting me when passing by. Team relations quite good. After the weekend break, even Sophie Chen, whom I'd tormented last week, smiled greeting me, no longer avoiding me when seeing me. Felt like hiding some joy. The happiness in her eyes, completely different from that fake smiling exterior. That was genuine. I also casually responded. After all, colleagues. As long as she had no ill intentions. Didn't deliberately approach and flirt. I wouldn't purposely make things difficult. She treated normally. I'd respond normally too. After all, I wasn't a demon, finding pleasure in tormenting others. But honestly, tormenting her was quite fun. Because afternoons tended toward low spirits. I usually piled troublesome work into mornings. I brought the items needing optimization in this weekend's urgent update. Already completed. Reporting back to the lead engineer. After reporting, discussed some adjustment directions. That consumed the whole morning. Lunchtime, I ate with some team members in the company cafeteria. Chatting, I tested everyone's opinions about the weekend party. Sophie Chen rarely brought her tray over. Last week after I taught her a lesson, she'd been avoiding. Weekend party? I know a pretty good place. She smiled, contributing, pulling out a chair to sit. Everyone ate while talking. I noted team members' opinions and thoughts, carefully considering, planning to harmonize everything. After lunch was lunch break. Those nearby went home to rest. Those far or not wanting to commute chose resting right in the office. Programming Team 2's work area had only 2 or 3 people left. I, as usual, not much different, leaned back in my chair in the most comfortable position. I originally didn't sleep well, so most lunch breaks couldn't sleep. Sitting idle was also boring. I put on headphones planning to find a show to kill time. Team leader doesn't nap? I removed the headphones, turning to look. Saw Sophie Chen smiling at me. I said I wasn't sleepy. Need something? Sophie Chen said nothing much. Just brought you some snacks I just bought online. Saying so, she pulled from behind a jar of dried pork, placing it on the desk. I glanced without showing anything. Seeing other colleagues also got portions. I smiled, saying thanks. Both exchanged pleasantries. Then Sophie Chen, with a seemingly casual voice, mentioned the main topic. Oh right. Team leader, did you go downtown last Saturday? As expected, she had something. Actually from morning I'd noticed Sophie Chen was strange. She kept sneakily glancing at me. Not that I thought badly of colleagues. Just felt she was plotting something. This feeling very clear. Sophie Chen kept secretly watching me. While I waited to see what she'd do. Felt like she'd definitely pull something. Just didn't know what trick. Very curious now. I almost wanted to ask straight out. Waiting sluggishly like this all morning. If today she didn't speak, tonight I'd definitely lose sleep. Fortunately finally opened her mouth. Even felt a bit anticipatory. I looked at her. Mouth corners slightly curved. Acting like, how'd you know? I nodded saying, right. You knew? Looking at Sophie Chen's excited fish-hooked expression. I suppressed laughter, adding a bit of acting to cooperate with her. Felt this game was truly childish. Like teasing a kid to play. More interesting than watching shows. Sophie Chen smiled saying, last Saturday I saw you. I thought a moment. At the pastry shop, right? Right. Sophie Chen nodded, then smoothly continued. I even saw your girlfriend. Hearing that, the smile on my lips gradually faded. I understood immediately. Sophie Chen wasn't targeting me. She acted harmless. Even overdoing it. Your girlfriend's really beautiful. I was even too shy to greet you both. Oh right, I really like her videos. I'm her fan. I've been following for a long time. From that roundabout pile of words, I still filtered the message she wanted to convey. I made a confused face. Videos? Sophie Chen's eyes lit up. That's right. I've liked all her videos. She spoke while unlocking her phone, opening the short video app. I tilted my head looking at the screen she presented. In the video was Sophia lying on a bed. Makeup very beautiful. She wore a somewhat suggestive black-white maid outfit. Camera angle just right showing the curled up legs. White lace-trimmed stockings hugging her calves. Fabric so thin. Could see the fair pink skin underneath. Toes also rosy and delicate. Light background music played. Those legs also gently swaying to the rhythm. Pink-white striped bed sheet. Exactly like the one I'd seen at her rental room. Couldn't mistake it. Definitely Sophia. She didn't even use beauty filters. Just brightened the lighting a bit. So silly, couldn't mistake her. She was reading a modern poem. Voice full of emotion. Very pleasant to hear. And very familiar. The poem she read, I'd heard many times. In middle school I'd bought a poetry book. She even laughed at me for buying it but never reading. I got so angry. I read it aloud to her every day. Middle school memories flashed through my head. My mouth corners slightly curled. She truly hadn't changed at all. Momentarily distracted, I continued watching the video. Still provocative clothing style, accompanied by unhealthy movements. Lying on bed reading poetry. Upper left corner of video. Had text practically revealing everything. Sharing poetry normally, no bad content. Video title was familiar suggestive phrases. Said miss me so will call. Me? Sophia. She was a very traditional girl. Some things she valued more than anyone. I sighed lightly, gaze lowered. No wonder each time looking at me. In her eyes always. Had some guilt and remorse she couldn't hide. So that's how it was. This silly girl. Seeing the smile on my face gradually vanish. Sophie Chen reached her conclusion inside. Turns out I didn't know she was scantily clad content. This was the most ideal situation. Also easiest to handle. Proved I was truly rotten wood. Fooled by a scantily clad girl with no tricks. Playing in her palm. Being concealed about her past yet still associating with her. Mistaking cheap trash for a princess to pamper and dote on. Truly a certified fool. Learning the truth. Probably completely collapsed. Sophie Chen felt both amused. And even pitied me a bit. Logically speaking, now I should be furious. Would call to interrogate that scantily clad girl, bearing grudges. Sophie Chen rolled her eyes. Thinking whether to pour oil on fire. Provoking the conflict to erupt. Best would be making me and that girl fight big. If fighting, even better. Then she'd just stand on my side. Together humiliating that scantily clad girl. Both achieving the goal of trampling her. And making me have better feelings toward herself. One arrow, two targets. After that she'd approach under the guise of consoling. Drink a few glasses with me, share some heart-to-hearts. Then gently win sympathy. Thanks to the scantily clad girl as contrast. Someone with proper work like her, able to support herself, would automatically be coated with a beautiful halo. If purely comparing looks, probably couldn't match that girl. But adding that halo effect was different. People in love never see right from wrong clearly. Also not wrong saying in lover's eyes, the beloved is most beautiful. Sophie Chen thought so. Smiling inside, almost laughing aloud. She suppressed the laughter then continued, still many more. Every video is beautiful. Just recently she films less. Don't know why. Saying this, she deliberately paused, tapping her chin lightly with her index finger. Gaze tilting upward slightly, pretending to think, then suddenly making a sound. Acting like just remembering something. Sophie Chen continued, probably busy with something. She deliberately dragged out the word, busy. Clearly implied. A scantily clad girl suddenly stopping videos. Don't know what she's doing now. So curious. You tell me, that type selling bodies for views. What else could they do? Bait thrown. Sophie Chen suppressed laughter, waiting for me to explode. Her eye corners always watching my expression. Not wanting to miss any interesting reactions. And on my face, the smile had indeed vanished. Now logically, my expression should get increasingly ugly. Increasingly angry, that'd be right. But not as she expected. The smile on my face only disappeared momentarily. Then quickly returned. Even brighter than before. I looked at her. Smiling. She truly has been busy lately. Thanks for complimenting my girlfriend's beauty. I think so too. Sophie Chen froze. The forced smile on her lips couldn't hold anymore either. Completely extinguished. She concentrated all effort observing every expression on my face. Trying to find any hidden pain. Or at least a moment of awkwardness. But there was none. Absolutely none. My smile was very real. Sincere to the point of making people disbelieve. Just as Sophie Chen was still dazed. I made a sound. Oh right. Speaking of which. The report you sent me this morning has some errors. Chapter 50. Still have to thank you. After work hours. HR manager Zhao Qian just stepped out of the company. Stride very fast. Today her spirits were quite good. Last night slept well. Under pillow still placed the safety charm. On desk stuck an evil warding charm. On wrist wore an enlightened Buddha bracelet. 3-layer comprehensive defense. Sense of security maximized. Mood relaxed. Zhao Qian unconsciously hummed a tune. Last week she'd had continuous insomnia. Constant nightmares, mental exhaustion. Now completely better. People say meeting happy things lifts spirits, truly not wrong. She even planned to eat hot pot to celebrate a bit. Underground parking garage. Zhao Qian walked straight toward her car. Her gait always decisive, swift and efficient, without hesitation. Heels striking the floor making crisp clicking sounds. In the spacious area, footsteps echoing clearly. Arriving before the car, she stopped. The echo of footsteps also slowed a beat then ceased. Zhao Qian placed her hand on the door handle. Just about to pull, heard a faint sound behind. A cold current flooded down her spine. Like an eerie wind blowing past. She involuntarily shuddered. Heart immediately tense. Buddha bracelet on wrist slid into palm. She gripped it tightly, turning warily. Just one glance. Her expression immediately paled several shades. 2 parking spots away was a car that shouldn't appear at this hour. The appearing car was Sophie Chen's. The parking lot was deserted because Zhao Qian worked overtime today. Everyone else had gone home. Sophie Chen left work fastest in the company. This hour she shouldn't appear here. Such abnormality in horror films was an ominous sign. Countless horror film scenes flashed through her head. She tried staying calm, gathering courage to look toward Sophie Chen's driver's seat. She was bowing her head, looking like possessed by something. Sitting motionless, Zhao Qian's hand gripping the Buddha beads trembled. Based on years of horror film viewing experience. Absolutely must not be curious or kind enough to approach. She pretended calm, lightly pulling the car door. Suddenly Sophie Chen moved, like struggling with something invisible, thrashing about wildly. Zhao Qian got goosebumps all over. Immediately jumped into the driver's seat. Closing door, fastening seatbelt. Starting engine. Hand shaking too much, couldn't start. She struggled backing the car out, fleeing the parking lot immediately. Outside, under sunlight, she stopped the car roadside. Still felt panicked. Hand holding phone slightly trembling. Cold sweat. The other end just answered. Zhao Qian like grabbing a lifeline. Hurriedly said, "Master, 2 charms aren't enough. My company truly has something filthy. I saw it with my own eyes." At the same time, Sophie Chen in the car still frantically thrashing. Her anger completely erupted. She didn't understand what was wrong with me today. This afternoon I kept bringing her up. Work content. I kept shaking my head. Sighing. Clearly everyone was working, wanting to peacefully get through days. Why make things difficult for each other? She knew her ability was poor. 3 parts ability, 7 parts connections. 3 parts capability, 7 parts relationships. That was how she survived at the company. Social relations fine. Previously, every team leader was easygoing with her. Colleagues also tolerant. Only I, Ethan Carter, was blockheaded. Not understanding romance. She planned pursuing me, but I didn't notice at all. More irritating was, I kept targeting her professional weaknesses. Exactly what she feared most. Especially this evening after work. I lectured her the whole session, mood already terrible. Wanted to leave early. Result. Hadn't even worked overtime yet. Who knew I'd tell her to stay? I said had something to say privately. She left work fastest in the company. Now having to wait like this, being upset was understandable. She'd tried restraining herself. For this long-term meal ticket. She had to swallow anger. Just thinking enduring a few reminders from me would be done. Who knew when people in the office mostly left? I'd be straightforward, telling her to review her own report. Asking if she felt ashamed. I was stern, showing no face. She was furious. Inside screaming. This grown up. No one dared speak to her like that. Never. I was like a thesis advisor. Asking all kinds of professional questions. When she couldn't answer, I'd shake my head. Then sigh. How can this work? Kept saying, kept repeating. She nearly cried on the spot. Still had to respectfully answer. She'd try harder. Eyes red leaving the company. Just sitting in the car. She exploded. Imagining me standing right before her. Wanting to punch me. Beat me to death with wild punches. Angry until chest hurt. Finally too exhausted, drove home. Inside still repeating. If I don't make you lose 2 layers of skin, then I've truly wasted my whole life. HMPH, just wait. Ethan Carter. Sophie Chen gritted her teeth. Imagining after dating later, how miserable she'd make me. Both drain my wallet, and give me romantic headaches. Wanting me in pain, unable to recover for 10 or 20 years, don't even dream. Furious to death. On the other side, I drove while humming, not provoking anyone, yet dared provoke her, my girl, Sophia. What was she to care about her business? No capability yet dared come provoke to my face. Looking no different from a clown. Had schemes but shallow ones. Had tricks but not mature. Those thoughts, I saw through with one glance. I had a pile of ways to make her explode with fury. With no way to vent anger. Just barely acting, already wanting to cry. Only this much? I shook my head, lips curling. Today I just considered giving her a small warning. Hadn't even really started. Red light. I slowly stopped the car. Turned this corner and reached Feng Yuan supermarket. I looked at the blinking numbers on the traffic light. In my head thinking again about Sophia's matter. At lunch break, I'd searched for the account she used posting suggestive videos. Even found some previous livestream segments. However many accounts changed, however many times deleted, useless. Once posted online, could be found however searched. I'd watched all of them. Actually nothing terrible, just wearing suggestive clothing, saying a few implied lines, adding some customer baiting titles. Just that, The biggest problem was, I understood clearly what kind of person Sophia was. If she'd done that, the most tormented could only be her. I didn't mind much, but perhaps she herself couldn't get over it. Before, Sophia had briefly mentioned Dad passing away. She said that her temperament was terrible. No one managing her, wanting more care, even told me she wanted me to manage her more. Actually, from then on, I'd started suspecting her psychological state. These past years, how had she lived? A timid girl, afraid of strangers. Speaking was difficult. Couldn't communicate normally with outsiders. Severe cases even had episodes. Strange behavior, curling up, trembling. Especially after learning her dad died, and witnessing her frugal living firsthand. I grew more puzzled. Sophia had no relatives, no savings, no ability adapting to society. So where did income come from? Thinking again, had to thank Sophie Chen. Thanks to her, now I understood everything. Sophia often criticized herself for being silly. Seemed she wasn't much smarter either. At least knew utilizing her looks to avoid starving to death. I sarcastically consoled myself like that, but had no effect. Inside still felt heavy, because I understood clearly how much Sophia cared about this. I remembered very clearly. In high school, one day after school, I joked with her, asking if she liked the basketball playing PE Vice monitor. Just joking, yet she got angry enough to cry. Coaxing didn't stop her. Several days straight not talking to me. From then until graduation, she avoided the PE Vice monitor. Deliberately avoiding contact. She was that type of traditional girl from her bones. Very serious about such things. I watched the red light turn green, gently pressing the gas. A girl like that had once lived by filming suggestive videos. I didn't dare imagine how she'd endured all those years. Chapter 51. Gentle light. After work hours. Gradually swallowed by distant mountain ranges. Old street lamps, making clicking sounds. Dim yellow light sequentially lit on both street sides. Bustling streets sending greetings to the city's other side. Something on my face? Sophia discovered me watching her. Oh, nothing. I gently withdrew my gaze. Just that today you're very beautiful. I wanted to look more. Thanks. She blushed slightly, lowering her head, but still not reassured. Tilting face to check in the phone screen reflection. Didn't see anything stuck. If something was stuck, truly mortifying. Not that she didn't trust my words. Just that I liked teasing her. Always enjoyed joking with her. Though knowing I was joking, most of the time I was very calm. Making others feel reassured. But human nature. Occasionally I was a bit mischievous too. Both of us walked slowly, strolling. Not holding hands, but walking very close. Sophia tried initiating conversation. Today you're not busy? Invited me to walk. Busy, work finished days ago. I answered leisurely. I stretched my shoulders, putting both hands behind my neck, continuing to walk. Besides, 2 days without inviting you to walk. Afraid you'd blame me for being cold. You're joking again. Sophia tilted her head, looking at me. Gaze gentle. I don't blame you. If busy, just rest at home. No need to force yourself out walking. I tilted my head toward her, asking, don't you like walking with me? Sophia shook her head. I like it, but I'm afraid you're tired. I almost blurted out, telling her not to overthink, but reaching my mouth changed my mind. I smiled, the smile somewhat mischievous. Voice also carrying some teasing, asking her, remember what you said? If I'm tired, what would you do to share my burden? Hearing that, Sophia trembled slightly. She shyly lowered her head. Remember. I slowed my pace. Honestly, right now I'm tired. Sophia also slowed, small hands twisting together. Both stopped. Below the street lamp, under the thick tree canopy. We faced each other. Sophia looked up at me with shy eyes. Lamplight casting tree shadows on her face. Wind blowing made shadows sway, making already deep eyes even more hazy. Couldn't see through, yet had an attraction making people want to sink in. I stared dazedly. I called, Xiao Wei. Do you know? I suddenly spoke, pulling her from haze back to present. Coming to her senses, she blinked continuously. not daring to look directly in my eyes anymore. Avoiding the gaze. No, what? I said, when two people truly like each other. Eyes meeting is also like a kiss. I spoke slowly, neither fast nor slow. Sophia's ears started reddening, but her heart definitely wasn't calm like her exterior. Don't know why, she once again looked up straight into my eyes. That gaze truly made people feel like kissing. She unconsciously pressed her lips. So this counts as spiritual kissing? He must also like me the same way. I like him, right? We kept looking at each other. I slowly bowed my head, approaching her. She also cooperated, lifting face, standing on tiptoes. While kissing deeply. Sophia moaned softly. Then separated lips. Both simultaneously looked down at the hand placed on her chest. Sorry, my hand acted on its own. I fumbled withdrawing my hand. But before fully withdrawing, Sophia, blushing, gently placed my hand back. Her ears red as if burning. No, it's okay. I agree. Under trees and moonlight, street lamps also obscured. We held each other tightly, kissing once more. Until both panting, finally separated. Both adjusting breathing, smoothing bangs, fixing wrinkled collars. After that, both as if nothing happened. Tacitly not mentioning it again. Holding hands, continuing the walk. Route still the same. Circling Riverside Middle School. Passing the athletic field fence. Could hear basketball bouncing off ground. Passing the classroom building area. Heard the noisy sounds after self-study. Faintly saw students leaning on windows. Chin propped looking out. On the opposite side, was a couple laughing and talking. Looking up at the upper floors. Looks like you, doesn't it? I like discovering something. Excitedly squeezing her hand lightly. Sophia signaled me to look upstairs. She looked following my direction. Saw on the 4th floor by the window. A girl, chin propped looking this way. I thought to myself, did Principal Chen also do this? My class back then seemed to be right there too. You also sat near the window during self-study. Also sat dazed looking outside like that. Sophia smiled lightly answering, So even such small things I still remembered. Hey, I gently squeezed her hand again. Sophia turned back looking at me. I'm truly very curious. Back then each time you looked out the window, what were you thinking? Looking at the young man before her. Smiling at her so innocently. My smile still as pure as in high school. Right, what was she thinking then? Back then? Sophia tilted her head thinking a moment. Then smiled lightly answering, was thinking about you. People often say the longer together, the more alike you become. But we hadn't been together that long. Yet the joking style grew increasingly similar. I smiled saying, so you were early dating? Sophia didn't say it clearly. Just secretly liked you. Doesn't count as early dating. I laughed. Okay, secretly liked. Sophia smiled brightly. Exactly, secretly liked. We held hands laughing and talking the whole way. Sincere words often hidden behind joking remarks. People truly were strange. Clearly very wanting to speak the truth. Yet afraid the other would know it was truth. Keep calling me silly. I think you're the silly one. My entire youth had you in it. Yet you didn't know it all. Still laughing. You're the silly one. While talking and laughing, Sophia clumsily switched from holding hands to interlacing fingers. She wanted to grip tighter. Tight enough to never let go this lifetime. I was still afraid. Almost lost you. Curled up in that damp dark rental room. Like a rat living in sewers. Back then I thought, he's probably studying on a university campus. There are bright classrooms. Dorm rooms with warm beds. Surrounded by compatible friends the same age. You all can discuss studies together. Talk about the future. Play games together. Invite each other out. Cram before exams together. Worry about graduation theses together. Moreover, you're very outstanding. Your person shines wherever you are. Surely there are beautiful girls who like you. Or you'll meet an excellent girl and like her. You two will go to the library together. Attend classes together. Introduce each other to roommates. Go out on dates. Eat, watch movies. Hold hands, kiss. After promising to give each other everything. Sometimes I was very conflicted. I sincerely hoped you'd have a better life. But each time thinking of those things. My chest would tighten. I'm not originally a generous person. Even just secretly liking, just thinking of you, beside an excellent girl, I already felt heartbroken. But heartbroken, so what? I no longer had the chance to stand beside you. The distance between us grew daily. Once I could openly stand before you. Now even missing you required courage. You were radiant sunshine. I lay in mud. The love once hidden in my heart had long rotted. I had no ability to find you. I was just a rat curled up hiding in a rental room. Waiting to rot, to decay. Even missing you only dared on rainy nights. Because I was afraid. Afraid sunlight would hurt me. Illuminating the blinding reality. Exposing all life's misery. So I deceived myself. Borrowing rain sounds to blur reality. Using night curtains to hide shame. Only like that could I temporarily imagine you'd come to the mud to find me. I truly almost lost you. If that night hadn't had that warm light. Chapter 52. Vivis slow days. Like an anesthetic needle, gradually numbing people's feelings. Happy people naturally think happiness is natural. Suffering people gradually get used to suffering. Sophia had once gotten used to pain. Now immersed in happiness. Recently, she seemed to have found some secrets. How to become my good girlfriend. Knowing measure in accepting my care. Knowing timing to bother me. Knowing how to act cute just right. In summary, learning to love me with restraint. But also not restraining too much. This relationship was developing very well. Everything fine. Just one thing a bit strange. I noticed. Recently Sophia really liked staring at me. Each time I asked what she was looking at, she always answered nothing. Just that today you're truly very handsome. Being praised naturally felt good. But didn't mean I found everything normal. Still, I didn't overthink it. She originally had some hard to understand behaviors. Like when kissing, her hands had to touch, hold, then squeeze lightly. Compared to that, liking to look at me recently wasn't too strange anymore. Must work hard. Must live positively. Must try even harder. At least before this life ends. Because the terrible past is hidden. I want to compensate her as much as possible. I truly feel guilty toward her. Must compensate her well. So I must work even harder. Go, Ethan Carter. I encouraged myself inside. Sophia started cleaning in the shop again. Zhang Shufang at the register as usual. Watching her work non-stop. Honestly, sitting idly at the register like that, felt quite guilty. Before even advised Sophia. Just within 1 week. Organizing merchandise fully was enough. A few days would finish it. Not necessarily constantly cleaning like that. She'd said it many times. Yet it was the same again. This girl was too hardworking. Should increase her salary a bit? One person doing two people's work. Zhang Shufang thought so. Then took out a pocket calculator. Reset to 0 and started pressing. Clicking sounds rang out. Finally finished pressing the last enter key. I stretched my back, looking at the neat report on screen with satisfaction. Next week the programming planning department returned from business trip. I wouldn't follow the main programming team anymore, but would switch to learning at planning. Recently I'd been busy making work handover reports. Staying up late quite a bit. But fortunately, finally finished before week's end. I reviewed once more. Then, hurriedly went to the central office to submit the report. Just finished handing over. Received notification from HR manager Zhao Qian. Telling me to come up to confirm the headquarters subsidy. An office beside the third floor file rack. I entered. I pushed the door and went in. Zhao Qian adjusted her glasses. Smiling. You're here? Sit for a moment. Give me 2 minutes. I smiled lightly. Saying nothing. Just quietly sitting down. The office was quiet. Only keyboard clicking sounds rang out. I sat obediently but not too rigidly. Gaze wandering around. The room quite empty. Nothing worth mentioning. The desk didn't have much displayed. Precisely why that small Buddha statue stood out. Beside it was also a Buddha bead bracelet. Sister Qian also believes in these things? I silently noted inside, wanting to know how to interact well with people. First must be meticulous and observe keenly. Must pay close attention. I'd formed the habit of noting others' interests. It became reflex. Before long, Zhao Qian stopped typing, taking relevant documents to give me, plus a pen. When I viewed the documents, she exchanged pleasantries, saying recently the company was too busy. Much work needing handling, made me wait long, sorry. When chatting privately, she was very much like an older sister. But at the company, speaking style still maintained proper workplace tone. Clearly separated. I also didn't bring private relationships into work, responding with polite pleasantries. For someone like Zhao Qian, interacting this way was most comfortable. Not like Sophie Chen, always wanting to bring personal relations to create pressure, wanting me to favor her, causing me many awkward situations and headaches. Even Zhao Qian didn't realize that someone who always separated public and private like her had started comparing me with Sophie Chen, and increasingly felt I was very valuable. The more she looked, the more pleasing. Observation so meticulous, understanding people's hearts so accurately. I was originally that type of person. I could interact with others in ways making them most comfortable. While no one noticed, I'd silently pull the connection between them and me closer. My view of others always objective. But others often gradually came to see me as a close friend. That was how I handled relationships. Many years rolling through workplace environments. Those things had almost become instinct. Don't know if it's good or bad. A large part of why I lost sleep was because in my head was always non-stop thinking such things, just interacting with others. I'd notice their every small movement, every small change in expression, implications hidden in words, or preferences accidentally revealed. All had become habit. Couldn't stop. Not just with workplace colleagues, but also people in daily life. Once I started worrying, I couldn't stop analyzing. Even when beside Sophia, I constantly saw in her eyes remorse and guilt never dissipating. I felt sorry for her. I understood very clearly. That silly girl had no intention of admitting this. She just wanted to hide it inside forever. Watching her, always tormenting herself with that guilt. Self-punishing. I truly didn't know what to do. If she didn't proactively speak, I couldn't speak first. If I spoke first, Sophia would collapse. That guilty feeling would carve a deep wound in her heart. That could never heal. Only when she willingly spoke could things lighten. I couldn't do anything. Just wait. Wait until that silly girl could step past her own fear. Before that happened, I could only watch her torment herself. Though very sorry for her, I was also helpless. Getting off work, time passed quickly. When I finished handling work and returned to the second floor work area, passing team members' desks, I could clearly feel everyone's mood much more excited. Just sat down. The employee beside me, Xiao Tian, poked his head out asking, "Team leader, for Sunday's dinner gathering, can we bring family?" This Xiao Tian was a bit silly, but workability quite good. Just finished speaking. Xiao Fang at the next desk quickly pulled his sleeve, signaling with eyes. She was Xiao Chan's close friend. The two played together closely. Xiao Chan turned asking, "What's wrong? Something in your eye?" Xiao Fang was speechless. She said quietly, "Dinner gathering, you want to bring family? What are you thinking?" Xiao Chan shrugged. "Just asking. My boyfriend and I divide tasks clearly. One cooks, one washes dishes. If I eat out, dishes pile up at home. Then we fight again. If going with him, no problem." Xiao Fang sighed. "Even so, some things shouldn't ask the boss like that." Xiao Tian confused. "What shouldn't?" Xiao Fang held her forehead, patiently explaining. I sat still, watching the two girls conspiring right before me. Suddenly felt like eating popcorn. Programming team 2 truly all interesting people. Ages also equivalent. Most around 26, 27. Though everyone called me team leader. Actually in the team, Sophie Chen and I were the youngest two. The rest all big kids. Everyone worked together very comfortably. Actually this was also me deliberately creating that atmosphere. I proactively led this intimate, natural working style. Chin propped listening to Xiao Fang explain to Xiao Tian, saying if speaking carelessly, the boss would hold grudges. Sadly, the grudge holder here was me. Should I avoid a bit? Sitting here, was I obstructing their conspiracy? After Xiao Fang finished explaining, Xiao Tian suddenly turned looking at me. Team leader, if we can bring family, I can pay for that person's meal myself. Won't make things difficult for you. All that explaining, wasted effort. She still didn't understand anything. Xiao Fang could only shake her head sighing. This Xiao Tian is truly hopeless. I sighed lightly. These two were truly hopeless. If meeting a petty team leader might truly hold grudges and make things difficult. But I just found them interesting. I joked that could bring relatives. Just don't bring grandparents. Parents following was fine. Being stared at by elders, I'd feel much pressure. Xiao Fang was teased by me into laughing. Laughed very naturally. She was a straightforward girl type. After Xiao Fang and I finished laughing, Xiao Tian laughed a beat late. Ha ha. Team leader is truly funny. I was funny to the point of not knowing what to say. Near quitting time, under my silent mediation, the team atmosphere became relaxed and happy. Considered mentally preparing for the upcoming team gathering. Creating some bonding emotion. When several of us were chatting, a discordant voice rang out interjecting. I slightly frowned. Intuition that something wasn't right. Sophie Chen approached. What are you all talking about? Face full of curiosity. Still that familiar lively look. But all was pretense. I saw through it immediately. Earlier she kept glancing this way. Ears practically perked up, acting faker than a third-rate actress. She watched me and Xiao Fang, Xiao Tian talking. I started thinking what trick she'd pull again. Not that I thought badly. Days ago, a colleague got freaked out by her. Even I got quite a scare. Recently, she kept avoiding me, now suddenly pretending intimate approaching. Clearly had a plan beforehand. After hearing those people finish, Sophie Chen interjected. If I had a boyfriend, I'd bring him too. Team leader will treat us, right? While speaking, smiled at me with narrowed eyes. Team leader is most generous. I politely smiled back at her. But my arm skin got goosebumps. Snake smelled too strong. Couldn't take it. She turned looking at Xiao Tian admiringly. Too bad I don't have a boyfriend. After saying, secretly glanced at me. Gaze shy. Posture twisted with extremely precise control. Xiao Tian didn't notice. He honestly said, Tra, you're so pretty. Personality also good. Finding a boyfriend is easy. Xiao Fang noticed that shy gaze. Like discovering some big secret. She looked at me then at Sophie Chen. Eyes sparkling with gossip. So Tra likes team leader. I discovered it. I remained calm, not showing emotion. Sophie Chen had two purposes. First, tell me she was single. Second, implicitly tell the whole team she secretly liked me. I thought she'd pull some trick. Turns out just wanted to use the gathering to approach me. After tormenting her like that, still hasn't given up. Must say, very persistent. I also didn't care. Chatted with her a few lines. Hearing us discussing the weekend gathering. Other team members also came over, joining the discussion. Programming team 2 had 8 people total. The plan I proposed this time, truly thought carefully. Trying to meet everyone's wishes. Everyone seemed satisfied. Almost no special requests. Very comfortable. Just talking already felt happy. Not like those formulaic team buildings. Making everyone feel exhausted. The whole team happily chatted a while more. Reached quitting time. Everyone prepared to leave, saying goodbye and see you Sunday. Then Sophie Chen suddenly raised her voice. Pretending absent-minded saying, oh right. Team leader, not bringing your girlfriend? I really want to meet her. I'm her fan. A team member hearing this became interested. Team leader, is your girlfriend famous? Sophie Chen suppressed a smug smile. Laughing and waving her hand. Not really, but almost like that. Let me tell everyone. Team leader's girlfriend is really beautiful. While speaking, she squeezed into the group, pulling out her phone to show everyone. Truly very pretty. I watched the crowd gathering to watch videos and chat. Everyone's gaze gradually focused on Sophie Chen. My gaze remained calm, but my expression had no emotion left. So the target wasn't me. Colleagues joining in just out of curiosity. After watching several video clips, some male colleagues coughed lightly, laughing while trying to hide awkwardness. briefly said goodbye and left first. Several girls exchanged pleasantries. Team leader, your girlfriend is really beautiful. Great figure too. Sophie Chen stood beside echoing continuously. Right, right, right? Truly excessive. She even kept enthusiastically pulling up videos. Carefully selected ones with the most obvious suggestive implications. Afraid others wouldn't fully understand the implications. Chapter 53. Happy Memories. Goodbye, team leader. Goodbye at the company gate. I returned colleagues' farewells, then continued toward the parking lot. My steps slowed, head bowed thinking, just now in the office. After everyone watched the videos, all dispersed. On the surface praising team leader's girlfriend as really pretty. Politely asking if she could come to the gathering. But inside, each person had different thoughts. Also because of close relations. In most eyes were sympathetic yet judgmental looks. Everyone felt sorry for me. Team leader is so good. How could he date such a girlfriend? They probably thought that. I'd also understood Sophie Chen's true intentions. Nothing more than wanting to borrow surrounding pressure. To separate me from that suggestive girl. Then take the opportunity to replace her. Sophie Chen not just once but continuously pressed. Deliberately wanting me to bring my girlfriend. I responded naturally, saying had to ask if my girlfriend was strictly controlled. Just a few lines and deflected to other topics. Put plainly, Sophie Chen wanted to make Sophia a stepping stone. Using her as a tool to polish herself. I knew clear as day. Of course couldn't let her have that chance. Actually even without Sophie Chen's drama. I wouldn't bring Sophia to the gathering. Crowded, noisy places. That silly girl still couldn't handle. As for public opinion pressure. I handled social relations very well. People around also not that gossipy. Couldn't create much pressure on me. Just handle it skillfully. Then everyone would forget about it. No impact at all. Just a girl too suggestive. I got in the car. Fastened seatbelt. Sighed lightly. Started the engine. Everyone clearly didn't know anything about her, yet had already silently condemned her inside. I drove irritably to pick up Sophia. At the same time, at Feng Yuan supermarket, Sophia looked again and again. At the salary transfer notification on her phone, she anxiously trembled, stammering to ask the shop owner to confirm. Today was payday, though hadn't worked a full month. Still calculated as full month salary. This should be happy. But the extra over 1,000 yuan made Sophia uneasy. She didn't know if the boss transferred wrong, or wanted an excuse to fire her. Looking at the girl before her, though speaking stammered, eyes frightened but still trying to stand there. Zhang Shufang felt something heavy inside. Clearly same age as her daughter. Around 23, 24. The age to live fully. Shining for one's own life. Yet this girl gripped her sleeve hem tightly. Head bowed, nervously awaiting response. In that tortuous waiting moment, each second seemed infinitely stretched. Memories of being fired before appeared in her head again. Like a repeating film segment. Not discrimination. Just wanted to ask. If you have psychological issues? Why so afraid of customers? Sorry, perhaps this job doesn't suit you. Some customers complained to me. Saying your service attitude was terrible. Not daring to look directly in people's eyes. Always tense and afraid. Also because of psychological issues. She faced many difficulties job hunting. Having one job was already not easy. Truly not easy at all. Recently life just started getting better. She still wanted to try working hard. Waiting until getting salary to compensate me. Was she about to be fired again? Clearly already tried so hard. Sophia's eyes started getting wet. Fingers gripping sleeve hem turned pale white from clenching. Boss. She tried fighting instinctive fear. Struggling to open her disobedient mouth. Must seize the opportunity. Sophia, hang in there. He's still waiting for me. I promised him. Can't make him wait forever. Can't make him wait too long. Sophia bit her lip lightly. She stammered, trying to say each word clearly. Did I do something wrong? Just tell me, I'll fix it. Salary can be reduced too. But I really need this job. Zhang Shufang felt her heart tighten. Getting older, couldn't bear hearing such words. She hurriedly explained just wanted to raise her salary. Not fire her. Even praised her recent work as very good. Truly a close call. This girl's tears fell at a word. Secretly wiping tears got discovered. Then frantically apologizing. Made a mother like her. Only feel pity, coaxing a few lines. Even wanted to hug her. But seeing that frightened look keeping distance. She gave up. Zhang Shufang said quietly, Xiao Wei. Don't overthink. You're doing very well. As long as you want to work. I won't fire you. Off work now. Go home. Sophia sobbed while thanking profusely. Then obeying her, changed work clothes. Got off work and left the supermarket. Reaching the roadside, considered coincidental, yet lifted a big worry from her heart. No longer had to fear being fired anytime anymore. She stood by the road, like looking toward her own future. Suddenly remembering something, immediately took out phone using it as mirror. Using tissue carefully wiping tear marks dry. Using hands to fan her red swollen eyes. Had to be clean, couldn't let him see, just cried. She only wanted me to see her best parts. Didn't want me seeing that haggard, pitiful look. An intersection away. I drove, stopping at red light. Turning the corner. From afar I saw the girl standing roadside, slender figure, straight posture. She as always. Seeing me immediately bloomed bright smile waving. Whole face overflowing with joy. I took a deep breath. Brushing away heavy mood. Bringing relaxed look back to my face. Must use joy to respond to joy. Must use love to answer love. Car stopped completely. Watching her carefully sit in passenger seat. Both smiled together. I proactively helped her fasten seatbelt. While joking asking if she missed me today. Sophia smiled lightly, sparkling eyes looking at me very closely. Answering, of course. I missed you very much. I laughed teasing. This little mouth is so sweet. Be careful, we'll get kissed. Sophia got teased by me into laughing. Saying quietly, so what? I like being kissed by you. Her small face blushing pink. Saying such words naturally a bit shy. But in the car's private space felt very natural. After all, we were lovers. Had kissed before, joking like this wasn't excessive. When I withdrew, still lightly placed a gentle kiss on her cheek. Sophia pressed her lips, heart blooming like flowers. Car started rolling. I focused on driving. A moment later, Sophia asked, are you busy this weekend? I didn't think much. Answering this week probably nothing. Just normal. Last week too busy with things, now all finished. Probably will be free several days. At least this weekend can truly rest. Sophia lowered her head, twisting fingers. Looking somewhat tense. Occasionally glancing at me. Can I invite you out? She asked quietly, full of hesitation. Hearing this, I smiled lightly. This silly girl seemed hiding a small joy. She proactively invited me out. Truly rare. Before, I was always the one wanting to take her out. But she never could handle it. Just eating one meal at a restaurant required half a day's consideration. I drove while laughing, not looking at her. Just gently asked, sure. Where do you want to go? Not being rejected by me, she sighed with relief. Corners of mouth forming a light smile. I just received my salary. Want to buy you something, treat you to a meal. Though this reciprocation was somewhat small. It was enough to make me happy. Traffic jam, irritating. I glanced at her. Seeing that happy expression, immediately understood. I thought she'd become more open-minded. Willing to spend a bit on herself. Didn't expect just because received salary. Couldn't wait wanting to spend money on me. False joy indeed. Don't understand how she lived. Just got a little money. Not thinking about improving for herself. Just worrying how to spend money on me. So anxious. As if not spending it was unbearable. I truly didn't understand how this silly girl's brain was constructed. Sometimes truly wanted to open it and look. Sophia sat in passenger seat, small hands twisting. She mumbled as if apologizing. I only have a little money. Can't buy anything good for you. Also don't dare take you somewhere too expensive. I tested, so eating sweets is okay? I probed her meaning. Sophia immediately smiled brightly. Yes, listen to you completely. Listen to me? I smiled without smiling. Wondering if she truly didn't get sick of it. Sophia placed hand on chest, sighing with relief. Actually, she was very worried. If I chose somewhere more expensive, she definitely couldn't afford treating. Fortunately, I proactively suggested, helping her avoid difficulty. I said, last time I didn't eat enough. This time make up for it. Sophia smiled, saying, me too. Both chatted a few lines, discussing which dessert was best, then planning which to attack mainly. I said, tomorrow I'll request off. Let's go out Sunday. Sophia said, okay. I answered, of course. No need to think much, weekend going out with girlfriend is already happy. But just after answering, I suddenly remembered. Said again, way. Sunday might not work. Sophia asked, are you busy with something? I hesitated. Oh no. When just getting in the car I'd said this week wasn't busy. Weekend off normally. Now if making excuse about being busy with something. This silly girl would definitely overthink. Though I often called her silly. I knew very clearly. Sophia was sensitive. And very smart. Would definitely notice the abnormality. Then say nothing. Hiding it inside, silently enduring alone. Sad for a long time. Thinking carefully. I told the truth. My company has a team gathering this weekend. On Sunday. Oh, I see. Sophia lowered her eyes. Don't know what she was thinking. Car fell silent a moment. Then Sophia suddenly asked me. Why not continue? While stopped at a red light. She asked, can I come to the dinner? Chapter 54. Hints about current life. Now work stable, had income. She'd bought some simple kitchen items. Meals gradually improving. Regarding contact with outsiders, though speaking still stammered. Already improved through practice. Going to market shopping knew to ask prices. Communicating with manager could say a few lines. Though still stuttering. Others just thought she spoke with light stammer. Nobody thought there was a problem. Psychologically. Symptoms of suddenly curling up, trembling. No longer recurring. Everything gradually getting better. Perhaps could be faster. To be able confidently stand beside me like other normal people. With the identity of my girlfriend. Just speak less. Stand closer to me. Hide inner tension well. If I was beside her. She could do it. This step, sooner or later must take. So she asked, can I come to the team gathering? Sophia asked like that. After hearing, I slowed down. Glanced at her. Then quickly turned back to watch the road. Silent a moment. Inside struggling. I said, can't. Let's go out next week. I refused her. Not that I didn't want to bring her. But because at that gathering was someone waiting. Someone who saw her as a stepping stone. Couldn't let her jump into the pit herself. I said, sorry, way. I can't take you. Sophia lowered her gaze. She smiled awkwardly. Awkward to the point of ugly. It's okay. Not taking me is fine. No need to apologize. Though she said that, I didn't need to look. Just hearing her voice knew how disappointed she was. To say that request. She'd had to gather all her courage. Yet my refusal extinguished her only flame of bravery. Sophia lowered her head, whispering, it's okay. Really okay. Don't know if telling me not to mind. Or consoling herself. Turning several corners. I stopped the car below the on-campus rental building. We're here. Troubled you again today. I'll go first. Sophia as usual said thanks. Then unfastened seatbelt. One hand placed on car door. Preparing to get out. My question without warning. Coldly rang out. What are you thinking inside? Sophia trembled slightly. She turned back smiling. Pretending not to understand. Asking back, what? Thinking what? I slowly turned looking at her. We faced each other a moment. Sophia couldn't bear it. The gaze wanting to see through souls made her panic. She lowered her eyes avoiding. I didn't ask more. Just waited for her to answer. A moment later, Sophia gently bit her lip. Knowing she couldn't fool me. So only honesty left. She spoke. Having a girlfriend like me is truly shameful, right? Can't appear before others. I know I have many problems. I also understand your choice. It's okay. Really okay. Just want to trouble you to wait a bit longer. Wait until I become more normal. Really sorry. Please give me a little more time. I'll try to become normal really fast. Sophia hadn't finished speaking. already called out by name by me. Stopped immediately. My voice couldn't hear emotion. Air in the car seemed frozen. Sophia kept head down, not daring to look at me. Silent, motionless. I asked, "Why when talking don't you dare look in my eyes?" Sophia swallowed. Slowly looked up. But when gaze touched my look from above, immediately collapsed. Fumbling lowered head, not daring to look up. Even head bowed down flat. My gaze very calm, but made people more terrified than when burning hot. "Look up at me." I pressed my lips, ordering briefly. Sophia started trembling. She slowly looked up, couldn't look directly at me. Could only let gaze wander between my face and eye corners. I told the truth. "Just now I really wanted to hit you." Sophia trembled a bit. "If you want to hit, just hit." Don't know if that was the reason for face trembling. Her voice also trembled. I asked, "Why do you think I wanted to hit you?" My voice slow. Exactly like an advisor questioning students during thesis defense. Carrying pressure type. If can't answer, just die. Though a question. More like assigning a topic than truly asking. Not like waiting for an answer. "Sophia, if doing wrong, being punished is normal." I raised eyebrows. "Knowing you're wrong is good." I gently reached out, lifting her chin that was gradually lowering. "Not letting you lower your head. Look at me." Being forced to lift her face. Sophia's face trembled slightly. I asked, "Tell me yourself. Where did you go wrong?" Sophia said, "I shouldn't have asked you to take me to the team gathering." My gaze darkened. "You have one more chance. Say it wrong again and I'll really hit you." Being stared at like that by me. Sophia was both worried and scared. Mind frozen. Just knew to panic. Gaze couldn't even move away. She was truly about to be teased to death by me. Sophia pressed her lips, corners curving down. Large round teardrops started rolling from her eye corners down. She hurriedly raised her palm back to wipe them away. The more she wiped, the more they flowed. I looked into her eyes. Though tears kept falling, she still didn't dare leave my gaze. Just hit me. I truly don't know." She completely abandoned all thinking. Starting to hiccup in small sounds. Small hands frantically wiping tears. Don't know how I'd hit her. Honestly, she was very scared. But as long as it could calm my anger. Even being punched or kicked she'd accept. Doing wrong must be punished. Being hit is also normal. As long as you don't leave me, I'll accept anything. "Bring your face here," I said with calm voice. Not allowing opposition. Sophia hiccuped lightly. The more she tried restraining, the less she could stop. Hiccuped stronger, each hiccup. Shoulders trembled. She tried stopping tears. Straining to hold back. Seemed mentally prepared to be slapped. But also didn't show any resistance. Obediently tilted head offering face. She fearfully closed her eyes. Pressing lips tightly. Waiting for punishment. When eyes closed, other senses became more acute. Knowing about to be slapped. Touch sensation would come first. Don't know which side would be hit. How hard. How many times. All unknowns. The more she thought, the more scared. Suddenly face was touched. She instinctively reflexively pulled back. Feeling the sensation, she opened eyes in surprise. Just saw me holding a tissue, gently wiping tears for her. Movement very gentle, careful. I said, "Tomorrow when going with me. If anyone bullies you, must tell me. Don't hide it inside." Sophia hadn't come to her senses yet. Dazed, hiccuping lightly, letting me help wipe tears. Seeing her not answering, I gently asked again, "Did you hear? If you heard, answer me." Sophia heard. Only then did she react. That I'd agreed to take her to the gathering. I said, "Stop crying. Keep crying and we're out of tissues." Sophia hiccuped lightly, laughing silly. Suddenly worried about the tissues. She let me help wipe a while more. Then stopped. Tissues for wiping tears and nose piled into a small heap. I crumpled the last one, placing it atop that pile. A tiny pyramid was completed. I looked at it, quite satisfied. Then looked at Sophia. "I don't not want to take you. Just afraid you'll get hurt." I told the truth, but couldn't say clearly. After all, couldn't say. A colleague was deliberately trying to harm you. So you can't go. That would sound like a lunatic. I said, "Anyway, Then just follow beside me. If anyone bullies you, must tell me. Understand? Sophia listened without understanding the full picture. But whatever you say goes. She obediently nodded, agreeing, looking at her reddened eyes. I asked, do you know why I wanted to hit you just now? Sophia shook her head. I hesitated, then smiled wickedly, saying, aren't you good at overthinking? Then think carefully. Tomorrow afternoon when walking with me. Tell me the answer. Sophia answered, okay. I said, go rest. Look at you. Cried until tired. Remember to eat properly. Tonight won't invite you to walk. She answered softly, not hurrying to get out. Sophia hesitated a moment. Finally spoke. You should still hit me once. That way I'd feel more at ease. I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Smiled, asking, okay, so how do you want me to hit you? Sophia thought a moment, then honestly said, slap me twice. Or kick me twice, either's fine. I nodded, looking like thinking something. Bring your face here. I didn't think much. Obediently brought face closer. Thunk. Suddenly got flicked on the forehead. Sophia held her forehead, sucking in cold air. Hurt until eye corners also teared up. Remove your hand, let me see. I told her. Sophia sniffled, then lowered her hand. I looked at the red mark on her forehead. Nodding, satisfied. Okay, go. Remember tomorrow afternoon, tell me the answer. I spoke while waving at her. Sophia again raised hand, rubbing forehead. She'd thought would truly be slapped. About to get out. She turned, asking, can you hint a little? I'm afraid I can't think of it. Looking at that silly girl's troubled face. I almost laughed aloud. What to do with you now? A hint? I thought a moment. Then signaled, calling her closer. Waiting when she obediently moved closer. I cupped her chin with my palm. Lightly pinching both cheeks, then pulling closer. Kissed her lips hard once. Then looking at her dazed eyes. Slowly said, is that hint enough? Chapter 55. In danger there's the unpredictable. This was how Sophia evaluated herself. After yesterday afternoon. Then, in the car. She proactively requested going to the gathering. After being refused by me. She kept saying unpleasant words. Making me unhappy. Even crying before me. As if relying on my feelings. Using tears to force my agreement. Thinking that was truly terrible. But actually she'd never thought like that. Her meaning wasn't that she must go, but just wanted to soon overcome psychological barriers. Wanting to quickly become a normal person. Wanting to love me normally. Wanting to later compensate me. But thinking was just thinking. What she displayed yesterday afternoon was the look of whining and crying to force my compromise. Reality and mental ideal completely opposite. Clearly wanted to perform well. Ended up like that. Today, throughout work hours. Sophia was always distracted. In her head only thinking about yesterday's events. Truly too terrible. Sophia, your temperament is truly terrible. Why become so stubborn? Really need to be taught again. Yesterday afternoon Ethan Carter should have scolded me. Temperament like that, yet he still treated me well. Early morning bringing breakfast, driving to work. Evening picking up, knowing I have psychological issues. He always carefully cares. Yet what did I do? Whining, stubborn, disobedient. Sophia, you're truly a fool. Throughout work time, Sophia was almost entirely self-blaming and self-examining. Near end of work, she stammered, asking manager Zhang Shufang's permission to request tomorrow off. The other party agreed very quickly. Seeing her looking frightened, even consoled not to be too tense. Saying taking leave was normal. Fengyuan Supermarket's leave system was compensatory. 1 month had 4 days off. Just needed to register. Last month Sophia didn't take any days off. Afraid she'd forget, Zhang Shufang had specially reminded at month's end. This job originally didn't pay much. But she worked very hard. Even leave didn't request. Seeing her work hard, Zhang Shufang also felt guilty. So this time her request was approved immediately. After requesting leave, Sophia also felt relieved. Don't think it's just requesting 1 day off. A few simple sentences, but for her wasn't easy. She'd mentally prepared long ago. Normal things people hardly minded. She had to try very hard. To barely complete, waiting until getting off work. She said goodbye to Zhang Shufang, leaving the supermarket. As always, standing waiting on the main road outside, Sophia looked toward where I always appeared daily, gaze carrying hope and also guilt. Terrible things from the past made her like falling into a bottomless abyss. Don't know how to climb up. Lost, adrift. Don't know when would fall to the very bottom either. Only fear. Yet even so, she still kept trying hard. It's okay if she has to try harder than others. She has a valid reason forcing her to step out into the world. From afar, seeing the familiar white car turning into the intersection, I confirmed the license plate. In her eyes immediately appeared sparkling starlight. He was that reason. Living for someone else might be a very sad thing. But that was how he continued living. He lived for that. I watched the car stop right before me. She smiled through the car window, exchanging glances with me. She opened the door and got in. I asked if work was tiring today. She shook her head, saying not tired. We both chatted a few simple lines. The car slowly rolled onto the main road and gradually stabilized. While waiting at the old familiar red light at the intersection, she spoke. Yesterday, I'm truly sorry, Ethan. If you hadn't mentioned it, I would have forgotten too. This afternoon when walking, remember to tell me the answer. Oh no, she blinked. I'd also forgotten, after parting yesterday. I'd been restless all along, not understanding why I became so stubborn, self-blaming and overthinking all day. So completely forgot about that. Looking at that silly girl's dazed expression. Just one look and knew she hadn't bothered thinking. I looked at her saying, looking at you, I know you've figured it out, right? Why did you want me to hit you yesterday? She stammered, about to use the method of testing answers one by one. Then I glanced once and guessed her intention. I warned, you only have one chance to answer. If wrong, I'll really hit you. She avoided my gaze, lightly gripping her fingers, saying quietly, I still haven't figured it out. Green light came on. Car slowly turned wheels, waiting for the car to stabilize again. Then I'll give you more time. Later after eating, when walking, tell me. Understand? Understood, she answered without much confidence. After dropping me at the rental, I drove home. In that brief parting time, Sophia couldn't sit still, even forgot to add water when cooking rice. Had to switch to eating instant noodles temporarily. While eating also uneasy. Eating without tasting anything. Felt like weekend homework not done. While the homeroom teacher announced next period would check everyone individually. Anxious feeling kept increasing. She racked her brain thinking. She'd already answered yesterday. Shouldn't have suggested Ethan take her along. But I denied that answer, telling her to think again from the start. Honestly, besides that answer, she truly couldn't think of any reason I'd say I wanted to hit her. No matter how hard she tried remembering, couldn't know. While her little brain was operating at full capacity. Time passed strangely fast. When realizing, outside the window had gradually darkened. Dusk like a river. Phone message notification sound rang. I sent her an Instagram message, asking if she'd eaten. Later going out to walk. She typed replying. Both chatted a few simple lines. Agreeing to meet downstairs in a few minutes. Ending the conversation, I put away the phone. Adjusting outfit slightly. Sighing accepting fate. Completely abandoning struggling. Truly couldn't think of it. Only accepting punishment left. Also didn't know how I'd be hit. Would it be hard? Where would I be hit? But if I performed better, perhaps would be hit lighter? But speaking back and forth. I was so stubborn. Temperament also so bad. If not hit harder, definitely wouldn't remember long. Her thinking was truly somewhat special. After completely abandoning resistance, she switched from trying to think of the answer to thinking how to be punished harder. Just in a few brief seconds. Psychology changed very subtly, while I was completely unaware, not understanding the danger within. Leisurely pedaling the rented e-bike, enjoying the pleasant evening breeze, riding past the school campus, reaching the parking area before the rental building. Locking the bike. You're here? She ran over pitter-patter, displaying a specially obedient appearance. Intention obvious. I thought I'd seen through her, so suppressed laughter. This silly girl couldn't hide anything. Wasn't it just not thinking of the answer? wanting to appear obedient to avoid punishment. Truly couldn't be easier to understand. Rather funny actually. I deliberately teased her a bit. I pretended not seeing her obedient look. Acting serious saying, "The answer, finished thinking?" She looked at me with sincere eyes. "Let's go somewhere with fewer people." Huh, just saying one answer yet creating such solemn atmosphere. Could she have truly figured it out? Going somewhere with fewer people. Did she want to create some romance for me? Host-guest roles seemed switched. I pretended, showing no emotion. Actually also somewhat anticipating the romance she prepared. Wondering what it'd be like. We both walked the familiar path taken when strolling. There was a section where we often kissed. Right in the dark area between two street lamps. Plus roadside trees providing cover. That was the place both tacitly understood as having few passers-by. Reaching there, Sophia stopped first. Turning to face me. "Now, speak. Only one chance. Don't answer wrong." Just finished speaking. She looked at me. Then suddenly knelt down. Completely without warning signs. Knelt so properly, stunning me. "What are you doing?" Chapter 56. A somewhat chubby young woman determined to lose weight. Went evening jogging. Running laps around the school campus was very convenient. Before leaving, she'd boldly declared would eat healthily. Run 10 laps daily. This month definitely must lose 5 kilos. Result. Just leaving, running a dozen steps. Already panting. Ahead was precisely a dark stretch between two lamps. Dark as dark. Walking also works. At least won't trip on anything. She found herself an excuse. Then reassuredly slowed down, accidentally glancing sideways. Saw by the trees 2 people standing. Curious, so looked more carefully. Saw a man gripping a girl's collar. Never seen such a scene before. Who knew what they were doing? She quickly accelerated again, running fast away from that dispute spot. Meeting this scene at night. Honestly a bit scary. Go eat barbecue to calm down. On the other side by the trees. Almost reflexively. When Sophia knelt down, I immediately grabbed her collar, pulling her up. Hand still gripping her collar tightly. She was stunned, not understanding what was happening. "What are you doing?" I was slightly taller than her. Her being held by the collar had to stand on tiptoes. Head tilting up slightly. Looking up. Hit me. My brain seemed overheating from overload. Upon understanding what was happening, I released my hand. Force in hand gradually loosening. She could finally stand steady. I looked at her intently. Wanting to say something but stopping. Initially I'd been somewhat happy. Didn't expect this silly girl could actually think of the answer. Truly not easy for her to become enlightened. Who knew after all that, she just accepted fate. Even offering herself up for punishment. Looking at the girl awaiting me. I wanted to say something but didn't know how to start. Seeing me silent, she thought I was hesitating. Worried I wouldn't bear to act or would hit too hard. So gently said, "I've thought carefully. With a terrible temperament like mine, if not punished severely, won't remember long." Saying this, she paused a moment, then looked straight in my eyes, gaze sincere. "Hit me however you want. Just leave me one breath is enough." I could see she'd truly thought carefully. But clearly she shouldn't have thought in that direction. Seeing her about to kneel again, I quickly grabbed her collar, keeping her standing. My voice somewhat irritated. "Stand properly." She obediently stood still, hurriedly apologizing. "Sorry. I thought if I knelt, it'd be easier for you to act. I did it on my own." My mouth slightly opened. Good heavens. She even thought of ways to make it easier for me to act? Don't understand what her brain was thinking anymore. Truly beyond help. I several times opened my mouth but couldn't say a word. Had to stay silent a moment to calm down. Then said, "Do you really want me to hit you?" She lowered her head. "I did wrong. Deserve being hit by you. Then wouldn't I become a domestic abuser?" She quickly shook her head vigorously. "No, it's not like that. How is it different? One is venting anger through violence. One is teaching through love." I thought a moment, then gave an example. Like teachers using a ruler to hit mischievous students' hands. The heart is also wanting to teach. I was stunned a moment. Temple twitching lightly. Still daring to say such things? I coldly exposed. This kneeling type isn't normal at all. Has nothing to do with teaching. Her body trembled slightly. Head bowed, hand still gripping the $100 bill tightly. Actually, that was her small hidden thought. Better explain clearly. If you say it's some personal preference, I'd still understand. It's not like that. She reflexively immediately looked up, denying. She couldn't bear this type of misunderstanding. But when touching my gaze, couldn't help but lower her head, quietly repeating once more, not like that. Then what is it? Sophia kept her head down, silent a moment, then slowly spoke. I feel very guilty toward you. You treat me very well. But I'm too stubborn, too obstinate. I continued. So you want to kneel and apologize? She pressed her lips, lightly nodding. I was truly speechless. Do you also want to kowtow a few times? Then burn some paper offerings while you're at it? Peeved. She couldn't help laughing. And I can still laugh. Sophia lowered her head again, mouth corners pulling down, gaze drooping, saying quietly, sorry. I didn't know where to start being angry anymore. Initially wanted her to think properly again. Don't undervalue herself like that. Result. Thinking all this time. Ended up thinking of this kneeling apology type. When I was about to find words to scold, she glanced up at me. Seeing my expression wasn't good, quickly lowered her head again, saying quietly, don't say those things. It's unlucky. I was made to laugh by her. You also know it's unlucky. Yet still knelt before me. Before, I really didn't think that much. Then what did you think? I just thought if I knelt, you'd be happier. Being scolded, she lowered her head even deeper. Being told like that by me. Indeed, her thinking wasn't mature. I truly wanted to open her head and look. See what's inside. What kind of thinking produces such things? I'm even afraid opening it would find emptiness. Peeved. Almost heard her laugh. She tried biting her lip to not laugh aloud, though knowing this moment shouldn't laugh. Still couldn't help it. Sometimes when I scold harshly, just a few lines can make people cry. But also sometimes, my scolding makes people want to laugh instead. Even though the one being scolded was herself. I narrowed my eyes. My voice not at all light. Just now did you laugh? She went cold, feeling somewhat startled. No, I told you to look up. She tried pressing mouth corners down. Then slowly raised her head. But just thinking about what I said earlier. Afraid opening the head would find emptiness inside. Couldn't help wanting to laugh. I said again, can still laugh? Truly carefree. Now, say what's so funny. Speak. She lowered her head without responding. I repeated once more. She had to confess. You said afraid opening my head would find it completely empty inside. Is that so funny? A bit funny. I asked again, what's funny about it? She said quietly, that empty head part. Hearing it just feels funny. Being pressed to question word by word. She couldn't laugh anymore. Didn't just say it was funny? Why not laughing now? She answered, seems not funny anymore. You're truly hopeless, Sophia. She clutched her sleeve hem, silently listening to my scolding. After the laughter passed, I started scolding more seriously. Her nose started stinging. I scolded a while more. What did you say yesterday? Said yourself unworthy of appearing outside. Saying being with me makes me lose face. Listen to those words again. What are they? Sophia, you're my girlfriend, Ethan Carter's. The person I seriously considered before dating. The person I want to date toward marriage. I like you. Do you know when you said those things yesterday? How uncomfortable I felt. I wanted to scold her awake, but didn't want words too harsh. So most of my focus was finding how to choose words. I didn't notice that before me was a girl who'd already started trembling under my scolding, thin shoulders slightly shaking, along with soft sniffling sounds ringing intermittently. Right the moment I mentioned marriage, suddenly went silent. I continued scolding. Yesterday you even said needed me to hint. I already kissed you, yet you still don't understand? I said I wanted to hit you. Because you look down on yourself too much. You don't know how important you are. To me, you're more important than anything. I hadn't finished speaking. My mouth was suddenly blocked. I couldn't restrain, eyes widening. All my vision now was her tear-drenched face. She closed her eyes, using lips to send the belated apology. Sorry. Words like yesterday, I'll never say again. I also love you. Chapter 57. Can I rely on you a little? Her eye sockets slightly swollen. She used a towel to apply, looking intently at the mirror. Last night I'd scolded her a lot. Also unclear which line made her completely collapse. By the roadside, under the trees. She'd cried while kissing me. Then buried her face in my chest. Hugging me and crying very long. Cried like a child. Cried until soaking a patch of my shirt. She embarrassedly said would wash it for me. I said no need, she'd cried too much already. This morning waking up, her eyes still somewhat red and swollen. Around 8 a.m., I sent her a message. Saying around noon would pick her up to eat with the group. In the Instagram message I said, just a simple company small group gathering. Told her not to worry. Mouth agreed like that, but how not to worry? This was an important step for her approaching normal life closer. A precious training opportunity. Hang in there, Sophia. I cheered her on inside. Looking at myself in the mirror. Eyes still somewhat swollen. Must apply compress more. On the other side, I'd just taken mom to the farmer's market, returning home. Company gathering? Oh, I see. Knowing I wasn't eating at home again. My mom seemed somewhat disappointed. Remembering before, this kid was very active about eating. Before mealtime. Already running to the kitchen offering help. Actually wanting to eat early. Now though back in Riverside working. 1 week couldn't eat home many meals. Either dating girlfriend or busy with company work. Thought this weekend could sit and eat together. Result was going to company gathering. But my mom also understood. Relationships needed maintaining. Socializing was also part of work. So actually didn't blame me. Just felt time together gradually decreasing. The older, the less presence at home. While waiting for water to boil, she watched me beside intently peeling potatoes. Asking me, how are things with your girlfriend lately? I focused on peeling. While working answered, great, mom. Last night even slept hugging each other. My mom glared at me. Mom's asking how the relationship is. Who cares if you two hug or not? I was speechless. Great, mom. Probably won't be long before bringing her home to meet you. Hearing that, my mom immediately about to say more. I predicted it, so quickly interrupted. Before bringing her, I'll let you know first. Don't worry, mom. Being cut off mid-sentence. Mom got a bit irritated. Starting to find it unbearable, right? Think mom talks too much? The sense of threat immediately made my hand freeze. I secretly glanced at mom. Then smiled awkwardly. Not at all. Just that mom says so much, I remember it well. I pay attention to everything mom says. No irritation at all. Mrs. Huilan also didn't continue that topic. Asking a bit was enough. I took out the cutting board. Cutting technique very skilled. Movements practiced. Potatoes cut into even pieces. I quickly put them in the oil pan. Speeding up peeling the rest. Only one last potato in hand. My mom said no need to peel more. Mrs. Huilan took the half-peeled potato from my hand. Quickly cutting pieces into the pot. I quickly reminded. Haven't finished peeling, mom. Your mom doesn't run a restaurant. Why need to be so fussy? Normally at home we leave the skin on. Just wash clean is enough. I momentarily thought, then why earlier did mom tell me to peel? My mom stirred the pot bottom with a spoon. Afraid you'd be too idle and uncomfortable. So found something for you to do. I was truly moved, worthy of being my biological mother. Helping with housework a while. Seeing it nearly time, I returned to my room changing outfits. Tidying up a bit then saying, Mom, I'm heading out. Drive slowly. Leaving home. I drove to pick up Sophia. She messaged me when going downstairs. Logically speaking, taking a girl out should notify in advance. Because girls doing makeup and such usually take more time. Advance notice also shows respect. But Sophia was somewhat different. Before me, she kept almost no pride at all. Of course still did makeup, still dressed neatly. But she always prepared very early. Never waited for my notice before starting preparations. Just needed me to message. She'd immediately go downstairs waiting for me. I knew her like this. So this time I waited until leaving home. To notify her. So that silly girl wouldn't have to wait on the street too long. Sophia stood by the roadside, eagerly watching. Right now she was very tense. Fingers slightly cold, but gaze extremely determined, like about to enter an exam room. Actually speaking, for her, this truly was an exam. She had to hide psychological issues, pretend being a normal person standing beside me, trying step by step entering my life. Before, I was always the one proactively caring for her, the one accommodating her. Now when she'd made progress, was also trying to understand my life. In this relationship, not just me being patient, she was also making efforts overcoming difficulties, to move closer to me. The familiar car appeared in sight. Her eyes immediately lit up like stars. She exhaled lightly, then was confident inside. Car stopped right before her. Both exchanged smiles. She got in the passenger seat. Today you look different from usual. Normally for work I wore simple clothes. Though still young, looked very much like a standard office worker. Dress shirt, tie, slacks, basically just that much. But today was completely different. Fine feathers make fine birds. I wore a retro jacket, plain sweatshirt underneath, casual office-style cargo pants. The whole outfit looked youthfully energetic. She looked at me smiling brightly. Somewhat smitten, so heart beat faster. Nervous feeling also eased somewhat. Nervous? I asked her. Sort of okay. I then briefly explained today's schedule, telling her not to be tense. Just eating a meal. After that everyone would do their own thing. At mealtime eat another meal and done. I didn't drive immediately. While talking, replied to everyone's group messages. Some colleagues had arrived at the restaurant first, preparing early. Sophia suddenly thought of something, immediately asking, "Will going with you cause you trouble?" Before I didn't think much. Just wanted to use this opportunity challenging myself. A bit thoughtless. Just now suddenly remembered. Don't know if it fits regulations. Or if it's convenient. I glanced at her, confirming she wasn't being self-deprecating again. Then lowered my head, while messaging replied saying, "No trouble at all. Just a meal organized by the team itself. No regulations. Everyone very relaxed. Other colleagues also bringing family along. Just a meal. No need interacting too much with anyone. Just relax." Knowing she wasn't an exception, she sighed with relief. Inside also felt much less pressure. Waiting for me to finish replying messages, I started driving. On the road, seeing her still tense, I drove while continuing to tell her about the party arrangements. I told her more details. She'd feel more reassured, also feel safer. I drove following phone GPS about 10 minutes. Hearing the notification, go straight 500 meters ahead to reach destination. Sophia unconsciously sat up straight, tension visible to the naked eye. Before had already relaxed quite a bit, also mentally prepared thoroughly, but when truly about to arrive, she still couldn't avoid nervousness. I slowed the car, asking if she was scared. She seemed distracted, didn't hear clearly, so I had to ask again. Only then did Sophia hurriedly answer, "A little." Already scared to the point of losing all direction, yet still saying just a little. Truly a silly girl. If feeling uncomfortable, tell me. I can take you back first. No need for any psychological burden. She answered, "It's okay. I can handle it. Don't rush showing strength like that. Let me finish speaking." Sophia made a sound, then looked at me, expression very serious. I continued, "I'm not asking if you can do it. I'm just telling you there's this way to handle it. Later you also won't interact much with them. No need to care about their evaluations. Even worried to the point of not speaking is okay. Avoiding eye contact is also fine. Even if they find you strange, it doesn't affect anything. Even less need to worry about implicating me, or making me lose face. Those things aren't what you need to worry about. You just need to remember one thing. If scared, just move closer to me." I instructed word by word. Car speed gradually slowed. Parking spot right by the road. I pulled to the curb and parked. Turned off engine. Unfastened seatbelt. I turned looking at Sophia. She also looked back at me. Then placed her hand gently on the back of mine. Her voice gentle. Tone determined. "I remember. You're my boyfriend. Before I saw you as Hope. Also relied on you to overcome many difficulties. Now I also want to be like you once relied on me. I'll try relying on you a little. Chapter 58. Honestly, completely different from when working in Northfield. Company parties back then were all Japanese restaurants with seafood buffets. In Riverside here, though called self-organized, wasn't much different from team building parties. I'd researched beforehand. Here people commonly rented garden areas at farm restaurants, eating on-site package deals. Regarding food, usually whole roasted lamb, roast suckling pig, grilled fish, etc. I consulted everyone's opinions, then reserved 2 lamb roast tables at a garden restaurant, scheduled to eat at 12:30 today. Others had all arrived first. I deliberately timed arriving close to the hour. Not that I wanted to show off, but my position couldn't arrive early. Though I wasn't any high-level leader, was still a small team leader, and also the organizer of this meal. Back in school days, at gatherings, organizers and officers all had to arrive early. But after starting work, it's different. Even opposite. In this group, I belong to minor leadership. If I arrived early, those arriving later would feel uncomfortable. Others would also overthink, wanting to care about everyone's feelings. I could only arrive on time, or slightly late. Both were acceptable. Only early shouldn't be. Workplace communication had many unspoken rules. Could choose not exploiting them, but definitely must understand clearly. Wanting to help others, wanting to care for others, then even more must understand the game rules. In the car, Sophia turned looking at me, asking, "Looking at me like this, very strange, right?" Just now I cried, voice still a bit choked. I observed carefully a moment, then answered, "Not too bad." She sniffled again, using phone screen as mirror. Then turned asking me, "Are my eyes red?" "A bit red, but doesn't affect anything. Without looking closely, won't notice." Then wait for me a bit more. I'll wipe again. I quickly opened the front camera, getting tissues for her, watching the silly girl trying to wipe tears bit by bit. I could only be speechless. Also unclear what she was overthinking again now. Clearly just talked with her. Told her to rely on me more. Don't always think must bear everything alone. Yet somehow tears fell. Her tears truly weren't worth anything. Wanted to fall, they fell. I truly didn't understand what she cried about. Watching her gently wipe eye corners with tissue, I said, "If scared, just rely on me. Don't mind others' gazes." She made a soft sound. I also didn't rush anymore. Looking outside the window, this garden area was on Riverside's outskirts, just separated from residential areas. Quiet but not desolate at all. Living amenities very complete. No more crowded buildings blocking views. I could see very far. Instead were vast fruit orchards. Restaurant owners grew themselves, letting visiting customers pick and enjoy. Along the road many cars already parked. Most looked familiar. I'd seen at the company parking lot. I paused slightly, seeing Sophie's car. Almost forgot. Still had important things not instructed. I withdrew my gaze, turning to look at Sophia. "If anyone bullies you, tell me." She thought I was joking again, so smiled asking, "Why would your colleagues bully me?" I answered, "Helping someone needs a reason. But bullying someone doesn't. For someone intending to bully you, your existence is already the wrong. No reason needed at all." Seeing my serious expression, not like joking, she also gradually sensed something. I repeated, "If scared, just rely on me. If anyone bullies you, tell me. Remember clearly?" Being stared at intently by me, she also became more serious. "I remember." She adjusted everything, then got out of the car. I proactively held her hand, facing the cool green garden. The air also seemed fresher. The house right ahead. We both walked along the roadside toward there. I looked all around, curiously observing surroundings, while she gripped my hand tighter, trying hard fighting inner fear. No mental energy noticing scenery. Reaching the house area, seeing the garden's sign, called Wellness Farm. Actually not much related to farming. Mainly wellness. Eating, playing, resting. This place could be considered a simple villa complex with gardens. Stepping through the main gate, First sight was a spacious large courtyard, extending vision far. Still had grape trellises providing shade. Center of courtyard had 2 large tables. Tables already set with several dishes. People from kitchen continuing bringing food out. All garden staff. I immediately saw colleague Xiao Tian squatting not far away. He faced away from me, don't know doing what. This desk neighbor was a bit silly. But workability wasn't bad. Personality honest, no scheming at all. I also quite valued that sincere friendship type like him. I led Sophia walking closer. Getting near, saw he was feeding a dog sausages. You like dogs? Hearing the familiar voice, he turned around. Seeing clearly was me. He was slightly dazed, dropping the sausage then standing. Hello, team leader. I smiled, chatting a few lines. Even teasing him for being too serious. Making me tense too. Seeing his gaze shift to Sophia, I naturally introduced. This is my girlfriend. Just finished speaking. I clearly felt her hand grip tighter. Hello. Sophia tried not letting her gaze avoid, but speaking still somewhat stammered. Xiao Tian just stared at her blankly, dazed several seconds before reacting. Hello. His first impression was, she was very beautiful, but what stunned him was, compared to that time, when Sophie Chen showed everyone the video. Truly very different. Face was the same person, but makeup layer much lighter now. No more accessories like big sparkling earrings. How to say it? Both very beautiful. In that day's video, was a somewhat suggestive, somewhat forced beauty, while the person standing before him now was a pure, natural beauty. The contrast too stark. Just for a moment, he even thought I'd changed girlfriends. But honestly speaking, the person standing before him now was even more beautiful than the one he'd seen in that video. In an era where everything had filters. Like now, real person prettier than on screen, not many like that. Even Xiao Tian, who rarely noticed others' appearances, couldn't help but look at her several more times. Coming to his senses, he was about to exchange pleasantries with her. But I'd spoken first. Didn't you also bring your boyfriend? Where is he? Xiao Tian answered. He's inside with the others. Other colleagues all inside too. Inside has a pool table and mahjong machine. Lots of things to play. Everyone's inside. I made a sound. Inside, thinking this place indeed wasn't bad. Must say, Sister Qian truly did reliable work. This place was because I'd asked about suitable gathering spots. Then Zhao Qian recommended it to me. Why aren't you playing with everyone? Xiao Tian looked at the puppy on the ground. Honestly answered. I'm observing this dog a bit. My boyfriend said I'm like it. I looked, following his gaze. A very ordinary local dog. Probably just a few months old. I looked at the dog, then at Xiao Tian. Comparing a bit, couldn't see any similarities. I curiously asked. Similar where? Actually, I've been thinking about that too. My boyfriend told me to look and I'd know. He just took out sausages. Feeding the dog while observing. Cute or adorable, clearly not like myself. Exactly where similar? Still haven't figured it out. Now I understand. He frowned, looking at the dog on the ground using its paw to hold the sausage, but gnawing its own leg instead. Truly a silly dog. Finally he understood. Chapter 59. Team Kim has 8 people. Today 10 to 11 came. Xiao Tian brought his boyfriend along. Afraid of fighting over washing dishes. Brother Zhang brought his elementary school sister along. He wasn't assured leaving little sister home alone. Both had already messaged me beforehand on Instagram. I'd also considered that when preparing the gathering. Inside, Xiao Tian pulled his boyfriend to a corner. Both spoke quietly. Atmosphere didn't seem too good. Family matters, others pretended not to see. Just everyone perked up ears listening. You said I'm like a silly dog, right? I never said that. Then what did you mean? Good heavens. Going out to play and still wanting to fight? Can you not make people laugh at us? So embarrassing. You think I want fighting with you? You started it first. I never said anything. You're always like this. Only caring about others' feelings. Why can't you care about my feelings a little? I held Sophia's hand, briefly greeting everyone, because before, everyone had seen that video. so everyone couldn't avoid looking at Sophia several more times. Partly because in person she looked prettier than in the video. The rest because the difference was too great. Somewhat doubting if it was the same person. Though reaction not as dazed as Xiao Tian's. But almost. When being politely questioned by everyone, I simply said, "This is my girlfriend." After speaking, immediately shifted to other topics. Not giving anyone opportunity to chat with Sophia. Also not making her tense having to stammer responses. Sophie Chen had met Sophia before. So her reaction also nothing special. She greeted me normally, then looked at Sophia. "Oh my, you're so beautiful." Before Sophia could answer, I'd naturally continued, starting to chat with Sophie Chen. Several times in a row, Sophie Chen tried pulling the conversation toward Sophia, but all failed. Perhaps because Sophia was too beautiful, making someone who'd meticulously done makeup like her also feel overshadowed. Perhaps because in my way of speaking still had some distance keeping. Sophie Chen finally had to give up. She left, initially planned exploiting casual conversation, taking the opportunity mentioning things related to that video, to embarrass her before everyone, conveniently creating pressure on me. But in the end, she couldn't say even one complete sentence to Sophia. No chance to show anything at all. When I wasn't paying attention, Sophie Chen deliberately glanced toward Sophia. But when I turned looking at her, in a blink had changed to another expression. She smiled lightly, voice joking. "I won't disturb you two anymore. I'll go check if the roast lamb is done. Today must eat really full. After all, team leader's treating." I smiled responding, chatting a few joking lines, telling her to relax, eat more. After Sophie Chen left, Sophia couldn't restrain lowering her head. I quickly noticed the change, asking quietly, "What's wrong? Uncomfortable?" Sophia looked up at me, asking quietly, "Just now I performed terribly, right?" She proactively chatted so enthusiastically, but I couldn't say a single word. That lively, beautiful girl earlier, before leaving, even looked at me with an unhappy gaze. She probably thinks I'm arrogant, or look down on others. Looking at her worried, self-blaming face, I didn't understand what just happened. Clearly earlier was still normal. How just chatting with Sophie a bit became like this? I shook my head, about to console a few more lines. Then a colleague walked in. He said, "Mealtime now." I said quietly to her, "Don't overthink. You did very well." I gripped her ice-cold hand tightly, silently, pulling her closer to me. Then together went to the courtyard to sit. 2 tables joined together. Each side placed 1 whole roasted lamb. Table had many other dishes too. 11 people, more than enough. Everyone talking very animatedly. Some even took photos. Originally this was a spontaneous gathering. No rules at all. Everyone around the same age. Relaxed, natural, all open. Atmosphere harmonious. I let Sophia sit beside me, proactively chatting with each colleague. Everyone drove their own cars so no one drank alcohol. Eating while chatting. Facing questions or greetings from others. I handled very skillfully. Each time conversation was about to turn toward Sophia, I'd cleverly guide to other topics. Redirecting naturally. A few words dissolved awkwardness. Everything handled smoothly. No one felt uncomfortable, nor did anyone notice her psychological issues. My workplace demeanor, she'd never seen before. Looking at my profile, confidently conversing, helping her resolve each situation. She suddenly seemed detached from everything. In her eyes only me remained. Many people think, when a man focuses on work, he looks very attractive. Actually, that's one of a person's most captivating moments. Calm, confident, and mastering every situation. Watching the person opposite shine in a field you don't understand at all. Very easy, making you want to trust, want to rely on them. That's the feeling of wanting to entrust yourself. Not just in work. For someone closed off like Sophia, nearly separated from society, she had no familiar fields at all. While I, whatever it was, could calmly handle it, not counting emotional matters. For her, I carried an indescribable attraction, a deadly appeal, like a moth rushing toward flame. If Sophia was a creature always seeking light, then I was the only light source in her world. Only difference, sometimes that light blazed bright. Sometimes dimmed slightly. That meal had another very prominent person. Sophie Chen, like a colorful butterfly, fluttering among the crowd, just chatted animatedly with this person. Then turned thanking that person for helping last time. Having someone like that at a party. Atmosphere definitely couldn't be dull. Very lively, especially for our programming team too. Later everyone would meet frequently. This meal was also a chance maintaining relationships among everyone. Though no one drank alcohol. This meal still lasted very long. Everyone ate happily before dispersing. During the rest period after. Inside had places for everyone to rest and entertain. Some played mahjong. Some played pool. Some sat on sofas eating fruit, playing games, chatting. I led Sophia to the garden for a walk, temporarily leaving the crowd. The fruit garden was grown by the farm owners themselves, specially for dining guests to visit and enjoy. Could pick and eat as much as wanted. Just don't waste. If wanting to pick and take home, would sell at very cheap prices. This garden type didn't need too much manpower investment for management. Didn't need hiring people for rush seasonal harvesting. Even less needed worrying about market prices. Saved thinking what to plant next year. Handling it this way reduced all sorts of labor costs. Whatever's cheap, plant that. Conversely, could maintain stable profits. Mainly still serving dining gatherings. A large orange grove looked very good. Heard behind was also a strawberry garden. Just not the right season. So no fruit. I casually picked an orange and peeled it, offering to Sophia, who'd been somewhat distracted since earlier. Getting far from people. She was also better somewhat, but still a bit flustered. Took several seconds to collect herself. Continuously shaking her head saying no need. Looking at this silly girl's polite manner. I didn't say much either. Peeled half the orange, bringing it to her mouth. I can do it myself. Reaching to take it, I scolded her lightly, avoiding her hand, still offering the orange. Just staring at her. She understood what I wanted. Tucking hair behind ear, somewhat shyly accepting the orange. She embarrassedly received it. Sweet? Yes, sweet. Her face slightly blushing. Both just walked while chatting, wandering the garden aimlessly. I occasionally fed her half an orange, enjoying the pleasure of feeding. Ate full at lunch? Yes, full. Actually a bit overly full. She didn't conveniently tell the truth. I knew she didn't dare serve herself food, so proactively helped serving. But I forgot one thing. She didn't dare refuse, even if already full. As long as I served, she couldn't bear leaving leftovers. Only way was continuing to eat. Both walked while talking, so didn't notice. At the same time, a not-so-friendly gaze quietly watched from across the garden. Hidden behind foliage, Sophie Chen was secretly observing us. In her hand held an orange. Threw a piece in her mouth with annoyed expression. Sour as hell, terrible. Tossed it away. Ethan Carter completely different from the rigid image she'd imagined. That at ease demeanor during the meal earlier. Couldn't possibly be acting. Seems at the company he deliberately played dumb. Pretending not understanding emotions. Only knowing work talk. Clearly to shut her up. Sophie Chen had never lost face like this. And that girlfriend too. Now it's certain. Ethan Carter wasn't the type of foolish man. Then only one final possibility remained. That scantily dressed girl type. Called girlfriend to sound nice. But actually probably was being kept by him. Someone who didn't know her place. Thinking herself very important. The type of toy thrown away when bored. Don't know what's so arrogant. Talking without even bothering one glance at people. Think you're so great? Thinking this, Sophie Chen's gaze grew colder. Inside silently calculating something. Chapter 60. Each step seen very clearly. Thank you. Little Wenwen reached out to receive. Got quietly called by name by the brother beside her. The girl shyly withdrew her hand. Around 8 p.m., the party ended. I went to the kitchen wrapping over half a lamb leg to take home. Ordered a bit much. The morning's roast lamb still had quite a lot left. Brother Zhang had brought his elementary school little sister. Tomorrow she still had school. So the siblings drove home first. I went outside to see them off. Reaching the car, I gave the wrapped lamb leg to the girl. The girl was very polite. This morning, sitting at the same table, I clearly saw she really liked the roast lamb, but was very restrained. Well-behaved, obedient children should be rewarded. Brother Zhang, I turned, saying to him, this morning I saw everyone couldn't finish. So told the kitchen to save a portion. No one's touched it. Don't mind it. Brother Zhang smiled, saying, team leader, I don't mind. Don't mind, then let Wenwen take it home to eat. Tomorrow just reheat it. Saying so, I turned, looking at the girl, bending down, offering the food bag. Wenwen looked at the full bag longingly, but still tried restraining, glancing at her brother's expression beside her. Brother Zhang smiled lightly, sighing, thank you. Wenwen immediately brightened completely, receiving the bag, then saying thank you. I reached, gently patting the girl's head. Also thank the sister. Saying so, I looked at Sophia. A quiet but clear thank you rang out. Originally an outsider like Sophia, being called once, immediately became tense, gaze flustered, hands not knowing where to go started picking at pocket edges. I said nothing, just gently held her hand, answering for her. Your thanks, she heard it. Go now, rest early. Tomorrow still have school. Okay. The girl smiled brightly, climbing into the backseat. I added a few more polite lines with Brother Zhang. Brother Zhang was one of Programming Team 2's technical pillars. The most capable person currently under me. Not good at socializing. Mouth also somewhat clumsy, but very genuine. Working with him very comfortable. I'd also briefly learned about his family situation. Not well-off household. Had a biological little sister 15 years younger. He was the only guardian. Setting aside that I already liked that girl. Just regarding work, winning over the girl was also the easiest way to draw closer relations with Brother Zhang. The leftover lamb portion could also take the opportunity gifting it properly. I stood by the car seeing them off, reminding him to drive carefully. Remember safety. When the car just started, Wenwen poked her head out the window looking at me. I know, though she didn't say anything. She's a very good person. Children always have their own way of perceiving. Clearly, she'd noticed Sophia's silence, but didn't at all think she was arrogant, nor attach absurd accusations. I laughed. I'm curious. How do you know she's a good person? Wenwen smiled, showing missing teeth. This morning she served me food. She's a good person. Wenwen, car's about to move. Don't stick your head out anymore. She pulled her head back, waving goodbye to me and Sophia. Goodbye, goodbye. I also waved back, waiting for the car to go far. Sophia only then timidly raised her hand, quietly waving goodbye. Goodbye. I gripped her cold hand, smiling. See? I told you. You did very well. Even a child could see it. Sophia smiled lightly. Inside involuntarily felt warm. Fearful feelings seemed to also fade much. I held her hand, turning back, seeing off others preparing to leave early. Xiao Tian and his boyfriend seemed arguing again. I didn't approach, just glanced once. Then standing from afar said loudly, when you get there. Message in the group. The other side responded, then argued 2 more lines. Before getting in the car and driving off. Xiao Fang also had to leave early. Household matters. I saw off each person. Besides these people, still had several other colleagues staying inside. Sophia and I returned. On the way, I asked, this morning did you serve food to that girl? Sophia kept her head down, answering softly, yes. I saw she didn't dare serve herself. I pretended jealousy. Yet you've never served me food. Words just finished. Sophia frantically flustered, seeing her awkward, wanting to explain look. I laughed. After laughing, immediately gripped her ice-cold hand. I'm just joking. Returning to the house, Sophie Chen was laughing and chatting with colleagues. Clear laughter ringing throughout the room. Seeing me holding Sophia's hand returning, Sophie Chen smiled, approaching. Team leader. Going to karaoke tonight? We all agreed already. I already reserved a room too. At Century Square. Sounded like kindly inviting, but actually was planned beforehand. Act first, report later. Clearly directly targeting me. Because of position limitations, I couldn't not go. Couldn't dampen everyone's spirits. I immediately understood. Externally smiled brightly. Great. Then everyone get ready and go together. Everyone very enthusiastic, dispersing each their way, driving to Century Square as agreed. Sophia and I didn't hurry leaving. At the back kitchen packing leftover food. Wrapping 2 tables worth of whole roasted lamb specially ordered. Including very many dishes. Not few dishes still completely untouched. Besides untouched dishes, also the half-eaten roast lamb. Everything packed to take home and eat slowly. Also unclear if the mini fridge in Sophia's rental room had enough space. Finishing packing everything, all stuffed into a large bag. Packed solid, full in the large bag. Carrying the bag leaving, the farm owner enthusiastically saw us to the door. Even leaving contact information with me. Saying next gathering come again, exchanging polite goodbyes. Getting in the car, I placed the food bag securely in the back seat. Ethan, you take these home to eat. Doesn't the supermarket let you take meals home? Stop always gnawing bread. Sophia, surprised by the concern, continuously shook her head saying no way. This much, how can I? I said your fridge can fit it, no problem. While speaking, one hand patted Sophia's shoulder. Can't fit, then squeeze a bit. Try working it out. Suddenly felt like an old leader talking. Not right. The problem wasn't whether it fit in the fridge. Sophia somewhat troubled. You also take some home to eat. Giving it all to me like this, I don't feel right. All day today eating your food, drinking yours. In the end even taking food away. What does that make me? I glanced understanding this silly girl's thoughts immediately. My gaze somewhat unhappy. Starting again, aren't you? Sophia lowered her eyes. I'm asking. Will you listen or not? I asked casually. Like touching some switch. Sophia immediately looked up. Afraid of answering even 1 second late. Perhaps because she was too much like a child. I don't know why I unconsciously patted her head. Then listen. Obediently take it home. Sophia obediently answered. Being patted on the head, she didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Even felt a bit pleased. I started the engine. Not noticing the girl's gaze hiding delight. Note for next time. Girls getting head pats, hair getting messed is actually very annoying. Waiting for the car to stabilize on the main road. I casually chatted, praising her. Today you truly did very well. I saw all your efforts. But some things need taking slowly. Tense all day. I also feel for you. Hearing the praise. Sophia in the passenger seat smiled lightly. Happiness spreading at eye corners. I'll take you home first, sleep early. Don't play on your phone too much. Sophia looked at me puzzled. Aren't we going to karaoke? Stopped waiting for red light. I looked at Sophia. Why, you like singing? Want to play a bit? Not that I want to sing. Sophia avoided my gaze. Just want to be beside you. I teased. What? Afraid I won't behave? Want to manage me all the time? No, Sophia hurriedly explained. Just want more practice. Want to become normal sooner. I naturally understood her thinking. But karaoke rooms weren't like the farm. The farm was spacious. I could lead her away from crowds. Avoiding contact. Karaoke rooms were different. Just a few sofas. Everyone sitting crowded together. For her now, couldn't handle it yet. Just then the green light came on. I drove starting smoothly. Running steadily. I didn't look over but spoke. Way. The karaoke room has quite many people. You'll be scared. Later I'll take you again. After speaking, the passenger seat went silent. Quiet to a strange degree. I know. Her voice suddenly rang out. I know there are many people. I also know what I'm like. Sophia lowered her head. Both hands placed on lap, gripping tightly. But I want to be beside you. Today I already tried hard, right? As long as I get closer to you. You're also willing holding my hand a bit. Saying this, she paused a moment, voice hoarse. In others' eyes, aren't I also almost like a normal person? Even if just trying to appear so. I heard it. Saying these words wasn't easy for her. She understood how serious her psychological issues were. Understood more than anyone. For this relationship, she'd exerted all strength to change. Though not knowing if all her efforts could improve things. How much could improve, all still unclear. But she'd never given up. Though ahead were obstacles, steps difficult, she still kept trying. Actually, inside she was always very afraid. Afraid that despite trying so long, still nothing would change. Still be the same self. Afraid I'd have to wait too long. Afraid I'd let go, seeing no hope. That result, she couldn't bear. So she had to be faster. Had to try harder. Had to try more ways, training herself. Today tried hard all day. Seemed to have some effect. Just getting closer to me. Didn't it also look like a normal person? Even if pretending. Still had some effect, right? Your waiting isn't wasted. Please just wait a bit more. Just that Sophia wanted me to see. She lowered her head, looking at the back of her hand. Releasing her bitten lip. Voice trembling. Can you take me? Today's efforts need an ending. I can prove that definitely in the future I can stand beside you. Like a normal person. Waiting for her to finish. In the car only remained music from the system. I didn't answer. Just focused on driving. Sophia also didn't repeat. Calmly thinking again, right. If in such a crowded place suddenly having an episode. Definitely would be very troublesome. Still many chances to prove. Like today was already very good. I thought insufficiently. Made too emotional a request. Getting out, must apologize properly. Sophia lowered her head, self-examining. A moment later the GPS rang. Go straight 300 meters ahead. About to arrive. Century Square. Huh? Sophia surprisingly looked up at me. Just saw me holding the steering wheel. Eyes not looking sideways. Mouth corners slightly smiling. Then I'll hold your hand tighter. And you must stand closer. Understand? Sophia dazed a moment. Then smiled, nodding firmly. Softly making a sound. In curved eye corners. Sparkled tears like stars. Waiting for the car to fully stop. I glanced. Sophia turned away, secretly wiping tears. I helplessly shook my head. Truly a silly girl. Silly to death. Am I blind? She so determinedly moved toward me. I could see, and see very clearly. Clear every single step. Chapter 61. Cold air from lingering rain spread through the atmosphere. Cloud layer pressing down all day. Finally showed signs of change. But that didn't affect the city's prosperity at all. Nightlife just beginning. At Century Square, neon lights shone on passing people in various colors. Bubble tea shops, hot pot restaurants. Bars crowded everywhere. Sunday night, last of the week. Always had people full of energy playing all night here. Before La TVKTV, happy crowds continuously entering and exiting. Faintly heard pounding music and people's shouts. I held Sophia's hand, leaning closer to her. If uncomfortable, tell me. Understand? Colorful neon reflected, sparkling in my eyes. Looked especially beautiful. She firmly nodded. I know. Even proactively leaned toward me more. Fully mentally prepared. I don't know why I found it funny. Clearly a place for fun. But for her like a battlefield. I originally didn't plan bringing her here. Partly because crowded, small space, afraid she couldn't handle. On the other hand because there was also someone named Sophie Chen waiting for me. Me facing Sophie Chen alone was like playing with a kid. But if Sophia also came, would be many unpredictable factors. I truly feared Sophie Chen would pull something. Harming Sophia. This silly girl had worked hard so long. Just got some positive changes. Don't let Sophie Chen ruin it all in the end. I had to be more careful. Thinking so, I sent an Instagram message asking the karaoke room location. Entering the large lobby, asked a staff member playing on phone before the marble counter. He gave very clear directions. I walked on ivory white tile flooring, reaching the somewhat dim-lit corridor. Finding the karaoke room. Standing before the door, soundproofing quite good. Just faintly heard sounds inside. I lightly squeezed Sophia's hand, signaling her to relax. She took a very deep breath. Mentally preparing, ready. Pushed door and entered. Lively atmosphere rushed over. Inside the room music was playing. Lighting somewhat hazy. On the glass table sat a large beer pitcher. Everyone had their own glass. Sophie Chen clearly the leader. Holding beer glass, happily chatting with each person. Amid the noisy liveliness, she keenly noticed someone arriving. Immediately stepped forward, welcoming. Team leaders here. Leading me to sit on the sofa. I'm still driving. Also getting invited to drink? Sophie Chen already called a private driver. Moreover, singing without drinking feels awkward. She smiled while pouring. This is team leaders. Sounded enthusiastic, but actually not one superfluous word. Implications in words extremely sharp. Already arrived, so drink. Car has someone driving. Don't find reasons refusing. Basically left no retreat. Way of offering drinks very forceful. Actually I didn't need her doing that. Since I came, naturally would drink a bit. Couldn't be bothered caring about tricks in her words. I took the glass. Preparing to drink with everyone. Sophie Chen filled another glass offering to Sophia. Oh, what should I call you? Spent the whole day together, still don't know your name. I said. She's not feeling well. Can't drink alcohol. Then I continued, naturally taking the glass she handed over. This glass, if she drinks it all. With Sophia's alcohol tolerance, she'd probably start getting dizzy. I couldn't let her drink. Sophie Chen made sounds. Also not caring. I said, her name is Sophia. Seeing me handling everything for her. Sophie Chen felt uncomfortable inside. Just a nobody girl. The type frequently appearing at places like this. Why bother protecting her? So tiring. Truly can't stand looking. Though thinking so, she didn't show it. Acting playful and joking. Team leader, you control a bit too strictly. Won't even let her introduce herself. I responded with a joke. No choice. Used to being team leader. Now have to urge everyone submitting tasks. Became a habit. Controlling too much. Hearing me mention work-related words. Sophie Chen immediately reacted like allergic. Afraid I'd pull conversation toward work topics. She hurriedly steered to other topics. Calling everyone to raise glasses. Thank team leader for treating us today. I took this opportunity. Expressing hope everyone would be more tolerant working together later. If any oversights, hoped everyone would understand. All social pleasantries. Sounded formulaic, but everyone liked saying and hearing. Drank a few glasses. Atmosphere very happy. Several colleagues started singing. Usually didn't notice, now knew they sang very well. I sat on the sofa. Just holding Sophia's hand. Since entering here, her complexion hadn't been too good. The hand I held was ice cold. I could feel her hand still slightly trembling. I feared she was forcing herself to endure. So always paying attention to her. Occasionally I'd lean close to her ear asking, feeling uncomfortable? Want me to take you home first? Sophia just looked at me, shaking her head. Just then Sophie Chen leaned over, sitting down on my other side. Wanted to drink privately with me. She curiously asked, how did you two meet, team leader? I answered, we were middle school classmates. Liar. Sophie Chen didn't believe it all, thinking I was just playing around with an ordinary girl. For face, made up stories outside. Even dared saying middle school classmates. Really know how to make things up. She continued pressing, wanting to expose me on the spot. But unexpectedly my answers were tight. Didn't reveal any opening. Sophie Chen wanted to bypass me. To talk directly with Sophia. Wanting to use her as a breakthrough point for her pursuit plan. But I, like having activated comprehensive defense mode, didn't even give chances to talk with Sophia. After several attempts, Sophie Chen started getting irritated. Clearly had meticulously planned. Now had all favorable conditions. Timing was evening. Location was private karaoke room. The girl temporarily used as stepping stone also present. Everything seemed very smooth. Who knew? The only variable was me, whom she'd thought was a blockhead. What blockhead? I'm clearly a fortress, blocking everything. Who could break a fortress? Sophie Chen felt extremely frustrated. Whatever schemes she had, I could easily defuse. Felt like punching cotton. The ideal situation she'd imagined initially now became the biggest failure. Initially planned using Sophia's player girl identity as stepping stone approaching me. But now what? Sophia appeared with girlfriend identity. Sitting beside me, next to me. Sophie Chen couldn't say anything to her face. Plan shattered. The whole gathering she arranged also wasted. She had to give up and sing. After she left, I noticed Sophia was a bit strange. Karaoke room too noisy. I leaned close to her ear asking, want to go home? Sophia looked at me embarrassedly. I leaned even closer. She said, "I need to use the restroom." All day she'd stuck close to me. Barely used the restroom once. Each time only when couldn't hold it anymore. Grown up already. Yet every restroom trip needs someone accompanying. Truly embarrassing. Fortunately I said nothing. Didn't show any irritation. As long as she said it, I'd take her. After that also wouldn't mention again. So she wouldn't feel ashamed. I said, "I'll take you." Like always, I remained gentle and attentive, making her feel very reassured. The restroom in the karaoke room had people. I led her to the outside corridor to the large restroom. I stood outside waiting. "Team leader, just now I asked where you went. Why come out here?" Sophie Chen also came out from the karaoke room, just happening to see me. I had nothing to hide. Said, "Sophia doesn't know where the restroom is. I brought her." Sophie Chen smiled brightly, approaching. "You're so caring toward her. Being loved by you must be very happy." Knowing her intentions clearly, I smiled, answering, "I'm just a normal person. I'm sure you'll find someone much better than me." Sophie Chen smiled awkwardly. That sentence full of implications. Such a good man. Miss him and there's no more chances. As she spoke, she even dared proactively moving closer to me. Pretending accidental. Actually extremely deliberate. I remained calm as if nothing. Sophie Chen, seeing no way to approach further, made excuse entering the restroom. At the same time, inside the restroom, Sophia had just finished washing hands at the sink. Chapter 62. Proof only once, don't be afraid. He's right beside you. Don't be afraid, don't be afraid. Before the black-white contrasting marble sink, Sophia stood before the mirror. She closed her eyes, one hand placed on chest, lips moving, quietly murmuring, "Don't be afraid, don't be afraid." I was right. An environment like this still wasn't what she could handle. She'd overestimated herself. Since entering that crowded karaoke room, she'd felt a nameless fear. That was the sign of a psychological disorder episode about to erupt. Now she was completely forcing herself through willpower. Just endure a bit more, that's all. Must be like a normal person. I can do it, Sophia told herself again and again. She continuously adjusted her breathing, trying to relax her stiff shoulders. After taking a deep breath, she opened her eyes. Right at that moment, the just relaxed shoulders stiffened again. Whole body became rigid. "What are you muttering?" In the mirror reflected Sophie Chen standing beside her. She casually wiped hands with wet tissue. Voice flat, perfunctory. Sophia wanted to speak, but couldn't open her mouth. Had to lower her head, hurriedly trying to leave. "Stop." Sophie Chen reached, grabbing her slender wrist. She frowned. "Has anyone told you? You're truly very rude?" Sophia kept her head down. Hand trembling. Didn't dare move. Wrist held tightly, forced to face her. Seeing her not resisting nor struggling, Sophie Chen released her hand. "What's with the head down? Don't dare look at people?" Sophia cautiously looked up at her, but gaze still didn't dare linger long. Sophie Chen laughed mockingly, rolling eyes contemptuously. This look again. Beside Ethan Carter, pretending a bit works. But pretending constantly like this, is it fun? Truly disgusting, sickening to watch. Stop pretending. I'm talking to you. Mute now? No, not like that. Sophia struggled, opening her mouth. Still stammering. Sophie Chen curled her lips, smiling. Still pretending? She looked in the mirror, slowly fixing her hair. Then asked casually, "How do you price yourself? Does Ethan Carter keep you for a period? Or pay per time sleeping with him?" Sophia didn't understand what she was saying. Just kept her head down, immersed in fear. Long time not answering. Sophie Chen frowned irritably, deliberately glancing at her with contemptuous eyes. Then took out her phone, opening a video, turning the screen toward her. "You film these suggestive videos to get views online. In real life you find sugar daddies. I'm just asking your price. What's so terrible? Still putting on airs. I talk to you and you act cold. You think I'm respecting you?" Her tone harsh, reeking of gunpowder. Sophia seemed not hearing, her gaze stopping on the phone screen. Whole body stunned, the past cruelly exposed. The last curtain hiding shame torn apart. In her head, emptiness. Seeing that reaction, Sophie Chen smiled coldly. What's with that expression? Didn't you film it yourself? Looking like you've never seen it before. She finished, then put away the phone, continuing fixing hair. A moment later, she coldly said, "Can't leave, Ethan Carter?" That sentence like pulling a trigger activating something. Sophia blurted out, instinctive reaction faster than inner fear. This time she didn't stammer at all. Sophie Chen didn't even bother looking at her. Still busy checking hair in mirror. "I want to date Ethan Carter. Someone like you shouldn't interfere. Of course, don't worry. I'll introduce you to a new backer. She's my friend. Very rich. Not picky. Likes keeping young pre-ones like you. Very generous too. In a bit I'll send you the contact. Leave Ethan Carter early." Sophia. "No, Sophie Chen." "Why not?" Sophia gripped her clothes hem tightly. I'm his girlfriend." "Girlfriend? Not a meal ticket?" Sophie Chen burst laughing, cutting her off, like just hearing the century's joke. She laughed loudly, arrogantly, but very quickly stopped, cold gaze sweeping over. "He says your girlfriend, you actually believe it? What kind of person you are, you don't even know. Be sensible. I said I'll introduce someone else. Don't push your luck. Though don't know how much Ethan Carter gives you. Definitely not little. You truly are very beautiful. Body's hot too. Don't worry. Sophia. I don't need money. Don't need money. Why film suggestive videos? Don't need money. Why find sugar daddies? Wanted but act innocent." Sophie Chen glared once. "I'm notifying you. Not negotiating. Don't overstep." A brief silence. Sophia kept her head down, asking like that. "Ethan Carter also saw the video?" "Huh? What are you asking?" Sophie Chen thought she misheard. "Of course he saw." Sophia buried her head even lower. Hand gripping the soft clothes loosened, leaving only nails pale white from squeezing too hard. Silently telling of wordless stubbornness. Sophie Chen warned her several more lines, telling her to leave quickly. Sophia from start to finish kept head down, not saying a word. "Talking to you, hear me?" Sophie Chen frowned, seeing the other party not answering. She completely lost patience. "No more pleasantries. Not leaving is fine too. This time I'm just warning once. Next time I mentioned." She brushed past, slamming hard into Sophia's shoulder. She staggered, stepping back. "Next time won't be this polite." Before leaving, Sophie Chen even hurled insults. Mute as a clam, Sophia stood by the sink. "So he knew everything, yet still entangled with me. Mind in chaos. But no matter what, he's still waiting outside. Must go out quickly. Can't make him wait long." Sophia thought like that, head in turmoil. Couldn't contain other thoughts. Just thinking must go out. Can't make him wait. She walked to the restroom door. Hearing conversation sounds, stopped her steps. Was Sophie Chen talking with Ethan Carter? Sophie Chen's voice chirpy and lively. Completely different from earlier. No trace of aggressive domineering anymore. "Team leader. Why's your girlfriend not filming videos lately?" "Probably just busy." Team leader still pretending. "Is she really your girlfriend? If not my girlfriend, what is she?" "Oh, team leader, I understand." "Understand what? Just spending a bit for fun. But still should be careful. Some have diseases. Having that would be miserable." "What disease?" Team leader playing dumb again. "But I'll still wait for you. When done playing, remember to come back." Just halfway through speaking, Sophie Chen suddenly embarrassedly ran off. I stood there completely confused. Playing coy. Hasn't this secret admiration trick been used long ago? Why repeat again? Don't know what game she's playing. But also reminded me. Sophia. The suggestive video matter absolutely cannot be exposed. As long as she doesn't want to say. I also can't mention. Otherwise just think. I turned around. Heart seized up. Whole body jolting. Just saw Sophia standing behind me with head down. I almost lost my soul. "You walk without any sound?" I didn't hide anything, clutching my chest. Sophia didn't look at my foolish action. Still keeping head down. "You already saw the video, right?" I froze. Pretending confused. "What video?" Sophia slowly looked up at my eyes. Right at the moment our gazes met, my heart felt strangled by someone. I'd never seen her look at me with eyes like that. For a moment, I didn't understand what she was thinking. In her eyes only confusion and tears. Sophia forced a smile. You saw it, right? Wei. I painfully looked at her, smiling lightly, reaching to wipe tears for her. She wished I could say one line that I hadn't seen, even though just hearing already knew was a lie. But I didn't say. How ridiculous. I kept fooling myself that just hiding the past, starting over with you wouldn't be discovered. But you knew long ago. In your eyes, I must feel like a joke. I'm also truly foolish. Fooling myself repeatedly. Don't even know what's real or fake anymore. Even thought I was gradually learning how to be his girlfriend. Reality, I'm not even as good as a normal person. Only when he grips my hand tightly. Can I barely blend into crowds? I'm exactly such a joke. Someone who unilaterally chose to keep living. Chose to live once more for him. Ethan Carter, you still like teasing people like this. Your joke this time. Why can't I laugh? Giving the dying a bit of hope. Then watching them struggle in mud. So funny, so interesting, right? But why can't I laugh? Would it have been better if I died earlier? Sophia, did you ever like me? I suddenly asked her. Wei. I sensed her emotions very abnormal. Behavior also strange. Clearly constantly wiping tears. Yet showing a smile. Voice unusually calm. Like saying last words. Ethan Carter, I've always liked you. Never didn't like. Sophia smiled while speaking. Tears still couldn't be wiped away. So she stopped wiping. Both hands hanging down. Letting tears fall. Sliding down cheeks. Dripping from chin. She said, I don't understand you, can't see through either. But if I'm about to die, can you not lie to me? My pupils contracted. Expression serious. Do you know what you're saying? Wei, did you ever love me? She smiled, but smile full of cracks. Don't know when would shatter. First time standing before her with trembling hands and feet. Eye corners burning. I rushed forward hugging her tightly. Sophia in my embrace. Hands behind my back as if wanting to hug back. But just raised then withdrew. This is enough. She in my embrace, breath weak. I can't take it anymore. Can you take me home? After that whatever I asked. She didn't answer. No other way. I had to call a driver to take her home first. While standing outside waiting for the driver, I made up some excuse messaging the group on Instagram. Then left the party. In the car, Sophia leaned on my shoulder in the backseat. I gently asked if she felt unwell. She just lightly shook her head, saying nothing. Car stopped at the roadside before the rental building. Driver also left. We both still sat in the backseat. Sophia closed her eyes, leaning on my shoulder very long. I stayed silent, not disturbing her. Sorry, I'm being selfish again. Sophia sat up straight, leaving my shoulder. But this time will be the last. Ethan Carter. Did Sophie Chen say something bad to you? Sophia shook her head, just staring at me intently, as if wanting to etch my image into her eyes' depths. Ethan Carter, if she bullied you. I hadn't finished speaking. Sophia spoke. I once filmed improper videos. In the car immediately went silent. Lost several seconds. She continued. I once wore revealing outfits. Made suggestive movements. Found every way exposing myself. Luring people to watch, though you already knew early. I truly once wanted hiding that. I'm sorry. Truly sorry. Ethan Carter. Wei. Sophia smiled lightly. But the things she said, I never did. Saying this, she choked slightly, whole body like drained of strength. Clearly collapsing. She lowered her head smiling lightly. A bitter smile. I truly never did. Hearing this, I immediately understood. Probably in the restroom. Sophie Chen said very harsh words. Sophia looked up with tear-filled eyes. In the car very dark. But at this close distance still enough for me to see clearly her expression. How exhausted, as if just looking up. Already consumed all strength. I can prove it, she said. Ethan Carter. You don't need to prove anything. Don't fall into the trap of having to prove yourself. I'm not proving myself. Sophia once again interrupted me tonight. I can be whatever. What others think doesn't matter. I only care about you. I want to prove it to you. I called softly. Wei. I never doubted you. You don't need proving anything. Sophia shook her head. Give me a chance to prove it, can you? Her gaze full of pleading. I glanced slightly away. Her small hand lightly clenched into fist. Then brought gaze back. Meeting again. Can you stay at my place tonight? This was the second time. I came to Sophia's small rental room. From long without sunlight. Inside the room was cold. Had a light musty smell. Also common problem of small single-occupant rentals. Room structure like that. Couldn't receive light. Moisture resistance poor. The room still arranged. Like when I came before. Just on the folding table now had a small electric pot. A cutting board neatly placed. Along with various mini kitchen utensils. Everything in sight cleaned very neatly. Like the room's owner herself. We both didn't say much. Outside seemed starting to blow wind. Rain smell in the air from before. Also gradually thickened. Light breeze strands merging into gusts. Sophia walked to the window. Pulling it closed. Old frame slightly warped. Wouldn't close tight. Wind blowing rain splattering in. Making rattling sounds. Whenever it rains, it's like this. Evening might be a bit noisy. Sophia said quietly. I didn't know how to respond either. Whole body still like fallen into empty state. Don't know how. I came up here. I truly feared she'd do something foolish in this room. That tone. That expression. Truly couldn't reassure anyone. Sophia turned her back to me. Voice light as wind. Can you turn off the light? I froze several seconds then made a sound. Switch right by the wall near me. Thumb pressed lightly, light disappeared. Room plunged into darkness. I turned looking at Sophia. She still had her back to me. Thanks to dim light from outside shining in, I dimly saw her silhouette. One side of clothes slipping down, hand loosening. Clothes falling to floor rustling. She turned face elsewhere. One hand covering chest. Just me undressing is strange. Outside, rain sounds like wanting to tear the night curtain. Wind howling in fierce gusts. Old frame creaking. Old bed also starting to sway slightly. Even if my love mixed with wind, rain and mud. Even if that pure love could get lost in passionate obsession. If amid those intertwined sounds of longing and confusion, I could still find a bit of peace from her. Then even having to remove each layer of disguise. I also wanted to place a gentle kiss. On her trembling breath. Then more intensely. Using burning gaze telling her don't stop. Chapter 63. Half-season girlfriend, managing too much is tiring. With wind quietly sinking into sleep. Unclear when last night's rain stopped. 6 a.m. Alarm rang. Shattering the unfinished dream. Sophia reached turning off alarm. Mind still a bit dizzy. She didn't have habit of sleeping in. Alarm just rang and person jumped up. She propped herself slowly sitting up. Leaning sideways. Messy hair naturally draped across shoulder. Somewhat disheveled from tossing. Blanket slipped off. Revealing pale skin. Just one stray glance already met eyes. Also don't know when Ethan Carter woke. Quietly watching her. Sophia hoarsely said sorry. Sorry. I woke you. Saying so, she embarrassedly turned away. Hurriedly pulling blanket corner up covering herself. No matter what, being stared at like that still made one embarrassed. Noticing her awkwardness, I immediately looked away. Not letting myself linger, I actually didn't dare look closely either. On that skin that should be flawlessly fair. Handprints, kiss marks, appeared extremely clearly, all like accusing my crimes from last night. I turned over, turning my back to her, randomly finding a topic. You normally wake at 6? From behind came rustling sounds of dressing. Sophia made a sound. I pondered a moment. Meaning, every day she waited for me at least an hour. Truly foolish. And last night, I don't understand what she was thinking either. Clearly I sensed her discomfort. Yet so stubborn, as if using her own body to punish me. No matter what I asked. She refused saying. Human emotions sometimes truly incomprehensible. I felt both heartache and anger. Temper flaring, no gentleness left. For me, that matter absolutely couldn't be considered a beautiful memory. Thinking back, Truly shouldn't have been like that. No matter how angry, shouldn't have vented on her. Especially in that way. If you don't mind instant noodles, I'll cook for you. Weak voice rang from behind. I turned around. Sophia had changed into long outfit. Gaze avoiding. Small hands clasped together standing by bed. I answered briefly, somewhat easing her worry. Sophia said, then sleep a bit more. When it's done I'll call you. She moved quickly, hurrying to plug in the small electric pot. I said, no need. I'm up anyway. Restroom usable? I'll wash my face. Yes. I'll get you a new towel and toothbrush. Just finished boiling water. She already hurried to the bedside cabinet. Sitting down, opening drawer. Taking out new towel and toothbrush. Small rental room cramped. Look up, see. Look down, see. I was standing right beside her. Bare as a worm, putting on clothes. She embarrassedly turned away, pretending not seeing anything, waiting for me to finish dressing. She immediately handed over the washing set. Careful with each bit, just afraid service not thorough. I said thanks. Taking it, then stepping into the restroom. No hot water? Ah. The solar water heater's a bit weak. Needs sunlight to have hot water. Around afternoon can use it. Sophia, while cooking noodles, turned answering. Water sounds rang from the restroom. No response. She turned back, gaze unconsciously drooping. He must find it troublesome. Definitely finds it inconvenient. Restroom small and cramped. Also no hot water. Here everything's terrible. Including me too. Yet even living like this. I've tried my best keeping it. We're truly too far apart. Sophia thought like that, in her eyes gradually blurring. But fortunately, everything's about to end. She tilted her head, looking at the bed beside. On the bedsheet still some fallen petals. Bloodstains from last night. At least can be considered evidence. Though I don't hope to leave you any good impression. Just a bit. A tiny bit is enough. To let you know, I'm not dirty like they said. Sophia withdrew her gaze, using palm back, wiping tears. Being like this, unworthy, loving you. From the start already unworthy. This self-deceiving dream should wake early. Sorry. Without this support, I can't keep living. Truly sorry. I'm not capable stepping out of the past. Even less capable standing beside you. I once tried, clearly knowing it's just a dream. But didn't want waking. This time troubled you so much. Last night too. Sorry for dirtying you. Cold water on late autumn morning makes one alert. I consoled myself inside like that. From student days till now. I'd never used cold water washing face in morning. Occasionally experiencing once like this. Better not experiencing. Finished washing, I stepped out from restroom. Noodles already cooked. Sophia stood beside the small folding table. On the table, a steaming bowl of noodles. Chopsticks placed neatly. Chair also prepared. I smiled at her. Sit down. Why standing? Sophia mumbled. I can stand. I walked over, sitting down. We're sharing one bowl? I asked, seeing only one bowl of noodles. Sophia. I'm not hungry. You eat. Before my gaze. She avoided guiltily. I said nothing more, picking up chopsticks, eating noodles. This Sophia. What's wrong with you? All lies. Small pot. Can only cook one portion. Also only one chair. So you stand beside. Inside definitely has thoughts. Red eyes turning away. Can't tell me one word? What's the meaning? Suddenly not wanting saying anything to me. Clearly before was very straightforward. Now what? I frowned. Stopping chopsticks. Why so salty? Sophia looked up at me. Somewhat panicked. Probably because yesterday's stir-fry takeout evaporated much. But I only added a little salt. Shouldn't be that salty. I said, you try. Handed chopsticks to her. Sophia took them, not at all minding I'd used these chopsticks. Picked up noodles, tasting. Honestly, then my heart felt a bit disappointed. Thinking. The last meal. Yet she only cooked one bowl of noodles? Besides that, cooked not even well. Truly terrible beyond words. Not salty. Sophia looked suspiciously at my frowning. I said, try again. Maybe morning taste buds not fully awake. Sophia added sausage. Still didn't taste salty. She looked up at me full of doubt. Before she could doubt herself. My laughter rang, shattering all thoughts. She immediately understood I did it deliberately. Sophia embarrassedly lowered her head. Right. I always easily see through you, nothing can hide. Sophia used tissue wiping chopsticks, returning to me, saying quietly, teasing me again. I took them, picking up noodles, bringing to mouth, blowing lightly. While blowing said, Ancient said, 1 day is husband, 100 days of duty. Just one bowl of noodles. With me here eating together. How can I let you go hungry? Open your mouth. Like a child, I held bowl and noodles, bringing close to her mouth. Sophia didn't expect me feeding her directly. Flustered, hurriedly waving hands. You eat. I said again. Open. Sophia hesitated a bit, then obediently opened mouth. Truly like a little kid. Noodles just entered mouth. She mumbled, I'm sorry. Dirtied your chopsticks. Saying so immediately took tissue, wanting to wipe for me. I just picked more noodles, eating directly. Like her, I also mumbled, Sophia. Why suddenly keeping distance from me? Sophia looked at me, not understanding my meaning. I didn't give her chance asking back. Again picking noodles, feeding her. Even if she shook head refusing, useless. Brought to mouth, could only obediently open. You eat 1 bite. I eat 1 bite. 1 pair chopsticks, 1 bowl. 2 people finished 1 breakfast. Sophia went washing dishes. I told her to wash face. While she was washing face, I finished washing dishes, standing by window looking out. From here, could just see where I often parked on the roadside. After work will talk clearly with her. She has too many thoughts. I don't know what she's thinking anymore. Originally already foolish. Also likes overthinking wildly. Truly makes others worry. Shortly Sophia stepped out from restroom. I looked at the clock, then said, Let's go. I'll take you to work. I walked over holding her hand. Didn't expect Sophia would avoid slightly, not like usual proactively offering hand. I slowly withdrew my hand, looking at her full of doubt, her gaze avoiding. I already requested off from manager. Today I'm off. A bit later will die anyway. What need to work? Sophia said, You hurry to work. Don't be late. I silently looked at her, saying nothing. What's this about? Yesterday just requested 1 day off. Today off again. Completely unlike her style. Requested off from manager? Don't need thinking to know. Definitely would be tense, must prepare thoroughly. Finally stammering, requesting off. Now no signs at all. Just 1 sentence already done. Sophia, you're blatantly lying? Not even bothering to think. Now even lazy pretending? I threw jacket on bed. Actually I also requested off. Today happens, can stay home with you 1 day. Sophia froze. Forced smile looking at me. Stop joking. Late for work. While speaking picked up my thrown jacket, returning it to me. I didn't take it. You joked first. Sophia's body trembled lightly. Hand offering jacket also slowly lowered. Forced smile on face, couldn't hold anymore. Face full of difficulty. In her eyes all pleading. As if saying, please don't interfere more. Just go to work, okay? Don't care about me anymore. I said, what kind of look are you giving me? Sophia said, nothing. Voice hoarse, carrying slight choking. She avoided my gaze. We both just stood like that facing each other very long. Already late for work. I frowned, speaking. Sophia, what exactly do you plan doing? Still need asking? Clearly you know but still ask. Is teasing people so fun? Watching people suffer, you feel happy? I can't love you anymore. I can't keep living. I will die. Just that simple. Can you leave? Let me die alone in silence, can you? Why must you push me to the wall like this? You just want seeing me miserable, right? I hate you. Suppressed emotions completely exploded. Sophia immediately burst out, sharp gaze shooting straight at me, shouting. What exactly do you want? What do I want? You keep wanting me to leave. Just wanting hiding in this small rental room to do what? Sophia turned away. How's it related to you? I said. You say not related, what's that mean? She turned away, quickly raising hand wiping tears. Said nothing more, just occasionally raising hand wiping. Waiting for her to calm slightly. Toi ni nong len tieng. Toi da zem me kai video kua em roy. May video kiu map mo goi cam em tung ki, toys em ka roy. Ka don thoi jion em tung livestream nua. Ngoi mu kuk go truok ong kin, vua du vua nok. Toi kung tim lai het may ban ghi hin du. Toi zem ka roy. Ti sao chu. That long ma noi. Toi chong ban tam gi ka. Con noi I kung fi tien vei fia truok. Kong the vi qua ku toi te ma chan vui luon hin tai. Hun nua. Nung viik em tung lam. Voi toi chong lagi ka. Toi chua tung thay choyan dula niem trong. Noi goi la map mo ti ku map mo di. Toi chua bao gio de y den choyan du. Kai la trong long tong vu vy van con kuk mak. Ko I mai kong vuo qua duok rao kantam li I. Tu lei qua ku ra de ket toi ban than hin tai. Tu min ket and ka tuong lai. Ko ta that su rat nok. Kong rat ko chap. Toi luon can than dan dat ko I. Vuo qua rao can do. Muon ko I tu min buong bo. Ko I muon jiao ti toi kung jiao. Doi den ki ko I du dung ki doi din qua ku. Toi se kung ko I doi mat. Toi da gi nu vei. Kung da sap zep nu the. Nung ke hoch chong theo kip bien ko. Gio moi choyan ton ra the ne. Dan fi doi din truok thoi han. Toi hoi. Vei nen em din chet a. Jiang toi kong lon. Nung roi vao long ko I. Nu da dap zong dat. Moi tu du bai vacha tran. Tong vu vy truok mat toi chong kongi de jiao. Em kong the yu an duok nua. Ko I vua lao nuk mat. Nung lao mai kung chong sak. Qua doi tham hai. Nen ko I ki lung lai. Toi hoi. Em kong thich an nua a. Em thich. Bo vi tong vu vy run ray. Tiang coats kong the kim lai. An da la mang song kua em roy. Lam sao ma kong thich cho duok. Lai bat do noi lin tin. Toi hoi. Vei tai sao van muon chet. Tong vu vy nen en gao. Em kong zung de thich an. Toi hoi. Em ko zung he kong. La du an quay din he em quay. Toi kong cho ko I thoi jion sui gi. Maluk ne ko I kung kong thich hop de sui gi ka. Toi noi em that su thich an. Ti he song cho tu te. An kong the yu noi da chet duok. Tong vu vy dang coats lai bat kuoi. Roy coats con tham hun nua. Dung la kai kiu dua. Kong dung lu kai. Toi buok toi keo ko I mo kai. Ko I hoi guang. Nung van thuan theo luke te toi ma zoe noi lai. Na vao trong long toi. Kong con kim nen tiang coats. Ko I om lay ao toi ma coats o an yu con nit. Ode, ko I ko the mak ke tat ka. Kai con lai toi va the joy kua ko I. Toi de mak cho ko I coats. Ku de cam suk trao ra het. Toi ni nong vo lung ko I dang run ray. That su rat lao sao. Ki nook mat da tam nung. Toi moi fat hin ti ra ko noi ko the coats lao den vei. Nook mat nung roy. Nung van con nak len kong doot. Tong vu vy nak nen en gong do ra koi nuk toi. Toi qui zong nin ko I. Dung non te gat me soi tok loa zoa truok tran ko I. M kong du ban dung kong. Yu kong du. Mun. An cam nyan duok dung kong. Yu cam nyan duok. Ki ko I hoi zong. Toi. Dat mo nu hun len jua doi long me dang dam la kia. Ki moi toi roi koi tran ko I. Tong vu vy nin thang vao mat toi. Muon nin thou toi nu cash toi nin thou ko I. Nung du ko den me. Ko I kung kai ko the thay. Hin an fan chu enge go va trong sang kua chin min trong mat toi. Tin yu kua toi nu mo dong song. Song la thak nuk nam in gong. Goon man liat nung kung dio dang she troi. Tin yu kua toi ro rang den muk kai kan liak la thay. Con doi de dong song I. Sao lop thak kia and jiao nung gi. Ko I kong nin thou. Kung chong hu duok. Mwa tong vu vy run ray. Muon hoi toi ko noi that kong. Muon hoi toi ko that long yu ko I kong. Nung ki mo meng. Kao noi lai ton ko the hun em kong. Dula that he jia. Kung chong sao ka. Kong ko tin yu. Ko I kong the song teep. Du zak nyan la jia ti kung kai la tu ket lu ban than. Mang song ne da la kua an roy. Kai kan la an. Muon hun em kung duok. Muon nu voi em kung duok. Muon tru dua em kung duok. Nung shin an. Ka doi ne dung noi ra. Du ko jia dendo. Em kung se tu tui fuck ban than tin vao du du. Em da tan ta the ne roy. Kong the chu dung them lan nua. Chuang 64. Shin loi nu mo con cho. Dung shin loi. Choyan ne kong fi loi kua em. Toi mu the ne ko fi rat zao shi kong. Dung noi lin tin. Em rat shin dep. Lam on doi them mo lat nua. Doi them chut nua thoi. Toi kong noi gi them. Kai nam lay ban te no dang run re kua ko I. Nam that chat trong long ban te toi. Kong he bao truok. Tong vu vy vua mwa coats zong kong bao lao. Dot nien fat tak. Ko I noi, em salam. Ko I muon toi roi di mo luke. V lat nua trong se rat zao shi. Toi noi toi muon o ben gun ko I. Tong vu vy fan doi man. Nung sao vi kao noi ti kung dong y. Ko I nagoi zom o gok hep jua do juong va tuong. Om do goi, run re kong nung. That long ma noi, ko I rat kong muon de toi. Nin thay min trong bo dang ne. Tham hai, ki la. Zao shi, tham kai ko the noi la dang so. Tong vu vy gi nu the. Ko I that su rat muon ko the min dung lai. Ra suk chong choi. Nung hon ton vo ik. Van de tam li niem trong an hong den biu hin ko the. Jiang mu ki qua kang thang. Noi ta se kong kim duok ma muon non. Kong the kiem sot. Kong fi kai kan y kai la vuo qua duok. Ko I jiang mu noi kong biat boy. Troi noi tren mat bien dong du. Tung con song lon tap thang vao mat. Lin tuk jiang zong. Ko I vung ve jua viek not nuk va hit tho. Hon ton bat luke. Do don va vo vong. Toi nagoi sat ben ko I. Nagoi zong dat gun nhau. Toi kong chu dong noi choyan. Ko I kung kong noi. Kung kong nin toi. Kai I am lang ma o ben nhau. Kong ki re. Kung kong tu chola dung ma an ui. De la lan do tien. Toi o gon den vei. Truck teep cam nyan ton bo qua trin fat tak kuatong vu vy. Kong go van de tam li kua ko I. Lai niem trong den muk ne. Toi thay zo xa den kong din ta noi. Ap luk zay hoi bei geo rat lon. That ra. How nu I kung ko chut van de tam li. Ban then toi kung song trong ap luk sao thoi jion dai. Tai yu niem trong. Mat nu ko dai. Nung kai kan du chin tik kuk va hop tak tri lu. Van ko the kai thin fan now. Kon tong vu vy. Van de tam li da tuok di nong luk zay hoi kua ko I. Kai song thoi kung da rat ko kon. So voi sin tun. Van de tam li. Luon bai de zong u tien kuoi kung. Mwa lan fat tak ko I kai ko the kan rang chu dung. Kong qua duok ti kai ko chet. Kong noi than thich. Kong I ju du. Kong the than thiet voi bat ki I. Noi tin than hon ton sup du. Ti chong the di do duok nua. Kai ko the ko roo gok tuong macho chet. Nung nam qua, mo mat. Ko I fi chu dung van de tam li nge kang nong. Mat kak. Con fi lin tuk chu su tan fa tu the joy ben y. Chu dung noi den du chin he du tri. Kai can it bai tun thuong di mo lan. Doi voi ko I kung da la ban on rat lon. Toi tu hoi long min. Noi toi la ko it toi da sam buong bo. Kai kiu do ko ne I chu noi ti ku chu. Toi hon ton kong gan noi. Kung kong bi it la no du gi ma ko I. Het lan ne den lan kak keen quang vuo qua. Dung so. Rang them mo chut thoi. Tong vu vy om goi. Run lei bei. Meng ku lam bam nu kai mei. Kong bi it la noi voi toi. He la dang tu noi voi ban than. Nung ko the chak chan rang. Moi lan fat tak. Ko I du chong du nu vei. Dan. Theo thoi jian troi qua. Toi cam nyan duok long ban te min lan buot. Ban te dang run rei kua ko I dan bin tin lai. Toi niang do nin ko I. Tong vu vy vui mat trong do goi. Jiang nen. Trong em dang salam dung kong. Toi mang yu mo kao voi nu kuoi dio dang. M dung la nok het fan thin ha. Ko con cho con now dang run ma con lo do anoi kak kong. Van vei that day. Sophia lightly raised her head from her elbow, only revealing half her small face. Dark bright eyes wide open, looking at me with pitiful gaze plus slight sniffling. Her voice tiny, uncertain, asking, "You truly think like that?" Now she not only had nothing left to hide, even the ugliest parts, all exposed before me, not just the body, but also dark corners in her soul, all nothing hidden from me. Before me, she'd lost the flesh covering of lies and concealment, only leaving the skeleton named honesty. I said, "Your frightened appearance even more like a puppy." Being told that by me. Sophia lowered her face. Don't know what that small head was thinking. A moment later she looked up, looking at me with extremely serious expression. "Can I be your dog?" I just heard Sophia finish that line. She immediately reacted, face flushing red, continuously waving hands. No, not like that. I didn't mean that. I mean, if you're not afraid of dogs, then I can be a puppy for you. No, I mean I want to be beside you. Being a puppy that doesn't make you scared. Also not that. Clearly this morning's chaos made her small brain completely crash. System just restarted, still running slow. Encountering some minor errors. Watching her fumbling explaining. I burst laughing. The more you say, the stranger. Sophia decisively shut her mouth. She lowered her head embarrassed. Fingers twisting. I laughed unable to stop. After laughing enough, I patted her head. Half joking, half serious, then later do it properly. Knowing I was joking, Sophia still kept her head down. Quietly mumbling. I didn't mean that. But also not that it's not okay. Sophia, please stop your bold, uncensored thoughts. Monday morning's incident started from skipping work. I called HR Director Zhao Qian. Skipping work or requesting leave, all through her. At the company, Sister Qian distinguished very clearly. But for personal feelings, she still reminded me that skipping and requesting were two different things. Result. I followed her words. Turning skip day into leave request day. Money still deducted, but no penalty. Listening to wise people, no loss. However, must understand what they say. Understanding advice is also a capability. Work talk finished, switched to personal matters. Sister Qian very concerned about me, asking if I encountered anything. If I needed help. I thanked her for this concern. After knowing I didn't encounter big issues, she told me a few lines, reminding me to pay more attention later. Just request leave beforehand. Skipping work very troublesome. I thanked her for reminding. Said a few polite lines then hung up. Sophia sat beside me, head down listening to my call, waiting for me to put away phone. She said sorry. All my fault. I tilted head looking at her. What fault? Sophia said because I fought with you. That's why you got scolded by boss. She spoke smaller and smaller, self-blaming to the point of not daring to look up. I thought a bit. This morning counted as fighting? I also didn't care much. I stood up. Though floor very clean, I still had habit of dusting pants. Let's go. Rarely get a day off. I'll treat you to a meal. Sophia immediately stood following. Let me treat you. That's proper. I'll treat. Looking at that afraid of others stealing her treat portion look. I found it funny, then both went out. As for Sophia's supermarket work, requesting leave for her quite easy. She called the store manager. Voice trembling, stammering. Hadn't even finished speaking. Manager already said no problem. Letting her rest one more day. This manager very kind, very easygoing. Sophia truly met a good person. I thought so. Also somewhat wanting to meet that manager once. When there's a chance. Chapter 65. Must discipline properly, thanks to last night's autumn rain. Riverside City rarely escaped the stuffiness. This unexpected day off. Also don't know how to spend it. Anyway, today definitely must be beside that silly girl. Right now she's very fragile. Very much needs someone beside her. Even if she doesn't say, I understand. I let Sophia treat me to a braised pork rice meal. Deliberately ordered 2 extra sweet potato cakes for her peace of mind. After the meal, seeing weather outside quite nice. I asked if she wanted to walk. She was strangely obedient, even more than usual. Absolutely listened. Both walked together a while. I noticed she walked uncomfortably. Remembering what she endured last night, I felt very guilty, so just gently said feeling tired. I suggested resting on a bench under roadside trees. Both just silently sat together. Sunlight through leaves fell on shoulders. Letting time pass wastefully. Temporarily escaping reality. Escaping production line like life. Like today's unexpected vacation. Leisure came too suddenly. Clearly something to enjoy. Yet produced guilty feelings, as if in today's rushed pace. Even resting became wrong. In prison too long. Even getting out, just want returning. I leaned back on bench. Feeling unprecedented peace. Sky clear blue. Breeze and drifting clouds. Long while before one car passed by. Wind blowing, leaves rustling. Sun shadows swaying rhythmically. How long since I last daydreamed? Looking at sky like this? Last time probably still in school. When teachers lectured on platform. I propped chin boredly looking out window. Slowly closed eyes. Peace to the point of slightly unaccustomed. Seemed something different. Right. The sound. Since last night till now. The buzzing in head like electric current running wild in brain. First time not appearing. Last night I slept a rare peaceful sleep. Last night was comfortable. Comfortable is good. A small voice rang pulling me from daydream back to reality. Self-encouragement suddenly had someone responding. I tilted head looking over. Sophia was shyly keeping her head down. Small hands placed on closed knees. Lightly scratching pant legs, easy causing misunderstanding. Even I felt somewhat embarrassed. Hurriedly explaining. I didn't mean that. Sophia said. It's okay, uncomfortable is also fine. She lowered her head even more. Hands gripped tighter. I momentarily speechless, couldn't understand this matter. Were we still talking about the same topic? I wanted saying something but stopped, lips moving. Forget it. Explaining or not doesn't matter. I regained calm, leaning back on bench, looking up at distant sky. Sorry for hurting you last night. I spoke. Sophia still kept her head down. It's okay. Silent a moment, when I just felt my heart easing. She said, actually I also wanted you hurting me. I like someone dying suddenly sitting up. Sophia, what's wrong with you? Seeing me looking at her with horrified eyes. Sophia realized. She'd again said an easily misunderstood line. Hurriedly waved hands explaining. No. I didn't mean that. I mean I always hid the past. That was wrong. Also wronged you. I was wrong. If punished by you, hurt by you, I'd feel at ease. Sounded still a bit strange. But probably okay. Not that type. Ethan. My just panicked heart slowly calmed. She'd also said before. When wrong, wanted being disciplined. Like students strictly managed by teachers. That feeling of being disciplined made her feel someone cared. Someone paid attention. And someone loved her. For her. That was the happiness she always craved. I leaned back. Voice calm. Way, being hurt like that isn't discipline. I seriously said. Last night was my fault. Wasn't disciplining you. Sorry. Sophia suddenly became earnest. Not your fault. She always read me well. Last night she naturally knew I was uncomfortable. Just that she forced herself enduring. Taking self-punishment as purpose to bear it. Not because wanting too much made me angry. Speaking correctly. Though the one hurting was her. But wrong was also her. She deliberately pleaded. Deliberately treating as punishment. I shook my head. Wrong is wrong. Sophia looked at me with sorrowful eyes. She continuously shook head denying. I suddenly felt very sad. Clearly not your fault. Yet still must admit wrong. Initially just wanted your punishment. Ended up backfiring. Became using herself to punish me. Forcing me to admit wrong. Truly heartbreaking. Clearly she was wrong, yet making me bear it. Sophia about to cry. She didn't know what to say. Perhaps in words still mixed meaningless lines. She said, I'm wrong. Can you hit me? I couldn't help laughing again. Looking at the silly girl with sincere eyes. I uncertainly asked back, Sophia, you truly don't have strange preferences. That can't pass censorship, right? Sophia tilted head thinking, immediately catching the keyword. I explained to her that life like a book. If elements disrupting stable life appeared, censorship would jump in saying that wasn't proper. Sophia listened like lost in fog. I always had strange viewpoints. Also didn't expect her understanding everything. Back to main topic. This wasn't first time she was misunderstood by me. As having that preference. Sophia very much minded this matter. She couldn't bear such misunderstanding. Also couldn't swallow it and endure. So she very seriously explained to me, I'm clumsy. Some words unclear. My temperament truly very bad. Before even thought about hiding the suggestive video matter. Yet still wanted dating you. Saying this, she paused. Frowning. Eyes full of regret. She continued. Lying like that truly too terrible. Truly very grateful you don't despise my dirtiness. Still willing continuing loving me. I'm very grateful you're willing giving me chances. Later I'll find ways compensating you. You want my life, I'm also willing giving. You treat me so well. Yet I committed such serious mistakes. I want you punishing me. Best teach me a lesson. So I'll never forget. I'm so terrible. If not hurting a bit, can't remember. I heard her using foolish words. Saying her truest inner thoughts. Willing to completely open up. This was a good start. Very helpful for later psychological treatment. I felt very good mood. Okay. Hearing my decisive agreement, Sophia froze, then sat up straight, very obediently asking, hit now? I was somewhat speechless. Sophia, can you not say lines easily making censorship misunderstand? I'll let this pass. People say without rules, no order. Nation has laws, family has rules. If later you make mistakes again, we'll handle according to family rules. Sophia listened very seriously, almost taking out notebook recording. She thought then asked what family rules were. I smiled at her. Later I'll gradually establish them. Sophia nodded. Okay. Having someone managing me is good. A moment later, she red-faced looked at me. Stammering asking what, gradually, meant. Today's lag too high. I just smiled without speaking. Looking toward those distant hazy clouds blown away by wind. Letting the silly girl beside keep scratching and fidgeting. My girlfriend truly has terrible temperament. Silly, overthinks wildly. Not careful will silently die. Later must strictly manage. Chapter 66. First family rule, no playing phone. No playing computer. Not lying around home. Also no special places to go play. On rest days like this. I and Sophia started having a very simple lifestyle. Sitting on roadside bench watching time pass. Watching vehicle flow. Listening to wind. Remembering something, then saying few lines. Even not speaking didn't feel awkward. Just silently sitting there. Enjoying rare quietness. Soon reached dinner time. Leaning against Riverside Middle School. School dismissal bell rang. Life rhythm starting to spread. Though separated by wall, heard very clearly. On the road. Students in blue-white uniforms successively appeared. I patted butt standing. Let's go. Eat. Sophia followed me standing. She said would treat me, because this morning I already treated, so I refused. Saying this evening let her treat. I knew she lived very frugally. Occasionally treating a meal was fine. But letting her treat several meals, afraid must cut meal budget. I led Sophia, both wandering near school, finding a stir-fry restaurant with few people. Right at student dismissal, restaurants around school, which had empty seats. Restaurant nearly full. Both sat together in restaurant corner. I, as always, let Sophia sit inside. Today she was more fragile and sensitive than usual. Not just body, but soul, also proof of last night's self-punishment. This morning planning silently ending everything was exposed by me before her face. Then received love's affirmation. Her psychology like riding roller coaster. Up then down. Already fragile heart even more damaged. Before I always carefully cherished. Secretly guiding. Plus her own practice efforts. Over a month's hard work finally all became smoke. Even became worse. Though now I'm sitting beside. Holding her hand. Sheltering her in small corner. But whenever people passed by the aisle. Surrounding lively laughter. Conversation sounds slightly loud. She'd shrink head lower. Whole body lightly trembling. Okay? I tilted head asking. Voice lowered very much. Afraid making her shatter. Sophia forced a smile at me. Today's a bit uncomfortable. I held her ice-cold hand. Then turned telling restaurant owner wanted takeout. Waited a moment. I carried the packaged food box. Both walked back to rental. Leaving the crowd a while. The small hand I held gradually stopped trembling. Sorry, troubled you again. Sophia walked beside, head kept low. I glanced at her. Then continued looking ahead. Family rule number 1. Not allowed apologizing for flaws. You can't change short term. I said like that. Sophia froze, looking up. Looking at my profile. I also didn't look at her. Just continued. This time I'll let it pass. Next time if repeating, I'll punish. Sophia just let me hold her hand. Dazed looking at my profile under slanted evening light. Students joking laughter around. Gradually faded distant. In her eyes now only me remained. I was her entire world. On the way home, she silently memorized family rules. Family rules, family and rules. Must have me to have family. As long as both together. This shabby rental room also family. Dwelling also no longer just dwelling. Why looking at me? Looking whole way. If you don't open door, I don't have keys. Standing before rental door. I urged, looking at the silly girl before me spacing out. Don't know on the way just now. What nonsense she was thinking. Waiting for Sophia frantically apologizing then opening door. I shook my head inside. Today her lag truly high. Both returned to rental. Sophia walked behind closing door. I took the takeout box. Placing on small folding table. Yesterday's takeout, reheat and eat. Tomorrow can't eat anymore. I casually reminded. Sophia nodded. Quickly going to mini fridge. Taking out roast lamb and stir-fry dishes to reheat. Kitchen tools all mini type, small electric pot. Low power. Using not convenient, but Sophia used very skillfully. Each dish successively finished. Not many bowls and plates to arrange. Electric pot's glass lid. Small plastic steamer became temporary plates. Even the small electric pot steaming heavily. Filled with roast lamb. Yesterday's party takeout quite a lot. Small folding table surface piled with food. Eat, or you sit on the bed. I told Sophia standing beside. Only one chair. Sophia said, I can stand. I said, if you stand, I also feel uncomfortable. Indeed I lacked consideration. Sophia realized the problem. Then obediently sat on bed. Both like that. One person sat on bed. One sat by folding table. Separated by several steps. That beef stir fry. Eat more. Lots left. After tonight if not finished, must throw away. Seeing her not serving herself. I turned toward bed saying, okay. Sophia carried bowl over. Added some beef then returned sitting on bed edge. A moment later I turned speaking to her. Also this sweet sour ribs dish. If not finished, tomorrow definitely will smell off. Can't keep overnight. Sophia ran over again saying, such a pity. I really like this dish. I said. If you like, eat more. Saying so, I served her several pieces. Honestly, eating like this very inconvenient. Waiting for Sophia sitting back on bed. I also quickly finished rice in bowl. Then filled bowl completely with food. Every dish added some. Took several roast lamb ribs. Then carried chair sitting facing her. One person sat on bed. One sat on chair facing. Both exactly eye level. Sophia puzzled looked up at me. I while serving food from my bowl to her. Said, had known earlier, would have moved folding table near bed. Now full of food, moving won't work. Sophia watching me continuously serving food. To her, hurriedly said, let me do it myself. You eat too. I'm full. Just need gnawing some ribs. These dishes I served specially for you. Not letting her say anything. I continued, today, we too must finish this leftover food pile. Must try hard. Hearing this, Sophia, originally still worried, on face immediately bloomed smile. She always thought, throwing that food away truly wasteful. Could only try eating it all. Originally just her alone silently bearing. Eating more bit by bit. I just finished speaking. She immediately felt like being understood deeply. Matter seemingly one person bearing. Now suddenly became two people sharing. Inside rose indescribable happy feeling. She smiled nodding at me. Softly making sound. I looked at the silly girl before me. Could only shake head sighing. How could I not see through her small thoughts? With normal portions she'd have been full long ago. She kept eating. Just because pitying, not wanting waste. Also not hard noticing. Each time she ate, on face was happiness. Now completely forcing herself completing task. Just stuffing food in stomach. Even uncomfortably full didn't matter. Advising was useless. Even if she'd obediently listen and throw away. Evening definitely inside would feel uncomfortable. She feared hunger. If I didn't say, these dishes can't keep overnight. If not finished must throw away. Then Sophia definitely would keep till tomorrow. Even slightly spoiled, doesn't matter. Because still better than plain noodles. Because she put me as center. So someone had to work harder. I considered then decided eating it all with her. However delicious the dish. When eating to sickening point. Putting in mouth just felt bland and tortuous. Two people suffering together better than her alone. Yesterday's party. Takeout food pile. At least enough for 3-4 people eating all day. Yet we too forced eating it all in one meal. Only left little stir-fried vegetables and small meat dish. Couldn't swallow. Had to throw away. When cleaning aftermath. Both looked at each other involuntarily laughing. Laughing while stomach painfully tight. Also forced restraining laughter to not hurt more. Could say both together. Completed a seemingly impossible mission. Had strange accomplishment feeling. Actually becoming like this. Wasn't what I wanted either. Original intention was bringing more back. Anyway, those dishes left. Restaurant owner would throw away. Wasting food not good. So I brought all back. Could help improve Sophia's one-day meals. Could say both sides benefited. By normal thinking. If couldn't finish. Throwing away was fine. I didn't think much. But I forgot Sophia's feelings. Result became like this. Again became well-meaning causing trouble. Everything should be moderate. Finished cleaning dining table. Washed bowls and chopsticks clean. Both sat on bed edge chatting. Resting a moment. Waiting until sun set outside window. Together went outside walking to digest. Walking familiar path along school surrounding wall. Students evening class time. Outside road few people. Street lamps pale yellow. Street quiet. Both held hands walking slowly. Sharing hearts. Speaking true things. Before, things gradually became better. I still always silently caring, guiding her. Creating illusion for her that everything was fine. But today, reality shattered all those illusions. After emotions violently fluctuating, she became more fragile and sensitive than ever. Everything displayed today, could be said was miniature of psychological issues in her. Sudden episodes. Fear making her not daring facing anyone. Not daring contact. Even with me beside, couldn't help much. All this made her realize more clearly how different from normal people she was. Actually, she always feared. Feared she couldn't escape. Perhaps for me stepping out of this darkness will take very long time. Sophia said quietly. The hands both held, swung lightly with each step. I said, it's okay. Just take it slow. What's the rush? After a silent while, I said, actually stepping out will be very hard. Scared? Sophia shook head. I'm not afraid of difficulty. I'm afraid you'll leave me, you'll go away. I looked at her surprised. Both gazes accidentally met, both slowed steps. Sophia said, no one wants. Loving someone who can't live like normal people. Anytime could collapse trembling. You loving someone like that, probably also not normal. The line came out almost reflexively. Before my joking words, Sophia's mouth corners slightly curved, faint smile. I didn't mean that. Saying so, she lowered head again. Hesitated several seconds. Then softly spoke. Maybe I'll never escape. Light from street lamp falling in her eyes became sparkling dots. Like tonight's sky. She said her deepest fear inside. Before me, she no longer hid anything. And to me, she also didn't want having any more concealment. Sincerity was how she showed her heart. I withdrew my gaze, looking up toward distant lamp. Then just try first. If truly can't escape, I deliberately paused there. Could clearly feel the hand holding me suddenly tightened. I pretended contemplating, not continuing, deliberately keeping silent. If can't escape, then what? Sophia asked quietly, voice trembling. Between her eyebrows was entire worried area. Round eyes wide looking at me. Both nervous and fearfully waiting for answer. I didn't rush answering, just smiled lightly looking at her. What are you worrying about? I asked. Sophia lowered face, voice small as passing breeze. I'm afraid you won't need me anymore. I lightly cursed affectionately, silly. Gripped her trembling hand even tighter. Feeling fear emanating from deep inside. She was truly very fragile. Something tenacious yet easily broken. That was how I viewed Sophia. Clearly just a light touch could shatter. Yet strong to the point of overcoming suffering others couldn't bear. That tenacity not worth admiring. Only makes one feel heartache. I looked in her eyes. With the gentlest voice. Saying words reassuring her most. It's okay. Even if can't escape, also okay. We can find ways of living suitable for ourselves. Anyway, ways to keep living, not just one. Safe feeling. Isn't hugging someone tightly. Isn't saying possessive words like, you're mine. Or, who dares bully you? What other security source is, I don't know. But for her, entire safe feeling came from words I spoke so lightly, yet strong enough supporting both our futures. If truly can't escape, then we'll just live like this, it's fine. It's okay. From that moment on, the girl beside me suddenly became unusually quiet. Turned away, saying nothing more. I leaned closer checking if she was crying. She made sounds answering, voice hoarse. Just weak tears. I just smiled saying it was normal. Then turned away, letting her have time calming herself. Taking advantage of that quiet moment, I muttered to myself, you say I'm your lifeline. Yet carelessly wanting to silently leave. Honestly, you truly don't value your own life at all. I truly have no face left. Sophia was secretly fiddling with small beads in hand. Lightly laughing once. Crazy, when people are moved. You have to show that ill-timed humor sense. Truly speechless. What if made that pretty girl laugh out snot? Truly how embarrassing. Seeing Sophia's mood improved a bit. I asked her. Actually, I'm still very curious. Before, when your life was so difficult, how did you get through? I asked myself. If it were me, probably would have let go long ago. Sophia didn't hide at all. Honestly said. I once owed a lot of money. Had to repay debt. I nodded, indicating understanding. Actually, I couldn't understand at all. In her bones. Had something different others couldn't possibly understand. Not daring saying everyone, but most facing such situation. Definitely would choose cleanly letting go. Who would think must finish repaying debt before dying? Sometimes truly couldn't understand her thinking. I didn't ask more about where debt came from. Just asked if finished repaying. Sophia hurriedly answered. Finished. Won't trouble you. Looking at her afraid of being disliked appearance. I could only sigh helplessly. What I meant was if not finished. I could help, but was misunderstood. Anyway, this misunderstanding was fine. No need explaining clearly. Continuing that topic would just make her more embarrassed. I nodded, letting it pass. Finished is good. Later must live properly. Don't think obsessively about death anymore. Sophia avoided my gaze, lowering head, saying softly, as long as you don't leave me. However hard, I can endure everything. I said, okay, then consider it promised. Receiving the decisive answer, Sophia smiled, looking at me. Then consider it said. That day was the first time I witnessed her psychological crisis erupting. Honestly, I wasn't scared at all. That was the first time I realized I could touch her fear. So I thought, if already can touch, then can also use hands soothing it. Whatever the result, I still thanked her for letting me see her inner world, thanking her for letting me become her entire world. Chapter 67. Flavor of Peace. I was about to call you. Mrs. Huilan held the phone, telling me when I just pushed door entering home. What does mom need? I, while changing shoes at door, answered back. Finished walking. Took Sophia back to rental. Now I just got home. Still tried walking lightly. Afraid waking parents. Didn't expect nearly 11 p.m. Mom still not asleep. Rarely did my mom not joke. Straight to point. Asking all yesterday and today, no sign anywhere. Where did you go? I dragged slippers, walking to sofa, sitting down. I went to girlfriend's place, slept over one night. I straightforwardly told truth, nothing needing hiding. Mom's hand-holding phone froze. She adjusted reading glasses, then looked at me. Then silently thought, saying nothing. Mom's gaze made me feel somewhat unnatural. I spoke before mom. Why hasn't mom slept? Where's dad? My mom said, your dad slept long ago. You gone all day and night not returning. He's still completely unconcerned, like nothing happened. Not worried one bit. I smiled, agreeing. Right. Still mom loves me most. Since young till now, only mom treats me best. Flattering with all effort. Don't know who I learned that from. My mom didn't bother with those flattering words. Staying out overnight must also inform us. Not saying one word. Making parents at home worry like this. Is that okay? Next time pay attention. Next time I'll definitely pay attention. I smiled, making commitment. Mom looked at me. That appearance. Knew immediately I didn't listen at all. Hesitating slightly, mom asked, when planning bringing that girl home to visit? I took sugar orange from table. While peeling, said, let me see, when convenient, I'll bring her. My words carried evasive meaning. Not that I didn't want bringing her home. But normally, healthy people meeting lovers' parents already tense. But Sophia different, that matter beyond her capacity. Needed more time preparing. Wait till she's more stable. Mom brushed teeth already. Mrs. Huilan refused accepting the orange I offered. She thought a moment, then also vaguely probed again. You and that girl, relationship probably also good. I, while eating orange, mumbled, quite good. Mrs. Huilan said, then should also bring home to visit. My mom originally never liked pushing this matter. But been so long yet never met. Inside somewhat also felt concerned. I skillfully agreed. Then mom sleep early. Waited all evening. I'm also sleepy. Mrs. Huilan yawned, then entered bedroom. Okay, I answered, taking off slippers. Sitting cross-legged on sofa. Not at all sleepy. Watched TV a while. Messaged Sophia a few times on Instagram. Ate sugar oranges like eating melon. Don't know when finished entire pile. Couldn't eat more. Turned off TV, returned to room washing face, then sleeping. I lay on bed. Familiar head buzzing rang again. Like tides surrounding me. I turned over. Opening eyes, looking at wall. Now thinking carefully. Last night sleeping with Sophia. Truly had no head buzzing at all. Ever since. That was the night I slept most peacefully. After long sleep, waking. Inside had unprecedented peace. That feeling. Completely different from current torment. Between memories and torture. I dozed off when sky not yet fully bright. Everything returned to routine, continuing the cycle. Alarm rang. I dragged tired body from bed. Stepping out bedroom. Breakfast in pot. Watch the time. Don't be late. Changing shoes at entrance. Mrs. Huilan saw me coming out from inside. Habitually reminding. Going out now. I while yawning waved hand. On the sink. Toothpaste mom already squeezed for me. In pot still steamed buns and eggs. On table was steaming hot soy milk. Everything was 2 portions. 1 portion I eat now. Remaining portion bring to Sophia. Finished breakfast. Departed for work. Driving past school campus. Still heard from inside campus. Morning exercise broadcast couldn't be missed. Seemed still playing those songs. Never change. By roadside before familiar residential complex. Sophia looking out. Just seeing me from afar. Her eyes immediately lit with joy. I stopped the car before her. Both exchanged smiles. Waiting for her to sit in passenger seat. Fastening seatbelt. I handed breakfast portion to her. Hearing the familiar thanks. Car started rolling. Running steadily. I asked. Didn't I tell you to wait inside? Why run outside again? Sophia paused the motion bringing soy milk to mouth. Turning saying sorry. Sorry, I forgot, I said. You're a bit disobedient now. Hearing me say that, Sophia withdrew her gaze, lowering head. At some traffic light, I suddenly asked what shampoo she used. Though not understanding why I'd ask this. Sophia still honestly answered. Was very ordinary, very cheap shampoo type. I silently denied inside. Last night when couldn't sleep, I kept thinking. Why sleeping with Sophia felt so peaceful. Naturally not because of intimate matters. Till now, I still regretted venting anger on her that way. Leaving her very bad impression. Hoped she wouldn't have psychological trauma from this. Back to main topic. Last night I continuously recalled. Calculating repeatedly. I drew a conclusion. Scent. When sleeping with Sophia, even when near her, just close enough, could smell fragrance on her. That very scent gave me indescribable peaceful feeling. But based on Sophia's just answer, wasn't shampoo scent. I asked further. What about body wash? I suddenly asked again. Sophia swallowed last bite of steamed bun in mouth. Then answered honestly. So strange. Why suddenly ask these things? She looked at me full of doubt. I then silently denied that guess inside. Was very common body wash type. Cheap price was its biggest advantage. Also not body wash scent. Opposite roadside, Riverside supermarket. I stopped the car. Sophia looked down, looking at me full of guilt. Later I'll be more obedient. Obviously whole way she kept thinking about that. Probably just afraid I'd dislike her for not listening. I saw through that thought of hers. Just blandly answered, saying nothing more. When Sophia unfastened seatbelt, preparing saying goodbye then getting out. I called her back. Wait, what? She turned around. I said, come here, hug me. Oh, her eyes flashed with joy. She leaned over, lightly hugging me. I buried head in her neck hollow. My breath made her neck slightly ticklish. She shrank neck a bit. This hug somewhat strange, but she also didn't mind. Hugging me, she said quietly, I'll obediently listen to you more. I closed eyes, silently feeling. Casually answered, it's okay. If you don't listen, I'll punish you. Sophia's body lightly trembled. On face was overflowing happiness. Right. This very feeling. She made a sound, saying with serious tone, later please manage me more. I like you managing me. I nodded. Okay. Said simple farewells. I watched her enter supermarket then drove away. Now I could be certain. That very scent, on Sophia was a light, vague fragrance. Only when close could feel it. That scent not from shampoo. Also not from body wash. How to describe? Like faint ink scent in reading room in deep night. When turning pages, that fragrance subtly spreading. Light yet making people unusually calm. I'm certain she had that scent. But couldn't yet determine whether between that scent and my insomnia there's connection. Perhaps must find chance sleeping with her once more. Naturally, just sleeping. Probably. Chapter 68. Riverside Supermarket, Riverside Tech Network Company. I finished parking, stepping out from basement parking. Not yet entering company. Behind already rang a girl's lively voice. Team leader, what a coincidence. I turned around. Not surprising, was Sophie Chen. Meeting her at company gate again. Sophie Chen walked to my side. Both walking together entering company. I politely said, "Let's go." Sophie Chen smiled brightly responding to greeting. Today she wore a cute little floral dress. When walking beside me, she hid both hands behind back. Pretending cute action. Deliberately highlighting attractive curves. Intention too obvious. I didn't bother glancing at her once. Sophie Chen playfully asked, "Team leader. Yesterday what did you take off for?" I answered concisely. "Being with my girlfriend." Tone decisive. Sophie Chen rolled eyes. Team leader's girlfriend truly happy. Can make you take leave to accompany her. Yesterday when Sister Qian came checking your workspace. Her expression wasn't too happy. Honestly, you're also quite bold. If it were me, wouldn't dare taking off just for lover. What if work had problems, very troublesome? She spoke probingly, subtly sowing discord. Implication was, my girlfriend didn't think about me at all. That spoiled princess tantrum type. Forcing me to take leave to coax. Almost making my work troublesome. Truly certified troublemaker. If I hadn't talked with Zhao Qian beforehand, probably would have been scared by her. Those types of words, I didn't bother listening. I clearly understood HR manager Zhao Qian's attitude. When stepping upstairs, I looked at Sophie Chen, asking, "That day at karaoke, did you meet my girlfriend in the restroom?" She immediately stammered, but still answered, "Met. We girls just chatted few lines." I asked, "What about?" Sophie Chen answered, "Girl secrets." While saying, she playfully thrust chest out. I didn't ask more. Seeing me turn away, gaze also cooling. Smile on her face gradually disappeared. Inside suddenly felt worried. Could that girl have tattled already? Even if really tattled, whatever. I'm probably also not the type who'd cause trouble with colleagues over an ordinary girl. This matter not big. Otherwise by now I'd have found ways settling scores. That day after Sophia came out from restroom, her whole person had something wrong. She said nothing at all. Everything was my own speculation. Suspicion is suspicion, but can't use speculation as evidence convicting. Just wanted probing Sophie Chen few lines. Result. She confessed everything herself. Sophia was very special person. How could she proactively talk with others? Definitely just one-sided bullying. Now I could confirm. Sophie Chen said something bad to Sophia. Based on her series of previous behaviors guessing. Very high possibility. She used the escort girl matter to humiliate Sophia. But if just that, Sophia wouldn't think obsessively to suicide. That silly girl, though fragile, also very tenacious. With her temperament, probably would just silently endure, swallow inside. Handling herself, she once said, however difficult, would try enduring. As long as I don't leave her. So definitely Sophie Chen said words. Making Sophia think about breaking up. Very simple speculation. Just need confirming. Sophie Chen talked with Sophia in restroom. Then entire charges considered clear. People say autumn settles scores. But now also is autumn. Why wait till then? Let's set this aside first. Yesterday I didn't come. Your report. Send it to me later. In whole team, you're doing worst. I switched talking work with Sophie Chen. Immediately she pretended innocent. Bright face suddenly collapsed. But that was just the beginning. Because workplace originally was my strongest territory. I also clearly knew what she feared most. Poor capability. Having to rely on colleague relationships to compensate. I knew her background clearly. Knew she very much valued current work. Based on her work capability. Probably during interview needed quite a few connections getting in. Wanting control, too easy. Know the enemy, know yourself. Plus being on home turf. Must say, too simple having leverage over her. I don't like bullying others. But hate even more those who dare bully people beside me. On the other side, at Riverside Supermarket. Sophia when entering was still full of worry. Yesterday she took off midway then called requesting leave. This was her first time doing such thing. This job, for her not easy obtaining. She very much cherished it. It was the first step helping her enter society. Also her only income source. Just entering the supermarket, She immediately bowed head apologizing to manager. While bowing stammering apologies. 1 month originally had 4 days off. Actually even if she took 4 consecutive days, no problem. Zhang Shufang felt that matter very normal. Conversely, this sudden apology made her somewhat flustered. She kept stammering and bowing. Don't know. Would think the manager was bullying a small girl. Fortunately early morning in supermarket had no one yet. Xiaowei, it's okay. Requesting leave is normal. Zhang Shufang gently consoled. Conveniently stopping her, not letting her bow anymore. Truly sorry. I encountered some personal matters. Sophia explained. Zhang Shufang answered. Have matters, handle matters. But if next time need requesting leave, remember informing me beforehand. Yes, sorry. Sophia again gripped clothes hem, preparing bowing. She wasn't good at talking. Could only use actions to express. Zhang Shufang consoled few more lines. Seeing customers entering, stopped. Go work. Sophia went changing employee uniform. Very quickly after, she already devoted full effort into stocking work. Watching that hard-working busy small girl. Inside Zhang Shufang felt somewhat moved. Now young people, if encountering work with such wages, probably work 3 days, rest 2 days. Never miss any chance being lazy. Before had a cashier boy here. Just needs sitting at counter scanning codes collecting money. Asking him scan once. Difficult as reaching heaven. Touch him. He'd flinch and squirm. Like a warty toad. Yet, he also worked here quite long time. Complained several times wages were low. But people saying that also had reason. Wages here truly were low. Originally couldn't recruit anyone decent. Having someone willing helping already precious. Sophia treated this work others despised. Like treasure cherishing and caring. Honestly, inside Zhang Shufang besides valuing this girl, also had gratitude. She still couldn't bear closing this shop. Not just fearing idleness breeding boredom. But also because this small supermarket was the last thread connecting her with husband. After husband passed, she alone looked after this shop, raising daughter to adulthood. Supporting whole family with this very small supermarket. When both discussed opening this shop, also argued quite a few times. Then daughter just born. Family circumstances difficult, life tight, starting hard. Afraid investing too much. Afraid failing, opinions not matching. She wanted living stably, putting daughter first. He wanted doing something for child's future. Both not highly educated, both factory workers at electronics plant. Clearly knew their lives not well off. So just hoped daughter escaping that situation. Though then argued quite much. Her husband still always persisted. Zhang Shufang also took out all savings supporting. Couple together opened this supermarket. Now thinking back that difficult time. Then to find better cheaper supply sources. Her husband daily drove everywhere negotiating. To save hiring workers. Those shelves. Both self-learned assembling via videos. Then many panels installed backwards made them laugh till crying. Now remembering still feels funny. Looking around, everywhere was memories. At that corner, when not yet renovated, both once squatted eating there. She carrying child on back. He picked meat from his lunchbox giving her. Saying, "You've worked hard." And that shelf. He installed panel backwards. She laughed at him endlessly. Initially somewhat angry. But after even he had to laugh. And that cashier counter too. How could she bear closing? This shop not just hers. But also his. She felt as long as this shop remained. He still remained. Keeping the shop was keeping him. Loving the shop was loving him. Chapter 69. That day he said nothing, just silently worked as usual. Today could be said, worst day in Sophie Chen's career. Usually when eating at company cafeteria. Wanting getting close to me. She'd proactively approach. And I always found ways avoiding. Initiative completely belonged to me. But today different. This morning she originally already unhappy. Her report had many errors. I scolded her all morning. Now she didn't want seeing my face at all. Planned when eating would avoid far away. Finished getting food. Arranged eating with several other female colleagues. Was planning finding seat farthest from me eating. Didn't expect me proactively coming. Sophie Chen. I'm looking for you to eat together. I want talking with you, sit together. Though inside she groaned endlessly. 100,000 times unwilling. Still had to reluctantly agree. Because I was her direct superior. In company, she could only follow arrangements. Seeing her called away by boss. The colleague arm in arm with her. Also tactfully switched to other table. Saying not disturbing their work talk. I and she found empty table sitting down. Sitting facing each other. Just separated by one dining table. Sophie Chen's whole person like wilting. Felt like school days. Sitting eating at same table with homeroom teacher. Very uncomfortable. That usual bright lovely appearance also couldn't maintain. She frowned. Completely no appetite. Head down, using chopsticks poking pumpkin piece in tray. Like silently venting anger. I said nothing to her. But turned calling toward food counter. Brother Zhang, over here. Hearing me, Sophie Chen looked up. Looking toward where I called. Brother Zhang carrying tray walked over. Meeting Sophie Chen's gaze. He politely smiled greeting. Brother Zhang was oldest person in programming team 2. About over 30 years old. Calculating, still quite young. Though speaking clumsy, little communication. He was honest, kind-hearted. Very approachable. Whole team valued him. Whatever could help, he'd help completely. Naturally also could be because at his home still had a younger sister in elementary school. Being older brother accustomed, so viewed everyone in team. Like younger siblings treating. Good to everyone. Regarding work. Everyone though asking his help. All had limits. Sophie Chen was different. She completely knew his temperament clearly. Frequently sharing snacks before him. Deliberately acting like silly younger sister. Exploiting his doting sister psychology. Not few times asking him doing reports and writing code. Turning him into tool. I called brother Zhang to sit together. Several people while eating chatted. I went straight to issue. Game's new version about to update. Our team's tasks very heavy. Main programming team already transferred entire optimization plan to our team. We'll be in charge. Some work I want discussing privately with you too. Hearing this, brother Zhang started eating slower, concentrating listening. As for Sophie Chen, even less could swallow. She kept head down cutting pumpkin piece in tray. I found these two to talk. Purpose very simple. Settling scores just secondary. Mainly still about work. I inquired. About front-end optimization progress he was handling. Two programmers exchanged with each other. Quite deep professionally. Sophie Chen just eavesdropping already felt tired. I asked brother Zhang speeding up current optimization progress. Because after that still had several bugs needing fixing, would need his help. He nodded agreeing very decisively. I repeatedly thanked him for the hard work. Then turned looking at Sophie Chen. Feeling my gaze sweeping over. Sophie Chen kept head down. Shoulders unconsciously stiffening. I said, Sophie Chen, your report has many problems. Next time before sending me. Best don't have so many errors anymore. Always a pile of problems giving me. Each time like this, I'm no different from redoing from scratch. You should pay more attention. And also the backend interface connection part, you're in charge. Just doing reports daily, too little. Hearing this, Sophie Chen looked up, difficult expression, continuously waving hands. I can't do it, I said. Just a few interfaces, can't do? Sophie Chen, I'll do reports really well but interfaces. Reports originally are what you must do well. That's your responsibility. Backend interface part is the task I'm assigning now. Sophie Chen flustered, difficultly looking at brother Zhang. He immediately avoided her gaze. Because she originally wasn't hardcore technical person. Entered company through connections. Work related to programming, basically couldn't do. Those reports I saw, nothing remarkable. She also had to spend much time completing. Relying on time to compensate for volume. Work not requiring technical expertise, could still do. That was already her limit. If forcing her writing real code. Probably like demanding life. Every company would have several people specializing in fishing in troubled waters like this. These people, professional capability weak. Usually try harmonizing with everyone. Bowing a bit. Diligently doing trivial work, Like pouring water, making tea. Handling simple matters. That was Sophie Chen's work style all along. Not that she didn't want doing difficult work, but lacked capability doing it. Couldn't do. Before, any superior was easygoing. Everyone knew clearly, but didn't say out. Didn't make things difficult for her. Plus she truly knew how making everyone happy. Usually joking around, livening atmosphere. So everyone also tacitly looked after, not assigning her overly difficult work. Looking at Sophie Chen with distressed expression. Like a weak girl flustered not knowing what to do. I didn't feel any pity. I said, "This isn't discussing. This is me assigning you tasks. Others in team all have workload much more than you." Finishing, I didn't forget adding one line. "If even this can't be done." I deliberately paused, sighed, shook head, lowered continuing eating, said nothing more, meaning already too clear. Translated lightly. "If even this can't be done, then you truly don't fit this work." Translated directly. "Can do, do. Can't do, quit." Sophie Chen finally reluctantly nodded. She gritted teeth, enduring. Face like about to cry. I nodded. "You must do seriously. Problems in reports also must value. Don't just go through motions." After that everyone continued the meal. Only Sophie Chen, this meal couldn't swallow. Brother Zhang finished eating, said one word then left table. Took advantage returning to workspace checking module he handled. I joked with him. "This counts as overtime work. Calculate overtime pay." Made him laugh. I didn't forget adding, "You've worked hard." Brother Zhang was true pillar of programming team 2. All big matters in team, he shouldered. I also ate faster. Just 3 bites finished. Wiped mouth. Drank milk bottle. I looked toward opposite, Sophie Chen. Rice in tray almost untouched. I asked, "What's wrong, eating so slow?" Sophie Chen forced smile. "I took a bit much. Seems can't finish." I shook head, holding tray standing. "Can't finish, don't take so much. Wasting food not good." Then turned leaving. Sophie Chen watched my back. Eye sockets red. Everything criticized. Truly troublesome. Both angry and self-pitying. First time she was tormented by work to crying point. Also at company. Extremely embarrassing. Hurriedly raised hand wiping. Forgot hand just touched chili earlier. Lunch break ended. Afternoon work session began. I sat at workspace, glancing toward Brother Zhang. Must acknowledge one thing. Brother Zhang's work very steady. No lunch break, though I didn't encourage. Still must say, he truly very diligent and serious. Earlier chatting, I learned he'd worked this position 4 years. I was somewhat surprised. With his skills, originally shouldn't just be ordinary programmer for 4 years straight. 80-90%. Someone deliberately suppressed him. Office villains, not lacking. Brother Zhang, kind and honest. Looking also not like person good at handling situations. I silently calculated. About 2 more weeks. Main programming and planning programming would complete handover. I'd transfer learning with planning programming team. Then programming team 2 leader position would be vacant. I could recommend a bit. Brother Zhang very deserving person. Thinking this, I shifted eyes looking toward Sophie Chen's seat. Saw no one, seat empty. I looked around once. Then asked little Tien sitting nearby. "Seen Sophie Chen?" He said heard after eating got chilly in eyes. "Went to restroom washing." I frowned. "I ate with her." "When did chilly get in?" Little Tien shook head, saying just heard from other colleagues. I didn't ask more. Signaled him continuing work. Game about to update new version. Everyone in team had heavy work. Each person's tasks all packed schedule. After period working together, I also grasped everyone's capabilities somewhat. Personally arranged tasks. Human resources used quite optimally. Just a bit hard for Brother Zhang, his work somewhat much. Actually what I did, was also to prevent Sophie Chen going finding others doing her work portion. Everyone busy. No way helping her write code anymore. Programming department like this, whenever there's update, or game encounters problems, everyone throws in working. I also didn't deliberately making things difficult for Sophie Chen. Though had settling scores and tension. I didn't press to excessive degree. What I did, was just returning to Sophie Chen. Tasks originally belonging to her. Before, she relied on relationships, only doing simplest matters. Clearly everyone's salary same. Both programming teams had to shoulder work she should do, all trying compensating for her shortfall. Everyone knew clearly, but because already accustomed to that work style, Sophie Chen treated everyone nicely, spoke gently, usually stirred up atmosphere, also frequently shared snacks with everyone. Conduct very skillful, but now different. Things can't continue like before. I didn't have slightest compassion. Straightforwardly stood up, forcing her shouldering work belonging to her responsibility. This matter completely reasonable, also not deliberately causing difficulty. Just difference was, I clearly knew her capability limited. Definitely she couldn't handle herself. And I also already blocked her retreat. No more chances going asking others in team helping. Because currently, everyone was being assigned work exactly matching their capability limits. No one free to shoulder for her. Don't know how she'll manage. But that's her matter. If can't handle, when whole team's progress gets slowed down, higher ups investigate, definitely she'll be pushed out bearing responsibility. Let her handle herself. This was how I responded to her bullying Sophia. Not too heavy but also not light at all. If she doesn't do well, might lose job. If forcing herself doing it, probably exhausted to collapse. On the other side, Sophie Chen red-eyed stepped out from restroom. Chilly in eyes, truly unbearably painful. She washed repeatedly many times. Yet eye sockets still burning hot. Sophie Chen recorded this debt directly to my account. Though clearly she herself raised hand rubbing. Still blamed everything on me. She didn't return to seat immediately, but went to company's third floor. To HR Director Zhao Qian's office. Hearing door knock, Zhao Qian moved eyes from computer screen. Seeing Sophie Chen forcing a smile, lightly pushing door entering, Zhao Qian asked, "Cha-cha. What's the matter?" Somewhat surprised because, work hours yet she came finding her office. Sophie Chen sat down on facing chair. Looking at her bloodshot eyes, Zhao Qian suddenly felt chills down spine. She secretly gripped tight the prayer beads from temple. Saying was blessed to ward off evil. Held tightly in hand, Sophie Chen spoke. "Sister Qian, I want telling you something." Zhao Qian asked. "What matter?" Gaze wary. Facing was girl acting flustered and shy. But with her understanding of Sophie Chen, clearly that was just acting. That matter she didn't care about. Didn't bother noticing. Her showy actions. Just cared about those red eyes. Right when Sophie Chen about to speak, she couldn't help asking, "What happened to your eyes? So red?" Sophie Chen said, "Eating, got chilly, that's all." Hearing that, Zhao Qian sighed relief. Prayer beads in hand also loosened. Then said, "All right, speak. What matter?" Sophie Chen again forced shy expression, acting like hard to say. She spoke. "Sister Qian, I want talking about team leader Ethan Carter." Zhao Qian asked, "Your programming team 2's matter? Something needing telling me?" Sophie Chen said, "I feel he assigned me too much work." Before letting her continue, Zhao Qian already interrupted. "This morning Mr. Carter came finding me. He showed me work assignment plan. Everything very reasonable, no problems at all." Sophie Chen froze. A moment later she asked, "Programming team 2's work. Why would he come reporting to you?" Zhao Qian just smiled, not speaking. This morning she also felt strange. Didn't understand why Ethan Carter came finding her. First time he assigned such heavy work. Saying wanted her opinion. Then she was still surprised. Team programming matters, not asking main programming. Not asking planning programming. But running to HR asking. Now she understood. This Mr. Carter, from afar seemed harmless and kind, but actually not simple at all. Zhao Qian looked at Sophie Chen with meaningful gaze. Laughing lightly. "You also came finding me, the HR person, to reflect problems." Her words made Sophie Chen freeze. Blinking, she understood. Turns out Ethan Carter not only clearly knew her company relationships, but also blocked every retreat route. Truly vicious moves. Second floor, programming team 2's work area. I was concentrating typing code lines. Suddenly little Tien nudged my arm lightly. I turned around, saw him using gaze signaling. I looked following his direction. Sophie Chen had returned, plopping down on chair with empty gaze. I stood walking over, showing some colleague concern. I asked, "Your eyes better?" Heard chili splashed in eyes? Sophie Chen looked up at me. This unexpected concern, though from the very person who just made her miserable. At weakest moment, she still felt somewhat moved. Sophie Chen said, "Better. Thank you, team leader." Polite words not yet finished. I answered, "Better is good. Now take advantage doing work. These reports all don't meet requirements. I also have much work to do. This time no time helping you fix. Handle yourself. Try completing before work ends." Saying so, I placed file stack on her desk. Not needing to know whether she agreed, whether she could do. I turned leaving decisively, leaving behind her tear-filled gaze. All the way until work ended. Team leader, goodbye. Goodbye. See you tomorrow. Still busy? Almost done. Brother Zhang, you've worked hard. Team leader, bye. Bye. Each team member successively left. Company's second floor gradually became quiet. Space silent. Only remained even keyboard typing sounds. In programming team 2, person with heaviest workload still was me. My technical level, highest in team. So whenever needing support, I was the one shouldering most. I stayed overtime working a bit more. Handling matters, reviewing everything carefully. Looked at clock. Time to pick up Sophia from work. I took phone and car keys. Just turned around, startled. Sophie Chen standing there silently, saying nothing. Face gloomy, dejected. Made me jump. I asked, "Why not home yet?" While speaking, padded chest calming. Sophie Chen hesitantly asked, "What did I do making you angry?" I pretended not understanding. Sophie Chen said, "I admit. Before I once wanted getting close to you." She hesitated, then lowered head, gripping hands tightly. "But liking you, probably not wrong?" I glanced around, seeing no one. But still kept guard. "Not wrong. Thank you for liking me. But I have girlfriend already." You've also met her. Though clearly knowing she was lying. I still cooperated acting. I originally had a habit. Before deciding doing something, would prepare mentally bearing all consequences. Only when clearly determining the price, I'd calculate thoroughly. Already decided punishing Sophie Chen. Absolutely couldn't act half-heartedly. Couldn't just simply causing difficulty. Must clarify everything's beginning and end. To guard against someone backing her. Sophie Chen as a person, not complex. Though not blatantly money-hungry type. Always wanted clinging to wealthy people. Finding ways extracting benefits. As for personal habits, I didn't want judging more. From when I newly transferred to company. Sophie Chen originally had little interest in me. I also had no intention getting close to her. Even deliberately presenting myself as poor person. Result very effective, everything stable. But then don't understand why. One day she suddenly changed. Started approaching me with different purpose. Continuously displaying obvious flirting tactics. I didn't believe she could see through my disguise. At least couldn't suddenly discover. Definitely someone leaked information. I was transferred from headquarters to branch learning. Perhaps she heard something about my actual income. Otherwise wouldn't suddenly bring up work topics chatting. Sticking to me several days straight. Still trying acting intimate. I then went asking Zhao Qian and main programming side. Several people. Clearly knowing my circumstances. Normally our relationships very good. I asked skillfully. Everyone said didn't leak anything. I again asked several friends at headquarters. With my connections. Investigating this matter easy as flipping palm. As expected, headquarters side said. Last month, a female employee from other department. Once inquired about me. Reaching here, I'd grasped the clue. After determining information source. I also basically knew about Sophie Chen clearly. And began carrying out punishment. Didn't expect. Just lightly acting. She already couldn't bear. Not even half a day, already wilted. No other way. She had to come facing directly. But still lying. Also using excuse of liking me. Clearly just making excuses. Perhaps for face. Didn't dare admitting self-being for money. Even so, hearing that reason, I remained alert, not ruling out possibility she was setting trap. Luring me saying something unfavorable then recording. Caution always as good friend. I need watching my words. Must cooperate with her acting. Thank you for liking me. Sophie Chen. Those tasks she clearly knew I couldn't handle. I also don't know where I offended her. Anyway, I apologized to her. Stop. I raised hand signaling her to halt. I wanted Sophie Chen calming first. Waiting until she calmed down. I then spoke first. Whether you can handle or not, that's your matter. I don't know and don't want knowing. Moreover, I never made things difficult for you. These are tasks you must complete. You don't need apologizing to me. Speaking fairly, Sophie Chen always conducted herself very politely toward me, frequently initiating conversations, showing goodwill. Each meeting, proper greetings. Aside from impure motives, everything was fine. Just that she was very rude to Sophia. The person needing apology is her, not me. I'm not the one receiving that apology. Saying so, I gathered my things. I told her going home resting early. No need overthinking anything. Unfinished reports, tomorrow's submission fine. Just me saying consoling words perfunctorily. I stepped around her then walked straight. Sophie Chen frowned. What kind of man is this? Shouldn't I proactively bring up the escort girl matter? Yet he showed no face, exposed my lies. Then lectured high and mighty, slapping my face repeatedly. Fully displaying his nature of lecturing others. Should have been like that. Then I saw her heart completely cooling. She once thought, just needed me acting. Didn't expect me responding with mechanical tone. I turned off the recorder in my pocket. Then turned leaving. Now she truly had no options. Every relationship she could exploit, all destroyed. Wanting using schemes, no more chances. Calling heaven. Heaven won't listen. Calling earth. Earth won't know. Completely powerless. If continuing like this, she'd drag down both teams' entire workflow. Finally she'd be pushed out as sacrifice. Getting fired, foreseeable outcome. I just reached company door. Hearing sounds, turned around. Sophie Chen ran over, normally could tell she didn't exercise. Running posture very clumsy. I just thought that. Saw her left foot tripping right foot. Right before me. Executed a faceplant fall. Thud. Fell flat. Before I could catch her, she already jumped up herself. Hastily explaining. Those tasks, I truly can't do. Can you help me somehow? Now she no longer had usual playfulness. No brightness or easy relaxation. Only left struggle and awkwardness. I asked off topic. You're not hurt from falling? If not hurt, then this fall was useless. Sophie Chen worried to the point of pale face. Tears welling. I'm sorry. Probably because of that girl, about to become your girlfriend, right? I pretended not understanding. What about my girlfriend? She bit her lip. Couldn't care anymore. Honestly said. That day I said very harsh words to her. I apologized to her. How about this, team leader? You tell me where she is. I'll buy things then apologize to her directly. I said. The matter between you and her, how's it related to me? Don't overthink. Go home doing reports properly. Tomorrow morning submit to me. Seeing me not yielding, she started panicking. She'd exhausted all means. But I still responded formulaically. Not revealing any openings. Sophie Chen stood before me. Tears falling. I'm not the type of man who softens seeing women cry. Not the type where women cry and I'll listen. Not needing to know right or wrong. Fortunately that bad habit was already cured by Sophia, who once made me soften just with tears. Now I'm completely immune. I gave her a tissue. If there's something, speak clearly. What's the crying? Sophie Chen took the tissue. Didn't wipe. Just gripped tightly in hand. Those tasks, I truly can't do. Before always relied on others helping. Everyone helped me handling. Now everyone has heavy tasks, very busy. No one can help me anymore. If I don't complete the entire Somerville project optimization plan progress won't be approved. Consequences I can't bear. I said. Work capability, that's your own problem. Anyway, wipe first. Snot about to reach your mouth. Looks unhygienic. Sophie Chen hurriedly wiped. When she looked up, I'd already turned leaving. She chased again. Team leader Ethan Carter. What are you trying to do? If Sophie Chen truly because of your girlfriend matter, I sincerely want apologizing to him. I know I was wrong. Just reports and interface code. Not that difficult. Acting like I'm making things difficult for you. You know, even the simplest things I can't do. If speaking of shamelessness, she truly could say it so righteously. After that, a string of words making others speechless. I still responded very principled. No other way. I was truly too cautious. But each of her lines hit the core. This was her attitude. No way of speaking would work. Sophie Chen wiped tears, suddenly saying, "How about this? If truly because of your girlfriend, I'll kneel before him apologizing." Hey, stop. I raised hand signaling. Early morning already like this. What are you trying to do? Then how must you forgive me? I looked at her tear-filled face. Makeup already smeared. She probably realized she's about to lose her job. Without strict discipline system, people rarely self-reflect when making mistakes. She was just the same. Not that she knew she was wrong, but knew she'd be kicked from the project. Crossed off the list. Whether knowing wrong or not, no longer mattered. Just needed her understanding. This matter would make her lose her job, that's enough. As for the apology she mentioned, Sophia right now completely had no state receiving direct apologies. What if because of that, triggered her psychological illness relapse? Then big trouble again. Punished to this degree. Being teacher also can't be too heartless. I originally didn't plan cornering her completely. If she did something extreme, more trouble again. I said, how about this? If you truly can't do it, tonight I'll help you write. You just send all reports to me. Sophie Chen asked me about the interface code part. I already said I'd help writing. Hearing me willing helping, she was moved, to the point of pursed lips crying. While crying said thanks. That commotion made security guards at door keep looking over here. I couldn't bear this embarrassing scene. Said directly, that's settled then. I'm leaving first, before leaving. I left one line. The last words. I don't know what you two said in the restroom. But when she came out, looked very sad. That day she said nothing at all. Sophie Chen stood still, sobbing. Through tears. She saw my car leaving parking lot and driving away. She immediately waved goodbye from afar. I only responded with a glance. At this moment, Sophie Chen completely understood. Truly was because of my girlfriend matter. Her whole life she never imagined. Just because poking at a girl almost girlfriend got handled to this degree. What shocked her most? I said nothing. Didn't complain to anyone. The difference lay there. Perhaps truly should apologize once. Chapter 70. One breeze before Riverside Supermarket. Sophia opened car door, sitting in passenger seat. Why so happy today? I saw her happier than usual. Then asked. Sophia fastened seatbelt, smiling brightly, as if that was natural. Meeting you is already happiness. I said, sweet mouth. Come here, let me kiss once. Sophia obediently leaned over. Both very restrained, just lips touching slightly. Then separated immediately. I looked at the road, calmly starting the car. Sophia turned looking at me, smiling. What I said wasn't wrong. Today I'm especially happy. Not because anything grand, just because life continued as usual. Work wasn't affected by day off. My silent death plan was discovered by her. This love also wasn't destroyed. Now I no longer had anything hiding. Felt strangely relieved, though inside still felt guilty toward her. At least I understood. She didn't despise me for it. Remaining life, I'll try compensating her. Past 2 days, so many things happened. Like a dream. Fortunately, finally everything was fine. Today's joy, happiness after overcoming adversity, suddenly appearing at a frequently red light intersection. Sophia tilted head telling me, I love you. I glanced at her, didn't respond, just smiled. Honestly, I looked somewhat dumb then. Sophia still smiled looking at me. She wouldn't because I'm slow responding. Overthink anymore. Though yesterday I was silent, couldn't escape that mood, also fine. That feeling still burning hot in my heart. For me, that was the best answer. Lines like, "I love you too," didn't need repeating. Returning below the familiar rental building. Car parked neatly by roadside. I said, "Tonight I can't invite you walking. Work has several matters needing handling. You rest." I still had going home helping Sophie Chen. Finishing her work portion, Sophia said, "You also must rest well." Saying so, she unfastened seatbelt. Mentioning relaxing. I said, "Come here, hug once." Sophia hugged me once. Again that strange hug like this morning. I buried head in her neck hollow. Warm breath made me slightly ticklish. She shrank neck. When both separated, Sophia pulled collar. I made it all messy. "I'm going up first," I said. Sleep early." Both waved goodbye. I watched her going upstairs. Then drove home. Lingering fragrance still remained, though not sure if related to sleeping pills. Smelling truly made me feel reassured. If wanting confirming any connection, must quickly find chance sleeping with her again. Just sleeping, pure type sleeping. Arriving home, my mom was cooking in kitchen. Dad was scrubbing turtle shell by fish tank. I entered kitchen planning helping, but got scolded for being in the way, chased out. So I went to balcony watering plants and talking with Dad about international situations. After dinner, I and Dad washed dishes, cleaning up. Finished everything. My parents again as usual, watching TV while peeling fruit. I returned to bedroom, turned on computer. Receiving report files Sophie Chen sent over. She messaged on work Instagram. Thanks overflowing beyond the words. I didn't care much about those grateful words. Just casually responded few lines. Saying must handle documents, couldn't chat much. She immediately continuously thanked. Saying sorry for trouble. Actually in this matter, I also played a bit dirty. Conveniently used some not so honorable tactics. This whole thing looked like I was causing difficulty. But I'd rationalized all those actions, making people unable to resent too much. More importantly, I deliberately made Sophie Chen feel completely isolated. Every retreat blocked. She called heaven. Heaven wouldn't hear. Called earth. Earth wouldn't know. Then after she begged me many times, I finally acted helping. This type of help, she might remember all her life. Light. Didn't touch essence, but effectively embellished the big matter. Not worth much. But if doing favors, must be rescuing people in danger. Not just making people grateful, but must make people engrave deeply in heart. I did this with two purposes. 1. Doing it conveniently. 2. Afraid Sophie Chen would retaliate against Sophia. Handling like this, she'd only know thanking me. No reason counter-attacking. Leaving no future troubles. Enemies needn't be enemies. Moreover, someone at her level. Half a day solved everything. Didn't even deserve being called opponent. Didn't catch my eye. Just convenient matter. But still must pay price. I looked at the error-filled reports on screen. Slightly frowning. Still had several back-end code sections to write. Not difficult, but very time-consuming. Tonight, staying up late overtime again. And unpaid overtime, voluntary. Not thinking more, I quickly concentrated on work. Meanwhile, my mom, Mrs. Huilan, passed by room door. Seeing me working very focused, gently closed the room door. Then went to living room. Told my dad, Mr. Carter, turning TV volume down. After that both chatted few lines lamenting. Young people nowadays truly not easy. When concentrating working, time passed very fast. I typed the last character. Checked once over. Looked at clock. Already 12:30 a.m. I looked at phone. Had several Instagram messages from Sophia. When working, I had habit using silent mode. Don't know if she'd slept yet. I replied. She almost immediately messaged back. Sophia asked, "You working so late?" I answered, "Sorry, didn't notice seeing your message." She said, "It's okay. I also have nothing. Just wanted caring about you a bit." I asked, "Why aren't you sleeping?" She messaged back, "I miss you." Honestly, this silly girl always so honest. Unexpectedly dropping lines making me unable reacting. Being her boyfriend, Truly very hard staying calm. I messaged back. I miss you too. Sleep early. She messaged. Okay. Both just chatted simple few lines. I put phone down. Went washing face preparing sleep. But who could sleep? Exhaustion from overtime made mind increasingly tense. The more thinking, the more frustrated, no way calming. Dead tired but completely couldn't sleep. I started remembering that peaceful night. So many years. I'm accustomed to enduring stress. If I'd never experienced that peaceful feeling lasting till morning, probably now wouldn't suffer such terrible insomnia. I still hoped, could doze 1 or 2 hours before alarm rang. But that was truly distant hope. I dragged tired body starting a new day. Left bedroom. Small gear, that's me. Again continuing operating smoothly in life's big machine. As always. Breakfast mom prepared still remained in pot. Toothbrush already squeezed with paste. I left home on time, reaching campus with familiar traffic situation. School broadcast speakers still same as ever. Also had Sophia standing by roadside. Expression still full of expectation and joy like always. I withdrew tired appearance. Pretending full of vitality. Stopped car letting her up. I handed breakfast to her. She said thanks. Everything familiar to strangeness. I'm tired, didn't talk much. Just smiled at her once. Then drove off. On the road, while driving chatted with her to reduce tiredness. Actually, there's something I'm very curious about. I called. Way. She was eating breakfast, turned looking at me. I focused driving, not looking at her, asked directly. Why do you always look very satisfied? Sophia froze slightly. I often suddenly ask such questions. She was also used to it. Just this question made her not know how answering. Sophia puzzled looking at my profile. A moment later, she said a line confusing me. She said, "Love is rented." I froze, hard understanding. But also didn't care much. I'm a bit tired, didn't bother asking more. Today's road very smooth. The always red light intersection surprisingly green. I stopped car by roadside, opposite Riverside Supermarket. Said farewell. Sophia unfastened seatbelt. I turned head watching her. Just turned face. The small girl already leaned over. Gently hugging me. I froze. When getting out, hug. When getting in, kiss. Now Sophia had formed such habit. This time, didn't need me signaling. She proactively did it. But one more difference. Sophia used hand pressing lightly on my head back. Pressing my head into her neck hollow. I when hugging very much liked doing that. Then made sense. She whispered by my ear. You've worked hard. After the brief hug, Sophia withdrew. Once more saying farewell to me. Then stepped out, walking toward opposite supermarket. I watched her back. Until she entered supermarket, then recovered. I blinked. Involuntarily smiling. Looking at empty space whispering, not hard. Seems also not that tired. Just insomnia. I continued driving to company. What's love's price? I don't know. But definitely not cheap. I don't have much money. But love with her, I truly very much want having. Can't buy, then rent. Rent to get love. Then we'll have a day using entire life to repay. Chapter 71. Now I'm also someone who has someone caring. Riverside Tech Network Company LLC. I just stepped from parking lot. Looking around. Strange this morning. Didn't meet Sophie Chen. Clearly normally this time she often appeared. Habit truly is terrifying thing. Without her felt lacking. No one jumping out chatting like usual. Truly somewhat unaccustomed. I arrived at company. Smiling greeting colleagues from other departments passing by. Greeting security. Greeting receptionist. Then went upstairs swiping card clocking in. Sometimes I asked myself. Don't know if this world is a pre-programmed program. Everything. Just loops in an if statement command. Whenever bugs arise, programmers will fix. Then trigger some natural disaster or man-made calamity events. To eliminate unstable factors. Then continue running. Ensuring system operates stably. I endlessly pondered. Walking to second floor office area. Team leader, good morning. Voice full of energy. Pretending playful. Sounded also pleasant. Not hearing such lines. Whole workday would feel lacking. Who else came in? I turned head following the call. Sophie Chen stood up from her seat, greeting me once. I smiled, responding politely, "Good morning." Didn't expect today she came so early. Other team members hadn't arrived yet. Yet she was first person. When I passed by her seat, she called me. "Team leader, wait a moment." I asked, "What's the matter?" She handed me something. "Please help me pass this." I truly apologize for saying harsh words that day. Saying so, Sophie Chen lifted 2 gift boxes. I hadn't reacted yet. Last night's insomnia, mind still not alert. Sophie Chen continued, "This is for your girlfriend, not convenient meeting directly. Also consider it a bit of sincerity apologizing." I took them, seeing me staring intently at the 2 gift boxes. She hurriedly explained, "Just some pastries and snacks. That day saw you 2 eating at bakery. I randomly bought a few items." I smiled. "Then I'll thank you on her behalf." Sophie Chen said, "No, I should be thanking." "All right." I said nothing more. Said few polite lines, then returned to my seat. A moment later, Sophie Chen again brought a coffee cup, placing on my desk, along with some fruits, bread, miscellaneous snacks. I turned head, looking at her full of doubt. Sophie Chen clasped hands, quietly saying, "Thank you for working hard last night." Saying so, immediately ran back to her desk. I knew she was thanking me for helping write reports and interface code too. But hearing somehow still felt something strange. Her tone and attitude no longer had that flirtatious, teasing type from before. Didn't seem deliberately doing that. I withdrew my gaze, seeing little Tien at next desk perking up ears, eyes glued to screen, but entire attention poured toward me. I felt somewhat helpless. Normally looked silly, but gossiping, quite sharp. Snacks Sophie Chen brought over, too many. Occupied nearly half the workspace. I took several breads, giving to little Tien, casually saying, "Last night I just helped writing reports. Don't misunderstand." Little Tien pretended innocent. "Misunderstand what?" Knowing that is enough, I didn't explain more. I tore a small bread piece, chewing. "This bread tastes really good." Little Tien said, "That one's also good." She pointed toward another type. Continuing, "Few days ago Cha-Cha also shared several with me. I even saved them for breakfast." Must acknowledge one thing. Sophie Chen, though, had issues in work thinking. In interpersonal conduct, nothing to criticize. Clearly knowing her capability not good. So very good at asking others for help. Very skilled handling relationships. Treating everyone amiably. But thinking again, also right. If not because I didn't accept her goodwill, then with such work style, she could still survive in company. Though capability weak, not necessarily only skilled people survive here. People like Brother Zhang, strong capability, solid foundation. That's one survival type. But also people like Sophie Chen, weak capability still living well. Ultimately, that's also competence. Busy work still continued. Sophie Chen finally gave up intention approaching me. Though still keeping lively, bright appearance as before. No longer that deliberately getting close type. Previous small ambiguous actions also disappeared. This was right. Such conduct made me much more comfortable. If only this early, how nice. Everyone colleagues together. Why must confronting? Ah no. Must rephrase. Originally just her unilaterally causing trouble. I didn't fight back at all. Even less could call it confrontation. That afternoon, I assigned a bit more tasks to several team members with good expertise. Assigned more work. I gently said, "Trouble everyone trying harder." My attitude very good. Speech and approach all proper. So no one had opinions. Everyone just worked. Actually, these work portions originally were Sophie Chen's. I knew she couldn't do them. And I also couldn't. Every day because of her. Have to overtime at home till 1 a.m. I couldn't bear anymore. Only way. Ask team members sharing burden. Sophie Chen also saw this clearly. So she tried her best. Doing well the report portions within her capability. Regarding interpersonal conduct, she especially expressed gratitude toward related team members by bringing tea or small things. The source of these suddenly assigned tasks. Everyone understood clearly. Just no one spoke out. That was one of adult environments' unspoken rules. Busy until work ended. Such tense days still continued for a while. Because company was deploying game's major update. Our programming team under great pressure. Reaching work end time, I as usual stayed overtime working a bit more. Partly because truly much work remained. Other part, because Sophia got off work slightly later than me. So I took advantage overtime, then conveniently picking her up. Considered both sides not waiting for each other. Also not feeling awkward. Much more comfortable. I finished typing last code section, checked once over. Looked at clock, just matched time. I gathered things standing leaving. Just turned. Saw Sophie Chen still sitting at her spot. I walked over, seeing her burying head writing reports extremely clumsily. Trying hard was good, but this processing speed truly made me want scolding. Her capability truly wasn't okay. I silently assessed like that inside. Perhaps sensing someone standing behind. Sophie Chen turned around. Team leader, you haven't left? She looked at screen then said. I'll finish this section then leave. I joked with her. Doing this won't have overtime pay. Sophie Chen smiled. Isn't team leader also often like this? I said nothing more. Just said, I'm leaving first. Before leaving I raised gift box in hand. Signaling to her. Saying would pass to recipient. Sophie Chen apologized once more. Then said thanks. I turned leaving company. Drove picking up Sophia. Still familiar position. From afar already saw her standing waiting by roadside. Just seeing me. Her eyes immediately lit like having entire Milky Way. I just spoke few lines with Sophie Chen. Delayed several minutes. Otherwise would have arrived just right. I stopped car. Both again like performing ritual. First, lips touching. After that she smiled happily, fastening seatbelt. I took out gift box giving her. Giving you this. Sophia took it. Face full of doubt. For me? She looked at beautifully wrapped gift box. 2 large pastry boxes. She originally liked eating sweets. Knew clearly these weren't cheap. Suddenly felt uncomfortable inside. Originally already frequently receiving all kinds of help from me. Now also gifts. She didn't know what to do. Probably very expensive? She looked at gift box. Delicate eyebrows slightly frowning. I saw the heartache in her eyes. I said, I didn't buy them. Immediately Sophia's tense expression relaxed. She tilted head looking at me. You didn't buy them? I said, remember one of my colleagues named Sophie Chen? Hearing that name, her gaze lightly wavered. In her head immediately appeared that restroom meeting scene that day. She lowered eyes. Yes, remember. Thinking about it, naturally felt tense. Even somewhat afraid. Stammering calling me, Ethan Carter. She said, that day said harsh words to me. Felt guilty inside, so bought some things sending apology. Sophia froze, looking at pastry box. Then looking at me, though I spoke gently, though I pretended silly. Just thinking carefully, understood. Sophie Chen definitely not because conscience bothered doing that. Though inside had countless questions wanting asking. I said nothing more. Just focused driving. I didn't mention, she also not convenient speaking. Entire way, Sophia kept staring at gift box. Gaze like thinking about something. How to express. Inside me had a very hard to name feeling. Even I myself didn't discover. My mouth corners lightly curved a beautiful arc. Turns out this is the feeling of being silently protected. I'm also someone who has someone caring now. Chapter 72. Phoenix Tree Shade. Waving goodbye. Phoenix Road overflowing with autumn colors. Passers-by already started abandoning short sleeves. Replacing with long pants, thin jackets. Couples hand in hand strolling. Looked increasingly close. Peaceful life though nothing outstanding. But passed very fast. In a blink, another week passed. Again reached Sunday. Yesterday I was busy. Didn't arrange meeting Sophia outside. So today having rest, planned compensating. After lunch, nothing happening. I invited her walking a while. Sunlight very gentle. Weather truly comfortable. I held her hand. Together walking along school surrounding road. Roadside trees already shed quite many leaves. Dry leaves scattered on small pathway. Seeing any dry leaf, I couldn't help stepping on it. Hearing that crisp cracking sound. Not clear what meaning doing that had. But I just couldn't resist. Stepped on another leaf. Sophia didn't mind. Conversely, tilted head looking at me with interested gaze. Looking at her, like watching performance. I appeared carefree, but inside was considering something. More precisely, matter of sleeping with Sophia. Just simply sleeping, purely. I'd suffered insomnia all week. That thought increasingly clear. I just wanted a peaceful sleep. Not demanding much. Whether effective or not, I still wanted trying. What if it worked? Just if speaking directly wouldn't work. I was thinking how to propose that most naturally. Not that I feared rejection. Based on what I understood about Sophia. As long as I spoke, she'd definitely agree. But agreeing didn't mean could be casual. I couldn't not care about her feelings. That previous shared sleep already left her an unpleasant impression. I still must be more careful. If leaving psychological shadow for her. Truly losing more than gaining. I thought a while. Finally no solution. Had to leave to fate. Mid-autumn. Time eating more to avoid cold. Though just finished lunch not long ago. But walking a while. I felt somewhat hungry again. In wind had baked bread scent. Lamb fragrance drifting over. I said, craving it? Let's go. I'll take you eating lamb bread. I turned telling Sophia. She looked at me smiling brightly. Okay. She obediently nodded. That bread shop located diagonally across the road. We'd been eating several times. Taste very good. I looked at passing cars. Then led her crossing street. Just reaching shop entrance. I saw packed with people. Couldn't help sighing. Probably because it's Sunday. Students have rest. But the main reason. The advertisement posted at entrance. Autumn special sale. Lamb bread only 40% off. Buy one get one free. That was the real reason causing such crowds. Shop owner probably doing charity. Cheap stuff not buying, wasteful. I squeezed in planning buying more. Weaving through crowd stepping inside. Because too many people. Collisions unavoidable. Sophia almost stuck to me. I originally not good handling this situation. Getting inside. I saw her lightly pulling my sleeve. Then I remembered. Should have told her waiting outside. I was busy thinking about discount, forgot. This silly girl also didn't remind me. Just followed in, not saying one word. I pulled her closer, making her stick to me more. I asked, you feeling uncomfortable? She hugged my arm, forcedly showing a smile. People a bit too many. Whenever someone brushed past accidentally touching her shoulder, she'd nestle closer to me. Face somewhat trembling. If this situation continued, perhaps she'd have episode again. I thought like that, then decisively decided. We'll go out first. The baked bread doesn't matter. Eating another day. I led her leaving the crowd. Escaping the crowding. We both returned to quiet street. Together walking along roadside. Walking a while. Sophia's pale lips gradually returned to normal color. Clearly very difficult squeezing into shop. She lowered head, expression full of disappointment. If I were normal person, wouldn't reach this state. Truly sorry, she said quietly. I glanced at her with unreadable gaze. Then slowly stopped walking. She also stopped following. Not hearing me speak. Sophia looked up glancing at my expression. Just saw me calmly looking at her. Right when gazes met, I coldly said one line. Continue speaking, I'm listening. Though my voice very light. Don't know why. She suddenly felt atmosphere becoming tense. Hurriedly lowered head. We stood under small roadside tree shade. Autumn wind blowing through. A leaf gently fell on her shoulder. She didn't dare brushing it off. Also didn't dare moving. Standing still. Facing me. I raised hand gently brushing leaf from her shoulder. Her body lightly trembled. I suddenly asked. What's family rule number 1? Though not knowing why I asked that. But I asked. She answered, not daring delaying 1 second. Sophia, rule number 1 is not allowed complaining about temporary unchangeable flaws. Saying this, her voice slowed then stopped. Done. She understood where she was wrong. I asked, you know you're wrong? My voice showed no emotion. Sophia looked up quietly. Inside started feeling afraid. I know I'm wrong. I asked further. You deliberately wrong or accidentally? She answered quietly. I'm used to apologizing, didn't notice. I said, you think family rules just for show? So don't care about them, right? Hearing that, she hurriedly panicked, looking up at me, continuously shaking head. Not like that. I never thought that way. I very much respect family rules. Otherwise wouldn't have memorized every word. For her, family rules were foundation. Were safe feeling, were happiness. How could not value them? She frantically explained. I still just silently looked at her. Being looked at like that, she gradually calmed, not daring facing my gaze. Lowered head, silent, realizing just now was a bit emotional. She said quietly, not that. I never took it lightly. A moment later, I spoke, tone calm. I already said. When you're wrong, I'll teach you. Pausing slightly, I continued. With mistake like this time. What do you think? How should I punish you fairly? She answered quietly. Any punishment is fine. I said, without strict punishment rules. No one sees themselves wrong. Spoiled children can't change from few teaching words. Though normally you're very obedient. When making mistakes, I still must seriously teach. Saying this, I discreetly observed her expression. Though she was lowering head, could still see, she had no resistance intention. Seemed like, she truly wanted being taught when doing wrong. Just as she said before. Not joking. I thought a bit then said, might hurt a bit. You'll accept punishment? Right when I just finished. Sophia's body lightly trembling, visibly. She lowered head. In eyes flashed an incomprehensible emotion. But still sincerely answered, I accept punishment. Chapter 73. The reassurance that tyrants bring. Children shouldn't be hit, shouldn't be yelled at, even less should use punishment. But in this world, what's absolute? Have you ever met an overly spoiled child? No matter what you say, they won't listen. They talk back, even get physical, yelling, hitting. Then what do? Without strict punishment, children will just think you're nagging. Won't see themselves having faults. Even having faults. So what? Doing wrong themselves then feeling happy. People suffering are those around them. And themselves needn't bearing consequences. So why change? Of course. Also people using rewards instead of punishment. Saying if correcting mistakes will get praised. Such people are most foolish. Completely harming their own children. When facing reward temptation, children will choose correcting mistakes. But in essence never realize errors. They'll think correcting mistakes is exchanging for rewards. Originally not being naughty, not causing trouble, is naturally what should be done. But because of rewards, everything becomes children's bargaining chip. I'll correct. Then you must reward me what I want. Otherwise, the wrong one is you. That's teaching method distorting children's minds. Severely. Children originally don't have clear right-wrong awareness. They just react according to adults' reactions. If doing wrong yet adults still smile joking, children will continue wronging. To make everyone happy. And enjoy attention. If doing wrong then seriously scolded. For children first time offending. They'll remember shouldn't be like that. And self-adjust. But with children spoiled from roots. Already spoiled by adults. They understand better than anyone. Adults just talk. Doesn't affect anything. They'll ignore teachings. Even thinking teachers have problems. And feel annoyed. This time needs a bit pain teaching. Making them remember well. That wrong has price to pay. Next time before doing anything must consider. Must have strict punishment to know right from wrong. Children doing wrong. Should scold then scold. Stubborn children must be hit. If from small to grown making mistakes never been hit. Been scolded. Then should ask yourself. Am I a spoiled child? Are my parents bad parents? Of course, can't only blame children. If children behave normally, yet guardians treat oppressively like crazy. All-day pressure, harsh expressions. That's adults' fault. There are children spoiled. Also adults unworthy being teachers. Being parents needn't testing. Terrible adults, outside not lacking. Some people just bear children casually. That's just reproduction. Not nurturing. Such people unworthy being parents. People say parental love is vast. but must be real parents first. Not just rolling few minutes on bed. Then after bearing a chunk of flesh. Can be called parents. The words, parents, never were so cheap. Education matters. Set aside temporarily. Return to Sophia. Clearly. She wasn't spoiled child type. Conversely very obedient. Just special thing was. She always thought herself very terrible. Very needing teaching. That is, outwardly obedient. But inside thinking deserving punishment. Always feeling unsafe. If no one managing, she'd feel very uncomfortable. Walking under tree shade. I had nothing in hand for tool. Conveniently broke a small roadside branch. Trimmed off side branches and leaves. Ensuring branch smooth. I extended hand. Then ordered Sophia. She trembled slightly but still extended hand. She followed my words. I said, "Don't lower head, look at me." She timidly looked up at me. I hadn't even struck yet. In her eyes already welling tears. Lips pressed. I struck several times then asked. She had a bit couldn't bear. Tears spilling out. Hurriedly used other hand wiping. I said, "What did you say? Was your own mouth saying wrong? Then must endure until stick breaks." Hearing that, don't know why, she cried even more. I asked, "What's the crying?" Saying it yourself, must take responsibility. Sophia sobbed, again using palm wiping tears. Not daring crying out loud. Waiting for her finishing wiping tears. I asked, "You think I punished too heavily?" She shook head, her voice choked from crying. "No, I deserve punishment." Just finishing words, without warning. She hurt, letting out a soft groan. Don't say anything more. I didn't let much emotion in words. Remembering long ago, when I was small, also frequently taught like this by mom. Then I was still little. Didn't understand things, found everything fun. Like kids throwing stones or tossing sand. Though not causing serious injuries. Still got taught a proper lesson by mom. Each time mom used small switch disciplining. I didn't dare repeating. Seeing other kids doing similar things. I even spoke stopping them. Saying that was wrong. Growing a bit more. Starting school. I also mischievous. Caused quite few mistakes. Just then, my teacher changed to dad. Weapon also upgraded to 7 Wolves Divine Weapon. Precisely thanks to parents' teaching. I didn't become lawless child. Knew manners. Had clear right-wrong awareness. In later days could distinguish good from bad. Not stepping wrong path. And benefiting entire life. Some things superficially seem cruel. But people making you cry when young. Actually most responsible for your future. Recalling childhood disciplining. Pain forgotten long ago. Only gratitude remained. If not those stinging strikes. If not those heart-piercing beatings. With 7 Wolves Divine Weapon. How could I engrave mistakes? Also hard establishing right-wrong awareness. Now already grown. The one once beaten. Now became the one holding switch. I silently counted to 26. The thin switch swung up. Falling on her palm. Originally already thin and soft, couldn't bear striking force. One end broke off flying into air. As promised, teaching session ended. I casually tossed broken switch into roadside bushes. Sophia still held hand extended. Smooth white palm. With red marks crisscrossing. She obeyed. Though cried to soundless. Still didn't take eyes off me. Also didn't dare lowering head. I stepped forward. Gently placing her hand in my palm. Using thumb stroking red marks. Carefully soothing painful spots. Crying so hard. Very painful? My heart wasn't stone. Looking at those red marks. How could not feel heartache? She while sobbing nodded. Painful. Very painful. Her voice broken. I raised hand pulling her into embrace. Like adult coaxing. A crying child. One hand placed behind her head. Other hand gently patting back. Mouth repeating soft whispers. Good girl. Don't cry anymore. Next time not making mistakes is fine. Good girl. Don't cry anymore. Being held by me like this. Sophia suddenly. Couldn't control emotions. Everything breaking forth. She buried face in my chest, crying hard. Occasionally some passers-by. Couldn't help glancing over. Teaching needs not only strictness. but must have complete 3 steps. First step, explain reason and fault clearly, and make the other person clear about their mistake. Second step, punish truly strictly. Third step, comfort truly gently. Punishment must be truly strict, but coaxing must also be equally sincere. That's proper teaching, not just hitting then done. I think I fulfilled my role. When her crying gradually stopped, I gently separated her from my arms. Sophia, eyes red and swollen, tears still lingering, staring at a patch of shirt soaked with tears. She sniffled, saying sorry. I dirtied your shirt. I didn't mind that apology. Just asked, do you think my teaching was too harsh? Hearing that, she looked up at me with misty eyes. Gazes met. She sincerely shook head. Not at all. Please continue teaching me like this. I silently looked at her a moment, lowered, placing a kiss on her forehead. I will. Sophia completely melted, again burying head in my chest. Voice choked. Later will trouble you again. This type of discipline was precisely the happiness she craved. The happiness of being managed by another. She wasn't a child no one cared about. This discipline belonged only to her. She willingly let herself be swept along. Mind completely opening, respectfully welcoming the tyrant's arrival. She hoped I'd destroy her world. Take her life. Give her, a sinner, the deserved punishment. In return giving her peace. Chapter 74. Today read like this for Monday. Starting from the toothpaste tube mom already squeezed. I while brushing teeth looked at myself in mirror. Didn't sleep until 4 a.m. Truly very uncomfortable. Due to insufficient rest, mind felt beaten chaotic. I recalled yesterday afternoon's scene. Speaking out, a bit unbelievable. Most impressive thing this weekend. Was I disciplined my girlfriend? Exactly violent boyfriend type. I let the chaotic thoughts in my head drift a while. Finished washing face, then ate breakfast. Then drove out. As always, before meeting Sophia, I withdrew all tired appearance. Car stopped. I greeted her, watching her get in receiving breakfast. Thank you. When she took the breakfast, I grasped her small hand. Turning palm upward. Red marks from yesterday's small stick already mostly faded. Even so, I still gently stroked a bit. Still painful? Sophia shook head. Not painful anymore. I made a soft sound. Said nothing more about this matter. I looked ahead. Driving. Sophia smiled brightly, occasionally turning looking at me, seeming to love me a bit more. She while eating steamed buns drank soy milk, occasionally lightly squeezing the palm once struck. Though red marks had disappeared. If recalling, still felt the burning making her heart settled. If only yesterday hit harder, that'd be better. She thought like that. Speaking clearly, she had no strange preferences at all. I just thought, if punished a bit heavier, then that reassuring feeling held in hand would stay a bit longer. Just a girl's small greedy thought. Not any special preference type. Car ran on main road, traffic situation same as usual. Red lights needing waiting, not lacking any. Reaching Riverside supermarket. Roadside quite flat. Sophia unfastened seatbelt, proactively hugging me once. I smelled her neck hollow. Inside still calculating, when could sleep with her once. Mainly because I wanted understanding, wanted exploring. Had no bad intentions at all. I'd thought about this matter over a week already. Goodbye, goodbye. We both said simple farewells. I watched her cross street entering supermarket. Then drove away. Such matter truly had no appropriate moment to speak. Speaking now truly not convenient. Still that old saying, let everything follow naturally. Riverside Tech Network Company LLC. I stepped from basement parking. Meeting Sophie Chen. She greeted me with playful, lively voice. After abandoning those slippery ambiguous actions, her whole person became much more refreshing. We both entered company, starting a workday. This week the planning manager on business trip would return. Few more days then meeting. This learning trip mainly to follow planning manager learning. Before I always worked under lead programmer. Main reason, that manager was on business trip. I just temporarily replacing that position. Considered a small difference. But current situation quite serious. Even if manager returned, she also couldn't Immediately letting go current work. Must wait this game version finishing update. I finish current work. Then can start learning from program manager. My time in programming team 2 thus would extend a bit more. Waiting until everything on track. I'd also leave programming team 2. New position, planning assistant. If considering rank, several levels higher. But for me, no practical meaning. Salary also unchanged. Still applying headquarters standard. At this branch, work just secondary. Learning was primary. Purpose sending me here. Completely not for promotion. However much promoted, when returning, still must follow headquarters arrangements. These all work-related matters. I won't elaborate about the other side. Today Sophia at Riverside Supermarket had especially good mood. Not for other reasons, but because yesterday got disciplined. Inside felt very steady. Yesterday's small stick not only satisfied that disciplined happiness feeling she craved, but also helped her rebalance a bit in this love. In subconscious, she always felt this love unfair. Felt like always owing me something. The better I treated her, the more anxious she became. Yesterday's disciplining helped that emotional balance straighten a bit, helping her face this love more directly. No need avoiding. Sophia originally not good hiding emotions. Just entering store, face already bright. Manager Zhang Shufang seeing her so happy, curiously chatted. Xiao Wei, hello manager, being called. Sophia hurriedly greeted. Zhang Shufang said, no need being so tense. Just chatting a bit. Seeing you so happy. What made you happy? Sophia froze slightly, embarrassedly lowering head. Being disciplined by boyfriend with small stick. Such happy matter seemed not convenient saying out. Seeing her red-faced embarrassed. Zhang Shufang also didn't press asking. Guessing was hard to say reason. She thought a bit, then switched topic. Right. I brought some braised ribs from home. At lunch let's eat together. Sophia felt overly pampered. Manager Zhang. I brought rice already, no need. Zhang Shufang said. Last night cooked a bit much. Couldn't finish so brought for lunch. Alone also can't finish. If you don't mind, at lunch eat with me a bit. Hearing her say that, Sophia didn't know how refusing. Could only agree. Must admit, she treated her truly very well. Both chatted miscellaneous few lines. Zhang Shufang returned to manager role, asking her several issues related to goods. Sophia very serious about work. Answered thoroughly each line, no vague spots. After grasping situation, Zhang Shufang said, all right. Go work. Saying so, didn't forget reminding, don't overwork. Work slowly, no need rushing. Sophia responded, then turned going changing uniform. When she turned around, Zhang Shufang unconsciously blurted one line. Like this is good. Normally talking with you, you're always tense, afraid. Today like this, truly very good. Hearing that, Sophia immediately froze. Then she realized. Indeed just now when talking with manager. Didn't feel fear or worry at all. No stammering. Even could look directly at the other person. Chapter 75. Discipline also needs tools. First, eliminate possibility of psychological spontaneous recovery. Even she felt this matter too strange. Entire work time today. She kept spacing out, mind not on work, but thinking about this matter. Why suddenly became normal like that? Reaching lunchtime, she ate with manager Zhang Shufang. The other person served her lots of ribs. She while thanking, embarrassedly took them. Sophia carried experimental mindset, talking with manager several more lines. But no longer smooth as morning. By this point, she started showing signs. Slight stammering. Fear and worry feelings inside again started gaining upper hand. These changes, she felt very clearly. Initially she thought, perhaps because accustomed to manager, so could comfortably communicate, but lunch experiment made her reject that speculation. After multiple retries, she realized the matter not at all simple as she thought. Entire afternoon work session, she kept thinking. Clearly everything unchanged. Life also had no changes. So why this morning? Could communicate with others like normal person? Morning state made her feel very reassured. Inside had no fear at all. Right thinking this, Sophia's working hand suddenly froze. She stared wide-eyed, thinking of some possibility. That reassured feeling, exactly like feeling after my discipline finished. Though couldn't confirm whether two matters related. But what if they truly were? Anyway, must find chance trying again. See whether correct as speculated. That reassured feeling after being disciplined could make her temporarily become normal person. Same time, second floor Riverside Tech Network Company LLC. I was sitting at workspace. Nearly work end time. Today unexpectedly finished work early. I had rare free time. Relaxing a bit, no problem. I'm team leader. Normally no one checks anything. I can relax openly and legitimately. First, sitting dazed. As usual, I again thought how to sleep with Sophia. Confirming whether the scent on her had any relation to my good sleep. Thinking endlessly, no conclusion. I stopped thinking more. Opened shopping app. Typed search. Discipline tools for disobedient children. All types appeared. Rattan canes. Bamboo sticks. Flexible rulers. Rubber hand types. All clearly marked. Specially for teaching children. Durable, withstands strikes well. Hitting without leaving injuries. I carefully examined each item. Yesterday I already said, later would also discipline strictly. I wasn't joking when saying that. In my mind already determined would act more. Most importantly, I'd seen in Sophia after being punished. A happiness rising from deep inside. I also understood, later definitely must make her hurt more. To give her the right happiness she wanted. Not the type of happiness I thought correct then imposed on her. That was truly loving, thinking for the other person. I'm that type of person. Already deciding doing something. Then will think of every possibility. In this life, who hasn't made mistakes? Speaking frankly, everyone will make mistakes. And frequently, that's different. Just normally no one notices. Also no one pursues. Sophia hoped after making mistakes would be disciplined. Best being handled strictly. If hit painfully, easier remembering long. That was her need. I always kept that in mind. With that type of need, as long as she made mistakes, would be handled. Later somehow would be scolding every 3 days. Hitting every 7 days. But also needed analyzing specific situations. After she made mistakes, I'd observe her reactions. Read her emotions. Then judge whether she wanted heavy punishment. Then decide. For me, these matters not difficult. I'd worked many years. Observing expressions, guessing intentions were basic skills. Scolding very easy. Teaching others was originally my forte. Just hitting, honestly. Needed mental toughness. Girlfriend so obedient. Wanting determination acting on her. Indeed also felt heartache. But also fine. After punishing, coax carefully a bit. Also compensates somewhat. Another quite important matter, preparing discipline tools. Yesterday I used a small branch. Though conveniently broke from roadside bush. But effectiveness very good. Very handy. But still had a problem. If not handling carefully. Leaves not completely removed. Or still having small thorns. All hidden dangers. This time must buy several specialized tools. Naughty children, countless. Online also not lacking shops selling discipline tools. Such shops not rare. Rattan canes, bamboo canes. Flexible rulers all common items. Usually teachers used with students. Parents used with children, all applicable. Just imagine a common situation. Parent tutoring child doing homework. Hand-holding rattan cane. Seeing child again carelessly erasing. Mind wandering elsewhere. Then will hold small stick lightly striking. Signaling child seriously doing homework. Don't get distracted. That was overly familiar situation. Of course, however familiar. Still would have education industry people reacting, saying that was violence. Resolutely prohibiting. Those people's words, hearing like jokes is fine. Best avoiding them far. For no other reason, just because contacting problematic-minded people too long. Oneself also gets affected. In summary, these things all very common tools. Not anything evil or unspeakable. I stared at computer screen. Carefully viewing each item. Selecting a while. Finally whatever seemed fine. I ordered several. both long and short. Different materials. I also tried ordering. Several thousand each, not too expensive. Free time browsing web always passed quickly. Felt just now, already work end time. I also didn't notice clock. Until each team member greeted me. Goodbye, team leader. See you later, I'm leaving, team leader. Bye bye, you're working overtime today? No need, I'll clean up then leave. I responded each person skillfully. Then gathered things. Past 2 days. Sophie Chen gave me too much bread and cookies. Drawer couldn't hold. I took a bag putting some in. Due to taste preferences. I didn't like those things much. So planned bringing back for Sophia eating. She really liked them. Love actually was like that. If two people had same tastes. Easy inviting each other eating favorite dishes. But if tastes different, also fine. Could help each other. Finishing portions the other person didn't like. Not wasting. Just different perspectives. Not that preferences or eating habits must be completely same. Ways of loving, not just one type. People forcibly trying everything following one standard. Usually those overly confident in themselves. Taking own thoughts as standards. Such people, best avoiding far. Different tastes, no problem. As long as hearts have each other. Still loving, just love. Finished packing. I carried small bag of cookies and bread. Left company going to parking lot. Got in car then drove picking up Sophia. On the other side, Sophia held plastic broom. Silently walking between product aisles. Whenever seeing customers, she'd proactively avoiding the way. This supermarket also not very big. Didn't need asking employees, could find needed items. Looking around, would find. Direction signs also clear. Sophia already bought everything necessary. Now just needed sweeping floor. And rearranging items customers just rummaged through. Waiting for work end time. Also nearly time. Manager Zhang Shufang called, Xiao Wei. Work's done. She responded. Okay, cleaned broom neatly. Then went changing uniform. Everything in its place. As always. She left supermarket. When reaching cashier counter, still greeted manager once. Stammering. Tense and worried. Returned to normal again. That suddenly normal state. Only lasted exactly one morning. But just that. Was already miraculous. Leaving store. Crossing street. Standing at familiar roadside. Looking toward intersection. Her gaze empty. Spacing out. From morning till now. Always like that. Precisely because once being normal. So even more yearning. Why suddenly could be normal? This very likely was the key helping her returning to normal person. For her. Very important. Inside had a very strong premonition. That thing. Directly related to reassured feeling after my discipline. Must find chance trying again. She was thinking like that. Then my white car appeared in sight. From afar she already smiled happily. Waiting for car stopping before her. Through glass window. I and she looked at each other. She pulled door handle. Got in passenger seat. Leaned over kissing me once, then said. Sophia leaned closer. Her lips gently touching me. Then turned fastening seatbelt. I handed cookie bag to her. A small bag of snacks. Before letting her ask, I already explained. Colleague gave, couldn't finish eating. Hearing that, Sophia also felt more relieved. I asked if her work today was okay. Sophia nodded. Fine. We chatted miscellaneous few lines. Car rolled gently. An ordinary day seemingly peaceful. But both of us, though talking casually, kept private concerns. I wanted finding reason making tinnitus disappear. And I was thinking, how to sleep with her once more. To find cause making oneself become normal again. Sophia was considering, how to get me disciplining once more. At an intersection blocked by red light. Both of us carrying concerns inside. Without arrangement, simultaneously looked toward each other. Looked at each other then smiled lightly. Then simultaneously turned away, pretending like nothing happened. So ultimately, how should we do this? Chapter 76. Fortune held in palm. More painful than one person enduring. Is two people enduring together. Peaceful days passed several more days. Surface still as usual. Like a gear meshing in system. But actually I was still tormented by tinnitus continuously. Insomnia many consecutive days. Each time meeting her, I thought of Way's opening topic. Sophia also not much better. These days she kept spacing out. Working. Even entered wrong product code once. Fortunately discovered in time, no one knew. Because this matter related to whether she could become normal person. So she couldn't not think about it. Thus, in the time we two were together these past days, I still always silently thinking how to properly bring up sleeping together one night with her. While she was thinking how to say wanting discipline once without being misunderstood. Both had private matters inside, but neither knew how to speak. Anyway, that request too strange. That afternoon, right on Crazy Thursday, after work ended, I drove taking Sophia to downtown eating KFC. In car, I glanced seeing her appearance afraid spending my money. I then simply explained for her understanding. Today the new game design department returned from business trip. Planning department and project team already discussed cooperation between game company and KFC. Making promotional campaign for Crazy Thursday. Just returned. Manager assigned me the task. Told me experiencing the activity first. Must write evaluation report and improvement suggestions. Consider it work, can't not go. Activity currently not officially started yet. Still in preparation stage. Inside won't be too crowded. No need worrying about crowding. About money, what about it? Have a whole pile of special miscellaneous vouchers. Also can reimburse. Manager even said best inviting friends or family along. To receive more opinions and feedback. In summary, while eating while working. Doesn't cost money. I just drove while telling. Sophia heard a series of those things. Work matters she didn't understand much. But still very sensitive to keywords. Can reimburse. Meant free. Hearing this, her heavy psychology immediately disappeared. I secretly observed her reaction. Laughing inside. Wanting spending money for her truly not easy. I added, if you don't like eating fries or hamburgers. There are several new desserts and ice cream too. Saying this, I suddenly remembered something. Then habitually asked, recently can you eat cold things? Sophia then was thinking what delicious things to eat later. Being asked suddenly, she momentarily didn't understand meaning. Can eat, why not? Just finished saying. She immediately realized, I was caring whether she was on her period. Girls eating cold things those days. Wouldn't be good for health. Speaking without thinking first. Misunderstood meaning. She felt both embarrassed and flustered. Face flushing red. Lowering head. Hands twisting. It's okay, I'm not uncomfortable. Plus I also like eating fries and hamburgers. I smiled. I actually really liked seeing her react like that. Just pity was driving, not convenient admiring more. So cute. You liking eating is good. I let her sit embarrassed in passenger seat. My mind returned to traffic situation ahead. Downtown also not far. Road slightly congested. But only took about 10 minutes. This entire Riverside city actually not big. Driving anywhere convenient. Following map directions, I reached Shamao Plaza parking. Found parking spot. Car fully stopped. We both got out. Not far was KFC. This trip's target. Dinner time on Crazy Thursday at KFC. Though full of promotions, inside didn't have many customers. Just several delivery drivers waiting taking orders. Space somewhat empty. Quite different from big cities. Based on Riverside's average income level. And price standards. Going eating a KFC meal. Not even as good as entering a rice restaurant ordering several dishes done. Truly realistic. In places like these, KFC. Actually not truly cheap fast food type. I remember when young. Each time going eating KFC, could be happy whole session. But after several years working in Bayou City. Just smelling it already wanted vomiting. This thing also like instant noodles. Occasionally eating once, truly fragrant and delicious. But if eating every day, truly torture. Rather starve. Thinking back, already long since I ate it. Just reaching shop entrance. I already smelled characteristic fried oil scent spreading. Now I already had habit. Before entering shop always holding Sophia's hand. This habit came from subconscious. Like leading children crossing street. Always instinctively standing on protecting side. afraid they'd run around encountering danger. As long as I felt surrounding environment might make her anxious, I'd naturally hold her hand, pulling her closer to me. We both entered shop. I approached counter, briefly mentioning event experience. Then opened phone showing special discount code to employee. After checking finished, I led Sophia sitting at small corner table. We both sat on one side. I sat outside, letting her sit inside. Under the table, I felt her small hand slightly cold. Inside very few people eating. Main problem, unfamiliar environment. Made her lack safe feeling. Sophia afraid, and tense. Even worse than eating around school area. I lightly squeezed her hand. Tilting head asking quietly, "You okay?" Sophia looked at me, about to blurt apology habitually. But teaching in her head suddenly flashed. Though very much wanting my discipline. Absolutely couldn't deliberately making mistakes. Just to be punished. That was deviant behavior. She lightly looked at me with guilty gaze. "I'm okay. Just a bit afraid." Her voice soft. Small ice-cold hand holding me, showing faint smile. "If too afraid, just sit closer to me." Sophia lightly nodded. Gaze becoming gentle. Being cared for like this. Inside her itched with indescribable feeling. Wanting closer to me a bit. Wanting leaning on my shoulder. Wanting being held in my embrace. But this place not convenient. So she just lightly changed handholding, intertwining 10 fingers. Pressing palm against my palm tightly. Trying finding that fragile safe feeling. I scanned code selecting items. After I repeatedly reminded could be reimbursed. Sophia relaxed a bit more. Because few customers, food made very fast. I went to counter taking food. At counter, I had to say that somewhat awkward password line. That was part of game linkage activity. Just need selecting correct promotional combo. And saying password when receiving items. Would get a small gift. Such activity type very common. As person assigned experience task. However awkward. I also must completing full process. A moment later, I carried food tray returning. Sophia looked at me full of curiosity. "Just now I saw you at counter." Seemed also making strange gestures. "What were you saying?" I made serious appearance, pretending not hearing that question. Then sat beside her. "This ice cream melts fast. Eat while cold." Sophia took ice cream cup. In head still thinking. Ice cream eaten cold, eating when hot was what? She obediently ate immediately. I pulled tissue, wiping ice cream stuck on her nose tip. Sophia smiled looking at me, letting me wipe peacefully. I then noticed. One combo portion had packaging different from remaining portions. Illustrated character on wrapper looked very pretty. Definitely. My company's game character. "This for you." I finished wiping. Giving her the small gift just received. Was a small keychain. Game character figure. A romanceable character in storyline. "Thank you." Sophia took it. Though she didn't understand that game. The cute small plastic doll really adorable. And that didn't prevent her liking it. We both while eating chatted. Sophia placed the doll standing on table. "Just need looking up could see. This is your game's character, right?" She while eating fries looked at doll then asked me. I used phone recording several improvement points for report. I answered absently. You interested in my company's game?" Sophia lowered head, gaze faintly curious. For other people speaking, playing games seemed very normal matter. Though having phone, she never touched any games. Just living already exhausting enough. Where getting time and mind playing games? If not that day going out. Perhaps her whole life would have missed me. Playing what games? She had no interest. I asked just. Wanting understanding her more. Because everything about her. I wanted knowing. Atmosphere suddenly became silent. I immediately realized. Glancing at her beside. Then raising hand holding doll before face. 2 fingers holding keychain string end. Following inertia. Doll swinging like pendulum clock. Swaying before my eyes. I propped chin with one hand. Looking at that toy. That game character players gave. A nickname. Sophia still looking at me puzzled all this time. Seeing me speak, she immediately asked back. "What nickname?" I watched doll stop. Then continued. 5-leaf clover. Sophia tilted head. 5-leaf clover? 4-leaf clover is symbol of luck, but 5-leaf, I never heard. I smiled lightly. 5-leaf clover, because it carries an extra portion of luck. I paused slightly, then continued. That character's origin very poor. Always encountering misfortune. Fate liked teasing him. Compared to other characters, he had no advantages at all. Hearing me tell this far, Sophia suddenly felt that character very similar to herself. She became more interested, and curiously asked, then why already unlucky yet called 5-leaf clover? I placed keychain in palm, calmly explaining. Because he's very hardworking and tenacious. Whatever happens never gives up, though he's not the most outstanding character. And perhaps will never stand center stage brightly. He still chooses staying behind player, silently standing there. Whatever happens, firmly not leaving. Fate can't change him. Suffering also can't make him fall. Players say, a child like that deserves a better ending. They think Lady Luck truly unfair. They feel even luck still owes him one more portion of luck. And that 5th leaf is precisely the debt Lady Luck owes him. Therefore he's called 5-leaf clover. Hearing this, Sophia froze. Don't know what thinking. I tilted head looking at her. Actually that 5th leaf is regret. Nicely saying, Lady Luck owes him. But actually, that's a permanent debt, never repaid. He already missed luck, and can only live with that regret. But speaking here, I lightly pulled her hand. Placing on my hand, turning her palm upward. Placing 5-leaf clover keychain in palm center. Then gently folding her fingers. Sophia looked up at me stunned. A moment later catching my gaze. Slanted afternoon light through large glass window. Falling on her face. Light reflecting in those eyes. Like dying gentle sunset color. I smiled at her. Just grip luck tightly in hand. Then won't miss anymore. Tell me. Does Lady Luck truly exist? If truly existing, then meeting you. Probably already used my entire life's luck. No arguing anymore. Chapter 77. When girl takes all courage, voice becomes soft. Her tears truly soft. I thought that, but didn't understand what she was crying about. Just finished speaking. Her tears already fell streaming. Seeing her frantically turning away. But looking outside window, seeing people passing. So embarrassedly turned back. She turned face toward me, while crying hurriedly taking tissue wiping each teardrop. While wiping, finding reasons. Because too spicy. I made a soft sound. Not looking at her, letting her have time calming. I dipped a fry into the ketchup spicy enough making her cry. I muttered. What's with this ketchup? So red, crying from spiciness, understandable. Sophia, next time can you think of a slightly better reason? Giving such silly excuse, honestly. Wanting cooperating without collapsing, not easy. After that both while eating chatted. Sophia sat closer to me a bit. In unfamiliar environment. Seemed she also no longer too afraid. Hand gripping tight the gift symbolizing luck. No longer worrying about missing. Everything around seemingly blurring. In her eyes only me remained. Shoulder lightly leaning over. That was truly safe feeling. But even more than physical closeness was heart. Was happiness overflowing. Though both ate very slowly. Couldn't not admit. Sky darkened faster. Outside window. Sunset light gradually releasing. Entire city immersed in brilliant lights. Full yet? I looked at. The girl smiling silly at me. Don't even know what nonsense she was thinking in her head. Just eating, yet kept looking at me smiling like that. The more looking, the sillier. Full, Sophia while answering sat straight up. Like student. Called by teacher answering question. Thought such reaction would be obedient. But in my eyes only saw silly. A bit wanted laughing. I tried restraining laughter. Want walking around a bit? Going back now, still too early. Sophia blinked. Wherever you go, I'll follow. I joked. Not asking where going. Not afraid I'll sell you? Sophia answered honestly. Sell then sell. I'm yours. Let you handle. I laughed. All silly talk. Let's go. While speaking held her hand leaving shop. She obediently let me lead. Following me step by step. When people passed by, She'd slightly lean toward me more. Though Riverside native, she wasn't familiar with this area. When mentally stable, only circled from home to school. Most time like that, activity range limited to those two places. Rarely entering downtown. Moreover, recent years changed very much. For her, this place completely unfamiliar. Since psychological issues arose, unfamiliar environments always made her feel pressure. An indescribable fear type. Times like that, just need someone beside to rely on. She'd choose trusting without hesitation. I remembered that time working at out-of-province electronics factory. Her money once by a motorcycle taxi driver. Completely scammed. I felt the girl walking close beside me today somewhat gloomy. I glanced around. This area was a small commercial street strip. Street lamps brightly lit. Shops occasionally had people entering and exiting. By roadside also not many people passing. Feeling also like strolling. Near school. Just changed location. Already became like this. Seems I underestimated the severity of Sophia's psychological issues. The pain she was enduring. And what must overcome. Not outsiders could imagine. No such thing as easy understanding. But I knew how painful she was. Without personally experiencing. Couldn't truly understand. I slowed steps, tilting head asking softly. If feeling uncomfortable, let's return. Knowing I already noticed her difference. Sophia looked up at me, carrying guilty feeling. It's okay. Walk a bit more. Right then almost said wrong. But immediately swallowed words. In her head suddenly remembered family rules. She pressed lips. Then showed a guilty smile to me. Walk a bit more. That appearance trying hard enduring. Just to make me happy. Made me feel heartache. I didn't continue strolling. Held her hand returning to parking lot. Shortly both returned to car. Sophia lowered head. Again once more indulged by me. Person being cared for was her. But actually most uncomfortable person was her. If she were normal person, everything wouldn't become like this. Can't, just thinking of family rules. Sophia changed words, saying quietly. Troubling you caring for me again. She squeezed through loophole turning apology into thanks. I didn't respond, just leaned over fastening seatbelt for her. While doing, affectionately scolding. So silly, even seatbelt don't remember fastening. On the road driving home. Sophia kept tilting head looking at me. Wish I was a bit more normal, even temporarily, would be fine. Just a bit, already good enough. Like that morning. Now, thoughts accumulated all week. Just expanded at uncontrollable speed. I'm anxious, very much wanting clarifying. Between normal state and being disciplined. Whether there's any connection. Even just momentarily. As long as can return to normal. That's also what I always yearned. Is hope for future path blocked before eyes. I want trying, however, want trying. Want being disciplined. Ethan drove without thinking anything else. Not knowing at all inside her having strange thoughts. When blocked by red light, I as always, sneakily glanced at passenger seat, where she was staring at me. That silly girl kept looking at me. She frequently looked at me like that. Though somewhat strange, I'm also used to it. Not minding much anymore. Guessing she was again thinking nonsense. Night road quite empty. From downtown to dormitory area, didn't take much time. I parked by roadside below rental building. Ethan turned reminding the silly girl. Go home resting early. Tomorrow morning I'll come picking you up. Don't keep silly leaning a window waiting for me. You sleep a bit more. When I leave home, I'll message you first. When saying those words, inside me felt somewhat disappointed. Today again was a day couldn't say that. Don't even know until when. I could suggest sleeping with her one night. Just once is enough. I truly wanted knowing. Peaceful sleep and my scent. Whether directly related to each other. Today failed again. Just thinking about continuing insomnia and being tormented. Exhausted feeling inside me surged endlessly. Just hoped being able to sleep. Didn't need sleeping long. Just dozing few minutes, fine. Finishing speaking, Ethan looked toward Sophia. She not like usual. Unfastening seatbelt then getting out. Light inside car quite dim. Only dashboard display and faint light outside window. In such setting, Sophia was staring at me. She seemed having something wanting saying. I was looked at by that gaze, felt unnatural. Something wanting telling me? Sophia blinked several times. Then lowered gaze, like just recovering. Lips lightly moving, like pondering something. Just in an instant, small hand placed on knee suddenly clenched. She took all courage, quickly looking up. Again looking straight into my eyes. She tensed to the point of stammering. Yet extremely sincere. "Tea tonight, can you discipline me once?" Chapter 78. Choose the car you like. Ethan dazed. Looking toward passenger seat, where Sophia lowering head, flustered fidgeting fingers. That bad habit. She always carried reckless mentality. Speaking without time thinking. Always saying lines easily making people misunderstand. Air inside car like freezing. Awkwardness spreading. Anyway, I had nothing to be awkward about. Mainly Sophia. She just wanted finding hole crawling down. Just because one impulsive moment saying that strange line. Right after saying, she already realized not okay. But words already spoken. She red-faced. However embarrassed, tried explaining. Flustered saying everything from beginning to end. Getting lines right and wrong. Tangled without head or tail. Not following any order. Then before my doubtful gaze, she continuously emphasized. I don't have that strange preference. Explaining very chaotically. Don't know if I understood. Sophia lowered head, continuing fidgeting fingers, waiting for me saying something. Would he think I'm truly strange? Whatever. Strange then strange. Originally I'm not normal person. Silent atmosphere inside car lasted a while. Ethan calmly spoke. So you want being disciplined once? To see whether there's connection? Sophia looked up glancing at me. Then lowered head again, softly answering, Again fell into silence. Good news. He understood my messy explanation. Bad news. Now I'd completely calmed. And seemed like, I also realized how strange my request was. Only thinking about myself. Not thinking that way could make him troubled. Thinking this, I lowered head, quietly apologizing. Suddenly making such request. Consider you never heard, also fine. Didn't hear, Just considered didn't hear. Is my fault, I didn't think thoroughly. Sophia. I heard everything. How can pretend not hearing? Sorry. Sophia lowered head even more. She guilty, quietly said, I'm getting out. I lightly sighed. Hearing her reminder. Sophia didn't dare looking up at me. Today truly sorry. See you tomorrow. She said apology. I unfastened seatbelt, got out, closed door. Before leaving, I looked inside car. Wanted telling her, see you tomorrow, properly. Gazed toward inside car. Driver seat empty. Where'd she go? I surprised stood straight. Looking around both sides. Saw her standing at car rear. Don't know when she got out. Just looked that direction. Saw her waving calling me. Sophia hurriedly jogged toward me. Why'd you get out? She ran before me. Tilting head asking. Full of doubt. Responding to her. My even more surprised expression. I said, didn't you just say wanting discipline? Hearing that, Sophia froze slightly. In an instant, she hadn't reacted yet. I'd already agreed to her strange request. Seeing her standing dazed, I also said nothing more. Just opened car trunk, saying, choose one you like. Following my gaze signaling. Sophia froze, then lightly glanced over. Inside trunk. All types of bamboo sticks and rattan canes, different sizes. Lengths also different. Right at the moment seeing. Her eyes widened several portions. Though not clear why, she reflexively swallowed. Gaze wavering between those small canes. Seeing her expression like that, I thought probably she's afraid. Then gently explained. Looking. Seems a bit scary. But actually it's okay. I already tried all. No thorns, no sharp ends. Does hurt a bit truly. But won't injure. Also considered safe. The seller even said, especially for teaching disobedient children. Kids can even bear it. So it's fine. You choose one. These canes were items I ordered online before. I hadn't brought home. Bought and tried. Then just kept in trunk. Though saying serious items. If parents asked, truly hard explaining. Can't possibly tell truth. Bought for disciplining girlfriend? Just thinking that scene, already exploding. I also didn't think parents could accept such explanation. This one. Sophia raised small hand, pointing at one. This one? I said, then took it from cane bundle. When I pulled the cane out, Sophia's gaze immediately stuck to it. She made soft sound, small as mosquito. That was an ordinary round bamboo cane. Black handle, red bead chain and hanging cord, about 60 centimeters long. Diameter about 6 millimeters. Quite common bamboo teaching stick type. I casually swung trying in air. A whistling wind sound rang. That sound made Sophia lightly tremble. Seeing her reaction, I almost laughed. But still restrained. Just slightly smirking. Clearly the one wanting strict teaching. Yet afraid to death. Truly funny. I closed trunk. Then suddenly realized. But recently you've been very good. Haven't made mistakes. Now using punishment seems unreasonable. Hearing me say that, Sophia immediately became somewhat panicked. Being praised as good, naturally happy. But she feared today's discipline session wouldn't happen. She hurriedly said, recently I still have many places not listening. I slightly raised eyebrows. Initially planned just scolding few lines scaring for atmosphere. Didn't expect hearing this. She truly offered herself up. I held the cane in hand, calmly saying, then tell me. We're not listening. She lowered head, small head starting operating full speed. Trying remembering. What matters could be considered not good. Then honestly confessed everything. I listened, could only be speechless. Thought she was hiding some big matter from me. Who knew? All were things like, you told me sleeping more. I didn't listen, still woke early as usual. You told me eating properly. But sometimes I didn't feel hungry so didn't eat. Thought would save one meal. Ending Instagram conversation. You said sleep earlier. I because hearing sweet words got too excited. Whole night couldn't sleep, rolling around. She recounted everything in detail. All such trivial matters. Also when I asked if she was tired from work. She lied. Actually was a bit tired. I silently facepalmed. Couldn't bear looking straight at her. What were all these things? Like afraid of not getting hit. To the point couldn't distinguish right from wrong. Right things also self-admitting as wrong. A moment later, seeing me saying nothing, Sophia lowered head, worriedly quietly saying, in summary, I'm very disobedient. You manage me, okay? Someone like me, not good like this, truly needs strict management. I clearly understood what she wanted. Then nodded agreeing decisively. Calmly looking toward her. My voice calm. You said it yourself. Sophia showed happiness on face. Just about to open mouth saying a mistake. Then saw across the street. Several high school students joking running past. Simultaneously. On the other side of wall. Evening self-study ending bell rang. Students inside school started pouring out. Those students across clearly snuck out early. The majority still bustling behind. Then later would get increasingly crowded. Night market stalls near school. Also about to enter busiest hour of day. I also noticed that, thinking silently, could only temporarily setting aside. When I withdrew gaze, just saw Sophia staring at me. Round big eyes sparkling. Full of expectation and urgency. I said directly, go to your rental. There's no one there. Can manage however. Chapter 79. The simple rental room. Only had one single bed. One male, one female. Thwack 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 sounds echoing. After the last strike, I put down the teaching stick. Hugging the small sobbing girl, patting comfortingly. This disciplining. Sophia didn't cry out loud like last time. But also not much better. Don't know if because feeling wronged or painful. She still cried until face smudged like cat. Painful feeling mixed with scolding. I punished her for trivial mistakes. The stick very handy. Just need moderate force. Could concentrate hitting palm. Hitting through pants layer. Also enough feeling burning spreading to outer thigh. And also the meatier buttocks part. Both safe and painful, just right. When disciplining. In my head, suddenly remembered when young making mistakes. How parents handled me. I just imitated following. While hitting several times while scolding several lines. Sophia's crying in my arms gradually calmed. She sobbed saying, I'll try not being wrong anymore. Sorry, I'll correct. I gently patted her back, using chin lightly rubbing her temple, quietly saying by her ear, knowing to correct is good. Correcting, still good girl. Sophia's voice soft, made a light sound responding to me. Each time after crying, she especially resembled a child needing coaxing. The more comforting, the more obedient, lying in my embrace, soft and warm, like a cotton candy warmed up, waiting until she completely calmed. I then separated slightly, pulling tissue giving her wiping tears. Sophia just stood there, hands down, gaze looking at me not leaving, letting me help her wiping face. Eyes after crying, even more sparkling. Eye corners slightly reddened, looked truly making people feel heartache. Being stared at by those sparkling eyes. I involuntarily felt somewhat guilty, though was her proactive suggestion. But just for such small matters I hit her. Also felt somewhat guilty. Give me your hand, let me see. Hearing me say that, Sophia again extended small hand like earlier when punished. Red marks also already faded quite much. Worthy of specialized tools. Though hit red, fades also very fast. I helped her gently stroking hand. Still painful? Sophia used other hand rubbing itchy eye corner. Voice tiny. Still slightly painful a bit. Finished stroking hand. I also didn't think much more. I sat down massaging thighs and buttocks for her. When touching buttocks, her body clearly trembled once. But didn't avoid, just letting me do whatever. I realized she was shy, so discreetly switched to stroking both thigh sides. These places. If feeling I acted too hard, next time I'll be gentler. I asked while kneeling before her, while stroking and patting her thighs. She slightly flushed, turning head away. Feels very comfortable. I laughed, asking her what comfortable feeling meant. Was painful or not painful? She honestly said painful. Saying so, felt something not right. She hurriedly supplemented, very painful. But feeling very great. Next time can be harder, also fine. That way I'll remember longer. I didn't respond anymore, just seriously massaging for her, mouth still showing smile. If harder, I'd also feel very heartache. This matter truly somewhat strange for young couple, but was very genuine. Was handling plus affection, nothing bad leading. Both also had no unhealthy preferences. Punishment ended here. I stood up, asking if she still hurt. Not painful anymore. She while looking at me smiled. People frequently teaching children all know. Children just disciplined usually very obedient. Looking at her current obedient appearance, truly adorable. I couldn't help stroking her head. Finished stroking, conveniently patted her hair once before withdrawing hand. She very much liked that action. Eyes curved like small crescents. While enjoying praise, she glanced outside window. Street lamp across street illuminating. No more students visible. Didn't expect already so late. Just because of own small request. Wasted so much of my time. She felt guilty, turning around, quickly folding neatly the jacket I left on bed. Giving me respectfully. Then you go home first. Drive carefully. Thank you for your hard work. I took the jacket, about to tell her sleeping earlier. Then in my head suddenly flashed a thought. Wait, isn't this precisely the opportunity I've been waiting for? She thought I'd taken the jacket. Then let go. Jacket fell to ground. She hurriedly picked up, while dusting continuously apologizing guiltily. Though floor very clean, she still kept apologizing for dirtying clothes. Let me wash it for you. If you don't need wearing urgently. While she was apologizing, I then recovered. No need, I took back jacket. Seeing her still guilty expression. Gaze staring at the jacket in my hand. I thought a bit, then decisively told her. She responded guiltily. Gaze leaving jacket, switching looking at me. Inside silently blaming herself. Truly can't do anything right. Right at the moment our gazes met. Unexpectedly, couldn't react in time. Tonight. Can I sleep with you? She froze. Hadn't reacted yet. A moment later, she blinked then lowered head. Softly answering. Can. I'll shower first. Not giving me chance explaining more. She already grabbed old loose pajamas diving into bathroom. Done for, seems misunderstood. Truly not one family, won't enter same door. Infected by this silly girl. Just learned elementary level. Mind also can't keep up with words. Caused misunderstanding. I wanted sleeping with her. Not wanting doing that with her. Of course also not completely not wanting. But that wasn't main purpose. Hearing rushing water sound in bathroom. I sat on bed edge. The rental room very small. Bathroom located right opposite bed. Door was low quality frosted glass type. Light on, could vaguely see her silhouette inside. Feeling truly strange. Made me also feel somewhat awkward. But just looking like that, didn't feel uncomfortable at all. Waiting for water sound stopping a while. Bathroom door opened. She stepped out from inside. Small face by hot steam made rosy, sparkling. She took off shower cap. Soft hair cascading down. Sorry for making you wait long. She glanced at me once. Then quickly moved gaze away. I slightly froze. Though before we'd already crossed boundaries. But that night mostly for releasing emotions. I'd never seriously looked at her. The old loose shirt used as pajamas. Couldn't hide alluring curves. Several details showed she hadn't worn undergarments. Shirt hem too long. White short shorts showing vaguely underneath. Just one glance. I'd already quickly looked away feeling shy. Starting feeling tense. She also shy. Didn't dare looking at me. Atmosphere between us somewhat awkward. I turned around, opening bedside drawer taking condoms. These were items I received when filming near Boundary PR video. An advertiser contacted me. After accepting, they sent sample products following proper procedure. Last time using, also took from here. Seeing my intention completely misunderstood. I hurriedly explained to her, don't need taking that. Just finishing that line. Her back silhouette froze, though not seeing front expression. I could sense she was hesitating. No, not using also okay. I know using that will be uncomfortable. I'm in safe period. Probably not using also fine, it's okay. She still turned back toward me. Muttering quietly. Not right. Sounded like self-comforting. After being forced by some bad guy. Ultimately, what the hell was happening? Hearing her speaking increasingly deviating from my original meaning. I hurriedly pulled her sitting beside me. Recounting the whole story. In summary, last time sleeping beside her, I didn't have insomnia. I wanted knowing whether that related to the scent on her. She listened, didn't completely understand. Again asked me, your insomnia very severe? I froze momentarily. Sometimes. This silly girl asked, hitting what hurt me most. This concern engraved to bone marrow. Couldn't possibly fake having. I mumbled answering, not really. Hearing that, she seemed relieved a bit. She raised hand sniffing at wrist. Asking me, is it body wash scent you smell? I shook head. No. Is a scent only perceivable when very close? Suddenly she started worrying. Looking at me like discovering something. Is a very pleasant scent. She sighed relieved, though not understanding clearly. But if truly helps you sleep better, then I also have some value. Seeing her lowering head muttering. I smiled. This silly girl sometimes said things. Making people just want hugging her tight. She lowered head thinking a while. Don't know what thinking. Then she tilted head looking at me. Very seriously confirming again. So tonight, not planning sleeping with me, right? If drinking water, I'd definitely sprayed out. What kind of question is this? I plan sleeping together with you. Not sleeping with you. She nodded vigorously. Looked like already understood clearly. Silly misunderstanding finally resolved. After that she stepped walking in slippers. Feet pattering very quickly. I'll get towel and new toothbrush for you. No need, last time I already used. In that instant, truly felt like living together. Last time just unexpected situation. But this was first time I properly stayed overnight. She seemed very happy. Became lively. Like when young. Having best friend staying over at home. We talked very much. She even wanted washing feet for me. I firmly refused. She still insisted doing. I jokingly kicked her once. Making her smile brightly. Even silly saying, next time kick me more. Midnight. We lay together on bed, sharing one blanket. Face to face. Does this work? She whispered quietly asking. I couldn't hear clearly what she said anymore. My eyelids fighting fiercely. Book fragrance faintly by nose. Sleepiness coming never so strong. Inside me suddenly felt unusually peaceful. Good night. See you tomorrow morning. Chapter 80. A new day begins like this. I woke before alarm rang. Inside extremely calm. Body full of energy. Though only slept 5-6 hours. Was deep sleep. No dreams. Also not waking midnight. Even less that type sleeping 10+ hours still insufficient. Poor sleep making more tired the more sleeping. Was waking after naturally sleeping enough. Very comfortable, no ringing in head. Turns out sleeping well last time wasn't coincidence. I felt truly incredible. Smelling that special faint book scent drifting. I looked at her lying beside me. Thanks to dim blue light from outside window casting in, I could vaguely see her features. She slept very obediently, lying flat straight, body slightly curled a bit. While I, opposite, sleeping posture much worse, due to being used sleeping alone. I sprawled limbs, making her pushed to bed edge, leaving only small space for her sleeping. Looking at her, exactly like being bullied. Like a puppy curled sleeping at bed corner. Worst thing was, seemed auto pickup mode not turned off. I looked at my hand placed on her chest. Don't know since when already grasping. Could it be I'd held all night? I slowly withdrew hand. Her features lightly moved. She softly groaned. I immediately stopped hand. She gradually returned to peace. Breathing also gradually steadier. Almost woke her. I just silently looked at her. Must acknowledge one thing. She truly very beautiful. Gentle gaze. Gentle personality too. Though pushed to bed edge, hugged by me like this. She also didn't resist at all. Thinking this, I again tried withdrawing hand once more. Ding ding ding. Alarm suddenly rang. She opened eyes. Reflexively raising hand turning off alarm. While she hadn't realized anything, I hurriedly retracted hand. 6 a.m. She's still somewhat sleepy. These days, weather increasingly cold. The rental room insulation not good. Outside air freezing. She shivered once. Quickly retracting hand into warm blanket. Alarm still set so early? I blurted asking. Hearing my voice, she immediately became alert. Gaze looking at me lying sideways facing her. Sorry, woke you again. Let me get up making breakfast for you. Just saying, she shivered from cold. Pulling blanket. About to leave bed. I called her back. Sleep more. So cold. When going to work. Just buy steamed buns downstairs. Also right, your room has nothing to eat. Cooking noodles also not as good as steamed buns. She thought so. Then dove back into blanket. Both lying sideways. Face to face. The shirt used as pajamas too loose. Lying sideways made collar open wide. Couldn't blame my gaze being drawn there. She embarrassedly pulled collar closed. Face flushing. Not daring looking at me. Sorry. I realized shouldn't look, hurriedly looked away. I'm sorry. She suddenly slightly panicked. Looking straight at me. Voice carrying some pleading. You did nothing wrong. Don't apologize, okay? Each time hearing you apologize. My heart aches. You did nothing wrong. The collar was already like that. Plus I'm your girlfriend. Lying in same bed facing each other. Where can you look? Me lowering head covering collar like that. That truly hurt you. She thought so. Then released hand from collar. The more thinking, the more feeling her action just now wasn't right. Don't know what you're thinking. She put hand under blanket, pulled my hand up, placing on her chest, then avoiding my widened gaze. She stammered. Why you can touch. I'm your girlfriend. Morning already full of energy. Now she's so proactive. I gently stroked several times. Inside, emotions rising. Instinct made me move closer. Leaning over her. She had no resistance whatsoever. Wei, is it okay? I quietly asked. Her sparkling gaze looked at me. She proactively responded to me. Voice indescribably gentle. Even my life is yours. Of course it's okay. Wei. I kissed her neck. Each kiss after, gentler than anything. Not like last time, biting lip enduring. This time, she timidly whispered by my ear. If possible, be gentler with me please. Last time, hurt a lot. I responded with all gentleness. We entangled until 7 o'clock. Both then left bed, finished hygiene, changed into neat clothes. Together brushing teeth, washing faces in bathroom. Looking at both our reflections in mirror. Her face still faintly flushed pink. Just brushing teeth, yet had to stick close to me. Really clingy. For Sophia, everything completely different. Feeling completely different. Last time she just wanted proving herself and self-punishing. Carrying old memories, forcing herself doing that. After finishing, planned dying. That night, only guilt and pain. But this time, different. She felt love. I very gentle, always caring about her feelings. When already understanding everything about each other. She almost gave entirely body and spirit to me. She had nothing left. I became her everything. That clinginess came from attachment to everything once had. Completely understandable. That unpleasant first-time memory already erased clean. Replaced by this time. We together gargled, making gurgling sounds. Then simultaneously spat. When looking up, Sophia's mouth corner still had some foam. She dazedly smiled at me. You look silly. I took hot towel wiping mouth for her. Both finished brushing teeth, washing faces. Time also just right. We held hands leaving home. Stopping by roadside, buying several steamed buns, then getting in car. Before car started, Sophia holding steamed bun asked, "Can we kiss once more?" Last time this morning. I swear this morning we'd kissed countless times already. But still couldn't resist wanting closer. I also said nothing much. Leaned over, biting her tongue tip. Eyes watching, lips gradually separating. Sophia's gaze sparkling. I love you so much. I responded. I love you too. Then moved gaze away. Both fastened seatbelts. I asked. This morning I didn't hurt you? Last time, truly I was too much. She slightly shy, but still obediently answered. Didn't hurt, this morning very comfortable. Very comfortable. My heart thumped once, hearing such a pure girl say that line. Don't know why. My heart trembled. That contrast made her even more alluring. Comfortable is good. I finished speaking, then cleared throat. Didn't continue that face reddening topic anymore. The car started rolling steadily. I concentrated driving. She sat beside, quietly eating breakfast. When stopping at an intersection, I casually mentioned the bamboo cane matter. Next time you make mistakes, I'll use that rattan cane. Won't bother asking which type you like. Hearing that, she also didn't know why inside felt happy. She sipped soy milk, sneakily glancing at me once. Softly making sound. That's great. Being taught by the one you love, truly happiness. Must say, last night's hitting truly hurt. Bamboo cane really fierce. Don't know if rattan cane will feel different. The girl in passenger seat, all sorts of thoughts in head. Hand holding soy milk, gnawing steamed bun like biting watermelon. Even she didn't know clearly what that strange anticipating feeling inside ultimately was. Chapter 81. Again saying it hurts. Hearing, very comfortable, very much like, from Sophia's mouth. Last night's matter completely pure. Nothing wrong at all. Though because too tired. Last night truly was pure. That dizziness still lasted until this morning. If not for needing to work. After breakfast, might want continuing more. Especially when she hugged my neck tight. Whispering each gentle breath like poetry. I'm about to come again. Stimulating feeling flooding all nerves. Never felt enough. Now just remembering, already feel stirred. Opposite Riverside Supermarket. I stopped car. Reluctantly saying farewell to Sophia. Her gaze also full of attachment. Time passing, couldn't hold back. I tried controlling emotions, lightly waving. See you this afternoon. Goodbye. She also waved, stepping out crossing street. When she entered supermarket, I then moved gaze. Adjusting mood. Suppressing lingering desire inside. Driving to work. A new day beginning. Honestly speaking, after a good sleep, my whole person like transformed into different person. Mind extremely clear. Not having slightest weariness like usual days. Feeling toward surrounding environment also became sharper. I could easily sense everything happening around me. For example, child by roadside refusing going to school. Whining to parents. Or driver ahead spacing out letting car drift. I gently honked once, reminding driver ahead stepping on brake. Early morning, avoided one trouble. I curiously noticed. This road section I always commuted on. Clearly everything unchanged, but felt completely fresh. Like from 720p resolution suddenly switching to 4K. Since starting work till now, I'd never felt the world this clear. Mind alert. Truly incredible. First time could be coincidence. But if second time still same, then definitely not accidental. Truth right before eyes. Just need sleeping with Sophia. I could improve tinnitus and insomnia. Doctor prescribed medicine, no obvious effect. Doctor also said, could only adjust psychology. Rest more. Less staying up late, then slowly recuperating. No other way. Didn't expect could solve this way. Both fast and accurate. In this world, truly miraculous things very many. Probably if telling doctors, they wouldn't believe either. On Riverside supermarket side, Sophia greeted manager Zhang Shufang. Both chatted a while, waiting for customers entering store. Sophia then left changing into employee uniform. Starting a workday. When changing clothes, her heart still pounding. Truly worked. Just now, I truly chatted with manager like normal person. Though still had some nervousness and fear. Already could look straight into opposite person's eyes. Speaking, not stammering. Performance, no different from normal person. Clearly before, however prepared psychologically, useless. Afraid, still afraid. Speaking, still stammering. Yet after being strictly taught by me last night, today she could do it. Though not yet understanding cause clearly. She saw hope becoming normal person. During work hours, she enjoyed the joy of naturally communicating with others. When no customers at counter, she'd run over chatting few lines with manager, reporting work progress and such. Zhang Shufang felt this girl very cute. Whatever happening, running over reporting. Didn't see anything abnormal. Just felt today she was livelier than usual. Perhaps before still reserved. Now accustomed. Also could be having something happy, no longer worried. Seeing such a cute girl. Busily running around. Others' mood also improved along. Reaching lunchtime. Sophia brought rice eating with manager. Manager gave her quite a lot of food. Because shy, she had to accept all. Felt somewhat embarrassed. After eating. Don't know if because already gave everything. Today she very much missed me. Couldn't restrain. During lunch break, she went outside sending me several Instagram messages. This was first time she so proactive. Inside very worried, would disturb my work. But truly couldn't resist. Couldn't bear anymore. Fortunately seemed I was also on lunch break. So responded very fast. I also said I missed her. Just those few message lines already made her heart sweet. Just relying on that bit of sweetness. Got through the long afternoon. Honestly speaking, Sophia had a very strong feeling. Didn't want working anymore. Just wanted sticking to me. Nearly work end time. Her mind already flew elsewhere. Just kept wiping same floor spot repeatedly. Also no longer went to manager. After being strictly taught, the safe feeling received rapidly fading. Sophia sensed that most clearly. When lunching with manager, she already realized. Her gaze started uncontrollably avoiding. Fear and timidity inside also gradually growing. Needn't waiting till afternoon. She already couldn't maintain normal person state. Again returned being previous self. A girl who couldn't normally communicate with anyone. She started understanding one thing. Just need being strictly taught by me. Next day would have half-day normal person experience ticket. When thinking this, she not yet alert enough. Already had a bold thought. Just need every day being taught once by me. Then no different from normal person. So funny. When that thought suddenly popped in her head. Even she couldn't help laughing. Every day making mistakes then being taught. How terrible would she become? Moreover, you'd also be tired. Every day having to work hard hitting me once. Thinking about you being tired, she felt heartache. Then just follow rules. Or only when truly making mistakes. Being strictly taught once by you is enough. Ultimately, the road becoming normal person still very long. No shortcuts at all. Still must try practicing every day. Practicing getting accustomed to communicating with others. however difficult. As long as you're beside, I won't give up. What should be released, still must release. I looked at the code section reporting errors again. Releasing hands from keyboard. Seeing also nearly work end time, I didn't try anymore. Anyway, this was whole week's task. Not expecting today completing. I sat resting several minutes. Preparing work end. Don't know why. That silly girl today. Midday suddenly messaged saying missed me. Made my heart itch restlessly. Actually, I also very much missed her. Entire afternoon. Doing anything, couldn't finish, kept erroring. Probably because my mind kept drifting thinking about her. Wanting hugging her more, kissing her several more times. Several minutes before work end, passed terribly slowly. I opened some shopping websites browsing, reducing impatience. Suddenly appeared a product review notification. I opened viewing. Turned out, those bamboo canes. And rattan canes I once bought. Someone asked me about product quality. Weather hurts kids. Looking at that line. Initially planned ignoring. But in head, involuntarily appeared Sophia's words. I thought, then do good deed daily. Typed review. Very durable. Hitting won't break. Very painful. Excellent experience. Message just sent not long. Already had someone liking. With added comment. I ordered. Seems somewhere. A naughty child about to meet disaster. That kid will surely thank this kind brother. Chapter 82. Flowers wilted, in car also not good. It's okay, outside no one sees me. I'm afraid dirtying your car. Your mouth talking nonsense again. I am. My lips blocked by her lips. Seat reclined. Across the street opposite Riverside Supermarket. The car lightly shaking. Both sidewalks, only closed shops. With transfer papers posted. Not many people passing. No one would see. And then we truly couldn't restrain anymore. Some things once erupting, can't stop. A long while later, I then separated from her. Her face rosy like dawn light. Gaze still dazed, lightly trembling. She lightly adjusted clothes, pulling seat upright. Looking at me from afar, voice soft. Can you wait a bit more? Going home is also fine. I missed you too much. Honestly, I missed you all afternoon. Hearing that, she lowered head, both cheeks flushing, while fastening collar, muttering quietly. Missing. Doesn't need missing like that. Just got in car, kissed once. Hands already restless. Don't know why so skilled. One hand unbuttoning. One hand unzipping pants. Doing continuously like that. Who can bear? Wait a bit. Reaching home then fine. Don't know why so rushed. Really? She glared, lightly pouting. Seeing her sulking appearance, I felt strangely adorable. Then leaned down kissing her cheek once. She looked up, round eyes looking at me. If one more time, I can't bear anymore. Just now, you like a bull. Exhausted me completely. Hearing her say that, I felt somewhat embarrassed. Hurriedly explaining, I just kissed you. She half believed, but finally sighed relieved. Don't know why, you have so many tricks. Just now you did that. But thinking carefully, also right. Not everyone like me. Regarding that, I'm truly blank paper. Probably in college. You also once like that with ex-girlfriend? Sophia thought this. Inside suddenly felt sad. Somewhat unsettled. Sitting in passenger seat. She occasionally sneakily looked at me. When stopped at red light, she lowered head, quietly asking, do you love me? I heard her voice, knew not okay. Glanced over. Her emotions written all over face. Seemed somewhat dejected. She originally not good hiding. Everything showing clearly. But that didn't mean I could see through her heart. I'm not divine. Couldn't guess why she suddenly sad. Thinking a while. I guessed. Probably because earlier I was rushed. Making her uncomfortable. I knew she very lacked safe feeling. And also understood that came from firm love. Perhaps earlier matter made her feel love taken lightly. Only lust without emotion. So felt disappointed. Thus generating sadness. Thinking carefully. Truly I was somewhat thoughtless. Next time must be more careful. I answered. I love you. I tried saying very firmly. Wanting her feeling it. This time I guessed completely wrong. But such situation. Who could guess right? My words no longer had usual effect. Sophia lowered head, stammering. You loving me is enough. Past matters no longer important. Anyway, before I also wasn't good. It's okay. She kept muttering alone. I was driving, couldn't hear each word clearly. Even so, I still vaguely guessed. This silly girl. Again trying convincing herself. Always like that, even if not her fault. She'd find way bearing herself. Like when misunderstanding. I didn't want using protection. She didn't blame me. Also didn't argue. Just self-comforted. Telling herself it's okay, even if that could harm her. She'd willingly endure for others. Such habit not good at all. I thought inside. Not good, must correct. Don't know clearly what. Then ask. Mouth not for decoration. Ask directly. When car stopped below school area rental. Sophia still hadn't gotten out. I asked. What were you thinking earlier? Sophia was absorbed thinking. Being suddenly asked. She startled trembling. Feeling hiding something. Nothing, I wasn't thinking anything. I narrowed eyes. Lying, also bad habit. Sophia lowered head, hesitating. A moment later said, maybe I'm a bit jealous. Jealous? I confused. You jealous of whom? She didn't dare looking up at me. Also didn't dare speaking directly. Afraid I'd think her petty. Seeing her stammering endlessly, I started feeling annoyed. I told you, speak then speak. What's the hesitating? Suddenly, my stern voice made her shrink. Face showing pitiful expression. She looked up glancing at me once. Then lowered head again, while twisting hands stammering. I'm afraid you'll be angry. We were silent momentarily. I sighed. You're not listening again, right? My voice very light but carrying pressure. She startled. Immediately looking up, shaking head frantically. No, I'm listening. If listening, then say everything inside for me to hear. Sophia again couldn't help lowering head. Look up at me, I said gently, but like pressing heavily on her heart. She couldn't think much, just knew following my words. Slowly looking up into my eyes. Though afraid, didn't dare avoiding. Both afraid yet couldn't look away. Her face lightly trembling. What are you avoiding? I asked. Sophia sobbed. I'm a bit afraid. I asked again. Afraid of what? I don't know anymore. I looked straight into her eyes, almost making her about to cry. I then slowly spoke. Speak. Don't speak. Tonight skip dinner. Switch to eating stick. Her lips trembled, almost bursting into tears. She sobbed trying swallowing tears inside. I truly strict, my teaching method also very stern. Being managed like this, inside would feel very reassured. But too strict, even if reassured, still would cry. I'd issued ultimatum. Sophia didn't dare hesitating anymore. She tried finding words, hesitantly opening. I'm thinking about girlfriend. I froze. Girlfriend? Did she misspeak? Think what about girlfriend? Sophia shook head. Not wrong. I'm thinking about your girlfriend. Seeing me increasingly confused, she pressed lips, considering a while, then slowly opening. I'm thinking. Before when you were with ex-girlfriend. Were you intimate like now? Or even more intense? Thinking those things. My heart feels uncomfortable. Also a bit jealous. Sophia's voice increasingly softer. Seeing my gradually changing expression, she hurriedly said, earlier you rushed, I didn't mean anything else. Having girlfriend before, normal thing. Being intimate, nothing wrong. The fault is mine. My heart too selfish. Don't take it to heart. All my fault. Afraid being considered petty, unreasonable. The more explaining, the more tangled. Hands and feet flustered. I cut her off before speaking more nonsense. I never had girlfriend. Space inside car like freezing. We both looked at each other very long. Sophia recovered first. Blinking, awkwardly looking away first. Then remembering my instruction, turning looking at me again. She guessed. Lightly probing. Are you saying that to make me feel better? You're very good. Very handsome. Never loved anyone. Too hard believing. I answered directly. You're my first time. Sophia blinked continuously. Brain like water poured in. Empty. Dazed a while, then stammering. In college, many outstanding girls. I nodded. Quite many. Sophia lowered head muttering. Where I work, also many excellent female colleagues. I thought of sisters at headquarters. Again nodded. Very many, Sophia whispered. Then why? Her voice gradually softer, until choking like stones stuck in throat. Couldn't speak anymore. I understood meaning. Why didn't I love anyone? Sophia looked at me intently, waiting for answer. I smiled lightly, turning away, not wanting creating more pressure. Now I already understood clearly what this silly girl was thinking. Sophia had nothing in hand. I'm her everything. When becoming the only one, people will increasingly value that only one. Will be jealous, will overthink. Also can't blame her, because I'm the only one she has. I smiled, looking outside window, pondering a bit, then like muttering alone. I always thought, when truly loving someone, would feel regret. Regret for days before meeting. Not living better. Couldn't give that person a more intact version. And when dominated by desire, people just want possessing each other's best years. Thinking loving passionately, thinking bravely disregarding everything. But actually, not much related to love. Just satisfying desire. Love or not love, intimate or not, let everything follow naturally. No need forcing. When truly meeting right person, your heart will know clearer than anyone. If haven't met, also fine. Even if 30 years old, 40, 50, even whole life. Even if never loved anyone. Even if never intimate with anyone. Also fine. Don't have, then forget it. No need forcing yourself wanting experiencing. Never being intimate, not something shameful. Even less anything regrettable. In this world, very many things, whole life can't experience all. Of course, everyone taught differently. I was taught like that. I also live by such principles. Love anyone, must be serious. Not suppressing but also not indulging. Speaking here, I smiled looking at the girl sitting in passenger seat. However excellent or beautiful people are, has nothing to do with me. When contacting them, I clearly knew, that wasn't my love. Therefore I could refuse, precisely because I refused before. So when meeting you, I felt truly fortunate. I deliberately paused. Sophia blinked, impatiently waiting hearing more. She asked, fortunate how? That appearance, truly too silly. I stroked her head, smiling brightly at her. Fortunate for keeping myself. Could bring a better, more complete version to give you. Life's best moments truly fleeting, yet extremely precious. Everyone seems very rushed, wanting giving themselves at most brilliant moment. Afraid of missing. But also another type of person. Willing letting that moment fade. Extinguishing impetuousness. Taking entire long life replacing that brief time. Just for gazing. For keeping privately a withered flower. But in their hearts, that flower will forever bloom. Chapter 83. Patient and Medicine. Tonight I won't invite you walking. Have work to do. You like that? Or should I walk you upstairs? No need, you go slowly. Also fine. Remember eating dinner. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. I sat in car, watching Sophia's back, having to hold railing climbing stairs. I also didn't understand what she was thinking anymore. Clearly body so weak, yet still stubborn. Just apologized, then proactively wanting once more. Honestly, I didn't dare being forceful. Seeing her like that, truly felt heartache. Looking at back gradually disappearing behind stairs. I sighed lightly. Driving home. That silly girl always overthinking. I just stepped into home, called loudly. Mom, I'm home. Changing slippers at door habitually. In living room, my dad turned looking. Mom went out. I walked inside wearing slippers. Smiling broadly at dad then asking. Where'd mom go? My dad glanced at me up and down. Walking with friend. Why you home so late today? I mumbled. Had some matters, got delayed. Once in car. Before getting out. Once more again. Indeed somewhat long. Dad looked at me with somewhat knowing gaze. Rice on table. Reheat yourself then eat. Mom and I ate already. Yes. I entered kitchen opening food cover. Food still warm. No need reheating. I took bowl and chopsticks eating dinner. My dad from living room called in. This afternoon mom just complained to dad, saying you not coming home eating, didn't notify beforehand. My mouth full of rice. Said garbled. I did notify. If not returning home, I'll say beforehand. Last time I stayed at Sophia's without notifying. Got scolded by mom, the house's most powerful person, thoroughly. Learning lesson. Last night not returning. I notified beforehand would sleep at girlfriend's. This afternoon truly unexpected situation. My dad also told mom like that. Probably because mom didn't want hearing. So still annoyed. Even said next time won't cook for you. Tonight remember apologizing to mom. Coax her calming down. Yes. I while eating answered. Home. Just father and son. Talking. No need restraining. After eating a while, dad asked. Your girlfriend. When bringing home for parents' meeting? Or invite out eating a meal perhaps. Slept at her place twice already. Also must meet parents. I thought then answered somewhat awkwardly. Recently she's very busy. I'm also not certain. Don't know Sophia's mood. Whether ready yet. For her. This matter truly very difficult. Hearing me say that, dad didn't ask more. I finished eating. Cleared dishes then returned to room. Continuing unfinished work from company. Late evening. My mom arrived home, hand carrying a bag of sugar roasted chestnuts. I left room, flattering mom a while, smoothing mother-son relationship, letting mom nag. Finally mom also calmed, just scolding. One phone call. If something, also must say once. Can't let father and son at home waiting for dinner like that. Yes, my fault. I didn't think thoroughly. Next time if anything, I'll notify beforehand. I while nodding while bowing apologizing. One hand peeling chestnuts while coaxing mom. Huilan said, enough, don't peel anymore. The shell you peel, not clean at all. I embarrassedly put down chestnuts, just cut nails. Hard peeling. Huilan said, peel many, hands will hurt. Let dad do it. My dad sitting watching fun show. Son knows hurting, but dad doesn't know hurting? The warmest family moment again appeared. I sat chatting with parents in living room a while. Time also late. Everyone went washing faces then to bedrooms. Midnight. I lay on bed. Good news. Tonight sleeping alone. No tinnitus. Bad news. Sophia's restrained breathing and soft moaning sounds kept echoing in my head. Youth hot-blooded. Lying endlessly. Couldn't sleep. Insomnia still insomnia, just different form. I rolled around. Taking out phone. Don't know if that silly girl already slept. I opened chat window. Hesitating a while. Typing classic line. You sleeping yet? Message not yet sent. Other side already sent location. Immediately replying. I'm here. I was typing clicking. Planning chatting few lines. Then other side sent again. Can't sleep? Seeing that line. My finger froze. Some things I only mentioned casually once. Yet someone engraved in heart not forgetting. If that wasn't love, then what else? I deleted humorous opening line. Retyped. Can you answer phone? I want talking with you a bit. Message just sent. Phone already vibrating, she calling. I answered. Hello? You okay? I asked. Voice other side somewhat hoarse. I hear your voice, like just woke. Did I disturb your sleep? Sophia answered. No. Just now. A bit sleepy only. Her voice still carrying some haziness. Probably in half awake half asleep state. Just hearing message, immediately sat up answering. I felt guilty. Sorry. Sophia said immediately. Don't apologize. Just hearing your voice. What sleepiness, all vanished. Even somewhat rushed. After adjusting voice. Sophia continued. I truly very afraid hearing you apologize. Each time you say, my heart very uncomfortable. I nodded. All right. Then after, I won't say anymore. Sophia. After, don't say anymore. I had very many things wanting saying. But didn't know where starting. When insomnia. My mind always tangled like cotton ball. Both silent a while. Sophia asked. Insomnia very severe? I answered. Not that bad. Sophia. How can not be severe? If not truly uncomfortable, why would you call me this hour? I silently didn't answer. Mind foggy. Saying more. Probably this silly girl would scold as stupid. Sophia continued. Right. When sleeping with me, you truly no longer insomnia. Me. At least last night, I slept very well. Other side silent a moment. Then asked. Then now, do you want coming over? I hearing that, immediately laughed, wanting teasing her a bit. I planned saying, you're not afraid I'll misbehave? Just a joke. But she continued. Insomnia very uncomfortable. Also badly affects health. If you want coming, I'll wait. I don't care about that at all. Just hope you can be a bit more comfortable. The joke at mouth, couldn't say. Me. No need. I'm afraid I can't control myself. Just you talking with me like this, enough. Sophia whispered. Not controlling, also okay. Anyway, I'm already yours. Mentioning that, she again apologized to me about this afternoon. This afternoon, I shouldn't have overthought. Truly sorry. Me. You're very pure. So you care whether I think you're also pure. That's very normal, Sophia quietly said. Before, I once filmed slightly suggestive video. Me. So what? Not that filming means considered unclean. Sophia didn't think so. Also ignored what I said. Still continuing. After, I'll find way compensating you. That stubborn type like someone's niece, arising again. I felt somewhat amused. If she already said so, then fine. Then after, you slowly compensate me. I paused then asked her. Right, before you said each time strictly managed by me. Would become more normal, right? Was it effective? Yes. Mentioning this, Sophia immediately answered excitedly. She recounted conclusion she drew for me hearing. I listening, eyes wide surprised. Being strictly managed once by me. Next day, gifted half-day normal person experience card. Truly too strange. But I myself, severe tinnitus. Persistent insomnia many years. Yet just sleeping beside her, could sleep soundly. This, seemingly also equally miraculous. Seems we two truly two strange people meeting. We talked with each other very long about our symptoms. Until past midnight. I deliberately said feeling sleepy. Told her also sleeping early. Then I proactively hung up first. In quiet night, I still tossed and turned insomnia alone. Nearly dawn. Dozed off a bit. You're my illness. I'm also your medicine. We exist like this. Though just barely surviving precariously. In this already incurably ill world. Still always have you healing my illness. Chapter 84. Have lover already. Don't even bother saying. Insomnia truly uncomfortable. I finished washing face. Both elders sitting watching morning news in living room. On table, bun wrappers and filling. My mom making steamed buns. Steamed buns each week, made on weekend. Then frozen. Eating gradually all week. Seeing me stepping into living room. My mom, Huilan, called from sofa. Breakfast steaming in steamer. I made sound. Then turned entering kitchen. She while wrapping buns asked. Today up so early? Saturday. Yet company still requires overtime? I answered. No, we rest normally. I woke early taking girlfriend to work. Hearing that line, mom's hands froze slightly. Not mom urging you. But if having time. Again hinting cleverly. Wanting me bringing girlfriend home visiting once. Being parents. Who doesn't worry about children's marriage? I mumbled responding. But also didn't specify time. I ate temporarily few bites. Then taking Sophia's portion, quickly left. Drove leaving neighborhood. Passing by school area. Though weekend. School broadcast speakers. Still turned on punctually as set. Riverside High School, grades 10 and 11 had rest. But grade 12, studied entire weekend. This matter, many years, don't know if change. I let mind wander thinking randomly. From afar already saw outside rental area. A figure standing waiting, precisely Sophia. Seeing my car arriving, she smiled brightly like flower. I let car run slowly. Stopping beside her. Just right she getting in. I asked. Why standing outside road waiting again? Sophia fastened seatbelt. Looking at me smiling guiltily. I missed you. I took breakfast box from her hand. Still familiar thanks. Car slowly rolling. Sophia said. Yesterday afternoon, truly sorry. Inside she thought. Probably I not first time jealous. That's why said so much. Letting her know I'm also first time. Though hearing that, truly happy. But thinking back, she felt herself too unreasonable. I didn't care at all about her once filming suggestive video. Yet she jealous just for nonsense matters. The more thinking, the worse feeling. Guilty feeling surging again. Couldn't help opening mouth apologizing. I said, didn't I already say it's okay? Why still apologizing? Sophia lowered head. I feel my personality truly very bad. When car slowed speed, I glanced at her once. Blurted. Indeed very bad. Hearing that, Sophia felt her heart sinking. Before letting me say more, I continued, but it's okay. After I'll teach you properly. She like blooming inside, if not currently sitting in car. Definitely would have lunged hugging me. I smiled lightly, hand-holding warm soy milk cup she gave. After trouble you teaching me very strictly. I answered, rest assured. After you'll know my methods. Eat quickly, otherwise later gets cold, won't be delicious. Okay, Sophia obediently listened eating breakfast. I especially liked hearing such words. Having some strictness mixed with commands. But still feeling love implicit underneath. Like always. I drove, Sophia sitting passenger seat eating breakfast. Meanwhile, I thought about this afternoon arranging walking with her. Conveniently asking what she thought. About visiting home meeting parents, very difficult matter for me. But anyway should try hearing her opinion. Thinking this. Car already reached usual spot, opposite Riverside Supermarket. I parked by roadside. Just right Sophia finishing last bite. I thoughtfully pulled tissue giving her. Was last one. Sophia finished wiping mouth, immediately unfastened seatbelt, saying sorry. Rest day. Yet you still taking me to work. Troubling you. See you this afternoon. Goodbye. She waved at me. Opening car door. I also opened other side getting out. Dream of closing car door not fulfilled. Hearing door closing sound. Sophia turned around. I walked toward her. Naturally holding her hand. Watching vehicles both sides. Home ran out of tissue. Going to supermarket buying few packs. I explained reason clearly. Leading this silly girl crossing street. Sophia dazedly let boyfriend hold hand. Calmly walking toward workplace. Felt being acknowledged. An inexplicable reassurance. Reaching Riverside Supermarket entrance. I released her hand maintaining image. Both stepped inside together. Actually I also wanted coming here long time. Hearing Sophia always saying manager here very good. Wanted seeing what kind of person. Just entering. I immediately recognized person at cashier counter, Aunt Jong. Couldn't mistake. That was my mom's many years best friend. I'd met that aunt many times when mom went shopping. Like most parents. Mouth likes criticizing own child. But inside very much likes boasting. Personality somewhat talkative. But nature also good. I remember elementary school. I sat at same desk with her daughter. Visited aunt's home many times. Aunt made excellent braised ribs. Aunt Jong looked at me up and down. Confirming not mistaken. Then smiled brightly. Why are you here? Came buying some things. I approached cashier counter. Politely greeting. Aunt Jong. You work here? I looked at employee uniform she wore. Aunt Jong smiled. This supermarket is mine. I was shocked. Turns out the manager Sophia mentioned was precisely Aunt Jong. Back then I heard aunt opened small supermarket. Didn't expect was this place. I still remembered elementary school. Envied deskmate. Because her family had supermarket. Back then was dream of how many kids in class. I and Aunt Jong chatted and laughed. Sophia stood dazed beside me. Not knowing what to do. Didn't expect I even knew the manager. When she was still flustered. I then casually introduced. This is my girlfriend. I'm taking her to work. Aunt Jong hearing this, eyes brightened. Looking at Sophia. Xiao Wei is your girlfriend? The girl truly very pretty. Not giving Sophia chance responding. I answered on behalf thanking. Skillfully saying few polite words. Thanking Aunt Jong for helping her this time. Everything very natural. Almost instinctive interaction. Aunt Jong also smiled continuously. Sophia lowered head standing beside me. Both hands tensely gripping hem. She feared suddenly being asked. Afraid Aunt Jong asking something. Then that time not knowing answering. Flustered and extremely shy. I knew very clearly her mood. So deliberately glossed over that topic, not asking more. Seeing customer entering. I took opportunity saying, seems she must start working. Sophia quietly made sound. Seeing her awkward. I reminded. Then you. Go change work uniform. You just work. I'll sit chatting with Aunt Jong a bit. Okay. Being directed by me. Sophia immediately withdrew from situation. She wasn't good handling. Went changing uniform. Then dove between product shelves hiding away. That made her feel much more relieved. Every time same. Just need me being beside. She needn't worrying anything. I always knew how creating most comfortable space for her. Never forcing her into difficult situation. When knowing she was worried, afraid. To the point stammering, even not daring opening mouth. I also didn't force her greeting others. Everything, I skillfully helped her doing instead. In relationships, neither making others see her as rude, nor making her look like unfeeling wood block. I'd show her what to do. Just need listening. Having me beside, she always felt reassured. In merchandise area, Sophia hid behind shelf. Sticking half head out, sneakily looking toward cashier counter. Seeing me chatting very happily with Zhang Shufang. When customers came buying cigarettes. I even helped getting from high place. Both talking naturally, harmoniously. Don't know discussing what. Just seeing Zhang Shufang smiling throughout, looking happy. Looking at my appearance conversing naturally, friendly like fish in water. Sophia felt somewhat sad. Sad because herself truly useless. She'd worked here nearly 2 months. Total time talking with manager. Not even 10 minutes. And that still counted stammering time. And times tense to point couldn't say anything. Just standing awkwardly in place. Truly too useless. I smiled telling Zhang Shufang. Then I'll go back telling my mom. Zhang Shufang hurriedly waved, never mind. Tonight I'll call your mom. I looked at watch then nodded. Yes. Then Aunt Zhang continue working. I'll excuse myself leaving first. After few polite farewell words. I left supermarket. Watching my departing back, Zhang Shufang increasingly liked looking. This boy tall, bright. Appearance also handsome. Before still had some silliness. Now speaking, conduct all making people comfortable. Much more mature. If only could be close like when young with her daughter, how nice. Such pity. When young, saw both so close. Thought growing up would become in-laws. Result now, what? One already has girlfriend. Other says entire life won't marry anyone. Back then. Who'd have thought growing up would become like this? Thinking of her daughter. Zhang Shufang sighed lightly. Just in moments. Time spreading news needn't long. This precisely fresh hot news. Morning still saw lethargic. Now alert like whistle. Zhang Shufang immediately pulled out phone. Must call Huilan immediately. Such big matter. When shopping, didn't even mention. Must asking clearly. While waiting phone connecting. Zhang Shufang glanced toward merchandise area. Just happened seeing Sophia hurriedly ducking head back. Zhang Shufang's mouth corners lightly curved smiling. Anyway, that was best friend's son. In mind then naturally assumed groom's family role. Started evaluating this girl. Appearance needn't saying, talented man beautiful woman. Xiaowei was very pretty girl. Just personality, saying shy not exactly. Generally somewhat strange. While Ethan Carter, open, cheerful. Both seemed slightly mismatched, but also not any big problem. Phone already connected. Just hearing other side voice. Zhang Shufang immediately said, Huilan. Your son has girlfriend, didn't tell me anything. Don't consider me friend anymore? Chapter 85. She indeed is that kind of girl, mom. I'm home. I changed shoes entering home. Habitually calling. Mom, you went out? No one answering. I shuffled slippers entering living room. Startled once. Seeing both dad and mom sitting on sofa. TV not on. Both staring at me. Greeting stuck at throat. Atmosphere something strange. Had dangerous smell. Don't know now retreating. Whether still in time? Answer too obvious. I didn't dare moving. standing straight like facing execution. My mom pushed glasses up, asking, "Where were you?" I swallowed. Honestly answered, "Took girlfriend to work." My dad lightly folded newspaper. "At supermarket, right?" That was silent exchange between father and son, while asking, silently notifying me where this matter's source. Hearing that, I immediately understood everything. Must say, news from Aunt Zhang Shufang spread truly fast. Truly fast. I hurriedly answered, "Yes. She works at Aunt Zhang's supermarket. I also just learned this morning." I planned forcing 2 laughs, smoothing atmosphere. But clearly current atmosphere not suitable for laughing. Opposite also not Sophia. Even if joking, however awkwardly, she'd give me face. Now, great. No one bothering cooperating. Ha ha also became forced. Being stared at by stern gaze. That ha ha type laugh became extremely bland. I had to retract forced smile. Huilan sternly asked, "You find this funny?" I lowered head quietly answering, "Not funny. Truly somewhat embarrassing." Huilan told me bringing lover home meeting. I said busy. Now what? Aunt Zhang even saw her. But birth mother hasn't seen shadow. An unexpected comparison. My heart like falling to bottom. Mom angry to point couldn't control. I obediently lowered head facing execution, occasionally glancing at wall clock. Seems this time my mom truly enraged. Had to scold full 40 minutes. Not repeating single line. The anger mainly came from parental capacity. Children's marriage matters. This side cautiously bit by bit. Afraid not doing well. Afraid mistakes. Always tense. Just hoping making good impression with girl's family. Fulfilling parental duties. Wanting cooking truly delicious meal. Helping relationship progress further. Result. What? We still don't know anything. Just thought, forget it, won't urge. Then shopping friend. Already met her. Then what face left? Finally my dad intervened. The scolding gradually ended, though Huilan calmed anger. Looking at son standing in living room. The more looking, the angrier. Finally issuing ultimatum. Tomorrow mom going to supermarket with Aunt Zhang. Conveniently buying food. Aunt's supermarket closed tomorrow morning. You figure it out yourself. If mealtime, don't see her. Then don't bring face back. Finishing speaking. Seeing me lowering head not making sound. Mom again shouted. Heard clearly? I shrank shoulders. Body trembling once. Yes, I heard. Thus Saturday morning began with not so pleasant overture. I'd planned today resting a bit. Now at home. Didn't dare breathing loudly. After lunch. I proactively did all housework. Trying being diligent recovering points. Mom's face all day, still unhappy. Afternoon arriving. Seeing also nearly time. I came notifying mom. I'm picking up girlfriend after work. Won't eat dinner at home. Conveniently mentioning tomorrow's matter. Mom hearing. Expression visibly softened. Instructing me a while. Saying must consider girl's family and such. Finishing instructing. I then allowed leaving. I started feeling troubled. Originally planned slowly mentioning this to Sophia. Now. Became rushed hasty. Anyway. I wasn't afraid her refusing. With her current personality. As long as I requested. Whatever, she'd do. Speaking a bit harshly. Even if I told her dying. She wouldn't hesitate much. At most asking few questions why dying. The core problem. I feared she couldn't bear. Meeting parents. For normal people already pressure-filled matter. Very tense matter. Moreover, Sophia, she. Even communicating with strangers. Still very difficult. This matter for her. Certainly extremely tense. I outwardly already agreed. Would bring person home meeting tomorrow. But actually still must see specific situation. If Sophia's state. Couldn't bear that pressure. Then should postpone. Don't see my mom. Showing tough appearance. Speaking firmly. Actually if couldn't bring. She also wouldn't do anything. At most scolding few lines. Scolding then scolding. Still better than forcing. Then causing Sophia's psychological illness flaring. If truly reaching that point. The suffering person precisely her. I'd also feel heartache. Moreover, both sides would very much self-blame. No one feeling comfortable. I while driving. While thinking through everything in head. But most important, still must see Sophia. See her state how. Hear what her opinion. Thinking this, I stopped car opposite Riverside Supermarket. Then crossed street entering supermarket. Just entering. Aunt Jong already smiled greeting me. Coming picking up girlfriend? I smiled greeting back. Hello Aunt Jong. She hasn't finished work? I looked at Aunt Jong. Inside somewhat complicated. This person. Mouth somewhat gossipy. News spreading also terrifyingly fast. If not, wouldn't reach this point. Aunt Jong looked at clock, seeing also nearly time. Then called toward shelves. Xiaowei, work's over. Just finishing. I already saw Sophia wearing uniform running out. I waved at her. She somewhat surprised. Didn't expect I'd enter supermarket picking up. Gaze overflowing with joy. But when noticing manager's meaningful dim smile, she tried restraining, walking slower. Then also lightly waved responding. After, lowering head, quickly went changing clothes. Looking at kid's restrained appearance. Yet still couldn't hide sweet affection. Truly making people feel comfortable. Aunt Jong smiled eyes squinting. Waiting Sophia finishing changing coming out. The aunt like suddenly remembering something. Said, oh right, Xiaowei? Tomorrow morning aunt has matters. So closed morning session. Afternoon 2:30 arriving also fine. Sophia nodded answering yes. This matter also not first time. Anyway, supermarket was hers. So time also more flexible. I politely said, Aunt Jong. We excuse ourselves leaving first. Sophia walked beside me. Also quietly greeting. Goodbye Ms. Jong. Aunt Jong smiled answering. Goodbye. Drive carefully. Pay attention safety. Seeing both just leaving door, already holding hands. Aunt Jong again felt amused. Again wanting calling telling Huilan. Outside shop. I held Sophia's hand, carefully looking left right. Leading her crossing street. Getting in car sitting inside. Only then Sophia tilted head talking with me. Didn't expect you knowing shop owner. I answered. Aunt Jong is my mom's old friend. Both often shop together. Oh, so that's it. Sophia looked at my profile. Clearly at noon had many things wanting saying. But when meeting, then felt no longer important. Just wanted gazing at you longer. What looking at? So silly. What else looking at? I started car, casually teasing her one line. Being said like that, she not bothering getting angry. Still kept smiling looking at me. Car slowly rolling. Waiting when car ran steadily on main road. I asked. This afternoon, you have matters? Sophia blurted answering. No. I said. Then eat with me one meal. Sophia happily nodded. Then like wanting saying more. I anticipated. School braised pork restaurant not expensive. Seating also okay. Sophia lightly sighed relief. Then let me treating you. I said. This month you already treated, now my turn. Sophia somewhat disappointed. Not remembering when treating me. I always remember each good thing you did for me. But good things I give you. I never mind. Silently compensating. I stopped car opposite specialty braised pork restaurant. This place quite spacious. Also convenient parking. Both got out entering restaurant. Customers not crowded, so Sophia felt more relieved. Familiar ordering method. Braised pork rice. Each person adding one potato cake. Because few customers, food came very fast. We chose sitting at corner. I let her sitting inside. Sophia again silently transferred fried egg to me. Potato cake, definitely must keeping. Because truly delicious. Knowing she very much liked potato cakes here. I transferred mine to her. Before she could trying, I transferred some braised pork from her bowl to mine. Strand by strand, Sophia immediately felt more reassured. Planning transferring all braised pork to me. I hurriedly stopped midway, then both happily continued eating. When nearly finished eating, I said, Wei Wei, I have something wanting telling you. Sophia put last half potato cake in mouth, eating completely in one bite. Showing small satisfied expression. Hearing me speak, she garbled answering. You speak, my parents want meeting you. Sophia. Yes. Reflex almost instinctual. Half beat later, she suddenly understood what matter. Immediately choked. I gave her a water bottle. Waiting for her drinking, I continued. They want eating dinner with you tomorrow morning. Not exaggerating at all. Sophia's lips pale white, clearly very tense. I need preparing what? Voice starting stammering. I placed hand on her hand back reassuring. Don't worry. I just want asking your opinion. Just hearing news. Already flustered. For her. Still too early. Seeing such state, I inside already had decision. Even so, I still asked as planned. Do you want going? Sophia. I want. But I'm afraid having problems. Just thinking about it. Body already starting trembling. This answer clearly forcing showing strength. I knew would be like this. If letting this state continuing all night. Tomorrow morning bringing home. Needn't thinking. Knew. Her psychological illness 80% would flare immediately. By then, psychological damage would be very serious. Though she wanted going, I also couldn't let her go. Looking into her unfocused gaze. Small hand gradually coldening, I decisively gripped her hand tightly. Next time. With this state, can't. Hearing me say that, Sophia's throat froze slightly. She lowered head, silent quite long, body also no longer trembling. Lips also gradually returning pink. Both just sat still like that. I still holding her hand. No one speaking. Sophia eyes downcast, lashes lightly trembling. Tears gathering at eye corners falling. Drip drop, each drop falling on pants. I quietly called. Wei Wei. She panicked withdrawing hand from mine. Pulling tissue. Forcing smile hiding sadness. Today ate too spicy. Sorry. Spicy to crying. I'll wipe, then fine. Wait a bit. Sorry. Truly sorry. Speaking here. Her voice starting choking. She turned face away. Like trying venting something. Using tissue wiping tears hastily. But the more wiping, the more tears falling. Her shoulders lightly trembling. Looking at her appearance. I truly didn't know what to do. Restaurant corner. No one noticing us. Other tables, customers coming and going. Then new people. Repeating. Only that small corner unchanged. Strangely quiet. Entering restaurant, still afternoon sun. Leaving restaurant, sky already completely dark. This meal lasted very long. I held Sophia's hand. She lowered head, eyes red. I drove taking her home. Just took 2-3 minutes. Car stopped by road, before rental area. I didn't know how comforting her. Sophia also not hurrying getting out. She lowered head. Inside unsettled. Unclear whether self-blaming or hating herself. Possibly both. Self-blaming for not being normal person. Hating unable going with me meeting parents. She whispered. Sorry, I said. Wei Wei, that's not your fault. Her eyes reddened again. Tears long and short. I truly very much wanted meeting your parents. But sorry, I answered. It's okay. Wait next time. Wait when you're better. I'll bring you meeting them. Sophia said. But what if I don't get better? Just now in restaurant, she thought very much. Not just meeting parents matter. But also many other moments. Tense and frightening in future.